Chapter 1: The Man Who Claims to be Uchiha. In the verdant city of Yuzhou, at the first high school, the arrival of spring heralded the blooming of cherry blossoms along the pathway to the school. Delicate petals danced through the air, settling upon Li Qingce's dark hair, unaware of the beauty surrounding her. Her fair hands clutched her phone with increasing fervor. The call had come from the attending physician at the municipal hospital, delivering a message that was both simple and profound: Li Xiao has awakened. Li Qingxue was momentarily rendered speechless, tears welling in her peach blossom-like eyes. Li Xiao was her elder brother, who had fallen into a coma a decade prior due to a tragic car accident. The family had exhausted their savings in pursuit of his treatment. In her desperation to accumulate funds, their mother had resorted to becoming a test subject, enduring a multitude of experiments that ultimately led to her own health deterioration, culminating in renal failure. By the time they discovered her condition, she was already hospitalized. Their father, upon learning of this calamity, uttered not a word but instead berated himself for his inadequacy. He returned to his hometown, kneeling before relatives to borrow a significant sum, subsequently working 3 jobs to support the family. Yet, as fate would have it, during one of his laborious days, a 3-meter-long tempered glass unexpectedly shattered, sending sharp splinters into his knee's meniscus. The foreman offered him 20,000 yuan to settle the matter privately, and he used this money to continue funding his son's medical expenses, while his own leg was left irrevocably impaired. Just when the family had seemingly lost all hope, news of her brother's awakening emerged. In a daze, Li Qingxue wiped the tears from her cheeks and inquired urgently, "What is my brother's condition?" The doctor hesitated, his silence palpable. After a moment, he replied, "Thanks to your family's unwavering care over the years, Li Xiao's physical state is quite satisfactory, albeit somewhat frail. However, his mental state is rather concerning." The final remark sent a jolt through Li Qingce's heart. "Please elaborate." "Well, it appears that the patient is suffering from severe delusions," the doctor explained with a hint of resignation. "He insists that he exists in another realm, claiming to be the leader of a clan. Uchiha, I believe." "Uchiha?" A nurse interjected from nearby. "Yes, precisely. He is firmly convinced that he is the leader of the Uchiha clan and maintains that we are all mere illusions within the world of the infinite Tsukuyami." How could this be? Li Qingxue felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon her. After enduring a decade-long slumber, her brother was now afflicted with a form of hysteria. Was fate truly so unjust? In summary, the patient's mental condition is quite precarious, and there are indications of potential aggression. I suspect this may stem from the unfamiliar environment of the hospital, the doctor continued. "I strongly recommend that family members visit him at the earliest opportunity, in hopes that he might recall his past. If his mental state remains unstable, he may need to be transferred to a psychiatric facility." "I understand," Li Qingxue replied, her gaze dimming momentarily before regaining its resolve. Now, she was the sole beacon of hope for her family. She must gather her strength. The municipal hospital was not far from the first high school, and Li Qingxue navigated its corridors with familiarity. Upon entering the hospital and ascending to the 10th floor, she was greeted by the sight of nurses engaged in hushed conversation outside her brother's room. "The mental state doesn't seem quite right indeed. Just now when I took his temperature, he nearly struck me. This is bad." Li Qingxue felt an ominous premonition as she overheard their conversation. Nevertheless, she had mentally prepared herself for this moment, so she took a deep breath and gently pushed open the ward door. Creak. As the door opened, her gaze fell upon the window across the room, slightly ajar, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in, ruffling the hair of a young man clad in a hospital gown. The young man, with long hair, stood approximately 1.85 meters tall, yet his frame was gaunt and frail, facing away from Li Qingxue at the window, resembling an elderly figure. Nearing the end of life, brother. Upon seeing her brother in such a state, Li Qingxue felt a pang of sorrow. It had been 10 years since she last saw him standing. Though his current appearance differed greatly from the past, regardless, he had finally emerged from that harrowing condition. Li Qingxue, how intriguing, this time it is indeed a family member. Li Xiao seemed to recognize who was behind him, yet he displayed no inclination to acknowledge her, his tone icy. "Are you Madara or Obito?" "Madara? Obito?" Li Qingxue had prepared herself with countless words, but upon hearing Li Xiao's voice, she found herself at a loss. Nervously parting her lips, she corrected him, "Brother, I am Qingxue." "I am well aware." Li Xiao's voice remained unchanged as he quietly gazed out at the world beyond the window, observing the bustling street. He murmured, "Had I remained in that world, my sister would likely be of this age now." In a certain sense, infinite Tsukuyomi is indeed a fascinating phenomenon. It has afforded me a glimpse of my long-lost hometown. Li Qingxue, witnessing this version of Li Xiao, felt utterly helpless. What is infinite Tsukuyomi? Her brother had wholly immersed himself in his own realm. Could it be that he has truly lost his mind? Her thoughts spiraled into chaos as years of pressure surged within her. Their mother, who sacrificed a kidney for him, their father, burdened with debts. What had they endured this for? Was it not all in hopes of her brother's recovery? And yet, this was the outcome? Such bitterness coursed through her. Li Xiao continued to murmur to himself, "Madara, you have succeeded, even as merely an experiment. Infinite Tsukuyomi has indeed affected me. I can no longer sense my power." Li Qingxue had approached Li Xiao from behind. Sensing her presence, Li Xiao turned to face his sister, gazing at her in silence. A sense of disorientation washed over him. The last time he had seen his sister, she was merely an 8 or 9-year-old child, trailing behind him, calling out brother incessantly. Yet, that memory had gradually faded. Wasn't it a century ago? Ever since he had traversed to the era of the shinobi wars, he had led a life fraught with anxiety, and now, he could barely recall the faces of his family. Is this what it means to grow up, to see the transformed visage of my sister? However, what Li Xiao beheld was his sister gripping his collar tightly, tears streaming down her face. As if a dam had burst, she cried out, "You scoundrel! Mother has become a mere guinea pig for experimental drugs because of you, and now she is hospitalized due to kidney failure. Even so, she continues to toil away at work, and she is nearing 60. Father too, in his desperate pursuit of money, humbled himself before our estranged uncle, bowing and begging, only to injure his leg while laboring. Do you think this is all for whom? It is all for you. Yet, what are you doing? What is this nonsense about infinite Tsukuyomi, about spots, about Obito? Brother, what on earth are you doing? Please, do not descend further into madness." Slap, a resounding blow struck his face. Li Xiao touched his stinging cheek, staring blankly at his sister. Chapter 2. It was not a dream. A throbbing pain enveloped his head, and his body felt as heavy as lead. In the early morning, the gentle spring breeze caressed his cheeks, and his hair danced in the wind. As Li Xiao opened his eyes, the astonishment in his gaze was beyond imagination. The towering skyscrapers outside, the very room he inhabited, everything served as a reminder of one undeniable truth: he was in the modern world. But how could this be? He had clearly reincarnated. He was no longer Li Xiao but the legendary ninja, the third figure alongside Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Shun, also known as the Infernal Asura. Yet, the reality of his surroundings was overwhelmingly vivid. The incessant chatter of doctors and nurses, the incomprehensible smartphone time had seemingly accelerated over the past decade. And technological advancements had surged forward at an astonishing pace. He found it difficult to comprehend. The only plausible explanation was that, at the brink of despair, he had succumbed to the infinite Tsukuyomi of either Uchiha Obito or Uchiha Madara, which led to the flood of memories from his past life. Perhaps his distant home on Earth was merely a manifestation of his subconscious longing? His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of his sister. The words mother and father, which he had not heard in ages, pierced through his heart like needles. Those nearly forgotten images suddenly illuminated in his mind like stars, becoming increasingly vivid. He grasped Li Qingxue's hand tightly and murmured, "Qingxue, do not cry." The flicker of emotion in his eyes betrayed him. Despite the possibility that this was a world crafted by the infinite Tsukuyomi, his sister's words struck a chord deep within him, rendering him unable to maintain his composure. "Brother, have you returned?" Li Qingxue gazed at her brother, her tears momentarily halted, a look of disbelief etched across her face. "Yes, I have returned," Li Xiao replied, wiping away her tears and gently patting her head. "I'm sorry, I will no longer act recklessly. Regardless of the circumstances, he would have to endure in this world for a while." The infinite Tsukuyomi was no mere technique. He recalled how Naruto Uzumaki had fallen victim to a similar jutsu. Back then, he and Sakura Haruno had been ensnared by Obito, thrust into a world entirely unrecognizable. Perhaps he could draw upon Naruto's experiences for guidance. Unfortunately, Naruto had revealed little about his own circumstances, leaving Li Xiao in the dark regarding how he had managed to escape the infinite Tsukuyomi. Yet, even within the confines of a world dominated by the infinite Tsukuyomi, he was determined to ensure his parents' well-being. "That's wonderful!" Li Qingxue exclaimed, enveloping Li Xiao in a tight embrace, her voice brimming with joy. "Mom and Dad will be so happy to hear that you've woken up." Li Xiao inquired softly. "How have you been?" "Very. Not well." Li Qingxue pouted, her earlier resilience seemingly evaporating. The familiar demeanor of the once little shadow she used to be flickered back, with a hint of grievance on her face. "Even though I'm in high school now, many classmates bully me. And no matter how hard I study, it feels futile. Our family has no money left. Continuing my studies would only burden the family further. Although my mother always assured me that no matter what, I would have the opportunity to pursue my studies, I found it too difficult to bear. Even with scholarships available at school, it seemed futile. It would be better to start working early and relieve some of the burden on my family." However, upon seeing Li Xiao, Li Qingxue suddenly changed her tone and cheerfully said, "But now that you're back, it must be different." She continued reminiscing, "Brother, back then you were suddenly." As she spoke, Li Qingxue became aware of something, and tears began to flow unbidden. Li Xiao had once been a renowned academic prodigy, consistently ranking among the top 3 students in the county. He won an award in a national mathematics competition during his first year of high school and was on the verge of being guaranteed admission to prestigious universities. Yet, a decade had passed, and Li Xiao was now well beyond the typical age for schooling. At 26, his mental state seemed to be stuck in the past. Was he to return to school? But without a degree, what future awaited him? Li Qingxue felt a wave of confusion wash over her. The brother who once basked in glory now faced the ruins of a broken home upon awakening. How could he cope? They could never return to the past. The light in Li Qingxue's eyes dimmed. Li Xiao seemed to sense her thoughts, gently shaking his head to steer away from the topic of family and instead smiled. "Qingxue, do you feel that I've changed?" "Well, I suppose there is a bit of a difference," she replied, stepping back to observe her brother curiously. Due to the inconvenience of lying down, his hair had grown to shoulder length, gently dancing in the breeze from the window. Despite his gaunt appearance, his eyes sparkled remarkably, like 2 brilliant stars. Li Qingxue blinked and locked eyes with him, then suddenly exclaimed, "I know. It's confidence." The words slipped out, yet she immediately sensed something amiss. How could her brother, who had awakened from a comatose state, possess such inexplicable confidence? Or was she mistaken? Li Xiao merely smiled ambiguously. "You're puzzled, aren't you?" "Qingxue? However, our family's situation will change, trust me." "Why?" Li Qingxue looked at her brother, a vague sense of unease stirring within her. "Because during these 10 years, I have not merely been in a comatose state, I have been in a realm known as the ninja world." Li Xiao lowered his gaze, his voice soft. "Even now, I am uncertain whether the world I inhabit is real or an illusion." Panic surged within Li Qingxue, her heart sinking. Indeed, it seemed her brother had not improved but had instead succumbed to a profound delusion. Was it possible that his mental illness would persist indefinitely? A sense of despair enveloped her, yet she concealed her feelings. After a brief hesitation, she chose to follow Li Xiao's lead, asking, "So, what is this ninja world?" A harsh reality, somewhat akin to the Warring States period of Fusang, Li Xiao recalled briefly before stating, "In my memories, it was approximately a century ago that I was born into a clan known as Uchiha, becoming one of their own. In a world fraught with unending warfare and surging animosity, I have endured considerable hardship for the sake of survival. Among the pivotal figures in this tumultuous era are Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama." Li Qingxue pursed her lips, pondering whether a comatose individual could truly construct a worldview. Li Xiao continued, "The discord ignited by these 2 men reverberated across the globe, ensnaring even myself in its tumult. At that time, A fierce confrontation erupted between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, culminating in Madara's feigned demise and the subsequent establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village by Hashirama. I, in turn, ascended to the role of the new leader of the Uchiha clan. My initial intention was to guide my kin towards rejuvenation, however, with Hashirama's passing, the second Hokage commenced a systematic purge of the Uchiha clan, and as the leader, I found myself in the crosshairs. That individual devised numerous jutsu targeting the Uchiha. And although I was formidable at the time, my vision was nearly extinguished, leading to my eventual defeat. Li Xiao recounted his century-long journey with a steady voice. After being vanquished by the second Hokage, he retreated in grave injury, plotting his vengeance. At that juncture, Li Xiao's potential was extraordinarily formidable. Yet the might of the Uchiha clan resided primarily within the Sharingan. Devoid of siblings, he could only attain the kaleidoscopic form of the Sharingan, falling short of the eternal Manjiki. Following this, he languished in silence until he fortuitously encountered a man named Orochimaru. While Orochimaru's strength was lacking, his innovative prowess in research was remarkable. As a time traveler, Li Xiao, despite his modest education, found common ground with Orochimaru, who shared his interest in genetics. Together, they delved into cloning technology, ultimately succeeding in creating a being reminiscent of Li Xiao. After nurturing the clone to the level of the Manjiki, they exchanged their eyes, resulting in the birth of Li Xiao with the eternal Manjiki. Subsequently, he and Orochimaru orchestrated the Fourth Shinobi World War, nearly obliterating the Hidden Leaf. Li Xiao himself earned the moniker of the Blazing Asura throughout the shinobi realm. Yet, at the critical juncture, he uncovered the schemes of Obito and Uchiha Madara. Unbeknownst to him, Madara's eyes had acquired the ability to ensnare individuals within the infinite Tsukuyami, a genjutsu so profound that even Li Xiao, a fellow wielder of the Sharingan, was at a loss for how to dispel it. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in the world before him. Whether he had returned home or was ensnared within the realm of the infinite Tsukuyami remained a mystery to Li Xiao. Yet he understood that he could not linger in the hospital any longer. Li Qingxue listened, entranced by her brother's tale. The narrative, ostensibly a simple story of resurgence, belied a deeper truth. It was a fabrication, a dream. Despite her reluctance, witnessing Li Xiao in his current state compelled her to embrace him tightly, whispering softly, "But brother, a dream is merely a dream, and reality is reality. Awaken, for our family can no longer indulge in recklessness." Li Xiao remained silent for an extended moment before gently nodding in acknowledgement. "I understand." Chapter 3. This brother, mentally unstable following that encounter, Li Xiao beheld his parents. His father appeared considerably older than he had remembered, his once raven hair now completely transformed into shades of gray. Upon seeing Li Xiao, he became quite reserved, repeatedly uttering, "This is sufficient, this is sufficient." His mother stood behind him, a smile gracing her cheeks, yet her eyes were still red, clearly having shed tears in secrecy moments before. This poignant scene tugged at Li Xiao's heartstrings. He had presumed that after enduring so much, he had cultivated an almost unfeeling heart. Yet, the mere mention of family awakened dormant emotions within him. After reuniting with his family, Li Xiao commenced a brief rehabilitation regimen. His body was frail, yet fortunately, due to his family's diligent care over time, he had avoided any serious ailments. As long as his nutritional needs were met, he could soon be discharged from the hospital. 7 days later, on the hospital rooftop, the cold wind caressed his face as Li Xiao, with his hair now shorn, revealed his handsome features. Compared to his previous emaciated self, his cheeks had regained a slight fullness, no longer resembling the skeletal figure he once was. He stood at the edge of the rooftop, quietly observing the ebb and flow of people below, thoughts swirling in his mind. Through these past few days of introspection, he had garnered a clearer understanding of his family's situation. They were burdened with debts amounting to approximately 1,800,000 yuan, of which 400,000 was owed to relatives. The remaining 1 million was particularly intricate, comprising donations from former classmates, goodwill from online acquaintances, and loans from banks. The bank loans constituted the largest portion, with his parents having mortgaged their home and vehicle for around 800,000 yuan. 1,800,000 in debt. Li Xiao shut his eyes, contemplating. If he were still the version of himself who had not traversed worlds, he would likely feel utterly powerless in the face of such a staggering sum. However, the current Li Xiao was different. He was not merely Li Xiao, but also Uchiha Shun, a warrior forged in the crucible of the ninja world. In that realm, chakra was nearly omnipotent, capable of transcending life itself and facilitating reincarnation. Having been in this new world for over a week, Li Xiao had yet to uncover additional clues, but he was certain that his Sharingan had accompanied him here. "Let me, then, make this world a tad more intriguing," he murmured softly. Upon reopening his eyes, the once pitch-black irises had vanished, replaced by a vivid crimson hue. Within his gaze, 3 spinning tomo began to revolve slowly. At the entrance of the city hospital, Lang Weiniing sat languidly in the passenger seat of a Maybach, gazing through the glass at the multitude of envious eyes outside. However, she felt no pride. Only a sense of tedium. To her, wealth and status were merely trifles within reach. What she truly sought was something far more ethereal. Just then, Lang Weiniing spotted a familiar figure. A girl clad in a white dress, resembling a snow lotus quietly blooming upon a mountain peak, captured her attention. "Qing Xue." Lang Weiniing lowered the window and waved at the girl. The girl, named Li Qingxue, was a classmate she recognized well. Li Qingxue also noticed Lang Weiniing and walked over. "Weiniing, what brings you here?" "I came to visit my father." "And you?" "I'm here to pick my brother up from the hospital." "Your brother?" A look of surprise flashed across Lang Weiniing's face. And then she suddenly recalled that Li Qingxue indeed had a brother who had been in a vegetative state for the past decade. The fact that Li Qingxue mentioned picking him up from the hospital implied that Li Xiao had awakened? Lang Weiniing exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes. The doctor said my brother is recovering well and will be discharged today," Li Qingxue replied, her voice laced with excitement. Lang Weiniing observed her demeanor and couldn't help but shake her head inwardly. Li Qingxue had remarkable academic achievements and an almost astonishing talent in certain areas. Had she been born into a typical family, her future would have been bright. Yet, she was burdened with a brother in a vegetative state, which was truly unfortunate. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Lang Weiniing smiled and said, "Since I'm feeling a bit bored, why not accompany you to see your brother? Look. I brought a gift." She stepped out of the car and retrieved a box of chocolates from the trunk, shaking it slightly. "This." Li Qingxue hesitated momentarily. But considering that Lang Weiniing had always treated her well, she nodded gently. "That would be great." In the hospital room, Lang Weiniing soon laid eyes on Li Qingxue's brother. At that moment, Li Xiao had changed out of his hospital gown and donned a simple shirt and jacket. Compared to ordinary people, his aura was somewhat distinctive. When he stood still, he resembled a statue, his eyes half open, gazing out the window with an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Lang Weiniing felt an unaccountable heaviness in her heart. And she was somewhat astonished, although she could surmise that Li Qingxue's brother would be handsome based on her looks. The combination of his aura and appearance exceeded her expectations. "Brother, this is Lang Weiniing, a classmate who has been very kind to me," Li Qingxue introduced him. "A classmate?" Li Xiao turned to face Lang Weiniing, noticing that she was a very beautiful girl. He nodded gently and introduced himself. "I'm Li Xiao." "Nice to meet you." Lang Weiniing quietly nodded, showing no intention of further conversation. She was not the type to engage with just anyone. Her presence here was solely because of her close relationship with Li Qingxue. Watching Li Qingxue busily pouring tea, Lang Weiniing sighed softly. She was well aware of how difficult Li Qingxue's family situation was. It could be said they were pushed to the brink. Yet, Li Qingxue remained so optimistic, which tugged at her heartstrings. As a classmate, Lang Weiniing wished to help. But she needed to consider how to do so without compromising Li Qingxue's dignity. Now, having observed Li Xiao, she pondered for a moment before asking, "Qingxue, what does your brother want to do after waking up?" Will he continue his studies, or will he need to find a job? Li Qingxue scratched her head, looking somewhat troubled. I haven't thought it through yet. What about you, brother? Li Xiao, who had been contemplating regaining his strength, was momentarily interrupted by Li Qingxue's question, and he gently shook his head. I haven't decided either. Long Weiniang smiled and said, I heard that your brother excelled in science and won a national mathematics competition. It would be a pity to let such talent go to waste. How about this? My younger brother is in need of a tutor, so why not have Li Xiao come to my home to teach? I can offer a monthly salary of 15,000. If the teaching is satisfactory, the salary could increase further. 15,000 a month. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxue couldn't help but express her astonishment. Such a price was undoubtedly exorbitantly high for the market, yet considering her brother's previous prowess in mathematics, it wasn't entirely outrageous. But I decline. To her surprise, Li Xiao outright refused. Lang Weiniang, who thought this offer was quite generous, paused slightly and furrowed her brows. Why? Is the price too low for you? Not at all. Li Xiao replied softly. It's just that making money this way is too slow. What? Lang Weiniang was taken aback. Was he joking? Here she was offering him 15,000 a month, and he actually found it too slow to earn money? Did he even realize the current circumstances? Regaining her composure, Lang Weiniang's expression darkened. She had assumed Li Xiao was a pragmatic person, but she never expected him to be so audacious in his remarks. If it weren't for her composure, she would have turned and left at that moment. Was Li Qingxue's brother truly this kind of person? She glanced at Li Qingxue, only to find that even she seemed stunned, as if lost in thought. Then, Lang Weiniang observed her pick up a basic smartphone and fumble with it for a moment. What was she doing? As Lang Weiniang pondered this, she noticed her own phone vibrating incessantly. Upon opening it, she was met with a message that left her utterly speechless. Li Qingxue, I apologize, my brother is not quite himself at the moment. Chapter 4, The Ability Bureau. Upon encountering such striking words, Lang Weiniang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Was this not a tad exaggerated? Stealing a glance at Li Xiao, she noticed him merely resting with his eyes closed, oblivious to her presence, prompting her to discreetly type a response. Lang Weiniang, what's the situation? Li Qingxue, to put it simply, my brother is under the delusion that he has become extraordinarily powerful in another world, and he believes that he can replicate that prowess in reality. Realization dawned on Lang Weiniang, her expression morphing into one of peculiar discomfort. How unfortunate for Li Qingxue. After enduring a decade-long slumber, her brother awakens only to be transformed into a mental patient. A wave of concern washed over her as she continued to type an inquiry. Will he be able to leave the hospital like this? Li Qingxue, yes, he will. My brother is very considerate towards me and generally refrains from speaking such nonsensical things. I will do my best to accommodate him. Gazing at Li Qingxue's response, Lang Weiniang's countenance grew complex, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. She turned off her phone, her gaze toward Li Xiao now tinged with sympathy. Lang Weiniang initiated a conversation. What are your plans? While he lacked a definitive strategy, he believed it would be soon, as long as he could regain his strength. Li Xiao trailed off suddenly, refraining from elaborating further. Lang Weiniang fell into silence, realizing the gravity of the situation. Alas, he was still plagued by delusions. She nodded quietly, her heart sinking in despair for Li Xiao. With a brother like this, Li Qingxue's life was destined for turmoil. The thought made her uneasy. Unbeknownst to her, Li Xiao observed her every reaction. Having lived for over a century, how could he not discern their perceptions? Both his sister and the present Lang Weiniang regarded his words as mere fantasies. In his younger, more impetuous days, Li Xiao might have engaged in a spirited debate. However, after enduring countless trials, from the Warring States period to the Fourth Great Ninja War, he had long since lost the inclination to argue with children, knowing it would only drain his spirit. At this moment, Li Xiao contemplated how to reclaim his former glory. As a member of the Uchiha Clan, his eyes possessed formidable abilities. The capability of his left eye, known as Tian Changli, was fundamentally simple, granting the power to perceive and manipulate the flow of time, enabling him to momentarily glimpse the future. It was this very ability that allowed Li Xiao to survive from the Warring States period to the Fourth Great Ninja War, as he stilled his aging process, perpetually residing at his peak. His right eye, named Shinchan Chaori, though deceptively named, wielded entirely different powers. It devoured all, absorbed everything, and plundered relentlessly. During his time in the ninja world, Li Xiao acquired numerous intriguing ninjutsu through the prowess of his right eye, including a wealth of bloodline limits, among which the most precious was perhaps the black flames of Amaterasu. Now, as his eyes regained their power, those abilities surged back into Li Xiao's consciousness. Yet, he lamented the frailty of his current form, his chakra insufficient to sustain extensive jutsu usage. It seemed he needed to seek an opportunity to recalibrate his weakened body, he murmured to himself. The potency of ninjutsu is intricately linked to chakra, which can be regarded as the very foundation of all. However, this essence is not merely a matter of possession, aside from the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. The only individuals capable of amplifying their chakra are those who simultaneously refine both their mental and physical energies. Presently, Li Xiao's frail physique limits the chakra he can cultivate, rendering even the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia difficult to unlock. Nevertheless, this does not imply that Li Xiao finds himself devoid of options. As a legendary ninja, his extensive experiences serve as his greatest asset. With a flicker of plans emerging in his mind, Li Xiao is reluctant to remain in the hospital any longer. He glances at his busy sister beside him and nods gently, prompting their departure. Li Qingxue hastily agrees, then turns to the side where Leng Weining stands, expressing her apologies. I am truly sorry, Weining, for having let your kindness go unreciprocated. Ah, it is of no consequence. Leng Weining responds nonchalantly. In truth, upon learning of Li Xiao's condition, her previous discontent had dissipated entirely, yet witnessing Li Qingxue in such a state leaves her with a myriad of emotions. She wonders how Li Qingxue will manage in the days to come. It seems exceedingly difficult. She resolves to find a way to uplift her spirits. As for this comatose brother, it cannot be beneficial for him to remain lost in his own fantasies. Perhaps there exists a method to awaken him, if not to save him, at the very least to rescue Li Qingxue from despair. With these thoughts in mind, Leng Weining turns to leave and seeks out her father's hospital room. Room 1000. Pushing the door open, Leng Weining is met with an astonishing sight. Her father, Leng Qingshan, is bound in bandages, lying on the bed, accompanied by a silver-haired elder and a towering man approximately 6 feet tall. Both individuals exude an imposing aura that sends a shiver down Leng Weining's spine. Weining, you have arrived, her father begins, introducing the two men. These are the two ability users from the Anomaly Bureau I mentioned, Mr. Su Moran and Mr. Wang Zhong. They are here to investigate the incident from that day. The Anomaly Bureau. Upon hearing those words, Leng Weining's breath catches in her throat. Indeed. This is the very reason she has sensed a shift in the world around her. Unbeknownst to her, an organization known as the Anomaly Bureau had quietly emerged within the country, comprising individuals with extraordinary abilities that made her question the nature of the reality she inhabits. All of this traces back to her father's injury. The Leng family is a prominent real estate conglomerate in Yuzhou, boasting wealth that places them among the richest in the region. However, approximately a month prior, an unremarkable man had abruptly barged into Leng Qingshan's office, demanding 10 million in cash. As a seasoned businessman, Leng Qingshan, having encountered countless situations, assessed that the intruder bore no weapons and commanded his bodyguards to subdue him. Yet, the man unleashed flames from his mouth, incinerating 2 of the bodyguards, and even Leng Qingshan himself suffered severe burns, narrowly escaping death. After that, the man demanded the location of the safe, melted it down, and made off with gold bars worth 8 million and several million in jewelry. Consequently, Lung Qingshan was hospitalized. Shortly thereafter, their family was visited by personnel from the Ability Bureau. "Ah, so this is Miss Lang, indeed gifted," remarked the elderly Su Moran. His hair white yet his visage youthful, nodding gently at Ling Weining before turning to the bedridden Lung Qingshan. He stated bluntly, "Mr. Lang, the individual in question is an ability user we are currently pursuing. Your situation is not unique, many affluent individuals have fallen victim to him. However, you need not worry any longer, we have traced his whereabouts and will apprehend him tonight." "That is indeed a great relief," exclaimed Lung Qingshan, his eyes suddenly alight. The memories of that night filled him with an unparalleled dread. In the world of real estate, he commanded authority, yet before that man, he felt as insignificant as an ant, which left him in despair. However, the current circumstances were different. While it was unlikely he would ever have the opportunity to become an extraordinary individual, his daughter, Ling Weining, was a different story. She had the qualifications to study abilities. "Mr. Su, may I inquire when my daughter will be able to advance her studies at the Ability Bureau?" Lung Qingshan asked hopefully. "There's no rush. Miss Lang's talent is indeed commendable, but the time is not yet ripe," Su Moran replied with a smile, then turned to Ling Weining. "Miss Lang, if possible, please invite your classmate Li Qingshui to join us. The Ability Bureau is in need of talents like her." "Certainly." Ling Weining nodded eagerly. Chapter 5, Training Under the Moonlight. In the present day, Li Xiao's family finds themselves in a state of disarray. Even after a decade-long separation, their reunion merely resulted in a slightly more lavish meal, and no other relatives came to offer their congratulations. Observing the current circumstances, Li Xiao could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. He bore no resentment towards his relatives, after all. A decade of debt can erode even the strongest of bonds. However, witnessing his parents' despondency stirred something within him. After dinner, as the rest of the family succumbed to slumber, Li Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, the crimson tomo gleaming within his gaze. He raised his hand, and from his previously frail arm, wisps of white mist began to emanate, steadily rising into the air. Should one scrutinize Li Xiao's physical condition, they would be astounded to discover that his cells were undergoing rapid regeneration, his once frail form rejuvenating at an astonishing rate. This remarkable phenomenon stemmed from the ability of Tian Changli, which allowed Li Xiao to manipulate the flow of time within his body, accelerating its recovery. Yet, this method was not as convenient as it appeared. The consumption of chakra was substantial. During his time in the ninja world, Li Xiao could harness the chakra of tailed beasts to suspend his own time. But now his chakra reserves were limited, only permitting him to achieve this extent. Nonetheless, this restoration of his body enabled Li Xiao to pursue other endeavors, namely, cultivation. Leaping from his bed and flinging open the window, he swiftly vanished into the night. As he navigated the darkness, his figure darted through the buildings, keenly observing suitable locations for his training. The transformation of Green City was indeed remarkable. Was that canal part of the south to north water diversion project? Suddenly, Li Xiao's gaze fell upon a spacious artificial waterway. He paused, lost in contemplation as distant memories surfaced. He recalled his parents discussing the south to north water diversion in his childhood. Back then, it was merely the ground being excavated to create riverbeds, yet a decade later, it had evolved into a broad river. How intriguing! With that realization, he decided this would be his training ground. Descending from the air, he landed upon the water's surface, standing quietly at the center of the canal, his figure gently swaying with the ripples stirred by the breeze. His physical agility remained commendable, and as for his strength, it was likely at the level of a genin. After sensing the chakra within him, Li Xiao swiftly assessed his current state. Although his body had languished in weakness for far too long as he possessed even a modicum of chakra, he could fully utilize it to temporarily elevate his physical prowess to superhuman levels. A fitting analogy would be that of Naruto Uzumaki during his initial appearances. A genin who struggled with the shadow clone technique yet could traverse the rooftops of Konohagakure with ease. Presently, Li Xiao found himself in a similar predicament. Standing on the lake, the nighttime waterway was far from tranquil. The chorus of frogs resonated in his ears, complemented by the cool evening breeze and the mist rising from the water, creating a refreshing ambience. Thus, should he employ some means to rapidly enhance his strength? Li Xiao's eyes seemed to peer through the lake, catching sight of the swimming fish within. For an ordinary ninja, the path to becoming stronger was straightforward, relentless training. Even the formidable ninjas like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama must engage in rigorous training until their physical and mental states achieve a harmonious balance. A process that typically spans several years. However, Li Xiao is an exception. Harnessing the capabilities of the Mangekyou Sharingan, he has devised a unique temporal technique known as Heavenly Constant 7-Sensory Manipulation. This technique allows him to control the flow of time within his own physical body, enabling him to effortlessly regulate the temporal speed of his digestive system for enhanced nutrient absorption, thereby augmenting his strength. Likewise, he possesses the ability to manipulate the speed of cellular division and repair, granting him complete mastery over his bodily recovery at a molecular level. In simpler terms, while an ordinary ninja requires 3 years to complete physical training, he can achieve the same results in merely 3 months by accelerating his muscle fibers' metabolism 12-fold. Of course, regrettably, due to my current physical condition, I can only manage a 5-fold increase. However, this means that as long as my nutrition keeps pace, I can complete the first step of my training by tonight, enabling my body to directly adapt to an extraordinary state. With this thought, a gleam flickered in Li Xiao's eyes as he formed hand seals. Bang! As a plume of white mist emerged, a figure identical to him materialized beside him. Shadow Clone Technique. Ordinary training holds little significance for Li Xiao. What a ninja truly seeks is the pinnacle of combat. Unlike Guy, who exhaustively engages in mechanical exercises, he prefers to utilize his shadow clone to engage in fierce battles with himself. This way, there is no need for deliberate training. As the combat unfolds, all of his muscles naturally receive the necessary conditioning. Once the clone appeared, it crossed its arms and surveyed the surroundings before chuckling softly. A deadly fight? Indeed. A deadly fight, Li Xiao replied, his gaze suddenly transforming. Fierce, audacious, and imbued with an astonishing aggressiveness, it was hard to believe he was the same person as before. Boom! Blue chakra erupted from his feet, enveloping his entire being in a blazing azure flame. He concentrated all his chakra. Ah, the same old training method. The clone's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon witnessing this. A deadly fight is Li Xiao's unique method of gaining strength. He can engage in a no-holds-barred battle with his clone, as the existence of Heavenly Constant ensures that even if he suffers fatal injuries, he can easily heal, provided his chakra reserves are sufficient. Due to this ability, Li Xiao is regarded with dread on the battlefield of the ninja world. For every move he makes is solely intended for the purpose of killing. Li Xiao remained silent, inhaling deeply as he suddenly propelled himself forward with explosive speed. The moonlight reflecting on the lake shattered beneath his feet as he collided with his clone in the riverbed. Bang! An elbow strike was intercepted by a raised knee, and the two figures continuously intertwined, each collision of their bodies creating concentric ripples. Ha, I'm feeling it now. Bring it on! Li Xiao laughed maniacally. Free combat is immensely taxing on stamina, for an ordinary person who has not undergone rigorous training. Mere minutes of fighting can lead to utter exhaustion, let alone someone like Li Xiao, who has just awakened from a comatose state. His stomach churned, and under the influence of the celestial power of Tian Changli, nourishment continuously flowed to his limbs and organs, revitalizing his weary muscles at an astonishing pace. Crack! The shadow clone sweeping kick was narrowly evaded by Li Xiao, who, in the instant of landing, transitioned into a downward strike. Li Xiao's blood-red eyes instantly detected his movement. The Sharingan in the realm of taijutsu was akin to cheating, effortlessly unveiling any flaws. However, as the saying goes, what the eyes perceive may not always be matched by the body's reaction. The opponent's transformation could be likened to a seasoned warrior, despite Li Xiao's clarity. He could not evade and could only brace for the blow, his calf sinking into the water's surface. Ha! A smirk played on the shadow clone's lips as it stepped onto Li Xiao's arm, leveraging the pressure to propel itself into the air. In that fleeting moment of rotation, the first seal was thoroughly completed. Immediately thereafter, a chilling voice echoed from the heights. Fire release, great fireball technique. This fellow was certainly not holding back. Li Xiao remained unfazed. Given his current chakra levels, a single fire technique could deplete him entirely. However, Li Xiao pressed his foot against the water's surface and pushed off with all his might. His thigh muscles erupted with power, allowing him to burst through the range of the great fireball's attack, soaring directly above the shadow clone. Was that the body flicker technique? The shadow clone's pupils constricted, and its hastily raised arms met Li Xiao's sudden whip kick head-on. Boom! His body was sent crashing into the water, akin to a stone skipping across the surface, gliding nearly 10 meters before gradually coming to a halt. It seems your stamina has recovered significantly, allowing you to utilize the body flicker technique. The shadow clone lay on the water's surface, speaking calmly. As Li Xiao's doppelganger, its combat awareness was exceptional. And the great fireball technique had indeed been unleashed in a manner that left the main body with no means of evasion. Yet, the existence of Tian Changli was undeniably formidable, restoring Li Xiao's physical condition to the extent that he could employ the body flicker technique. After all, with fivefold acceleration, it was almost expected. Li Xiao panted, as the rapid recovery of his body demanded immense nourishment. Although he had consumed a substantial dinner, the excessive exertion had left his stomach completely empty. He needed to eat without delay. The shadow clone refrained from further commentary, instead turning its gaze toward the water's surface. Suddenly, a plume of black flame erupted from its right eye. Amaterasu. Its tone was impassive as the black flames swiftly adhered to the water's surface. Hiss! An astonishing heat surged forth, causing the entire river to boil in an instant, and a multitude of fish, such as grass carp and silver carp, suddenly surfaced, flipping onto their backs. Occasionally, one could even spot some turtles and a myriad of toads. This was the manifestation of Li Xiao's right eye. The divine eye of the sun. He had previously absorbed a considerable amount of Amaterasu flames and had created a space within his eye to store them, not expecting to use it for fishing now. These Amaterasu flames were not Li Xiao's inherent ability. The shadow clone merely released them from the spatial realm of his eye, thus requiring minimal chakra expenditure. Nevertheless, the notion of cooking fish in such a manner seemed rather excessive. However, Li Xiao could hardly concern himself with such matters. He was indeed quite famished. As the clone's chakra was completely depleted, it transformed into a wisp of white mist and vanished. In that fleeting moment, Li Xiao felt the fatigue that came from the exhaustion of his doppelganger. However, he had long since grown accustomed to it and was not particular about his sustenance. Sitting upon the water's surface, he proceeded to enjoy a dish of boiled fish. Yet, at that moment, Li Xiao sensed the approach of another presence. Chapter 6. Is there ninjutsu in modern times? This presence is not that of an ordinary individual. Li Xiao promptly ceased his meal, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. As a ninja, his ability to discern human auras was remarkably precise. Typically, one could assess a person's combat proficiency through their gait and breath. Ordinary individuals often exhibit a dissonance between their steps and breathing, paying little heed to rhythm, while masters possess a distinctive technique in each movement, an unalterable truth. Li Xiao sensed 3 individuals engaged in combat. How intriguing could it be that this world still harbors classifications of superpowers? His interest piqued. This was vital intelligence for him. With a swift motion, he vanished into the river's depths, traversing the riverbank shrouded in night, pursuing the energies of the trio. Ultimately, he discovered that their objective was akin to his own, as they too opted for the canal's periphery. Indeed, the canal was sparsely populated, providing ample open space, and the bank sloped downward, rendering any fierce battle below nearly invisible from above. However, should he wish to approach them, he would likely need to observe them up close, which significantly increased the risk of detection. Yet, was there any necessity for him to retreat? A smirk graced Li Xiao's lips. He could gauge their strength, which, by ninja standards, amounted to mere genin level. Although his chakra currently aligned with that of a genin, the disparity among genin was substantial. Allow me to witness your true caliber. Li Xiao activated his Sharingan, his crimson eyes glinting with intensity as he stealthily advanced towards the trio. Meanwhile, beneath the full moon, upon the river's surface, the three stood poised. However, their control over their powers was evidently lacking. The weakest of them, a young man, had half a knee submerged in the water, while an elder nearby fared slightly better, with only his calves engulfed. The middle-aged man before them merely had his ankles wet. Casting a glance at the elder and the youth, he grinned widely, proclaiming, "The renowned Su Moran, your abilities are disappointingly mediocre, your control over spiritual energy is quite ordinary. Barely mastering the simple act of treading water." Su Moran scoffed, retorting, "Lei Yutao, merely being able to tread water indicates a modicum of skill in manipulating spiritual energy. But it hardly signifies strength. Do you truly believe that your rudimentary methods learned from forbidden places can challenge our extraordinary abilities bureau? Ha ha ha. You speak of the Extraordinary Abilities Bureau? It's merely a newly formed, inconsequential organization. Do you really consider yourselves formidable?" The man named Lei Yutao laughed heartily before abruptly shifting to a fierce tone, "You old fool, today you and your disciple shall meet your demise here." With a sudden step, he lunged toward Su Moran, his iron elbow slicing through the air with ferocious speed. Su Moran's pupils contracted as he attempted to retreat. Yet the river's drag impeded his movement, forcing him to brace himself with crossed arms in a futile defense. Bang! As two figures collided, a muffled thud resonated through the air. Su Moran staggered backward, retreating several steps as the water beneath him erupted violently, resembling a boiling cauldron. The martial prowess of Lei Yutao was truly terrifying. Being a middle-aged man, the sheer strength of his bones and muscles rendered Su, an elderly individual, momentarily defenseless, nearly succumbing to a single blow. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Zhong leaped from behind, splashing through the water, his feet enveloped in a pale blue energy, landing with a resounding stomp. Martial arts? Sensing the imminent danger of this strike, Lei Yutao chose not to engage further and swiftly evaded to the side. Boom! Wang Zhong's foot crashed into the river, sending waves soaring several meters high. Before the water could settle, he pivoted, using his supporting leg as a pivot to unleash a sweeping kick akin to a steel whip. This time, he finally compelled his opponent to raise his arms in defense, carving a 10-meter trench across the river's surface, which was promptly filled by the encroaching water. Yet, this was not the end. Seizing the opportunity, Su Moran stepped forward and delivered a kick. This strike was even more formidable than the last, propelling Wang Zhong's body from a glide into a flight, sending him soaring backward over 10 meters. Such a feat was inconceivable within the realm of ordinary individuals. No amount of force could hurl another human being through the air. Yet, Su Moran had accomplished just that. This extraordinary strength stemmed from humanity's manipulation of spiritual energy. Success! Wang Zhong could not suppress his astonishment upon witnessing this. However, Su Moran's expression darkened. "No, I do not feel that I have severely injured him." Indeed, Lei Yutao crashed into the water, rolling several times before propping himself up with his right arm, unable to contain his maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, what are you laughing at?" Su Moran furrowed his brow, plagued by a foreboding sense of dread. So this is the caliber of the Anomaly Bureau, I understand now. Alas, being a nascent organization, they are in dire need of personnel. I cannot entirely blame them. Lei Yutao, as if having survived a calamity, laughed heartily. "I had thought you were already aware of such things and had been troubled by them for some time. Yet, it turns out your grasp of spiritual energy is merely superficial, focused only on physical enhancement. You pretentious fools, watch as I end you." Fury ignited within Wang Zhong as he advanced, intent on slaying Lei Yutao. However, Lei Yutao sneered, "Enough. Since that is the case, I shall show you the true essence of spiritual arts." Spiritual arts? The mere utterance of these two words elicited raised eyebrows not only from Su Muran and Wang Zhong but also from Li Xiao, who had been observing quietly from above. Such an intriguing name, what could it possibly entail? Clap. Lei Yutao brought his hands together, his fingers shifting rapidly in intricate patterns. What on earth is he doing? Wang Zhong was baffled, unable to comprehend the necessity of these hand seals. Su Muran, however, felt a chill run down his spine and shouted, "Stop him quickly." But it was too late. Water escape, water dragon bullet. With a thunderous roar, Lei Yutao commanded, and the water beneath him underwent a dramatic transformation. Su Muran and Wang Zhong stood dumbfounded as the waters inexplicably surged upward, coalescing into a majestic water dragon that hovered before their very eyes. How could this be? They remained frozen, stupefied by the spectacle. The transformation of the water was nothing short of a divine art. Yet the reality was undeniable. And neither of them comprehended the means by which Lei Yutao had wrought such a marvel. A wave of terror washed over them both. The water dragon circled gracefully in the air before suddenly lunging toward them. Wang Zhong felt as though a torrent had seized him. His body swayed and the world spun wildly as the dragon swept him away into the depths of the lake. Su Muran's face drained of color. This river was no shallow stream, and if Wang Zhong were dragged beneath, drowning was a grim possibility. But what on earth was Lei Yutao's true nature? By what right did he wield such formidable power? There was no need for protests. Wang Zhong's fate was sealed. Lei Yutao smiled faintly, his voice calm yet chilling. Though the water projectile's lethality was limited, within the flow it was exceedingly vexing. Surviving such an assault was nearly impossible for someone of that caliber. But do not fret, he continued, I shall end you slowly. Before that. He paused, scanning the surroundings with a grave tone. Those scoundrels who have been lurking nearby, why do you not reveal yourselves? The suggestion of others nearby startled Su Muran. Turning his gaze, he spotted a young man standing silently by the riverbank above the canal, arms folded, calmly observing the lake. When had he arrived? A shiver ran down Su Muran's spine. Unbeknownst to him, Lei Yutao was even more astonished. From the beginning, he had been unaware of any presence nearby. Only when he unleashed the water dragon projectile did he faintly sense a mocking laughter. Looking up, he discovered a solitary figure watching him intently. The stranger had made no effort to conceal his aura. The derisive laughter was openly uttered, yet Lei Yutao only registered it upon hearing the sound. What was the meaning of this? Oh. You have found me, have you? Li Xiao gently applauded, a tone of admiration in his voice. Quite intriguing. Where did you acquire such ninjutsu? Chapter 7, The Crimson Eye. For Li Xiao, there was no intention to deliberately conceal himself, having been discovered. He saw no harm in stepping forward. Moreover, the combat style exhibited by the individuals before him genuinely astonished him, for it was an intriguing application of ninjutsu. If his own skills stemmed from the realm of ninjas, then what could be said of these individuals? When did such techniques emerge in the modern era? As for Lei Yutao, Li Xiao's appearance sent a tremor through his heart. His intuition suggested that this individual was indeed formidable, perhaps comparable to himself, if not slightly more powerful. However, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he was not aligned with the Abilities Bureau. This revelation considerably improved Lei Yutao's own situation. Su Muran also sensed that Li Xiao was no ordinary person, yet his urgent desire to rescue Wang Zhong prompted him to dive beneath the surface. He soon discovered Wang Zhong, who was on the verge of losing consciousness. After pulling him from the depths, both men surfaced, only to witness the scene of Lei Yutao bowing in deference to Li Xiao. Who is this elder? Wang Zhong wondered aloud. Elder? Ha! Li Xiao replied with a faint smile, not directly answering the question but instead inquiring, how did you acquire your spiritual techniques? Lei Yutao hesitated briefly before responding with a cold snort, that is my secret. In his view, no matter how powerful Li Xiao might be, He was merely a shade stronger, perhaps even on par with himself. The only reason he had failed to detect Li Xiao earlier was due to his complete focus on the battle, which had caused him to be somewhat careless. Thus, he deemed it sufficient to be slightly courteous. Should this individual remain obstinate, he would not hesitate to engage in combat. Of course, some civility was necessary. But when it came to matters of personal secrets, he would not divulge them. He was not a fool. Li Xiao, in turn, appeared unconcerned and merely nodded in acknowledgement. However, their interaction did not go unnoticed by Wang Zhong, who had just emerged from the water. He stared at Li Xiao for a moment before exclaiming, "That person on the shore. This one underwater is the notorious fugitive Lei Yutao. Since you are also an ability user, why not come down and assist?" Upon hearing this, Su Moran felt a sense of foreboding. Wang Zhong, being youthful and in his early 20s, was oblivious to the treacherous nature of interpersonal relationships. Although the young man on the shore appeared powerful, his allegiances were unknown. What if his commanding tone offended the individual? Yet Su Moran refrained from interjecting, choosing instead to silently observe Li Xiao's every move. Like Lei Yutao, he believed that while Li Xiao might indeed possess strength, it was not without limits. The emergence of ability users was still a recent phenomenon, and those like Lei Yutao were already considered strong. What could this young man possibly bring to the table? Regardless of their potential prowess, he still had his own trump cards to manage the situation. However, contrary to their expectations, the young man on the shore did not react with anger to such provocation. Instead, he chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, "That is your affair. I hold no allegiance here, so why should I assist?" "No allegiance?" Su Moran exclaimed in astonishment, "My dear friend, do you not belong to any sect?" Although 3 months have elapsed since the discovery of spiritual energy within the nation, only a scant few among the common populace have managed to comprehend its significance. Those who truly delve into the study of spiritual energy are predominantly renowned sections. Even someone like Lei Yutao, a traitor of the martial gate, once celebrated as a formidable master of internal martial arts, merely underscores this point. It appears that this young man might be an exceptionally gifted ordinary individual, perhaps lacking in formidable prowess. Su Moran swiftly assessed Li Xiao's background in his mind. For someone of his age, a single utterance often suffices to unearth valuable information. Although Lei Yutao's response was somewhat delayed, he soon grasped the situation, a cold smirk involuntarily creeping across his lips. What a surprise! It turns out he is merely a blusterer. How dare a mere outsider attempt to intimidate me? Nevertheless, this individual's timely arrival presents an opportunity for him. Given that Lei Yutao's own spiritual energy was running low, especially after expending a significant portion in the recent water dragon strike, he could soon find himself facing a counterattack from Su Moran and Wang Zhong. The two, hailing from the Special Abilities Bureau, may lack finesse in spiritual techniques. Yet if they were armed with firearms or grenades, the consequences for him could be dire. Thus, he contemplated exploiting this young man, feigning an assault, and seizing the chance to escape. With this thought in mind, Lei Yutao's gaze flickered. "Of course not, but..." Li Xiao replied calmly, a smile gracing his lips. It was too late. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Su Moran felt his pupils constrict slightly. Indeed, Lei Yutao's body suddenly soared into the air, akin to a ferocious tiger lunging at Li Xiao's face. The speed was astonishing. How dare someone without a sect attempt to threaten me? I shall slay you first. Lei Yutao laughed boisterously, closing in on Li Xiao for an attack. What he intended as a feigned assault, however, soon transformed into a genuine murderous intent. The immense psychological pressure exerted by Li Xiao made him feel as though he could not escape the gaze of those eyes. Yet, throughout this encounter, Lei Yutao misjudged one crucial aspect: Li Xiao was not a benevolent soul. In fact, Li Xiao had never regarded the trio with any measure of respect. Do not rush. I have not yet finished speaking. Li Xiao grasped Lei Yutao's wrist, using his strength to effortlessly toss him back into the river. Lei Yutao was momentarily taken aback. feeling as if he were weightless, and he stared at Li Xiao in astonishment. However, this time, Lei Yutao was utterly stunned. The Li Xiao before him had transformed entirely. His eyes now glowed with an eerie crimson hue, shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance under the moonlight, exuding an aura of malevolence. I shall inquire once more, from whence do your spiritual techniques originate? The question echoed with the same intent as before, yet the tone was utterly transformed. It brimmed with aggression and dominance, as if it could bring one to the brink of death. It was akin to the frigid depths of the abyss, freezing one's very soul. Lei Yutao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You, a wandering soul without any affiliation, dare to covet my spiritual techniques? Ha!" Mid-laughter, he noticed in the shadows that Li Xiao seemed to intertwine his hands, forming a peculiar seal. That was. Lei Yutao felt a twinge of astonishment, only to be met with a cold voice. Fire release, grand fireball technique. Boom! A torrent of flames erupted, the terrifying heat swiftly engulfing Lei Yutao's lower half. Ah! His raucous laughter morphed into a harrowing scream as he writhed in the flames. Yet, Li Xiao's grand fireball was no ordinary fire. It was laced with the black flames of Amaterasu, which possessed an almost terrifying might, even in the smallest wisp. He immersed himself in the lake, but it was futile. That black flame vaporized his lower half in an instant. Lei Yutao felt no pain, only the helpless realization as he watched his body gradually disintegrate. What a joke! He wished to scream, yet no sound emerged. What on earth is this? Is this also a spiritual technique? How could such a powerful technique exist? What kind of person have I provoked? Panic replaced his ability to think. He couldn't even articulate his thoughts coherently. His body fell from the air, crashing into the water, immobile, his eyes fixated on the luminous moon above. Sizzle! The lake boiled, a thick mist rising, the nearby temperature scorching enough to induce sweat. Under the moonlight, Lei Yutao beheld a young man materialize before him. His face was shrouded in shadow, rendering his features indistinguishable, save for his blood-red eyes, which glowed like the moon, exuding an enchanting radiance. "Now, can you speak?" he asked from his elevated position, his voice devoid of emotion. Nearby, Su Moran and Wang Zhong stood frozen, scarcely daring to breathe. Chapter 8, Pieces and Monsters. These terms loomed in the minds of Wang Zhong and Su Moran. At this moment, Li Xiao's presence was overwhelmingly terrifying and absurd. Just moments ago, he had exuded warmth, but in an instant, he had transformed, instilling fear in the hearts of the two. Wang Zhong, in particular, began to regret the tone he had adopted while speaking to Li Xiao. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xiao was indifferent to their manner of speech or attitude. To him, the only matters of significance were his family and a few particular secrets. Everything else in the world held no importance. This is precisely why he had acted decisively against Lei Yutao, who possessed a unique secret, a secret akin to ninjutsu that piqued Li Xiao's interest. I don't know. I truly know nothing. Lei Yutao's voice trembled, starkly contrasting his earlier demeanor. Please, spare my life. I am merely a traitor from the martial sect. By chance, I encountered a special scroll that contained information about spiritual techniques. Out of curiosity, I learned a bit and managed to grasp one B-rank spiritual technique, but I swear, I know nothing more. This is the truth, I swear it. He incessantly repeated his claims. Li Xiao remained silent, the three tomo in his eyes slowly revolving. This was the most adept illusionary technique of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan possessed remarkable hypnotic abilities. Even those Uchiha who were not well-versed in illusions could manipulate the minds of others. As Li Xiao's Sharingan activated its hypnotic power, Lei Yutao's voice gradually became mechanical, reiterating his previous words. It appeared that this fellow was merely fortunate. However, the scroll? Where is it? Li Xiao inquired calmly. It's on my chest, the man replied dully. Li Xiao opened his clothing and indeed discovered a green scroll. After hastily glancing over it, his expression shifted. It contained records pertaining to ninjutsu. The principles were consistent, yet it detailed spiritual techniques rather than ninjutsu, which was intriguing. He did not linger on it, folding the scroll before flicking it with his fingertip. The remaining Amaterasu flames instantly engulfed Lei Yutao's body. The terrifying heat vaporized his corpse, leaving not a trace behind. This scene left Su Moran and Wang Zhong beside him shaken to their cores. They had not perceived the dark flames hidden within the orange blaze until witnessing the power of Amaterasu firsthand, which deepened their apprehension regarding Li Xiao's enigma. Such methods were beyond their comprehension. "What value do you hold?" Li Xiao inquired with a smile that was neither warm nor cold. He had never been a benevolent individual. Killing was merely an act, yet if someone could prove advantageous to him, why not exploit that opportunity? I. Wang Zhong's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and at that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of terror. The shadow of death loomed over him, scrutinized by those blood-red eyes, causing his heart to race as if he would be crushed by Li Xiao's gaze at any moment. Meanwhile, Suemo Ran reacted swiftly, promptly stating, "My lord, we can assist you in understanding this world." Li Xiao nodded slightly, gesturing for him to continue. Suemo Ran hurriedly elaborated, "Currently, the world is just beginning to experience a resurgence of spiritual energy. The nation is in turmoil, and many situations remain unstable. It is a time that demands capable individuals." Spiritual energy resurgence? Li Xiao finally heard a term that surprised him slightly, his tone reflecting a measure of astonishment. Suemo Ran, as if seizing a lifeline, immediately explained, "Yes, approximately 3 months ago, or perhaps even earlier, certain sects suddenly discovered a unique energy. After discussions, it was collectively decided to term these abilities as spiritual energy. This energy can be extracted from within the body and combined with certain domestic techniques to unleash astonishing power." Indeed, it seemed the world was rather abnormal, with the resurgence of spiritual energy. Li Xiao nodded inwardly and then inquired, "Are the top experts in the country akin to that man from earlier?" "Not at all," Suemo Ran shook his head. "Lei Yutao is merely a fugitive at most, he is not particularly formidable. As for Wang Zhong and me, we are members of the newly established Special Abilities Bureau, a nascent force still in the exploratory stage. The true top experts in the country remain an unknown, at least, I have yet to encounter them." "No, wait. I have seen individuals of such top-tier strength, like you, sir." As he concluded, it was evident he was flattering Li Xiao, a testament to his shrewdness. Li Xiao, however, derived a different flavor from this exchange. It appeared that despite Suemo Ran's impression of him as powerful, he had yet to be deemed a top-tier expert. This was indeed intriguing. Who would have thought that a resurgence of spiritual energy could occur within the country? Li Xiao did not doubt the strength of the top experts domestically. In his view, even 10 years ago, prior to the revival of spiritual energy, extraordinary talents would occasionally emerge in the nation. These individuals would likely be regarded as geniuses even in the realm of ninjas. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, those already gifted would have undergone extensive training, and the emergence of spiritual energy would allow their mental and physical fortitude to propel them forward at an astonishing pace, accelerating their cultivation remarkably. Yet, even so, Li Xiao found no cause for concern. He did not rush to inquire about the various factions within the country, as such information held little significance for him. Instead, he contemplated how to deal with these two individuals. Simply eliminating them would undoubtedly yield the lowest benefit. Even someone like Uchiha Obito ultimately required the Akatsuki to help realize certain plans. Back in the ninja world, had Li Xiao faced Uchiha Madara one-on-one, he would have certainly emerged victorious. Even against Madara's Edo Tensei state, endowed with nearly infinite stamina and chakra, Li Xiao could have easily sealed him. It was only due to that fellow's collaboration with Obito in a surprise attack that led to Li Xiao's defeat. The presence of others around us holds significant importance. These two individuals may very well assist me in realizing certain ambitions. After a brief contemplation, Li Xiao turned to face them and remarked calmly. I have a general understanding of the situation, I shall let you off this time. Upon hearing these words, Suemo Ran and Wang Zhong appeared utterly deflated, collapsing to their knees. However, Li Xiao swiftly altered his tone, raising their spirits once more. Although you both are not particularly capable, fortune favors you, as I currently require pawns for my endeavors. Wang Zhong and Suemo Ran struggled for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Li Xiao did not rush them, merely waiting in silence. Soon, Suemo Ran trembled as he inquired, My lord, may I ask what your intentions are? Merely to gather some information. Li Xiao replied nonchalantly. Do not worry, you may continue working at the Ability Bureau, for your abilities do not warrant my attention. Glancing at the scroll in his hand, he offered a faint smile, contemplating that uncovering its origins might illuminate many matters for him. Suemo Ran took a deep breath and ultimately nodded slowly, I understand. Wang Zhong, too, relented and declared, I am willing to serve your purposes, my lord. Chapter 9, The Clue of the Tailed Beasts to Li Xiao. The two pawns presented no significant challenge, particularly given their lackluster abilities that scarcely warranted his imposition of restrictions upon them. However, the feebleness of these individuals posed its own difficulties for Li Xiao. Their proficiency in combat techniques was rather inadequate, they were hardly adept even in physical skills. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xiao turned to the pair and inquired, aside from those rudimentary skills you displayed earlier, do you possess any other abilities? Rudimentary skills. Wang Zhong's expression was complex, taken aback by the critique of the martial arts he had diligently honed. With a hint of resignation, he replied, I do not possess any others. Li Xiao showed little reaction and pressed on, how is spiritual energy refined? Well, we merely utilize it instinctively, Suemo Ran responded, delivering words that left Li Xiao astounded. No wonder their combat performances were so dismal, they seemed to grasp even the fundamentals of maneuvering poorly. With instances like Wang Zhong submerging half his knee in the water flow, they likely had no understanding of how to engage properly in battle. Given this, you should come to my residence tomorrow. I shall instruct you on the ways of cultivation, Li Xiao proposed after a brief consideration. Naturally, he had no intention of providing direct instruction, as that would be too cumbersome. He merely needed to extract applicable sections from the scroll of ninjutsu and present them to the two. Even so, this would prove immensely beneficial for Suemo Ran and Wang Zhong. The two responded with excitement, Thank you, esteemed sir. Spare me the formalities, my name is Li Xiao. He replied. At that moment, a thought struck him, and a smirk played at the corners of his mouth. You may also refer to me as Uchiha Shun. The reason for this declaration was not a nostalgic yearning for his Uchiha identity, but rather an instinctual sense that the recent upheavals in the real world might be intrinsically linked to certain individuals from the ninja realm. Whether this realm was a manifestation of the infinite Tsukuyami or the tangible world, it was highly probable that Uchiha Obito lurked in the shadows. Thus, Li Xiao considered it prudent to propagate his name, potentially compelling the other to reveal themselves. Despite his current limitations in strength, should that individual truly appear, Li Xiao possessed methods to confront Uchiha Obito. Li Xiao, Uchiha Shun. Suemo Ran murmured these names, then clasped his fists in reverence. Yes, I shall remember. Wang Zhong hesitated momentarily before asking, Lordly, may I inquire about something? Speak. We are employed by the Abilities Bureau, which is under the purview of the state. While you saved us this evening, I must ask, for the sake of the people, may I report tonight's events to the authorities? Upon hearing this, Suemo Ran's expression shifted dramatically as he admonished, Fool! What on earth are you thinking? His disciple's naivety was utterly absurd. A reclusive powerhouse like Li Xiao would undoubtedly prefer to remain in the shadows, yet Wang Zhong was suggesting reporting to the state? Was he hastening his own demise? Even if one were to report, it would be prudent to do so in private, rather than vocally here. However, Li Xiao merely cast a glance at the two and chuckled lightly. It matters not. It matters not. Li Xiao's response left Su Moran in a state of bewilderment. Was his declaration a sign of fearless defiance against the state, or merely a manifestation of arrogant hubris? Despite Li Xiao's earlier demeanor, could he truly remain unfazed in the face of the nation's formidable power? Perhaps, this could also be interpreted as an overture to the state. Upon grasping this critical point, Su Moran experienced a sudden clarity. Indeed, even someone as formidable as Li Xiao refrained from eliminating him and Wang Zhong upon discovering their affiliation with the Special Abilities Bureau. If his intention was to forge an alliance with the Bureau, then all of Li Xiao's actions could be comprehended in that light. I understand now, Master Li Xiao. I shall strive to convey your might and valor to the nation, ensuring you reap the greatest benefits. Su Moran exclaimed, a spark of enthusiasm igniting within him. Should Li Xiao decide to join the Bureau, they would gain an exceptionally powerful ally and unparalleled boon. Wang Zhong looked at his master in confusion, wondering why there was such a dramatic shift in his demeanor. Li Xiao, with a smile that bordered on enigmatic, recognized that Su Moran had misinterpreted his intentions but chose not to correct him. To him, it truly mattered little, he would face whatever came with resolve. When Li Xiao returned home, it was already past midnight. For him, possessing control over his own time meant that merely 2 or 3 hours of sleep sufficed to restore his vitality, rendering sleep itself largely unnecessary. At that moment, his primary concern was the extent of his physical recovery. Though it had only been a night of training, his physical condition had transformed into that of an average human. And indeed, one of the stronger variety. Removing his shirt revealed the nascent contours of abdominal muscles, his entire physique radiated a newfound strength, starkly contrasting his previous frail appearance. Indeed, even the strength of an ordinary person suffices for me, as chakra can be harnessed to its fullest potential, Li Xiao mused, content with his current state. As long as his body remained functional, he could extract chakra, thereby employing various ninjutsu techniques. For a ninja, chakra is the very essence of existence. As for physical techniques, training would need to be pursued in due course. However, even with the acceleration of time, honing physical abilities is no trivial task. It appeared he would need to find the time to prepare some lead weights. In his previous life within the ninja realm, Li Xiao had encountered a man named Mike Guy, whose fervor for physical training was nearly obsessive, alongside his disciple Rock Lee. Both excelled in martial arts, and Li Xiao gleaned several training methods from them. The simplest of these involved binding specially crafted lead weights around various parts of the body while continuing normal training. As the body gradually adapted, the weights could be increased, and through this iterative process, one could ultimately attain a remarkable physique. However, while Li Xiao was somewhat intrigued by this idea, it was not something to be realized immediately. His pressing priority was to examine the scroll he had acquired that day. The scroll in Lei Yutao's possession piqued Li Xiao's interest. He had only caught a fleeting glimpse earlier but had noted several items related to ninjutsu. Upon reopening the scroll, Li Xiao was certain this was indeed a ninjutsu scroll, albeit incomplete, containing only a few types of ninjutsu without detailed instructions on their cultivation methods. It was no wonder that fellow could only master the rudimentary water dragon bullet. He had never tested his chakra nature nor engaged in systematic training, naturally limiting his abilities to such a degree. Li Xiao gazed at the scroll, shaking his head slightly. The scroll offered little of value, merely introducing ninjutsu, with its only peculiarity being the substitution of ninjutsu for spiritual techniques, which hardly amounted to anything of worth. It would be far more beneficial to articulate the cultivation methods himself. With this thought in mind, Li Xiao conjured the flames of chakra in his hand, instantly incinerating the scroll to ashes. His chakra nature was comprehensive, encompassing all elemental affinities: fire, wind, lightning, water, and earth, and later, through his research with Orochimaru, he would be able to wield several Kekkei Genkai, such as would release. One could say he was a versatile warrior, so burning a scroll was a trivial task. However, unexpectedly, the scorched scroll did not turn to ashes. Instead, some text began to materialize. Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he discovered astonishing words: "To the fated one, rejoice, for this world harbors extraordinary wonders, which we call tailed beasts." And this scroll is the key to finding the tailed beasts. Chapter 10: The Exciting Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Tailed Beasts. The existence of such entities in this world astonished Li Xiao, his eyes widening in disbelief as he hastily perused the entire scroll, his mind racing with conjectures. According to the scroll, the resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth did not occur 3 months ago, but rather a decade prior. It was said that during that time, nations around the globe discovered a terrifying beast formed from the convergence of celestial energy within their territories. These entities, composed of concentrated energy and adorned with tails, were henceforth referred to by humanity as tailed beasts. Subsequently, humanity embarked on a study of the tailed beasts, inadvertently acquiring what is now known as spiritual energy, thus initiating a global revival of this energy, though the tailed beasts themselves vanished from sight. Yet, the tailed beasts were not inherently mortal. They were the embodiment of the essence of heaven and earth, and with the passage of time, they would inevitably return. This scroll served as one of the keys to locating these elusive creatures. The scroll indicated that to uncover the tailed beasts, one would require both a map and a key, which would unlock their hidden sanctuary, with the scroll itself being a fragment of the map. However, only half of the map was present, necessitating the discovery of the other half to piece together the complete picture. The map described within the scroll bore a striking resemblance to that of the shinobi world. Could it truly pertain to the same tailed beasts? Li Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation when suddenly, his gaze shifted. He bit his thumb, allowing his blood to trace a mark upon his arm, and swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Summoning technique. With a resounding thud, as his hand pressed against the ground, a flurry of runes erupted like tadpoles scattering in all directions, yet no trace of any entity was to be found among them. Observing this outcome, Li Xiao fell into deep thought. The summoning technique, as its name suggests, is a jutsu capable of calling forth contract beasts, transcending the bounds of space to summon them. During his time in the shinobi world, he had successfully captured all tailed beasts from 1 to 7, nurturing them as his companions. If the tailed beasts in this world were indeed akin to those in the shinobi realm, he should have been able to summon them. Yet, the result was a void. It appeared there was a discrepancy. However, the description of the tailed beasts was undeniably accurate. With this realization, a plan began to crystallize in Li Xiao's mind. Regardless of the circumstances, the tailed beasts were of paramount importance, and he must acquire them. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, there was no need for haste. Careful planning was essential. With this thought, Li Xiao gently closed his eyes, allowing himself a brief respite. Meanwhile, at the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, situated at the heart of Green City, a pivotal hub for the entire metropolis, Li Xiao remained unaware that, in his eyes, Su Moran and Wang Zhong appeared feeble, hardly more than children, and thus he instinctively regarded them as lacking in status. However, this was Earth, where for most individuals, the mere act of barehandedly confronting a leopard was an insurmountable challenge, let alone wielding extraordinary powers. In truth, due to their ability to harness spiritual energy, Su Moran and Wang Zhong held a position of great esteem within Green City. Otherwise, Cold Wei-Ning's father would not have shown them such respect. Upon their return to the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, they immediately caught the attention of many. If Cold Wei-Ning's father were present, he would undoubtedly be astounded. For these individuals nearly epitomized the core circle of the entire Green City. Any utterance from them would send ripples throughout the metropolis. "Old Master Su, you have finally returned." A man at the forefront, clad in a black suit with streaks of gray at his temples yet exuding confidence in his stride, was none other than Yin Fansong, the deputy director of the Abilities Bureau. Upon witnessing Su Moran's return, he promptly approached, inquiring about Lei Yutao. The presence of such a person with extraordinary abilities wandering within Green City instilled a sense of unease, even in one of his stature. "He has been eliminated." Su Moran sighed. This proclamation elicited simultaneous relief from Yin Fansong and the officials behind him. For them, Lei Yutao represented a significant threat. And his removal had indeed alleviated a considerable burden from their hearts. However, Yen Fansong noticed that Suemo Ran appeared somewhat despondent. Old Master Su, having eradicated the enemy. You should be elated, why the long face? Alas, it is not that I do not wish to rejoice, but rather I have encountered a formidable adversary. At this juncture, Suemo Ran recalled the chilling, sinister gaze of Li Xiao, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He swiftly altered his tone, no. My sigh is merely a lamentation of my own inadequacies, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. To be candid, during my outing tonight, I encountered a senior. He gradually recounted his encounter with Li Xiao, with Wang Zhong occasionally providing supplementary details. In the Grand Hall. The audience nodded in agreement until they learned that Li Xiao had vanquished Lei Yutao with a single strike, at which point their expressions morphed in unison. What caliber of powerhouse is this? To annihilate Lei Yutao with a single blow, could it be a Tier 3 expert? A Tier 3 individual represents the pinnacle of the mundane world, surely he cannot be one? Might there be a peak mundane expert in Green City? Even if he is not, he must be remarkably close. Such a person must be courted with all our might by the Abilities Bureau. But what if his intentions are malevolent? Ultimately, Yen Fansong inquired, Old Master Su, did that Mr. Li Xiao convey anything else? He suggested that Wang Zhong and I visit him tomorrow. Mr. Li Xiao mentioned he would personally impart methods of cultivation to us. Oh? This exchange instantly ignited a wave of joy among the attendees. This was clearly a gesture of goodwill. The inclusion of a powerhouse like Li Xiao in the Abilities Bureau would be nothing short of splendid. Ha, splendid. We must pay a formal visit tomorrow. Observing the utmost etiquette. The director of the Security Bureau promptly declared. No one opposed, though a debate arose between those favoring ostentation and those advocating discretion. However, such matters were ultimately of little consequence. As the sun rose and sunlight streamed into the room, Li Xiao opened his eyes. Although he was already aware of his arrival on Earth, the surroundings still left him somewhat disoriented. He has lived for over a century in the shinobi world, while merely a fleeting decade has passed on Earth. Had it not been for his profound obsession from the outset, he might truly begin to doubt whether his experiences on Earth were merely a fleeting dream. Now, upon his sudden return, he finds himself somewhat ill at ease with life on Earth. Nevertheless, he has ultimately returned. Li Xiao rose to his feet, contemplating that if there were no other matters to attend to today, he would continue his cultivation, for strength remains of utmost importance to him. However, it seems his parents hold a differing perspective. Li Xiao overheard the soft conversation of his parents in the adjacent bedroom. Chapter 11 Uncle. Is your leg still hurting? Sigh, just endure it a bit longer. Our son has just awakened, and we have numerous financial obligations ahead of us. I can manage a little discomfort, but the pressing concern is how to arrange for the child. Given his innate talent, he must continue his studies. Education is the only path to a brighter future. No matter how arduous our circumstances may be, we cannot delay his progress. In some time, I shall venture out to tend to the bees. Even with a lame leg, I can still sell honey. The murmurs of his parents drifted into Li Xiao's ears, and he maintained a tranquil expression. Due to his own predicament, his parents' health was quite dire. His mother suffered from renal failure and required dialysis from time to time, while his father had a crippled leg, rendering him incapable of hard labor and reliant on his own efforts for sustenance. Perhaps the healing techniques of the ninja world could be of some assistance. Li Xiao focused chakra in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly. No. Medical ninjutsu merely accelerates cellular recovery. If an organ is damaged, it necessitates surgical intervention for replacement. Unless one possesses a forbidden technique akin to Tsunade's regenerative abilities. Such arts can only be applied to oneself and not others. Addressing his father's lameness might be straightforward. Yet his mother's renal condition would likely require substantial financial resources for a transplant. Ultimately, the crux of the matter revolved around money. A concern that did not weigh on Li Xiao's mind. He grasped the air lightly. As a top-tier ninja, financial matters had never troubled him. He understood one fundamental truth: money, at its essence, is merely currency, and when one possesses sufficient strength, one can dictate what constitutes currency. He sensed that, in a matter of days or months at most, financial difficulties would soon dissipate. "Brother, it's time for dinner." Li Qingshue's voice echoed from outside the door. Li Xiao responded, opening the door to step out. Brother, have you become more handsome?" Li Qingxue gazed at Li Xiao with a hint of surprise. The primary reason was that his complexion appeared far better than the previous day, as if he had transformed into a picture of health overnight. Li Xiao offered no elaborate explanations, merely fabricating a casual excuse to deflect her curiosity. His parents harbored no suspicions, attributing their son's rapid recovery to youth. However, once breakfast concluded, he noticed Li Qingxue had not yet departed for school, prompting a vague sense of unease within him. "What are your plans for noon?" he inquired of Li Qingxue. Mom and Dad asked me to brief you." Li Qingxue seemed to recall suddenly, slapping her forehead. "Since you woke up, all our relatives, including uncles, aunts, and cousins, will come to visit. Dad specifically mentioned that you used to be rather introverted and reluctant to greet relatives. This time, you must make an effort to speak, even if you mispronounce names. It's crucial to be polite." She meticulously relayed the instructions. And Li Xiao couldn't help but smile gently at her earnestness. He had encountered similar familial dynamics countless times in the ninja world. Initially, he was but a junior member of the Uchiha Clan, but as he matured, he gradually transitioned from greeting others to being addressed with respect as the clan leader. However, as time progressed, Li Xiao found himself utterly alone, surviving in the ninja world for several decades. To Li Xiao, the notion of relatives was merely a burden. Yet for his parents and sister, family held a deeper significance. Thus, even though Li Xiao was indifferent towards his relatives, he did not adopt an overtly frosty demeanor. "Do pay attention," Li Qingxue huffed, noticing that Li Xiao seemed distracted. "I know you're proud, but you mustn't act this way during lunch." Understood, Li Xiao replied, affectionately patting her head, which finally coaxed a smile from Li Qingxue. Recovering from a severe illness, particularly after awakening from a decade-long comatose state, was indeed a momentous occasion. Even if Li Xiao's family could not afford the expenses, relatives readily volunteered to gather others for a celebratory feast. The assembly of relatives today was summoned by his uncle. After informing Li Xiao about the midday banquet, Li Qingxue soon noticed her phone vibrating. Upon checking, she saw a message from Leng Weining, "Why didn't you come to school today?" Li Qingxue, "We're preparing to celebrate my brother's awakening." Leng Weining, "Oh. A feast, I see? That's wonderful. However, I have something to tell you." Li Qingxue, "What is it?" Leng Weining, "Do you believe in superpowers?" Li Qingxue, "What?" Leng Weining, "If I told you I could offer you a chance to cultivate superpowers, would you accept?" Upon reading Leng Weining's message, a wave of confusion washed over Li Qingxue. How had even Weining become somewhat eccentric? It seemed she was now joking with her. Sighing, she firmly declined Leng Weining's proposition and turned off her phone, furrowing her beautifully shaped brows. Although many relatives were expected today, she found them utterly disagreeable. Li Xiao's two-story self-built house nestled at the edge of a village within the city, its weathered concrete walls adorned with climbing ivy, while the cracked plastic awning rustled softly in the spring breeze. Not far from the entrance lay the main road, dotted with parking spaces. As noon approached, cars began to arrive, including a couple of Autos and BMWs, drawing curious glances from the villagers. Leaning against the rusted iron gate, Li Xiao's gaze remained cold, yet unsurprised. It was evident that his relatives were quite affluent. He could still vaguely recall his childhood. Back in the early 2000s. His father astutely identified a lucrative opportunity in food processing, subsequently calling upon his close relatives to jointly establish a spicy snack factory. Despite the humble name of Spicy Strips, this venture proved to be exceedingly profitable. Within just a month of its establishment, the factory generated substantial earnings. In those early years, when property prices in the capital were only a few thousand per square meter, such earnings were bound to provoke envy from his uncle and other relatives. At that time, my father was the primary investor, securing both opportunities and sales channels, thus he received the largest share. However, my uncles conspired to undermine his authority and ultimately expelled him from the factory. Since then, my father has severed ties with them, yet he remains despondent. For they are his own brothers. I, Li Xiao, initially believed that our families would cease all interactions, but to my astonishment, my father sought assistance from that uncle to cover his medical expenses. It is a cruel twist of fate. The shrill screech of brakes shattered my reverie. A BMW X5 came to a halt by the roadside, and the door swung open to reveal my uncle, clad in a tailored suit and noticeably portly. Following him was my aunt, draped in fur and adorned with jade, accompanied by their daughter, who was dressed in high-end designer attire. Chapter 12, The Excited Cousin for Li Xiao. That memory belonged to a distant past. The passage of 100 years in the ninja world had dulled the bitterness he once harbored, reducing it to merely a faint smile upon recollection. As for his father, he too seemed to have forgotten the matter entirely, eagerly approaching his elder brother upon seeing him. Upon their reunion, his uncle's eyes brimmed with tears as he quickly embraced Li's father, exclaiming, "Changxing, how many times have I told you not to trouble yourself to pick me up? With your leg not being well, I feel truly regretful as your elder brother." Li's father, at a loss for words, could only awkwardly reply, "It is what I ought to do. We are family, no need for such formalities. Yao Yao, quickly bring over the gifts." Supporting Li's father, the uncle led him home, and upon noticing Li Xiao, his eyes lit up. "Li Xiao? Is that you? Ha, indeed a fine young man. Do you still remember your uncle?" "Yes, uncle," Li Xiao replied with a gentle nod, acknowledging the greeting. To him, his uncle was putting on quite the show. It was hard to imagine that he was the one who had once suggested expelling Li's father from the factory. However, Li Xiao held no grievances regarding past events. Since his father remained silent, he refrained from involving himself in their sibling matters. "Oh, I have long heard that you have awakened. This is truly wonderful news. Your parents have endured much hardship these days, yet fortune has shone upon us," his uncle remarked, sighing sympathetically. He then assured Li's father, "Changxing, you need not worry about Li Zhao's future, I shall take care of it." "This may not be appropriate." Li's father hesitated, his expression showing discomfort. His pride made him reluctant to accept his brother's goodwill, yet considering Li Zhao's prospects, he fell into silence. Why would there be anything wrong? We are brothers, after all. Li Xiao is my beloved nephew, how could I possibly treat him unfairly? His uncle declared, wrapping an arm around Li's father's shoulders, exuding confidence. Li's father, though doubtful, nodded slightly. At that moment, the second uncle emerged from an Audi Q7. His uncle turned to greet him. "Old two has arrived. It has indeed been a long time." The second uncle, looking considerably slimmer with his hair dyed black and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, approached leisurely, accompanied by his handsome son and an elegantly composed wife. "It truly has been a long time," he said, offering a black cigarette to both Li's father and his brother. "Changxing, an elder brother, you both seem well." "Ha ha ha. What changes could we old fellows possibly undergo? By the way, how is your son, Jinghua? He seems quite the fine young man." His uncle chuckled, glancing at the young man behind the second uncle. The young man was the second uncle's son, named Li Yucheng. The second uncle replied, "Yucheng just graduated from an overseas school and is currently interviewing for a position at the National Security Bureau. I cannot say if he will succeed." "An overseas school? Which one?" his uncle asked, somewhat surprised. "I believe it's Tokyo University, though I'm not entirely sure." He pursued a master's degree there. But I doubt he learned much, the second uncle said with a smile. Tokyo University? At this moment, Uncle's daughter Li Yuyo exhibited a look of astonishment. This school is indeed impressive, classified as a Class A institution under the Super International University program in Fusan, holding the 28th position in the QS World University rankings. Li Qingxue, listening nearby, found herself somewhat bewildered. Although she was exceptionally beautiful and performed admirably in her studies, she was merely a 16 or 17-year-old high school student. The concepts of Class A schools and QS rankings felt exceedingly distant to her. As for her father, he sighed inwardly, for having lived a considerable number of years. He understood that the apparent cordiality between his elder and second brothers was, in fact, a veiled display of boasting. This kind of silent ostentation left him feeling powerless to refute. Ah, this is merely trifling banter. How are you, Yuyo? Uncle inquired, directing his gaze towards Li Yuyo. I am currently studying at Qingbei, she replied casually. Qingbei? How splendid! The most renowned institutions in the country are indeed Qingbei. The Li family is truly a repository of talent, Uncle remarked with great admiration. Auntie, however, interjected, oh, this girl managed to secure an internet job while studying. Earning over 100,000 a month, which has made her rather proud. In this day and age, money is remarkably easy to come by. Her words immediately plunged the vicinity into silence. It was evident to discerning eyes that Auntie was attempting to redirect attention away from her daughter, who was overshadowed. However, for Li Xiao's family, this was a different sentiment altogether. Previously, the Li Xiao family urgently needed funds, traversing various relatives' homes, ultimately borrowing a mere 400,000 from a total of about a dozen family members, including uncle, second uncle, and various other kin. Now, with Li Xiao's awakening, Auntie's boastful remarks about the ease of earning money were decidedly inappropriate. Wang Yun. Uncle coughed pointedly, glaring at her, before forcing a smile towards Li Xiao's father. Li Changxing. Women tend to enjoy grandstanding. Yuyo merely earns a bit of pocket money as a streamer, yet she carries on as if it were a monumental achievement. If we are to discuss accomplishments, none can compare to the former Li Xiao. Ah, indeed, second uncle quickly concurred. The expressions of Li Changxing and his mother gradually turned awkward. Indeed, Li Xiao had once been the most promising figure in the Li family lineage, with achievements unmatched by others. Yet, what of it? The past is ultimately the past. The current Li Xiao is merely a recently awakened patient, and nothing more. Following this incident, the conversation among the gathered relatives lost its previous liveliness. Eventually, the group entered the house, seated together, exchanging pleasantries over drinks. The adults deliberately avoided discussing matters related to Li Xiao, while the younger generation, having shared a table with him, felt differently, as they were all somewhat connected to him. Both Li Yuyo and Li Yucheng had some recollection of Li Xiao. Li Yucheng gazed at the serene Li Xiao, his expression rather complex. Once, he had regarded his cousin as exceptionally intelligent, a model held up by his parents to inspire his growth. Yet, who could have anticipated that this once promising cousin would now find himself in such a state? He spoke up, Li Xiao, what are your plans for the future? Upon hearing this, the other younger relatives at the table turned their attention towards Li Xiao. Among them were either Li Xiao's cousins or siblings, most of whom had only heard whispers about him, yet his circumstances piqued their curiosity. Li Xiao glanced at him and slowly shook his head, I don't know. Alas! Times have changed. In the past, one only needed to obtain a junior high school diploma to find work anywhere, but now it's different. Even graduates from universities struggle to secure jobs, and without a diploma, one faces considerable hardships. At this point, Li Yucheng shifted the conversation. Why not come work with me? I just returned from studying abroad and am currently preparing for the national security exam. I have a senior there who might be able to help. Li Yucheng's suggestion immediately sparked exclamations from his siblings. The National Security Bureau? Cousin, that's impressive. Cousin. Are you on the path to a promotion like in the novels? Yu Cheng's future is truly remarkable. A wave of genuine admiration swept through the group. The National Security Bureau, after all, is a prestigious institution, and those who gain entry are indeed exceptional individuals. Moreover, with Li Yucheng's connections, the envy directed towards their uncle's family intensified. However, Li Yucheng had grown weary of such flattery and quietly observed Li Xiao. Yet, Li Xiao simply smiled calmly. I won't go. Are you afraid of using your cousin's connections? Li Yucheng chuckled. Li Xiao shook his head, remaining silent. He was a person of his word. Having declined once, he saw no need to repeat himself to avoid unnecessary complications. In Li Yucheng's eyes, however, this behavior seemed excessively arrogant, prompting him to frown. Is he trying to act superior? Does he really believe he is still the prodigy of a decade ago? Never mind, he thought. He is merely a cousin fresh out of junior high. Once he steps into society and faces its challenges, he will understand what social status means. I will remain an unattainable figure for him throughout his life. With this thought, Li Yucheng felt a surge of satisfaction. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Initially assuming it was an advertisement, he paid no mind, but upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a message from his senior at the National Security Bureau, who also happened to be his interviewer. Could it be that he had passed the interview? With a trembling hand, Li Yucheng opened WeChat and found a message from the interviewer. Senior, Li Yucheng, do you have a cousin named Li Xiao? How does the senior suddenly inquire about Li Xiao? He thought. No, this is a political review. Li Yucheng quickly grasped the intent behind the inquiry and promptly replied, Li Yucheng, yes, senior. Is there an issue? Senior, just as I suspected. No worries. You've passed the interview, and you've hit the jackpot. In about 10 minutes, some leaders will meet you. At that time, please provide an overview of the Li family situation. Remember, seize this opportunity, it could be your ticket to a rapid ascent. Senior, allow me to introduce those leaders to you, they are Su Moran, Wang Zhong, and others. Passed. Moreover, the leaders themselves are going to pay a visit? My goodness! Instantly, Li Yucheng was overwhelmed with immense joy. Chapter 13, A Visit from the Security Bureau. Li Yucheng unexpectedly lost his composure. Such a display did not go unnoticed, sparking immense curiosity among those present. The uncles at the adjacent table exchanged glances, and the elder uncle spoke up, Yucheng, what brings you such joy? Ha, uncle, I'd been accepted by the National Security Bureau. And my senior mentioned that some leaders would be visiting today. Li Yucheng exclaimed with delight. To be honest, even he had not anticipated that not only would he pass the National Security Bureau's selection, but he would also receive a visit from the leadership. The moment his words sank in, a glimmer of excitement flashed across the faces of those around him. This was the National Security Bureau. Previously, Li Yucheng had merely attended an interview. Even with the backing of his senior, he could only be regarded as commendable. However, with his success in the interview, the implications were entirely different. This success signified that Li Yucheng would undoubtedly soar to great heights, transcending the ordinary ranks of society to become an individual of a completely different caliber. Even more astonishing was the fact that he would be graced with a visit from the leaders. What remarkable achievements must he possess to warrant such special treatment? In a moment, the elder uncle's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions, before he hurriedly approached Li Yucheng, clapping a hand on his shoulder, and exclaimed, Truly, you are my remarkable nephew, this is simply extraordinary. In comparison, your cousin's accomplishments seem rather modest now. You must be more accommodating towards your younger siblings in the future. The elder uncle had once believed that his daughter, Li Yueying, achieving admission to prestigious universities and earning a decent income through social media was already quite impressive. However, the sudden turn of events regarding his nephew made him realize that Li Yucheng's future was boundless, and he might even find himself seeking his nephew's assistance someday. He silently congratulated himself for attending this gathering. The other relatives quickly joined in with their congratulations, having long recognized that Yuqing was indeed a prodigy. And today's achievements were nothing short of remarkable. It seemed that the Li family was destined to produce a high-ranking official. Ha ha! It appears today is indeed a fortuitous day. Cousin Yuqing, I raise a toast to you. A myriad of flattering remarks echoed in his ears. And compared to before, the relatives displayed a notable increase in respect towards him. This made Li Yuqing feel even more elated, prompting him to glance at Li Xiao. To claim he was indifferent towards his cousin would be disingenuous. It was not that he harbored deep concern for Li Xiao, but rather a palpable sense of jealousy lingered within him. In their youth, Li Xiao had been exceedingly clever, casting a long shadow over Li Yuqing's life. Now, having achieved such astonishing success, it was Li Xiao who seemed overlooked. Today was initially intended to celebrate Li Xiao's awakening. Yet it had inexplicably transformed into a celebration of his own accomplishments, leaving Li Yuqing eager to witness Li Xiao's intriguing reaction. Regrettably, Li Xiao's eyes were as tranquil as a still ancient well, deep and unperturbed. Upon meeting Li Yuqing's gaze, he merely raised his glass slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. TCH? What a master of pretense! Li Yuqing felt a twinge of irritation, yet he maintained a composed facade, allowing only a subtle smirk to escape. It is futile, ultimately. My cousin and I are no longer on the same level. What is there to compete with a vegetative state? At this moment, my uncle Li Jinghua hurriedly approached, astonished, and inquired, Yuqing, did you say a leader is coming to visit? How significant is this leader? Li Jinghua's heart soared. Despite possessing assets amounting to around 10 million, he felt utterly insignificant in the presence of high-ranking officials. Now, hearing that his son claimed a leader would be visiting, he was overwhelmed with excitement, his face flushed, and his entire demeanor heightened. I glanced at my phone, where my senior had sent me a message, and I struggled to contain my rising excitement. To my astonishment, the number of leaders visiting exceeded my expectations. The highest ranking among them were two individuals, one named Su Moran, 58 years old, who appeared to be the director of personnel at the National Security Bureau. The other, even more formidable, was Yin Fansong, the deputy director of the National Security Bureau. Merely the thought of these two individuals left me utterly dumbfounded. I never anticipated that my standing would attract such high-caliber leaders for a direct inspection. However, this seemed implausible. I am merely a graduate student. Even if I excel academically, it shouldn't lead to such an extraordinary situation. With this thought, I anxiously inquired of my senior, who promptly responded, you are indeed correct, the leader's visit is not due to your merit. They are merely inspecting the vicinity and require your assistance in introducing the local culture. Nevertheless, you are fortunate to be in the right place at the right time, perform well, and you may leave a lasting impression on the leaders. Upon hearing my senior's explanation, I sighed in relief, yet my excitement intensified. Indeed, the leader's inspection might not be linked to me, but my presence here is a testament to my good fortune. Little did I know. The reason Su Moran and his team sought me out was due to the Ability Bureau's overnight investigation into Li Xiao's network, uncovering that I was Li Xiao's cousin. Consequently, it was suggested within the Bureau to use the pretext of visiting me to approach Li Xiao, thereby maintaining a low profile while having a legitimate reason for the visit. Although Su Moran and Yin Fansong were leaders of the Ability Bureau, their authority allowed them to transition seamlessly between the National Security Bureau, leading to today's events. Despite my ignorance of the underlying reasons, my excitement remained unabated. Upon sharing the news with Li Jinghua, he beamed with pride, nodding repeatedly, excellent. Truly, my son is remarkable. Ha ha ha. My cousin is becoming increasingly impressive. Li Qingxue, witnessing this, felt a twinge of envy. At merely 16 or 17, seeing her cousin achieve such success undoubtedly stirred her emotions. Are you envious? Li Xiao asked her. A bit, Li Qingxue nodded gently, then clenched her fist. But I will work even harder. I aspire for our family to enjoy such a life as well. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth in amusement. His sister indeed harbored such lofty ambitions, which he found commendable and resolved not to interfere. Meanwhile, the other relatives showered Li Yuqing with even more compliments, positioning him at the center of attention, as if he were the protagonist of the world, with no one daring to contest his brilliance. At that moment, the sound of two extended Hongqi vehicles arriving at the entrance interrupted the scene, and a group of individuals soon disembarked. Leading the procession were several individuals clad in administrative jackets, prominently including Su Moran. Besides Su Moran, Wang Zhong took the role of the escort, sporting a crew cut that lent him a somewhat military demeanor, exuding an aura of decisiveness and authority. The relatives had already been craning their necks in curiosity, and upon spotting the newcomers, they gasped in astonishment. "That's Wang Zhong. I recognize him, he is the scion of the Wang family from Yuzhou, a true youthful talent. But why would young Master Wang be here? Could it be that he is also seeking Li Yuqing?" At this realization, everyone in the room was once again taken aback, casting envious glances toward Li Yuqing. Today, he was indeed experiencing a remarkable turn of fortune. Li Yuqing, radiating with delight, quickly tidied his appearance and hurriedly made his way to greet them. Chapter 14 Mr. Li. Knock, knock. As Wang Zhong knocked on the door, Li Yuqing hurriedly went to greet him. At that moment, everyone finally caught a clear glimpse of Wang Zhong's visage. This man was of robust stature, with piercing eyes that exuded an inexplicable aura of authority, leaving onlookers in awe. Those familiar with him were well aware that Wang Zhong was merely 25 years old, yet he held a significant position within the security bureau, suggesting an exceptionally promising future ahead. Yet, despite such stature, this esteemed individual greeted Li Yuqing with warmth. Truly, he was indeed the scion of the Wang family. A remarkable young talent. Li Zhao's cousins gasped in astonishment. With Wang Zhong's arrival, no one in the Li family dared to boast, for regardless of their own accomplishments, they could never compare to Wang Zhong. This realization swelled the pride of the second uncle, Li Jinghua, causing him to stand even taller. The fact that his son had caught the attention of such an individual was a clear indication that his son was destined for greatness. "You are Wang Zhong, Mr. Wang, I presume?" Li Yuqing hastily approached, his face adorned with a broad smile as he extended his hand. In his eyes, Wang Zhong represented the pinnacle of those he could address. The officials clad in administrative jackets behind Wang Zhong were far beyond his reach. "Who are you?" Wang Zhong noticed the humble demeanor of Li Yuqing and was slightly taken aback. "I am Li Yuqing." He quickly introduced himself. "I am the one who passed the interview today." "Interview? Oh, I understand." Wang Zhong nodded slowly, though he hardly recalled any interviewee, as it was of no concern to him. His primary aim was to locate Li Xiao, nothing more. They had calculated that the Li family would likely host a gathering due to Li Xiao's circumstances, thus choosing to visit discreetly. As countless thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Zhong maintained a composed exterior, offering a slight smile and a pat on Li Yuqing's shoulder, saying, "Well done." Such praise sent Li Yuqing's spirits soaring. However, Wang Zhong's next statement left him utterly bewildered. "You are a member of the Li family, hence you must know Mr. Li Xiao, correct? Could you guide us?" Wang Zhong's reasoning was straightforward. With so many relatives in the Li family, having a family member introduce Li Xiao would significantly bridge the gap between them. Yet, upon hearing these words, Li Yuqing felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him. What is this? Why does Mr. Wang Zhong seek out Li Xiao? What does he have to do with Li Xiao? Stammering, he exclaimed, "What Li Xiao, Mr. Wang? You must be mistaken." You do not know Mr. Li Xiao?" Now it was Wang Zhong's turn to frown, pressing further, "Isn't your family gathering today in celebration of Mr. Li Xiao's awakening?" Li Yuqing was completely at a loss. Yes, Wang Zhong was correct, their family gathering was indeed to celebrate Li Xiao's awakening. However, that did not make sense. What connection did Li Xiao have with the security bureau? Why would the bureau be seeking out Li Xiao? His mind had completely shut down, and nearby, Li Yuyo numbly pointed in a direction, saying, "My cousin is over there." While she felt a twinge of doubt and incredulity, she instinctively wanted to know what Wang Zhong and the others were seeking from Li Xiao. The crowd followed the direction Li Yuyo indicated and indeed saw Li Xiao sitting serenely in the center of the banquet, eyes closed in tranquil meditation. This sight evoked a shiver in both Wang Zhong and Su Moran, reminiscent of Li Xiao's demeanor in the early hours. Yet, it was unmistakably Li Xiao. Indeed. It is Mr. Li. Wang Zhong's eyes sparkled with recognition, and he immediately sought to approach. Meanwhile, Li Yucheng had regained his composure and hurriedly called out to him, "Mr. Wang, weren't you here to find me? I ranked third in this year's written examination for the Security Bureau." Third? Wang Zhong was momentarily taken aback. How could such a modest rank suffice for entry into the Security Bureau? Were it not for Li Xiao's influence, this Li Yucheng would likely have been dismissed outright. Nevertheless, Li Yucheng did possess potential utility. Intelligence suggested that Li Xiao was a person of considerable familial devotion. If he could first win the favor of Li Xiao's parents, subsequent endeavors might proceed more smoothly. With this thought in mind, Wang Zhong smiled warmly and inquired, "Rest assured, I certainly remember you. Mr. Li Yucheng. As a member of the Li family, could you enlighten me as to the identities of Mr. Li Xiao's parents?" "Li Xiao's parents? My uncle and aunt." Li Yucheng's mind took a moment to process, before he pointed to the somewhat bewildered Li Changqing and Li Mu standing nearby. "They are the ones." Upon glancing over, Wang Zhong beheld Li Xiao's father, Li Changqing. His skin was deeply tanned, and he leaned on a cane, his rough wrists marred with scars. His clothing faded and patched from frequent washing, marking him as the most impoverished individual at the banquet. Beside him stood Li Xiao's mother, her fingers gripping the frayed edge of her apron, knuckles roughened from years of exposure to cold water. These two, in everyday life, represented the quintessential working class, reduced to such a state due to their son's circumstances. Yet today, it was precisely because of their son that their status was poised for a dramatic transformation. Wang Zhong took a deep breath, swiftly retrieving the gifts he had brought along, and approached them. "Uncle, aunt. This is a small token of appreciation I have brought for you. Please accept it." He placed 2 bottles of Mao Tai at Li Changqing's feet. And keen observers would notice the conspicuous layering of cigarettes and cash beneath the Mao Tai, representing the highest standard of gift-giving, subtle yet immensely valuable. Furthermore, it was Wang Zhong who was presenting this gift. How could this be? Li Changqing hesitated momentarily before hastily gesturing to refuse, rendered speechless and unsure of how to respond. However, Su Moran quickly stepped forward, grasping his hand earnestly. "Brother, you should just accept it. This is nothing for the Security Bureau. Why are you giving us gifts?" Li Mu asked, her expression one of bewilderment. At present, the individuals before her were unfamiliar. Yet their attire alone conveyed their stature as prominent figures. Typically, one would expect such high-ranking officials to remain detached from personal matters throughout their lives, yet here they were, bowing and scraping to present gifts. What could this signify? Su Moran chuckled heartily, attributing the situation to Mr. Li Xiao. "You are fortunate to have such a wonderful son." In an instant, the relatives, who had been filled with curiosity, were rendered speechless. Who else could be the son of Li Changqing but Li Xiao? Yet, what connection did the visit from the Security Bureau have with Li Xiao? After all, he had been in a comatose state for a decade. The abruptness of this transformation was simply astonishing. Chapter 15, eager to bow and scrape. "What has my son done?" Li Changqing asked, still in a daze. XMRN quickly forced a smile and replied, "Oh, he has accomplished some remarkable feats. It would hardly be an exaggeration to say he deserves a first-class merit award. By the way, Brother Li, I noticed you are hosting a banquet. Might we old fellows join in the revelry?" For XMRN, having seen Li Xiao at the banquet, it was only a matter of time before he approached him. There was no need to rush. Instead, he thought it prudent to cultivate a closer relationship with Li Xiao's parents. This would undoubtedly facilitate future conversations with Li Xiao himself. Observing his age, it was evident that he was perceptive. Mr. Li Xiao did not seem to possess a particularly flamboyant disposition. Thus, an impulsive approach might risk displeasing him, as it would be too conspicuous. Of course you can. Li Changqing, realizing the situation, promptly invited them to take their seats. Alongside XMRN, Wang Zhong and Yin Fansong, two other middle-aged gentlemen of notable standing joined them, yet they remained discreet, merely offering a slight gesture of congratulations towards Li Xiao as they settled in. Li Xiao acknowledged them with a nod, refraining from further conversation. However, the relatives suddenly erupted in a flurry of speculation. What was the true nature of the Changqing family? The identities of these guests were undeniably impressive. Aside from the security bureau, who were the other dignitaries present? They appeared formidable indeed. What had Li Xiao accomplished? Did you not hear Elder X just now? Li Xiao has achieved first-class merit. What? That is extraordinary. Oh dear, I initially thought our Li family had produced a prodigious talent in Yu Chang. But it seems Li Xiao is even more remarkable. I always believed that boy was astute from a young age. His future achievements would surely be significant. Who could have anticipated such a swift rise? Within mere moments, the relatives' perceptions of the Li family had undergone a dramatic reversal. As for Li Yuchang and Li Yuyao, they were momentarily dazed, exchanging astonished glances. Their uncles hastily approached. Son, Uncle Li Zhengui inquired cautiously. What is going on here? I do not know, I am utterly in the dark. Li Yuchang murmured, his composure teetering on the brink of collapse. Just moments ago, when he learned that these dignitaries were visiting him, he had felt elated, believing himself to be the center of attention. The most accomplished member of the Li family, ready to bask in glory. Yet, who could have foreseen that this honor would be swiftly usurped by his cousin? Li Xiao? What, then, did his earlier demeanor resemble? He felt akin to a mere jester. This uncle's face was troubled. Truth be told, he too wished to delve into the matter, yet he remained perplexed about what had transpired. Those who seemed to be leaders were strangers to him. What connection did they have to him? Li Yuyo discerned his discomfort and softly remarked, Father. The gentleman at the forefront is Yin Fansong, Director Yin, our Vice Director of the Yuzhou Security Bureau. What? Her uncle's face expressed astonishment. What a joke! A person of such prominence could, under normal circumstances, dictate the fate of their modest snack factory with a mere utterance. Yet, at this moment, he was treating Li Changqing with such courtesy? Before he could fully process this revelation, Li Yuyo continued, Wang Zhong and Su Moran are well-known figures, as I previously mentioned. The individual seated beside them is the second in command of our Green City, a person of considerable power, truly among the elite. The second in command of Oasis. This revelation left not only her uncle in shock, but even her second uncle appeared momentarily dazed. How could this be possible? How could such fortune befall the Changqing family? It simply shouldn't be. He was at a loss as to how to accept the reality before him. Just moments ago, he had been basking in his own self-importance before Li Changqing, yet now, Li Changqing had leaped to associate with such illustrious figures? As for the last silent individual, our vice director of the Green City Police Station, his authority was beyond question. With a sigh, Li Yuyo concluded her remarks. Her acquaintance with such influential figures stemmed from her role as a broadcaster. Online, she had garnered a considerable following. For localities, when a broadcaster's fan base reaches a certain threshold, they often catch the attention of local authorities, who sometimes seek collaboration for promotional endeavors, particularly concerning fire safety, anti-fraud campaigns, and tourism. This frequently led Li Yuyo to interact with official personnel and occasionally meet some affable dignitaries. Yet, in the eyes of those prominent individuals, she was merely a small-time broadcaster. Were it not for her fan count, it is likely that she would not even merit a glance in ordinary circumstances. However, the current situation was astonishing. Those illustrious figures, whom she had painstakingly memorized in hopes of making a favorable impression upon their eventual meeting, were now exhibiting such deference towards Li Xiao's parents. No, this demeanor could scarcely be termed as mere courtesy, it verged on obsequiousness. What on earth was happening? Both her uncle and second uncle now bore pallid expressions, cold sweat trickling forth. A glance exchanged between them revealed the incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. Damn it! What extraordinary luck had Li Xiao stumbled upon? Despite their previous cordiality towards the Li family, it was merely a facade. Knowing that the Li family had no hope of resurgence, their friendliness was simply for show. The ties between their families had been irrevocably severed when they had united to oust Li Changqing from the factory years ago. As for the meager financial assistance they had offered, it was akin to tossing coins to a beggar. Their combined fortunes had long surpassed millions. Yet they had only lent Li Changqing a mere 100,000, appearing benevolent while merely seeking to soothe their own consciences. They had long since closed the door on any reconciliation. Yet now, Li Changqing had staged a remarkable comeback? The two men felt a buzzing in their heads, however. As they observed Su Moran and the others exchanging toasts, the elder uncle gritted his teeth and remarked, in the grand scheme of things, it is merely a matter of Li Xiao achieving a feat. I believe the leaders are simply putting on a show. What do we have to fear? Does he truly think he can turn the tide? Indeed, we have been unnecessarily anxious. The second uncle promptly nodded, unable to suppress a sigh of relief. Let us also raise a toast. If Longqing can forge connections, why can't we? They shared a knowing smile and hurried towards the banquet. At that moment, Su Moran and the others were reveling in their merriment. Someone mentioned that this feast was held to celebrate Li Xiao's recovery, prompting Su Moran to slap his forehead and swiftly rise with a glass in hand. His movement triggered a chain reaction. Those behind him, including Wang Zhong, Yin Fansong, and two silent leaders, all stood up, glasses raised, hastily approaching Li Xiao. Congratulations on your recovery, Mr. Li Xiao. I raise a toast to you, Su Moran declared, striving to appear magnanimous and indifferent. Yet, it was evident to all that he held Li Xiao in excessive reverence. His back bent, transforming his once upright posture into a humble bow, as if he wished to pour wine for Li Xiao. Ultimately, the two gently clinked their glasses, with Su Moran's cup not daring to surpass Li Xiao's. Witnessing this scene, the elder uncle, the second uncle, as well as Li Yuqing and Li Yuyo, were left utterly astonished. Chapter 16, Wu Yan. Li Xiao, an extraordinary individual, emerged as one of the second batch of beings exhibiting what could be deemed superhuman prowess following the resurgence of spiritual energy. For the intelligence department of Green City, such superhuman capabilities are a rare find. Once encountered, if not adversaries, they must be courted with utmost fervor. Absent a figure of superhuman strength to safeguard a city, the outcome may mirror the recent debacle involving Su Moran and Wang Zhong, who were left at the mercy of a fugitive. This urgency was the driving force behind Yin Fansong and his companion's haste to meet with Li Xiao. Mr. Li, we had arranged to visit you today. This should not be deemed overly ostentatious, correct? Su Moran's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety. Not at all, Li Xiao replied, gently shaking his head and offering tea in lieu of wine. In truth, he was somewhat astonished. What had begun as a mere consideration to cultivate a few informants had unexpectedly escalated, with Su Moran and Wang Zhong's status exceeding his expectations, prompting their grand approach today. Nevertheless, their discernment alleviated much of Li Xiao's potential troubles. Mr. Li, I am Yin Fansong, Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. Yin Fansong, wearing a broad smile, presented his business card and slightly bowed as he extended his hand to Li Xiao. His demeanor elicited astonished expressions from the surrounding relatives. Even the typically composed Li Qingxue found herself unable to remain still, her head buzzing with confusion. What is happening here? When did my brother earn such an esteemed accolade? And how did he forge such a connection with a figure of this stature? A thought struck her. Wait. Perhaps this esteemed leader is simply a kind-hearted individual who is aware of my brother's recent recovery, hence his amiable demeanor? Yes, that must be it, Li Qingxue concluded, nodding earnestly to herself. After his introduction, Yan Fansong exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong immediately grasped the cue, producing a large box from seemingly nowhere. He then grinned and announced, "Mr. Li, in recognition of your remarkable service, our government has decided to award you a cash prize of 2 million yuan." He opened the box to reveal a dazzling array of red banknotes. This revelation left the assembled relatives utterly flabbergasted. What has Li Xiao done to deserve this? This is far too intriguing, they mused. And 2 million yuan, at that. How effortlessly he has acquired it. For a moment, everyone was in a daze. Having just witnessed Li Xiao's household in a state of poverty, only to now find themselves in a position where they could not even aspire to his newfound fortune. Unbeknownst to them, Su Moran and the others had initially arrived without cash or gifts, but upon discovering Li Xiao's circumstances the previous evening, they understood the need to make a favorable impression. Thus, they hastily arranged for the cash. 2 million yuan, neither a penny more nor less, was precisely sufficient to clear Li Xiao's family debts, with a little remaining thereafter. A small portion of cash was also tucked within the Moutai liquor, though that could only be regarded as pocket change. "Thank you," Li Xiao said, a faint smile gracing his lips, which left Wang Zhong utterly astonished. He cast a brief glance at Su Moran and the others, noticing their discomfort, and rose to his feet, stating with a calm demeanor, "Please follow me, it is not convenient to converse here." Understood. Su Moran and the others instantly tensed. Their intentions unmistakable, and it was evident that Li Xiao was fully aware of their purpose. The implication was clear, he was inviting them to speak privately. They hastily followed Li Xiao into the courtyard. Once they exited, the relatives inside, who had been whispering amongst themselves, erupted into a frenzy. "What on earth has Li Xiao done? This is astonishing. Qingxue, could you inquire whether your brother is still in need of a girlfriend? Perhaps an aunt could introduce him to someone. My goodness, that is a high-ranking official. Why is he being so cordial with Li Xiao? This is truly remarkable. The Li family is becoming increasingly formidable." At that moment, Li Qingxing, Li's mother, and even Li Qingxue found themselves in the spotlight, basking in the adoration of the crowd. "Shenghua, what shall we do?" The elder uncle, witnessing the scene unfold, paled visibly. If the connections between his family and Li Xiao's were to come to the attention of those influential leaders, what would become of his daughter's future? What would happen to their family's prospects? Li Jinggua's countenance darkened further as he shook his head repeatedly, muttering, "I do not know." Li Yucheng and Li Yueying exchanged no words, yet they sensed that their fortunate days might be drawing to a close. Su Moran and the others followed Li Xiao to the outer courtyard. The yard, unadorned yet spacious, approximately half the size of a football field, was littered with tires in the corners. A doghouse near the house, and further away stood a gazebo adorned with ripening grapes. This was the result of Li Xiao's father taking up tire collection after the closure of the spicy snack factory. A venture that had sadly ceased when he injured his leg, yet the yard remained. Today, however, it was alive with activity. Li Xiao's light laughter echoed. "I beg your pardon, esteemed sir." Su Moran quickly clasped his hands in respect. "Not at all, I bear no ill will. However, I must admit, I am surprised by the number of you present." Li Xiao shot a glance at Yin Fansong, who promptly bowed. To this, Li Xiao merely chuckled softly, shifting his gaze to Su Moran and Wang Zhong, saying, "Though my desire to mentor you is somewhat unintentional, I am a person of clear distinctions between gratitude and grievance. Beyond fulfilling my promise to teach you cultivation, I can also grant you one request. You may contemplate what that might be." "Thank you, esteemed sir." Su Moran and Wang Zhong exhaled in relief. They had indeed made the right bet. It was clear that offering assistance in times of need would earn Li Xiao's favor. Although 200,000 was trivial to Li Xiao, it nonetheless alleviated a minor annoyance. Observing their reaction, Li Xiao chose not to elaborate further. Instead, He formed hand seals and lightly struck the ground. Spirit communication technique. Instantly, black runes spread outward, and a burst of white mist erupted, revealing a scroll within. This contained the ninjutsu and chakra refinement methods that Li Xiao had prepared earlier that morning. He casually tossed the scroll to Susano'os Ran and remarked indifferently, "The foundational training and some ninjutsu are included within, you may return now." The crowd stood frozen in place, bewildered. What was that just now? A summoning technique? Incredible! Their minds were overwhelmed with astonishment. A mere technique had the power to conjure a scroll out of thin air, akin to a divine miracle. Yet, for Li Xiao, it appeared to be nothing extraordinary. Yin Fansong, regaining his composure, exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you, Lord Li Xiao." The others quickly echoed, "Many thanks, Lord Li Xiao." If previously there had been any doubt among Yin Fansong and the others regarding Li Xiao's prowess, they were now utterly convinced of his might. Their respect for Li Xiao intensified, their eyes filled with awe. Li Xiao remained silent. To him, this was merely a fleeting event. He had gradually acclimated to this world and was keen to enhance his strength to seek out the tailed beasts. Indeed. The crowd dared not linger, offering their respectful thanks before departing in unison. Once they boarded the red flag vehicle, Yin Fansong instantly adopted a serious demeanor, addressing the group. "What do you all think of Lord Li Xiao's true strength?" His words, once filled with reverence, now brimmed with scrutiny and caution. For individuals of their stature, wearing dual faces was commonplace, especially after witnessing Li Xiao's capabilities. Their respect had morphed into trepidation. A human possessing such terrifying abilities, if not harnessed for their own purposes, could spell utter disaster for society. Li Xiao, of course, could sense their thoughts. Yet, for someone who had survived nearly a century, such calculations were commonplace. In this world, there existed no genuine friendships, everything revolved around interests. As long as they did not present him with direct trouble, he would remain indifferent. Beside him, Susano'os Ran remarked, "He must be at least a Tier 3. Tier 3. Yin Fansong inhaled deeply, his gaze heavy with gravity. Currently, the world was in the nascent stages of spiritual energy resurgence, and extraordinary individuals were simply categorized into Tier 1, 2, and 3. Among these, Tier 3 represented the pinnacle of the mundane realm. Higher tiers, 4, 5, and 6, were not to be discussed as they transcended mortal boundaries. While Li Xiao was recognized as Tier 3 by Susano'os Ran, Yin Fansong was more concerned that such a formidable individual could not be allowed to operate without checks and balances, lest he become uncontrollable. "We must consult the imperial capital to see if there are any other Tier 3 powerhouses available, and ensure that they dispatch someone promptly. Green City cannot allow Li Xiao to dominate alone," Yin Fansong commanded decisively. Beside him, Wang Zhong exclaimed in astonishment, "Director Yin, must it be so? Mr. Li Xiao has treated us so well." "So well? You have a rather optimistic perspective." Yin Fansong sighed. "Wang Zhong, one must never judge solely by appearances. If Green City has only Li Xiao as its sole powerhouse, what do you think he would do? It is quite simple, desires will gradually collide, and behaviors will become increasingly excessive. Ultimately, if one were to commit murder in the streets, how do you believe we should handle the situation? What can we do?" After a moment's pause, he sighed, stating, "Personal strength does not equate to a sound mind. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the rate of crime has surged. Countless superhumans have engaged in murder, robbery, and violence. The malevolence harbored within the hearts of individuals is a gamble we cannot afford to take. We must maintain equilibrium." Wang Zhong was left speechless, only vaguely sensing the complexity of this world. Su Muran, however, observed with a smile, "Wang Zhong, do not be overly concerned. We do not intend to act against Mr. Li Xiao, we are merely taking precautions. 2 third-tier powerhouses, particularly those at odds, can create a balance. This is both a rule and an inevitability." "I understand now." Wang Zhong inhaled deeply. Meanwhile, the silent deputy chief of the police station had begun making phone calls. Yes. There has been a third-tier powerhouse emerge in Green City. Considering his age, he should be around 25, having been in a coma for nearly 10 years. Are you suggesting that during this decade of unconsciousness, his body naturally assimilated spiritual energy, leading to his mutation? That implies his physique is exceedingly formidable. What? He nodded repeatedly on the phone, his expression shifting to one of profound shock. This could pose a significant problem, if that individual arrives. Then this Li Xiao is likely. Yes, I understand, I will inform Director Yan and the others. Yan Fansong had been observing the deputy chief's transformation. And upon hearing him hang up, he immediately inquired, "What is the situation?" They indicated that they are sending Wu Yan. The deputy chief of the police station whispered. What? A wave of astonished inquiries erupted within the vehicle. Whether it was Su Muran, Wang Zhong, or Yan Fansong, all three wore expressions of disbelief. That is Wu Yan, a recently renowned third-tier fire element superhuman. His fame is attributed to his notoriously foul temper and his penchant for battle, often looking down upon those of similar strength. Once this individual arrives in Green City, given his disposition, a confrontation with Li Xiao is likely to ensue in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, it may not be an ordinary fight. Why would they send Wu Yan? I merely intended to balance the power of Li Xiao but never anticipated a life-and-death struggle between these two. Yan Fansong articulated nervously. The deputy chief of the police station, feeling helpless, explained, according to the higher-ups, although Li Xiao is immensely powerful, he has been in a coma for 10 years, his psychological resilience may be inadequate, making him more susceptible to deviating from the right path. Thus, sending Wu Yan serves to test the limits of Li Xiao's character. Another reason is that a secret realm has recently opened in the capital, abundant in spiritual energy, leading to an increase in third-tier powerhouses. Wu Yan was originally designated to be dispatched to Green City, and he will not be the only one. More powerful individuals will gradually arrive in Green City, with Wu Yan merely being the vanguard. Upon hearing the deputy chief's explanation, the group felt their minds buzzing with confusion. A new celestial realm has unexpectedly emerged within the capital city, implying that the number of third-tier warriors might soon increase. However, the issue lies in the fact that Wu Yan and Li Xiao possess utterly incompatible temperaments, akin to fire and water. Judging by Li Xiao's demeanor, it seems likely that a confrontation with Wu Yan could erupt instantaneously. Suddenly, Yan Fansong's phone rang. Observing an unfamiliar number, he hesitated momentarily before answering. Hello? A gruff voice responded, Are you Yan Fansong? Yes, may I ask who is this? I am Wu Yan, the voice declared loudly. I have heard there is a formidable individual in your midst named Li Xiao. Mr. Wu Yan, you must be mistaken. Ha ha ha. Have him clean himself up and wait for me. I've never encountered anyone more formidable than myself. I want to see what he is truly made of. With that, the call was abruptly terminated, leaving Yan Fansong no chance to reply. The bystanders exchanged glances, each harboring a growing sense of foreboding. This situation was bound to deteriorate. Sighing, Yan Fansong felt bitter. Who would have anticipated that such a person would be dispatched from above? Ha, let's take it one step at a time, Su Moran cheerfully proposed. I reckon our Green City's realm will soon open as well. When that happens, as we gain more third-tier warriors, we won't need to worry about such matters. Su Moran himself was remarkably optimistic, smiling brightly as he spoke. Besides, I stand with Mr. Li Xiao. To be candid, I intend to inform him about Wu Yan's challenge. Let us just hope they don't come to blows, Yan Fansong urged hastily, sensing a looming complication of immense proportions. Chapter 17, Disparities within the Third Tier. Half a day later, as relatives dispersed, Li Xiao finally found solace. Naturally, his sister and parents were brimming with questions, particularly regarding the origin of his first-class merit. To ease their concerns, Li Xiao casually fabricated an excuse, allowing his parents to rest easy. With newfound wealth at home, the debts would soon be settled, alleviating one of Li Xiao's burdens. Additionally, he seized the opportunity to purchase a mobile phone. Having been in a coma for nearly a decade, Li Xiao was somewhat taken aback by the advancements of the modern world. Fortunately, during his slumber, smartphones had already emerged, so he was not entirely out of his depth. With his sister Li Qingxiu as assistants, he registered a phone number and retrieved his Penguin account from a decade ago, subsequently adding Su Moran as a friend. Upon adding him, Su Moran immediately sent a voice message. Su Moran, Master Li Xiao, I have urgent matters to report. Li Xiao furrowed his brow as he opened the voice message. After a reluctant listen, he quickly typed back, do not send voice messages, use text instead. Su Moran, understood, Master. I'll have Wang Zhong type it out, being an old man, only know how to write with a pen. Su Moran, bad news, a third-tier master will soon arrive in Green City. Possessing formidable strength and likely harboring considerable animosity towards you. Third tier? Upon receiving this information, Li Xiao felt a twinge of surprise. What constitutes third-tier strength? Su Moran replied, in classification, the third tier represents the pinnacle of mortals. Individuals like Wang Zhong and myself are merely beginning to grasp spiritual energy. Stronger than the average person, but only at the threshold of the first tier. The individual you dispatched yesterday, Lei Yutao, was at the second tier. While your ability to wield techniques freely places you firmly in the realm of third-tier masters. A wry smile crossed Li Xiao's face, he found himself rather underestimated. He remained non-committal to Su Moran's assertions. With a limited perspective, Su Moran could not fathom Li Xiao's true position. For someone of Li Xiao's caliber, the notion of tier distinctions was utterly trivial. He could effortlessly vanquish 1,000 opponents at the same tier, each lacking the capacity to even engage him. This was the strength of the ninja realm's apex. However, Li Xiao was indifferent to hollow titles. He could discern from Su Moran's tone that the impending third-tier master was likely drawn to him due to the leaks from the individuals earlier that day. Yet, Li Xiao remained unfazed and responded, it matters not, if he harbors hostility, I shall eliminate him. For now, I wish to ascertain one thing, where did this scroll originate? Li Xiao snapped a photo of the scroll that had been burned last night and sent it to Su Moran. This scroll had fallen from Lei Yutao and contained the location of a tailed beast, depicted as a map. Regrettably, it was merely a fragmented half. Alone, Li Xiao found it challenging to conduct an investigation. At this juncture, the roles of Su Moran and Wang Zhong became evident, as agents of the Special Abilities Bureau. Their official status would greatly aid in the acquisition of information. Su Moran promptly uploaded the image sent by Li Xiao onto the official forum of the Ability Bureau. Before long, he received a response from an expert, which he immediately relayed, my lord, according to the adept within the Bureau. This is likely a product of a secret realm. A secret realm? Li Xiao's interest was piqued. His intuition suggested that this might be intricately linked to the mysteries of the world's mutations. Indeed, in recent years, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, portals to different dimensions have intermittently opened across the globe. These realms possess geographical environments starkly dissimilar to Earth, teeming with dense spiritual energy and terrifying foes. However, despite the immense dangers posed by these secret realms, they yield astonishing wealth. According to accounts from other experts, this scroll you possess likely originates from a secret realm located at the border between Green City and Bianjing. Li Xiao's pupils contracted as he pressed further. What is the exact location? My lord, that secret realm is currently closed, with the next opening scheduled for the end of May. Its specific location is in Muzhou. Li Xiao immediately opened the map navigation to check. Muzhou was a county still under the jurisdiction of Green City, with Bianjing just beyond. After confirming the location, a flicker of determination sparked in his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to venture into the secret realm. The value of the tailed beast was undeniable, and he must seize it. Noticing Li Xiao's prolonged silence, Su Moran cautiously inquired, my lord, do you intend to go to Muzhou? Yes. May I accompany you? Let us discuss it later. Upon sending this response, Li Xiao suddenly recalled that he needed to prioritize his physical training regimen. Specifically the weighted training methods employed by Rock Lee and Night Guy. He communicated this to Su Moran, who promptly sent him a link. Upon opening it, Li Xiao discovered that it was the official research channel of the Ability Bureau, brimming with treasures unearthed from the secret realms, albeit requiring merit points for exchange. A brief glance revealed numerous intriguing items: fruits capable of enhancing spiritual energy or chakra, scrolls documenting formidable spiritual techniques, and powerful contract beasts. The variety far exceeded Li Xiao's expectations, and in that instant, he realized that this so-called secret realm might hold connections to the ninja world, albeit tenuously, representing a much broader universe. Fascinating, truly fascinating. His anticipation for unraveling the mysteries of this world grew exponentially. Observing these items, Li Xiao felt a surge of emotion. This world surpassed his imagination, revealing the existence of such intriguing phenomena as secret realms. Moreover, it validated his decision to retain Su Moran and Wang Zhong, as they had efficiently provided him with the desired intelligence without excessive effort. It is worth noting that Li Xiao could utilize Su Moran's merit points to exchange for items, as this link was accessible solely to those authenticated by the Ability Bureau. Unfortunately, Su Moran's merit points were painfully scarce, totaling only 100. Nevertheless, for Li Xiao, this was just barely sufficient, as he unexpectedly stumbled upon an item, a weighted lead block infused with spiritual energy. By channeling spiritual energy into it, its weight could be augmented, serving as the cornerstone for his weighted training. This item is precisely what Li Xiao requires. His physical progress has been exceedingly sluggish, necessitating immediate training. He decisively purchased it. Meanwhile, on the other end, Su Moran set down his phone, watching with a twinge of regret as his hard-earned contributions dwindled before his eyes. That was a full 100 points of merit, painstakingly accumulated over 2 years, now entirely expended by Li Xiao. What could he possibly say? Beside him, Yin Fan Song, who had long been on high alert, inquired anxiously about Li Xiao's perspective on Wu Yan's situation. Su Moran hesitated briefly before responding. He stated that if Wu Yan harbors hostility, it would be best to eliminate him directly. Upon hearing this, Yin Fan Song relaxed from his earlier tension, chuckling, "I see. He must belong to the type that is unaware of his own strength. This may work to his advantage. Wu Yan will surely provide him with a surprise." Su Moran expressed his astonishment. "Deputy Director, are you suggesting that Li Xiao cannot defeat Wu Yan?" Yin Fan Song smiled faintly. "It is inevitable. You must understand. Even among those of the third tier, there exists a disparity." Chapter 18, The 8 Gates of Duanjia, the First Gate. 3 days later, Li Changxing, the father of Li Xiao, stared blankly at the health examination notification in his hand. The transformations in their lives over the past few days were astounding. Ever since Li Xiao distinguished himself on that fateful day, their existence had undergone a profound metamorphosis. First, they were inexplicably gifted 2 million, followed by an unnervingly cordial demeanor from various municipal departments. The village even organized a health check for all its residents, and subsequently, they initiated charitable assistance for the medical conditions affecting him and Li Mu. Remarkably, not only was his leg ailment treated free of charge, but Li Mu's dialysis was also entirely waived. Today brought even more astonishing news. The First People's Hospital of the city sent a notification stating that they could receive a free surgery, with a prepared kidney available for Li Mu's transplant. This incredible turn of events left Li Changxing utterly astounded. "Wang Yun, what on earth is happening?" he murmured, clutching the examination report. Wang Yun, naturally, was Li Xiao's mother. Amused, she responded, "What else could it be? Clearly, the authorities have taken note of our son's remarkable talents. Didn't he previously excel in mathematics competitions and gain national recognition? And his achievements in chemistry were quite the spectacle." "Humph, a woman's perspective," Li Changxing scoffed. While Li Xiao's prior accomplishments were indeed impressive, could they truly provoke such subservience from the leaders? Gifts of money, complimentary health checkups, treatment, and even community outreach, this was all too extraordinary. Li Changqing, not a fool, had seen enough over the years to understand the underlying truths of society. It was all about connections. Without them, how could one hope to achieve such success? Even his elder brothers, with their fortunes in the millions, were insignificant before someone like Yin Fansong. "You're so clever, why don't you come up with an explanation?" Wang Yun retorted, hands on her hips. "You're just a suspicious old man. Clearly, our son is exceptional, yet you insist on looking elsewhere for answers. What do you know? No matter how brilliant our son is, he was a vegetative state not long ago. How could this be happening?" Li Changqing replied, taking a drag from his cigarette. Suddenly, a spark of insight flickered in his mind. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I've got it. I understand now. What are you shouting about?" Wang Yun scolded, irritated as she washed clothes. "My grandfather must have returned from the battlefield." Li Changqing's eyes glimmered with realization. "Have you lost your mind?" Wang Yun stared at him incredulously. Yet, Li Changqing grew increasingly convinced, it must be so. If it were him, those people would undoubtedly behave this way. Alas! Is this a blessing or a curse? Observing him smoke while sighing deeply, Wang Yun snapped, "Are you crazy? If your grandfather were alive, he'd be nearly 100 years old. What battlefield are you talking about?" Li Changqing, however, was troubled. "They say you village women know nothing. Our Li family once held great prestige, we were a legitimate noble family. Although I have never met my grandfather, my father always claimed he was a master. A renowned figure in the art of divination." "Ridiculous," Wang Yunqi remarked. "Even if he possesses such formidable abilities, can his lifespan truly be so extensive? Such individuals are endowed with extraordinary longevity. Even in death, my grandfather would remain unscathed." Li Changqing, upon hearing this, abruptly finished his cigarette, exclaiming, "Ah! It is futile to discuss this with you, for you would scarcely comprehend. Nonetheless, should my grandfather return, it would undoubtedly herald misfortune, as he harbors disdain for our branch. If Xiao benefits from his influence, we must brace ourselves for the possibility of relinquishing everything." Wang Yun chose to disregard his words, dismissing him as deranged. By the bank of the canal, the day was splendid and bright. Li Xiao stood by the water's edge, surrounded by reeds that barely surpassed his height. While he stood bare-chested, gazing at his reflection in the water. After 3 days of rigorous training, his physique had ascended to a remarkable new level, revealing pronounced muscle definition upon his fair skin, embodying astonishing explosive power. His physical quality now seemed to align with that of an ordinary genin. As Li Xiao sensed the surge of power within him, he began to contemplate his next course of action. He felt that his progress was still excessively slow. Attaining a level commensurate with the ninja world appeared nearly impossible. In that realm, one could harness tailed beasts as a source of chakra while continually honing their skills over time, leading to an awe-inspiring strength. For his modern self to reach such heights, it necessitated not only the passage of time but also some external transformations. Nevertheless, having achieved such physical robustness, Li Xiao was now poised to commence training in the 8 gates of Duanjia. He once again employed the summoning technique to call forth the lead blocks he had previously ordered from the Special Abilities Bureau. At first glance, these peculiar lead blocks resembled armor plates, each no larger than the combined size of 2 fingers, weighing approximately 200 grams. Yet, upon the infusion of chakra, they instantly transformed into weights of around 1 pound. With a total of 40 such blocks, their cumulative burden amounted to 40 pounds, distributed evenly across his limbs and torso. While 40 pounds may seem trivial, easily borne by an average person or even some soldiers accustomed to 40-kilogram weighted runs, it was a different matter for Li Xiao. His training focused on explosive power, and he aimed to maintain his usual agility and combat efficacy, even under such weight. This posed a significant challenge. The cultivation of physical prowess offers no shortcuts, one must invest effort to reap rewards. Fortunately, as a prodigy among prodigies, he anticipated that the fruits of his labor would not be long in coming. Li Xiao secured the lead blocks onto his body, immediately feeling the discomfort of their weight. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals to summon a shadow clone. The two exchanged a glance, and in an instant, resumed their customary high-speed combat. With a series of thunderous impacts, their pure physical assaults coalesced into a whirlwind of motion. The lead blocks on his wrists and ankles generated astonishing inertia during their rapid movements. Under normal weighted conditions, such inertia could inflict injury. Yet these unique lead blocks significantly mitigated the impact. This high-velocity combat was incredibly taxing. Within merely 3 minutes, Li Xiao was drenched in sweat, his muscles on the verge of tearing apart. For an ordinary individual, the only recourse at this moment is rest. Yet, with the emergence of Li Xiao's kaleidoscope Sharingan, his previously exhausted body instantly rejuvenated to a state of peak vitality. The combat persisted. 3 hours later, an explosive blast shattered a clone, and Li Xiao, now drenched in sweat, found himself utterly drained. His Sharingan's consumption of chakra was immense. Within those 3 hours, it had drained him entirely. His limbs trembled with fatigue. Nonetheless, the intense battle had yielded remarkable results. Li Xiao roughly estimated that he had reached a level comparable to Uchiha Sasuke's initial confrontation with Gaara, an extraordinary taijutsu prowess nearly rivaling Rock Lee's. Moreover, the 8 gates of death could now be unlocked, with the first gate activated. Both his stamina and chakra were nearly exhausted, rendering further training impossible. It was time to return home. As Li Xiao assessed his physical condition, he inhaled deeply. It had been a long time since he pushed his body to such an extreme limit. He could scarcely walk steadily, his body swaying unsteadily. Just then, a piercing scream sliced through the reed bed with a gust of wind. Who could it be? Li Xiao cast a cold gaze ahead. Before him, the reed thicket was pierced by a vast hole, through which 2 figures darted past in a flash. Chapter 19, In Ziho at present. Li Xiao finds himself in a state of utter exhaustion, his body devoid of strength, and even the simplest of movements proves to be an arduous task. However, to assume that Li Xiao is weak in this moment would be a grave misjudgment. In addition to forcibly activating the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, granting him a final surge of stamina, Li Xiao possesses a hidden trump card, his Sage Mode. During his time in the shinobi world, Senju Hashirama mastered the most formidable Sage Mode, allowing him to vanquish Uchiha Madara through sheer will and the power of his chakra and would release techniques. Uchiha Madara, in turn, extracted a piece of flesh from Hashirama to merge with himself, subsequently acquiring not only the Rinnegan but also the ability to easily harness Sage Chakra from Hashirama's cells. The enmity between these 2 powerful figures ultimately benefited Li Xiao. During his collaboration with Orochimaru, he extensively researched Hashirama's cells and even experimented with merging them, thereby attaining incredible Sage Chakra. Regrettably, Li Xiao's eyes did not transform into the Rinnegan. Such an evolution requires specific conditions, namely the fusion of the chakra from Asura and Indra, which Li Xiao cannot achieve. Nevertheless, he can effortlessly enter Sage Mode, which endows him with astonishing power for a brief period. At this moment, Li Xiao's dark eyes rest steadily upon the scene before him. On the other side of the reeds, a small group of individuals is sprinting, their attention drawn to Li Xiao's presence. Opposite Li Xiao, 2 supernatural beings, guns in hand, look somewhat bewildered at the middle-aged man beside them. The middle-aged man exclaims in anger, "Are you 2 brainless fools? I told you that even in the suburbs, you must be cautious and refrain from firing recklessly. Look at this mess, you nearly shot someone dead." Mr. Feng is right. The 2 supernatural beings immediately lower their heads in remorse. Humph. How did I end up bringing along such imbeciles? Feng Qingfeng scoffs, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, growing even more incensed. 2 second-tier supernatural beings, armed with firearms. Unable to catch a Mirin Ziho after chasing for so long, you are truly a disgrace. When Wu Yen arrives, I fear I shall endure yet another round of ridicule. Mr. Feng Ziho is a peak third-tier supernatural being, wielding techniques beyond our capabilities. The tall supernatural being on the left expresses his helplessness. The man before them, known as Feng Qingfeng, is a third-tier supernatural being dispatched from the City of Magic to assist in the Green City. Currently, various major cities across the nation are witnessing the emergence of top-tier secret realms, with spiritual energy proliferating and an increasing number of powerful individuals. Hence, Feng Qingfeng's assignment to this mission is hardly surprising. However, the proliferation of righteous powers is matched, if not surpassed, by the forces of darkness. Recently, the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs discovered that the previously encountered Lei Yutao was not an isolated incident but part of a larger organization. Their ambitions are vast. Seeking to steal more than mere scrolls of spiritual techniques, there exists an entire chain of interests behind them. The so-called Lei Yutao is merely a small fish in the grand scheme of things. What does it matter if one is at the peak of third tier? Am I not also at the pinnacle of third tier? Until one ascends to the fourth tier, everything else is utterly meaningless. Feng Qingfeng, in a state of discontent, muttered curses under his breath while his gaze drifted through the gaps in the reeds towards the water's surface. He pondered whether his two subordinates had inadvertently harmed the young man when they recklessly fired their weapons. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at his subordinates, signaling them to follow. "Friend, have you sustained any injuries?" Feng Qingfeng inquired, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect from a distance of 4 to 5 meters. Li Xiao, arms crossed, regarded Feng Qingfeng with quiet scrutiny, sensing the flow of chakra emanating from him, indicative of a low-ranking shinobi. He raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "No." Behind Feng Qingfeng, a tall subordinate promptly interjected, "Sir, we are from the Anomalous Powers Bureau of Magic City, dispatched here to hunt down the third-tier powerhouse in Ziho. Have you seen any trace of him?" "Fool! This boy is merely an ordinary person. What business do you have discussing the Anomalous Powers Bureau with him?" scoffed a lean subordinate beside him. Li Xiao chuckled, finding the notion of this so-called third-tier strength rather trivial. He wondered how Su Moran and the others would react upon hearing such claims. Addressing the trio before him, Li Xiao replied coolly, "I have not seen him. It's just a third tier, after all, why make such a fuss?" Li Xiao felt an unusual surge of irritation towards these individuals. Just when he was at the peak of his cultivation, they had approached him without warning, firing a bullet before he could even prepare for the worst. And yet, they turned out to be mere agents from the Anomalous Powers Bureau? How utterly mundane. Just a third tier. The two subordinates were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. What did this kid just say? Just a third tier? How audacious. Did he not realize who stood beside him? That was Feng Qingfeng. Known as the Windwalker in Magic City, Feng Qingfeng possessed mastery over wind elemental energy and wielded wind techniques with extraordinary finesse, effortlessly overpowering countless adversaries. Yet, this audacious young man dared to dismiss him as merely a third tier? Impudent! Which faction do you belong to? State your name. They shouted, their frustration palpable. Do you not understand that Lord Feng is not someone you can insult? You are woefully unaware of your own insignificance. The two were nearly beside themselves. For even they were just low-ranking second-tier anomalous users, to them, the third tier was a chasm, an insurmountable barrier. Even Feng Qingfeng himself felt his expression darken momentarily. As a dignified third-tier powerhouse, he was accustomed to being treated with respect. To be belittled by a mere youth as just a third tier was infuriating. Yet, maintaining his composure, he managed to smile and raised his hand to placate his subordinates, signaling them to refrain from further comments. Enough, I perceive this young friend is merely a wandering soul. As they say, a newborn calf fears not the tiger. There is no reason to lower ourselves to his level, he remarked. Li Xiao shot him a sidelong glance, revealing a cold smile before leisurely departing. Witnessing this exchange, Feng Qingfeng trembled with rage, perspiring in the biting cold. What audacity! What arrogance! He was being dismissed as inconsequential by someone who did not regard him, a third-tier powerhouse, with any respect. Upon witnessing this, two subordinates quickly offered their reassurances. Lord Feng. That individual surely does not comprehend the true significance of a third-tier powerhouse. When he encounters peril, he will undoubtedly realize that there are indeed greater forces beyond his own. Indeed, Lord Feng, this person is merely a frog in a well. What merit is there in your concern for him? Let us promptly attend to our urgent matters. Humph, what do you two know? Feng Qingfeng scoffed, retrieving his phone to locate Wu Yan's contact information and dialing the number. Before long, the call was answered. Hello? Is this not Lord Windwalker himself? What a surprise to receive a call from you. Are you seeking a duel? Wu Yan, I have no time for games. I am currently in Green City and have uncovered leads on In Ziho. What is In Ziho's current strength? Peak 3rd tier. How intriguing, I shall come immediately. Chapter 20, The School for the Gifted. Meanwhile, at the first high school of Green City, in the vicinity of the playground and fitness equipment. Long Weining and her friends were intently eavesdropping on Li Qingshue's conversation with her family. What? Great-grandfather might be coming back. Is that so? Then does that mean my brother? Yes, I understand. After Li Qingshue hung up the call, a pallor swept over her delicate face. Observing her distress, Lang Weining immediately inquired, What happened, Qingshue? How was your brother that day? Having been aware of the upheaval in Li Qingshue's family, Lang Weining felt a deep sympathy for her and was determined to help her escape her original family. Of course, her intentions were not entirely altruistic. It was primarily because this would also benefit her. After all, Li Qingshue was a prodigy sought after by the Abilities Bureau. And recruiting her into the Bureau was one of Lang Weining's primary objectives. Thus, she was particularly concerned about Li Xiao's circumstances and wanted to learn how he had managed to repay his debts in such a short time and become entangled with the security agency. My father said it might be due to my great-grandfather. Li Qingshue pressed her lips together, her eyes still reflecting disbelief. What? Your great-grandfather? The two classmates behind her gasped in astonishment, one of whom, adorned with various gemstone rings, furrowed his brow and said, Qingshue, what does this mean? I heard your father is nearly 60, how could your great-grandfather have such connections? He was Yi Tianran, one of Li Qingshue's admirers. My father said that great-grandfather is likely not dead, and it seems he was a remarkably powerful martial artist. In any case, he spoke of a lot of chaotic things, and I don't know whether to believe him or not. Li Qingshue felt helpless. She had not anticipated that her usually honest father would undergo such a drastic change after that day. Indeed, her brother's background appeared to exceed everyone's expectations. But could her father truly be like this? However, Lang Weining wore a contemplative expression and suddenly said, Qingshue, do you remember what I mentioned before? There are superpowers in this world. Weining, are you also in the mood for jokes? Li Qingshue naturally did not believe her. Jokes? Qingshue, you are thinking too simply. Lang Weining smirked, glancing around at the others before continuing, Qingshue, do you know why I invited you today? It is to reveal to you the differences in this world. Superpowers truly exist. Of course, you might not believe such words without proof, but she snapped her fingers and cheerfully said, Tianran, could you please demonstrate? Ha ha. A small matter. The gentlemanly Yi Tianran smiled as he stepped forward, first adopting a horse stance. Then, pressing his palms together, he exerted himself, his face turning crimson from the effort. Doppelganger technique! He exclaimed, and astonishingly, with a loud bang, a wobbly doppelganger suddenly appeared beside him. The clone lay on the ground, its color pale and resembling soft mud, frothing at the mouth, utterly devoid of any capacity for action, which genuinely startled Li Qingshue. What on earth is happening? Li Qingshue exclaimed, cautiously crouching down and prodding the clone with her finger. The finger seemed to pierce through an illusion, directly touching the ground, devoid of any tangible sensation. Nearby, Tianran's subordinate, Xiao, declared with pride, "Ha ha ha, Qingxue, you are unaware of this, aren't you? This is my boss's clone technique." Clone technique. Li Qingxue gazed incredulously at the scene before her. Such a phenomenon far exceeded her understanding. Profoundly shocking and utterly unexpected. Merely a trivial skill, Tianran exhaled, a hint of confidence gracing his brow. Qingxue, did you not mention that your brother was unexpectedly entertained by various leaders from the Ability Bureau that day? In reality, it is not significant. Individuals like me, who can wield spiritual techniques, can easily attain the same treatment your brother received that day whenever we desire. Seeing this, Long Weiniing interjected, "You are mistaken, Qingxue. Your brother's situation was influenced by your great-grandfather's power. If I am not mistaken, your great-grandfather is likely a similar type of ability user. However, in the past, the public referred to ability users as warriors. Both terms are indeed correct. So, does this imply that there is a legacy of ability users in Qingxue's family?" Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Li Qingxue paused, sighing, "I do not know. My father told me that my great-grandfather despised our line. If it truly was him, my brother would instead face misfortune." "Oh. I understand now, this clarifies the logic." Xiao suddenly slapped his forehead as if he had grasped something profound. Noticing the puzzled gazes of those around him, he quickly elaborated, "It's a simple principle. Li Xiao, a mere 10-year awakened vegetable, might have inadvertently stumbled upon a method to utilize his great-grandfather's bloodline, leveraging this to gain the trust of the Ability Bureau and obtain immense benefits. This is why your father worries that your great-grandfather may seek revenge." "That is impossible," Li Qingxue retorted angrily. "My brother is not that kind of person." "Calm down, Qingxue." Lang Weiniing frowned in contemplation. "Your brother may not have acted with intent. It is possible he discovered a means to utilize your great-grandfather's bloodline unintentionally. Consider this, your brother's sudden rise is exceedingly suspicious. This is the Security Bureau, although you may not comprehend the position. The fact that they personally visited your brother and presented 2 million is no trivial matter. Such an extraordinary merit is utterly implausible. After much deliberation, it must pertain to your great-grandfather's affairs." Tianran nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Qingxue, this is not mere conjecture. Do not forget, this matter was raised by your father. If you do not trust us, can you doubt your father's assertions?" "This." Li Qingxue hesitated instantly. She undoubtedly believes that her brother is not the kind of person to engage in deceit. However, Tianran's words hold a semblance of truth. The relevant clues regarding their great-grandfather were initially presented by their father, and Lang Weiniing and the others merely analyzed them. No, regardless of the circumstances, she must stand by her brother's side. Li Qingxue pondered for a moment, but soon resolved herself. Throughout the years, her brother had always shielded her. How could she possibly doubt him over trivial matters now? "Qingxue, trust in the facts. Your brother, after all, has been in a coma for a decade. How could he possibly awaken and immediately accomplish something of great significance?" Xiao shrugged, urging her not to dwell on her brother's situation. "Let's discuss the matter at hand. The reason I am here today is that the Abilities Bureau is embarking on a significant endeavor." "What kind of endeavor?" Li Qingxue inquired. "Quite simply, the Abilities Bureau is establishing a new school dedicated to nurturing gifted individuals with extraordinary abilities. And you, my dear, possess the qualifications to attend this institution for further studies," Lang Weiniing added. Chapter 21, A Grave Misunderstanding. A school for extraordinary abilities? Li Qingxue was utterly taken aback by Lang Weiniing's suggestion. It shattered her worldview entirely. Being informed of such matters while still a student was profoundly unsettling. Observing her hesitation, Tianran chuckled, "Qingxue, broaden your horizons. Given our talents, As long as we enter the school for extraordinary beings, it won't be long before we ascend to the ranks of the Extraordinary Bureau. At that point, we'll have access to whatever we desire, far more effortlessly than the conventional route of taking the college entrance examination and attending university. Xiao chimed in, brimming with confidence. Gu is right. You have no idea how oversaturated the job market is for university graduates nowadays. Many are unable to secure employment even after graduating from prestigious institutions. Do they truly believe that merely attending a university guarantees a good job? Nonsense. However, the path of the extraordinary is different. As we enhance our abilities, our influence will correspondingly grow, paving the way for endless prospects. Just imagine, once you become an extraordinary being, those from the Safety Bureau will be the ones bowing to you. In that light, doesn't your brother's earlier display seem rather insignificant? Li Qingxue fell silent. She harbored no fondness for Tianran and Xiejun, and their overly familiar appellations irritated her. Had it not been for Lang Weiniang's influence, she would not have come here at all. Nevertheless, the preceding events had left her profoundly shaken. She struggled to comprehend how such remarkable transformations could occur in this world. Did such hidden truths truly exist? Noticing her reaction, Lang Weiniang smiled and said, "Qingxue, if you have any concerns regarding safety, fret not. We have an exceptionally powerful master of extraordinary abilities at our school. I shall introduce you to him." This. Li Qingxue had not anticipated the situation evolving in such a manner. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately nodded, "Very well." After all, she was a high school student. Even as a girl, she had entertained thoughts of transforming into a formidable hero to rescue her family from peril. However, she never imagined such events would unfold in her own life, leaving her somewhat dazed. The group arrived at the academic affairs office of the school, where there were no principals or other leaders, but rather an elderly gentleman with graying hair seated comfortably in an executive chair, leisurely sipping tea. The old man donned an administrative jacket, his hair neatly cropped, exuding vitality. Upon hearing their arrival, he did not lift his head but simply remarked, "You are here." "Indeed." Mr. Su, Lang Weiniang promptly imitated the ancient greeting style, raising her hands in a respectful gesture while casting a knowing glance at Tianran and the others. Tianran quickly caught on and bowed in respect. Before them sat none other than Su Moran. For Lang Weiniang and her companions, Su Moran was the most formidable individual they could ever hope to encounter. It was no surprise, as Su Moran held a prestigious position. He had once been a master of internal martial arts and belonged to an immensely influential family in Green City, with members engaged in both commerce and politics. In this context, Su Moran enjoyed considerable renown in Green City, being a well-known figure in high society. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, Su Moran swiftly ascended to the rank of a second-tier powerhouse, thanks to his prior foundations. And the government promptly appointed him as the Minister of the Action Department of the Supernatural Powers Bureau. However, Su Moran had long contemplated retirement, recognizing that his age rendered him unsuitable for frontline duties. His resolve was further solidified upon encountering Li Xiao a few days prior, which is why he advocated for a transition to a secondary role, moving from the Action Department to the Education Department to recruit students. He had already set his sights on Lang Weiniang and others early on, thus, their presence was not unexpected. Yet, as he calmly sipped his tea and then lifted his gaze, he nearly spat out the beverage in shock. Who was that black-haired, black-eyed girl, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Li Xiao? Li Qingxue? Cough, cough. Su Moran almost coughed up a lung. Indeed. He had previously recognized Li Qingxue's exceptional talent and had advised Lang Weiniang to bring her along as soon as possible. But that was before encountering Li Xiao. After meeting Li Xiao, Su Moran found himself utterly bewildered. What right did he have to educate her younger sister? Someone as formidable as Li Xiao undoubtedly had her own plans, and even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to interfere. Gazing at Li Qingxue before him, Su Moran pondered for a moment, sensing that the situation had grown somewhat complicated. If he accepted Li Qingxue as his student here? What if it angered Li Xiao? He certainly could not allow her to learn under him unless Li Xiao granted her consent. An idea struck him. He spoke calmly. Li Qingxue? Yes, Li Qingxue replied, her surprise evident as she nodded. Clearly, she recognized Su Moran, having formed a lasting impression of him from her brother's banquet. However, she was puzzled by his seemingly indifferent demeanor. Why did this esteemed elder appear so distant, frowning as if she had offended him in some way? Su Moran continued. I see. You all should return, this place is not suitable for you. He chose not to accept Ling Weining and the others, understanding that he could not gauge their relationship with Li Xiao. Thus, he hastily dismissed them, deciding to consult Li Xiao directly and seek out another group of individuals. However, Su Moran's words left Ling Weining and the others utterly astonished. Mr. Su, why is this? Ling Weining exclaimed in disbelief. Initially, it was Su Moran who encouraged them to seek out Li Qingxue, and now that she had arrived, he was outright rejecting them? Su Moran's voice remained composed. His emotions inscrutable, what else could it be? It is because of Li Xiao. He was certain that Li Xiao had intentions regarding her sister. To intrude would be to overstep boundaries, a taboo he could not afford to breach. Yet, a thunderclap of realization struck Ling Weining and the others. Li Qingxue's face turned ashen. Because of Li Xiao? Because of my brother? It became evident that her brother had likely invoked their great-grandfather's name, which explained Su Moran's prior demeanor. Now that the misunderstanding was clarified, Su Moran's disdain for her brother was unmistakable. Contemplating this possibility, Li Qingxue felt her head buzzing. The situation was glaringly apparent. Su Moran's aloofness clearly indicated his disinterest in their presence, explicitly stating it was due to Li Xiao. In such circumstances, there is no longer any need for speculation. Brother, what shall we do? Are we destined to repeat the past? Li Qingxue expressed her despair. Fully aware that if her brother were implicated, their family would undoubtedly face retaliation once more. Ling Weining and the others were equally stunned, upon regaining their composure. They dared not utter another word and hastily exited the premises. As for Su Moran, he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling immensely fortunate. Having successfully deterred Li Qingxue and her companions from seeking apprenticeship today, he believed that Lord Li Xiao would surely commend him. He chuckled to himself. Chapter 22, Li Xiao must be deceiving. Outside the door, Ling Weining and her companions were utterly taken aback. Having never anticipated that an affair seemingly set in stone would be outright rejected by Su Moran. This left them grappling with their inner turmoil. How could this have happened? Li Qingxue, look at the mess your brother has created, he has brought us all down with him. Now, none of us can attend the ability school. Tianran exclaimed, his voice tinged with hysteria. For him, the ability school represented his future. It was the dawn of a new era, as the world underwent transformation. And he was on the verge of becoming one of the pioneers. Yet, due to Li Qingxue's brother, his prospects were now irrevocably shattered, leaving his eyes red with frustration. We are doomed. We are utterly finished. Xiao muttered, his tone laced with resentment towards Li Xiao. That institution was a gateway to the extraordinary, and now, because of Li Xiao, we cannot even enroll. Li Qingxue, what is the matter with your brother? Is he intent on ruining us all? Faced with their accusations, Li Qingxue clenched her fists and retorted defiantly, it's not like that, there must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Isn't it painfully clear from what Lord Su has said? It must be because your brother has misappropriated your great-grandfather's name or engaged in some despicable act. Otherwise, why would Mr. Su, such a good person, treat us with such disdain? Xiao spat out. I suggest you take us directly to confront your brother and demand to know what he has done. My brother, he is just. Li Qingxue, unaccustomed to such an interrogation, faltered, tears welling in her eyes. Though she had faith in Li Xiao, she was at a loss in this predicament. After all, the fact that Su Moran had denied their entry to the ability school was undeniable, and how could she possibly refute such a glaring reality? Enough! Stop bickering! Lang Weiniang inhaled deeply, interrupting their discourse, and coldly stated, Tianran, Xiajun, are you not men? This matter is clearly not related to Qingxue. Lang Weiniang's words momentarily stunned Xiajun, who, upon regaining his composure, felt a surge of anger. Just as he was about to respond, Tianran interjected. He glanced at Lang Weiniang, exhaled, and said, Weiniang, please share your thoughts. Seeing the situation, Lang Weiniang remained silent. Merely retrieving 10 yuan from her bag and smiling as she said, Qingxue, would you buy me a bottle of water? Leave the rest to me. Oh. Li Qingxue, somewhat clumsily, took the money and headed toward the convenience store. Observing her retreating figure, Lang Weiniang articulated her analysis, Qingxue may be oblivious. But her brother is certainly not. You all know that Qingxue's family situation is precarious, but I have noticed something peculiar. For instance, her brother is only 25. Yet Qingxue's father is nearing 60. Don't you find that age gap rather strange? Are you suggesting that Qingxue's parents had Li Xiao when they were around 35? At the moment of Qingxue's birth, her parents were likely in their 40s, a realization that Tianran immediately grasped. Such a circumstance seemed quite peculiar, wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that Li Xiao, her superior, had no siblings or elders, only himself. Lang Weiniang appeared confident, as if victorious, leading me to firmly believe that Qingxue's family harbored some secrets. Particularly her brother, his intentions were undoubtedly malevolent, perhaps even exploiting Qingxue's innocence to entrap her within her familial origins. This hypothesis held some credibility. Tianran's expression grew contemplative, logically, since Li Qingxue and Li Xiao were siblings, and Li Qingxue possessed remarkable talent. Li Xiao must also be formidable. Yet, Mr. Su had made no mention of accepting Li Xiao as a disciple, only specifying Li Qingxue, and subsequently rejected her. Naturally, this matter was intricately linked to her brother's actions. Ah, so Li Xiao had been deceiving Qingxue all along. Xiajun sensed that everything previously felt clear and straightforward. I too conjectured as much. Lang Weiniang's expression darkened, and she calmly proposed, Everyone, I have a plan. We will seek out Li Xiao and seize the opportunity to expose him. She softly revealed her intentions. Both Tianran and Xiajun looked surprised. This plan is feasible. Before long, Qingxue returned with a bottle of cola, along with some change. She was counting her money when she sensed the strange glances around her. Confused, she looked up only to find Lang Weiniang and the others' expressions softening, perhaps even tender. Qingxue, I just finished discussing with Tianran, Lang Weiniang began, her tone gentle. Since Mr. Su believes this matter involves your brother, we should visit him directly and ask. That's all. Her voice carried a hint of pity, and her expression was somewhat forlorn. You understand, whether or not one becomes a supernaturalist makes a significant difference to us. We had already confirmed this, yet now, because of a single remark, we were dismissed. We felt disheartened and eager to understand the truth. Qingxue, rest assured, we only wish to uncover the reasons, Lang Weiniang assured. We were just carried away earlier, so our words may have been a bit harsh. Tianran also offered a timely apology. Seeing their sincerity, Qingxue bit her lip and sighed, I know even if you don't tell me, I will still go and ask my brother. For students, school was their sole escape. And due to her brother's influence, Su Moran had refused Lang Weiniang and her companions. Qingxue could not simply dismiss these concerns as trivial. Logically and emotionally, it was her duty to investigate. That's wonderful. Everyone exhaled in relief. As long as they could meet Li Xiao, a faint smile appeared on their faces. Just as they were discussing this, suddenly, the school gates opened in the distance. A Bentley sped into the campus at an incredible speed. Before anyone could react, A man with short crimson hair leapt out of the car and hurriedly approached them. Who was he? Long Wei and the others stared in astonishment. The man below slightly lifted his head, seemingly aware of their presence. Then, with a powerful push of his legs, he leaped into the air, effortlessly walking up the wall. A high-level ability user. Witnessing this astonishing display, the crowd gasped in disbelief. To traverse walls with such agility was nothing short of extraordinary. The man seemed to adhere to the wall, covering the 6-meter distance in the blink of an eye, arriving before Ling Weining and her companions. Speaking in a rugged tone, a few youngsters, is Su Moran that old fellow around? Teacher Su is in the administrative office over there. Long Weining responded hastily. Oh. The man turned his head and spotted the administrative office at the end of the corridor, laughing heartily. What a coincidence! Sir, are you an ability user? How can you stand on the wall? Long Weining exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I am a third-tier ability user. Standing on the wall is merely a trivial skill, he replied, casting a glance at the group. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he noticed Li Qingxue. You, girl, possess remarkable talent. Is it true that the old man Su Moran wishes to recruit you as a student? The group was taken aback that such a powerful ability user would recognize Li Qingxue's talent at this moment. Lang Weining felt a surge of hope. Realizing this was an opportunity, and quickly said, Old Mr. Su has overlooked us and suggested we seek other options. That old fool is becoming increasingly blind. How could he not accept such top-tier talent? The man pondered for a moment before continuing, You all stay here, I will inquire with that old fellow Su Moran. That would be wonderful, sir. Thank you so much. Long Weining exclaimed with delight, May I ask how to address you? Wu Yan. The man replied curtly before leaping to the door of the administrative office and knocking. Chapter 23, Youthful Enthusiasm of Lord Wu Yan as Su Moran pushed open the door. He was met with the sight of a man standing outside. His surprise was evident as he exclaimed, Why are you here instead of reporting to the Ability Bureau? Wu Yan cut to the chase. Circumstances have changed. Yin Ziho, that beast, has infiltrated Green City, and Feng Qingfeng is currently tracking him. I must assist. Yin Ziho. Su Moran's pupils constricted. This individual was a peak Tier 3 criminal, having wreaked havoc in Magic City. The fact that he had now entered Green City was far more alarming than the previous threat posed by Lei Yutao. Indeed, it is he. Wu Yan spoke gravely. You are aware of his prowess, peak Tier 3, on the verge of a breakthrough. Even if Feng Qingfeng can hold him at bay, he may not guarantee a complete victory. We require additional support. You are the only Tier 2 expert in Green City, lend me your strength. Su Moran hesitated briefly. This was indeed within his purview. For allowing Yin Ziho to infiltrate the city center would spell disaster. A Tier 3 expert could easily turn countless individuals into hostages. I suppose I could assist. But what exactly is happening? First Lei Yutao, now Yin Ziho. Green City seems to be facing an increasing number of calamities, Su Moran remarked, his face etched with concern. A peak Tier 3 cannot withstand the might of advanced weaponry. But if he breaks through to Tier 4 and enters the realm of the truly extraordinary, will Green City remain safe? That would be dire indeed. This matter likely pertains to the tailed beasts. Wu Yan's gaze flickered. It is rumored that both Lei Yutao and Yin Ziho hail from the same faction. Their elders discovered the fabled tailed beasts within the Tianzi secret realm, only to be besieged and slaughtered by formidable martial artists. Those besieged managed to deceive their pursuers, passing on the secrets of the tailed beasts to the lesser disciples of their sect, enabling them to flee. Yin Ziho is among them. Tailed beasts? Su Moran was taken aback. Wasn't this the entity that Li Xiao sought? He realized he must inform Li Xiao of this development at once. Ah! You may not be aware, but the tailed beasts are tied to a great secret of cultivation, the ultimate pursuit of all martial artists. Wu Yan said with a faint smile before shifting the topic. By the way, why have you not recruited those students outside as your disciples? With the resurgence of spiritual energy, we are in dire need of talent. Among them, there is a young woman of exceptional aptitude, capable of absorbing spiritual energy on her own. How could you overlook such a talent? Sighing, Su Moran replied, "It is not that I do not wish to, but they are already chosen." He shook his head, offering no further explanation, and proceeded to reach for his phone to contact Li Xiao. Chosen? By whom? Wu Yan frowned. By Lord Li Xiao, Su Moran stated. At this, Wu Yan erupted in disbelief. What? Who does he think he is to compete with me for disciples? Moreover, he is merely a tier 3, yet he remains passive in the face of Yin Ziho's invasion. How pathetic! Lord Wu Yan. You must discuss this matter directly with Lord Li Xiao, Su Moran shrugged. Wu Yan and Li Xiao are both ranked at tier 3 in the supernatural assessment system. It is difficult to determine who is stronger, but this matter is beyond Su Moran's influence. If I must speak plainly, so be it. For this occasion, I shall allow a few students to witness the terrifying power of tier 3 combatants. Wu Yan laughed maniacally. You intend to take them to the scene? That won't do. Su Moran quickly interjected, these students have not even reached tier 1, what if they become collateral damage? What is there to fear? Do you truly believe the authorities are impotent? Wu Yan replied confidently. Su Moran, the concentration of spiritual energy has risen, those ancient beings have returned. Can you guess why Yin Ziho dares not wreak havoc in Green City? Could it be? Su Moran was taken aback. Is there a tier 4 powerhouse stationed in the heart of Green City? Ah, not just one. Wu Yan grinned, do not forget, you are in Yuzhou, the very core of northern Shaolin, where generations of martial artists have emerged. The enlightened monks are all in Yuzhou. Su Moran felt a sudden jolt in his mind. Indeed, Yuzhou is the birthplace of northern Shaolin, tracing its roots back to Master Bodhidharma, and is the ancestral ground of Zen Buddhism and the origin of Shaolin martial arts. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, how could northern Shaolin Temple lack formidable guardians? He had momentarily forgotten this terrifying force. Your local knowledge seems to pale in comparison to mine, but it matters little. Northern Shaolin Temple is indeed not in a position to intervene. The abbot is currently safeguarding the secret realm, yet there are still many powerful figures residing there. Wu Yan leisurely cradled his head. Unfortunately, true strength requires rest. Capturing criminals is left to us lowly minions. Su Moran fell silent. He now understood that the so-called lack of personnel Wu Yan referred to was actually a deficiency of mid-tier individuals like themselves. Aside from them, there were indeed few suitable candidates to pursue the fugitives. Thus, taking these youngsters to broaden their horizons is entirely reasonable. Wu Yan waved his hand dismissively. I grant you a stick of incense this time, hurry and follow me. Feng Qingfeng has left a tracking mark on Yin Ziho, who is currently fleeing northward along the canal. I understand. Su Moran nodded gravely, quickly finding Li Xiao's contact information to send a message. Su Moran, Master Li Xiao, urgent matters to report. I may have located information regarding the tailed beasts. Li Xiao, speak. Su Moran, it concerns Yin Ziho. Today I met with Wu Yan, who informed me that this individual hails from a powerful faction that has discovered clues about the tailed beasts within the secret realm and has been besieged by righteous forces. To disseminate the information about the tailed beasts, they entrusted it to their disciples, among whom Lei Yutao and Yin Ziho are included. Li Xiao, where is Yin Ziho? Su Moran, he is currently fleeing northward along the canal. Li Xiao, understood. Is this an indication that action will be taken? Su Moran was momentarily stunned, then promptly sent another message. Su Moran, my lord, Yin Ziho is not to be trifled with. He is truly at the pinnacle of the third tier. You may not stand a chance against him. His perception of Li Xiao was that Li Xiao was formidable. A third tier powerhouse. However, the rapid resurgence of spiritual energy rendered third-tier warriors somewhat inadequate. If Li Xiao were to rush in recklessly, he might very well encounter unforeseen difficulties. The urgent course of action would be to ally with Wu Yan and Feng Qingfeng. Yet, Li Xiao remained silent, prompting Su Moran to stroke his chin in contemplation. Pondering whether Li Xiao had heeded his counsel and chosen not to persist. Indeed, Li Xiao was no fool. He understood the opponent's strength and would surely refrain from a head-on confrontation. The reason for his silence must be attributed to youthful pride, unwilling to openly concede defeat. With this thought, a smile graced Su Moran's face. After all, he was still a young man. Chapter 24, Sage Mode, Activate. In the midst of the reeds, butterflies fluttered gracefully, alighting upon the shoulder of a young man. In Ziho, the tailed beast Li Xiao switched off his phone, his mind replaying the information conveyed by Su Moran. The assertions made were likely true, for the fragment of the map he possessed had indeed been seized from Lei Yutao. Given this, it appeared that action was necessary. Li Xiao returned his phone to his pocket, slowly shedding his outer garment and removing the weights from his arms. With a thud, the lead weights struck the ground, producing a dull thump. Although the duration of this training session was brief, the accelerated time afforded by his Sharingan had already facilitated remarkable progress. He began to mobilize his arms, throwing punches. Bang! 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 The rapid succession of punches created a flurry of air compression, erupting in a series of explosive sounds, a speed that could easily overwhelm the senses. Next, Li Xiao removed the weights from his legs. This time, he did not test his speed of movement. Instead, he merely sought to gauge the fatigue in his muscles. Pondering that his stamina was severely depleted, and even his chakra reserves were dwindling. To thwart In Ziho directly, he would need to enter Sage Mode. With this thought, his eyes instantly transformed into the state of the Sharingan, focusing on the weighted lead blocks at his feet. A vortex materialized, swiftly drawing them into the space within his Sharingan. The vortex then spun again, this time yielding two spheres of chakra, which Li Xiao deftly grasped. These two sources of chakra represented the natural energy required for Sage Mode, derived from the Dragon Cave and the Cursed Seal upon Ju. Of course, Li Xiao could also absorb the surrounding natural energy directly to enter Sage Mode, but such an approach was inefficient and demanding. Far less convenient than utilizing the natural energy he had already accumulated. Moreover, Li Xiao had extensively developed his Sage Mode techniques, enabling him to effortlessly activate various forms of Sage Mode across the ninja world. Ideally, his perfect state would involve transplanting the cells of Senju Hashirama into his own body, allowing him to autonomously absorb natural energy, thus achieving an endless supply of Sage Chakra. However, his current strength was insufficient to bear the flawless integration of Senju Hashirama's cells. He could only rely on natural energy to enter Sage Mode for now. The combination of the Dragon Cave Sage Mode and Juice Chakra would directly usher him into a different, perfect variant of Sage Mode. Though it fell short of transplantation, it offered unparalleled stability. As Li Xiao gazed at the two spheres of natural energy, he gently squeezed them. Whoosh! The energy surged into his being, prompting him to mobilize all his internal energy to maintain equilibrium. The activation of Sage Mode bore significant constraints, necessitating a strict balance of bodily energy, stamina, mental energy, willpower, and natural energy in a precise ratio of 1:1:1. Any deviation from this balance could lead to astonishing consequences. An insufficient utilization of this energy could easily result in unforeseen mishaps. Li Xiao had become quite adept at harmonizing energy, and soon, a transformation began to manifest upon his exterior. Subtle black scales emerged on his upper body, while dragon horns gradually took shape upon his forehead. However, this metamorphosis was swiftly undermined by an encroaching force of black energy, causing his skin to darken to an inky blackness in an instant. His hair surged forth in wild growth, and from the skin on his back sprouted a fractured wing, complete with feathers. With a sudden flare, Li Xiao opened his eyes. In the state of his Sharingan, the pupils morphed into an eerie cross pattern, radiating an otherworldly golden hue. His strength felt insufficient, resulting in such exaggerated changes in his appearance. Rising to his feet, he lifted a hand, and a cacophony akin to a multitude of birds in flight erupted around him. A mass of black-purple lightning coalesced in his palm, darting erratically. Simultaneously, his ocular prowess surged back to life, restoring his previously diminished stamina and spiritual energy to their fullest potential. The power of Chongwu was inherently linked to curse seals, and combined with the sage mode of the Dragon Cave, Li Xiao underwent a dramatic transformation, his height increasing by a foot, his entire being resembling an incarnation of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, akin to Uchiha Sasuke in his second stage of the curse seal. In the past, Li Xiao's sage state had been impeccable, rarely altering his appearance upon activation. However, in his current weakened state, such changes were indeed more probable. Yet, this power evoked a deep sense of nostalgia within him. The one known as the Infernal Asura, Uchiha Shun, seemed to return in that fleeting moment. With a crack, he clenched his fist, and the black lightning dissipated instantly. Casting a glance downstream, he sensed Ziho's fleeing direction, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he fluttered the half-formed wing on his back. In a thunderous burst, he propelled himself along the river, his astonishing velocity creating tumultuous waves, as a shadowy figure swiftly vanished from sight. The screech of a Bentley's sudden halt echoed at the edge of the dam. Wu Yen disembarked, surveying his surroundings. They had arrived at the edge of the reservoir, where a narrow bridge spanned the waters. Beneath, the lake churned, cascading into a waterfall that plummeted downwards, seemingly 30 fathoms deep. Ziho certainly possesses remarkable speed, Wu Yen remarked with a scoff. Reaching this Tianhe Dam, he has chosen a dead end for himself. Has he selected a burial ground? Well, considering he is not a local, it is understandable that he is unfamiliar with the canal routes, Feng Qingfeng observed, standing nonchalantly at the bridge's edge, his hands clasped behind his back. Ahead lies Ziho. Wu Yen focused intently and indeed spotted a young man, approximately 27 or 28 years of age, seated cross-legged at the center of the bridge, surrounded by swirling green spiritual energy that emanated an astonishing aura. A physical cultivator? Wu Yen expressed his surprise. An ultimate physical cultivator, Feng Qingfeng added, turning to glance at the bewildered Cold One Ing and the others who had disembarked from the Bentley. Wu Yen, why have you brought so many students along? The nominated Cold One Ing and her companions remained silent, astonished that Wu Yen had even noticed their presence. In the greenhouse, blossoms fail to flourish, thus allowing the younger generation to witness the fierce battles of the third tier will undoubtedly benefit them immensely in the future. Wu Yen, with an air of nonchalance, instructed Suemo Ran, you shall assume the duty of safeguarding them. Remember, you must maintain a distance of at least 100 meters from us during the observation, and retreat at the first sign of danger. Yes. Suemo Ran nodded earnestly. You too shall also protect them. Engaging in a third-tier battle is beyond your capabilities. Feng Qingfeng directed his subordinates, and if you spot Ziho attempting to flee, obstruct him immediately. The stout and slender duo nodded vigorously, for they had no desire to confront the terror that was Ziho. Once all instructions were imparted, the presence of Feng Qingfeng and Wu Yen shifted dramatically, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. Simultaneously, in the distance, Ziho, seated in meditation, slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the two, he smiled and remarked, Gentlemen, this is the grave I have chosen for you. What do you think? Chapter 25, The Monster. Ziho, before boasting, perhaps you should first concern yourself with your own fate. Wu Yen approached with a smile that was more ironic than genuine. Once one reaches the third tier, the abilities of an ability user undergo a fundamental transformation, making it nearly impossible to eliminate an opponent in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet now, they faced not one, but two third-tier adversaries. Ziho stood no chance of turning the tide. Boasting? Ziho grinned widely, rising to his feet and casting a disdainful glance at Wu Yen and Feng Qingfeng beside him. He then remarked languidly, Is it just the two of you at the third tier? How many more do you desire? Feng Qingfeng chuckled coldly. Oh. So, if I eliminate you, I could escape this encirclement? Yin Ziho's tone was relaxed, almost carefree. In that case, why don't you both come at me together? With arms outstretched. A surge of green spiritual energy erupted, causing his hair to billow dramatically. Witnessing this spectacle, both Wu Yan and Feng Qingfeng were taken aback. This Yin Ziho was indeed a formidable warrior, capable of carrying away the secrets of the tailed beasts. His display of spiritual energy was indicative of a terrifying physique. Despite his unremarkable appearance, one might easily forget him in a crowd, yet beneath his clothing lay a strikingly muscular form. What shall we do? Feng Qingfeng whispered. Humph. Allow me to take the lead. Wu Yan bellowed, his feet propelling him forward with remarkable speed. As he dashed across the bridge, the rushing water below rippled in response to his momentum. In an instant, he closed the distance to Yin Ziho, clasped his hands together, and began to form seals. Fireball technique. Boom! A torrent of scorching flames erupted, spanning an alarming 5-meter diameter. The intense heat evaporated the water beneath the bridge into a cloud of white mist, which could be felt even from a distance of dozens of meters away. What incredible power! Long Weiniing exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Is this the strength of a third-tier warrior? This is the fireball technique. Wu Yan's spiritual energy is of the fire attribute, making him exceptionally skilled in fire-based techniques. He is currently utilizing this advantage to gauge Yin Ziho's capabilities, Su Moran explained, his gaze fixated on the center of the bridge. As the flames blazed and the mist dissipated, Wu Yan realized with shock that Yin Ziho was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? Wu Yan's eyes darted around. And after a moment, he caught sight of Yin Ziho perched atop a nearby stone pillar, surveying him from above. Wu Yan, I always knew you lacked intelligence. And it seems that suspicion was well-founded, Yin Ziho chuckled lightly. You are courting death. Wu Yan's nerves were frayed by the taunt. His lungs swelling as he prepared to unleash another torrent of flames. However, Yin Ziho would not grant him another opportunity. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before Wu Yan's face. Before Wu Yan could register the shock in his eyes, he felt a vice-like grip around his throat. The astonishing force halting his breath and forcing the fiery flames in his mouth back down. Ha ha ha, is this truly how one employs spiritual techniques? Yin Ziho pressed his ear and laughed maniacally, his grip tightening around Wu Yan's wrist, the veins on his hand bulging like iron clamps. Wu Yan was utterly astonished. Gripping Yin Ziho's wrist with all his might, desperately attempting to twist free, yet he discovered the other's strength was terrifyingly overwhelming, rendering him utterly defenseless. I am doomed. In that critical moment, Feng Qingfeng's wind blade struck. The intangible yet sharp air sliced through the atmosphere, aiming directly for Yin Ziho's neck. Without even glancing back, Yin Ziho's figure swayed repeatedly, evading each attack with astonishing agility. Simultaneously, Feng Qingfeng suddenly drew a handgun, taking aim at Yin Ziho's head. A flash of fire erupted, and the bullet was unleashed. Yin Ziho's expression finally shifted, he swiftly abandoned Wu Yan and leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the whistling bullet. Thud! The bullet plunged into the lake, emitting a hissing sound and releasing a plume of white smoke, indicating it had been laced with something. To his astonishment, the agents from the Ability Bureau were so treacherous. Was that a flammable agent? Yin Ziho was taken aback. If that substance adhered to him, it would likely ignite incessantly. Dealing with you necessitates a certain level of cunning. Feng Qingfeng approached slowly, standing beside Wu Yan. Wu Yan, regaining his composure, touched his throat. His face still pale with terror. How terrifying! He had truly danced on the edge of life and death. Had Yin Ziho exerted a bit more force, he could have easily snapped his neck, leaving Wu Yan with no hope of survival. But why was this? Yin Ziho's power was so formidable that he couldn't even muster a defense. Do not approach within 3 meters, our spiritual techniques require time to activate, while his physical prowess does not. The closer we are, the more perilous our situation becomes, Feng Qingfeng advised. Wu Yan's gaze flickered, and he nodded. I understand. Hold him down for me, I will unleash my killing move. All right. Feng Qingfeng nodded slowly. Despite it being their first collaboration, there was no time for hesitation. He took a deep breath and initiated the attack. Raging Wind Palm. The blue spiritual energy erupted, forming a gale. He raised his hand and struck, compressing the palm wind into a ferocious hurricane. Ziho was merely grazed by it, yet he was instantly sent soaring into the air. Not stopping there. As Ziho was propelled upwards, Feng Qingfeng dashed forward to reposition himself and bellowed at the airborne Ziho, spiritual technique, great breakthrough. Boom! A whirlwind surged upwards. And Ziho had no means of evasion, forced to watch as the tempest barreled towards him. Humph! Ziho crossed his arms defensively against the impending assault. The cutting force of the whirlwind shredded his shirt, exposing his well-defined muscles. However, in the next moment, the fierce winds tore into his skin, leaving numerous lacerations that began to bleed profusely, transforming him into a bloodied figure in mere moments. A prime opportunity. Wu Yan's eyes gleamed as he formed a trifold fire explosion seal with his hands, directing the triangular void towards the airborne Ziho, shouting, Dragon Flame Technique. Boom! A striking pillar of fire erupted from Wu Yan, and as the flames flared into existence, the temperature in the vicinity soared rapidly, approaching the airborne Ziho at an astonishing pace. This was Wu Yan's lethal technique. Over the past few days, Sumo Ran had diligently immersed himself in the study of spiritual arts, and in that moment, he quickly grasped the situation. His eyes lit up as he concentrated all his spiritual energy into a high-temperature flame capable of melting steel within mere seconds. Any individual subjected to such an assault would undoubtedly meet their demise, unless his voice suddenly ceased. For just as Ziho should have been reduced to cinders in midair, he unexpectedly extended his hand and struck downwards with tremendous force. Bang! The fiery brilliance was astonishingly shattered by the impact. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ziho's laughter reverberated through the air as he proclaimed. You two nearly caught me off guard, but it is clear. Chapter 26, The Transcendent Body of the Sora. How could it be? Upon sensing the presence exuded by Ziho, both Wu Yan and Feng Qingfeng's expressions changed drastically. This was not merely the peak of the third tier. It transcended to a higher realm, one beyond humanity. Ziho, have you broken through? In an instant, the once arrogant Wu Yan turned pale as a ghost. The distinction between the third tier and that above it is a divergence of dimensions. That is the true existence that surpasses the limits of humanity. Fourth tier? Has he truly ascended to the fourth tier? At that moment, from a distance, Sumoran sensed something was amiss, feeling a chill run down his spine. Even from such a distance, he could perceive the overwhelming sense of pressure, especially when Ziho plummeted from the sky to the bridge. The inhuman aura became even more pronounced. In that instant, Ziho resembled a ferocious tiger. The fourth tier is no trivial matter. It is the true embodiment of the extraordinary. The hefty guard nearby swallowed hard, realizing that to break through to the fourth tier after reaching the peak of the third tier, one must undergo two special refinements. The first is called the restructuring of meridians, and the second is the transcendent body. The guard wiped the sweat from his brow, gesturing toward the swirling green aura surrounding Ziho, explaining that the restructuring of meridians involves the transformation of one's own channels. It is well known that human muscle and bone density cannot evolve indefinitely. No matter how one trains, muscle strength can only reach a certain level. Similarly, the essence of spiritual energy is bound by limits. Regardless of the extent of one's training, the meridians can only endure a finite amount of spiritual energy. Therefore, those who have not undergone the restructuring of meridians will inevitably face limitations, regardless of the spiritual techniques they master. The second process, known as the transcendent body, is distinctly straightforward. Through special methods of refining the physical form, one shatters the boundaries of the human body. Your strength will no longer be constrained by human limits. And the density of your bones can be tempered to exceed that of steel, fundamentally achieving an inhuman status. No wonder it is said that the fourth tier is not of humanity, but rather a true transcendent being. This is the reason. Su Moran was taken aback. His understanding of the fourth tier limited, yet now, hearing the guard's explanation, he comprehended the vast chasm that lay between them. At this moment, Tianran and the others were utterly stunned. A new being, unbounded and capable of infinite growth, is merely the precursor to the fourth tier? If that is the case, then Inziho's potential may far exceed that of the two masters. Tianran spoke with a hint of concern. Indeed. The lean guard trembled. Yet completing the restructuring of meridians and the transcendent body only signifies the imminent approach to the fourth tier. The true fourth-tier powerhouses possess an entirely different boundary. One beyond our imagination. Furthermore, even so, Inziho's strength is far more terrifying than we had envisioned. Damn it, hurry and call for reinforcements from Green City. Or we may perish here. As a body cultivator, I have merely completed the transcendent body ahead of time. I am still far from the fourth tier. Inziho's veins bulged ominously, reminiscent of writhing earthworms beneath his flesh, yet he remained blissfully unaware, merely chuckling. Ah, what a delightful sensation this is. Do you know how long I have feigned to lure you into my trap? After countless waits, I have finally drawn you here. Upon hearing his words, Wu Yan felt a chilling dread creep over him. Run! He shouted at Feng Qingfeng, immediately sprinting along the bridge. Inziho had already attained an extraordinary physique, which meant that no matter their efforts, victory was beyond their reach. This man had been in disguise from the beginning, and their attacks might not even breach his defenses. Who knows how long he had honed his body? Run? At this juncture, do you truly think escape is an option? Inziho roared, his foot striking the bluestone with sudden force. Boom! The bridge crumbled beneath him, and he propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, the azure energy trailing behind him like a slender thread. Wu Yan felt the wind rushing past him. When he turned, he was met with Inziho's face, and rage surged within him. Damn it! Don't think you can easily kill me. Suddenly, 3 fireballs materialized beside him, surging toward Inziho in an instant. Though the flames were no larger than fists, their heat was intense. This was one of Wu Yan's trump cards. They lunged at Inziho like malevolent spirits. Yet he merely exhaled gently, and a fierce gust sent the flames back toward Wu Yan's face. Ah! Wu Yan cried out as flames engulfed him, the heat nearly melting his skin. In a panic, he leaped into the lake, seeking to douse the flames with the water's embrace. Such a paltry spark to be called a trump card? Inziho scoffed, watching as Wu Yan plunged into the murky depths. In the reflection upon the water's surface, he gathered his energy around his ankles and stomped down with immense force. Boom! The lake's surface caved in, sending shockwaves rippling through the water and erupting into a towering silver column 10 meters high, from which a figure was launched forth. It was Wu Yan. Like a lifeless fish, he was hurled into the air. Inziho's figure flickered, and he seized Wu Yan by the nape, as if lifting a lifeless dog. Inziho! You seek your own demise. Wu Yan spat blood, his words slurred and incoherent. Though he still tried to sound defiant, his eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. He was terrified. This man before him was a veritable monster. In less than 10 seconds of confrontation, he had been utterly bewildered. He could not fathom how Inziho wielded such near-immortal prowess. Though he had submerged himself beneath the water, he had been forcefully expelled by a singular surge of power. How utterly terrifying! The extraordinary physique had grown to a level beyond his imagination. Heh, your bones are quite resilient. Very well, if you surrender, it would lack excitement. Allow me to show you what despair truly means. Inziho chuckled derisively, swinging Wu Yan's body and casting him away with great force. Thud! Wu Yan was hurled forth like a cannonball, the concrete beneath him fracturing instantly. The excruciating pain blurred his consciousness, his mind growing hazy. He let out a harrowing scream, spewing a mouthful of blood mingled with fragments of his internal organs. Though struck but once, he felt as if his entire body had been shattered into fragments. Wu Yan! Beside him, Feng Qingfeng stood aghast. This was utterly outrageous. Wu Yan's strength rivaled his own, yet before this Ziho, he had not even a fleeting chance to escape. What manner of man was this Ziho? Yet soon. Feng Qingfeng regretted his words, for Ziho's gaze now fixed upon him. Why the haste? Now, it is your turn. Chapter 27, Li Xiao. It's over. Upon locking eyes with Ziho, Feng Qingfeng felt his heart plummet into despair. Without a moment's thought, he prepared to flee, but suddenly, his vision blurred. Upon focusing, he realized that Ziho had inexplicably appeared before him. The unmistakable scent of fish lingered in the air, a mingling of blood and water. In a panic, Feng Qingfeng sought to create distance, yet the residual image on his retina had not yet faded when Ziho's fist plunged into his abdomen. In an instant, everything blurred, and he was sent hurtling backward. Thud! 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 Mid-air, Feng Qingfeng expelled a mouthful of crimson blood. He distinctly heard the shattering of his ribs. As he soared through the air, he found himself devoid of leverage, merely witnessing the world spin around him, his mind growing increasingly foggy. Damn it, damn it. For the first time in his life, Feng Qingfeng faced the imminent threat of death. His body raced through the air, spiraling out of control. With the unforgiving stone pavement of the bridge awaiting below. Should he fall, he would likely be left in tatters. It was a certain death sentence. And he could hardly fathom how to escape. Am I destined to perish here? Is this truly my fate? Unbeknownst to him, flashes of his past began to flicker through his mind, memories from the earlier part of his life racing by. Moments later, he finally landed. As his skin neared the cold stone, the immense friction tore at him, and he was jolted awake. Surely, I am on the brink of death. Master Feng. Elder Feng. Run! In the distance, Lung Weiniang and others let out piercing cries, their faces etched with anxiety. Clinging to his final shred of awareness, Feng Qingfeng struggled to rise. Yet, as he lifted his hand, Ziho's foot descended with force. Boom! The terrifying force crushed his palm, creating a deep, bowl-shaped dent in the ground. Ziho! You shall pay for this. Feng Qingfeng's eyes widened in fury as his hand was mercilessly crushed beneath Ziho's foot. The excruciating pain drained the color from his face. His lips quivering, eyes filled with despair. His hand was crucial for forming seals, without it, he could no longer channel spiritual energy or execute corresponding techniques. Losing a hand meant his strength was utterly obliterated, leaving him with no hope of a comeback. Ha ha ha, this so-called Bureau of Abilities is laughable. Ziho laughed heartily. He had endured relentless pursuit from the Demon City to the Green City, and after so long, he finally avenged himself, feeling the weight lift from his heart. His tone now laced with mockery. Feng Qingfeng, I recall you have 2 daughters, do I not? Once I rid myself of you, I shall capture your daughters and indulge myself, ha ha ha. Bastard, bastard. Feng Qingfeng's eyes bulged, bloodshot with rage. Ziho. A man may be slain but not humiliated, you dare lay hands on my family? The Bureau of Abilities will pursue you to the ends of the earth. And they shall never let you go. Ha ha ha, what can you possibly do to me? Ziho kicked Feng Qingfeng far away. His body flying past Su Moran and the others before crashing violently into the Bentley. Boom! The entire car crumpled inward. Its engine spewing black smoke as it was utterly destroyed. Having accomplished this, Ziho leisurely strode toward the group, his unhurried footsteps like the tolling of a death knell. We're going to die, we're going to die. Tianran panicked, spinning in place. He hadn't expected their last hope, the Bentley, to be completely wrecked. Now, even escape was impossible. They were nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter. Lang Weiniang and Xia Jun collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Lang Weiniang had already wet herself in terror, the acrid stench filling the air. Li Qingxue, too, had given up struggling, a shadow of despair flickering in her eyes. Are we really going to die? But just then, a strange hum suddenly echoed across the water's surface. At first, it was faint. But it grew louder and louder until it exploded like the shrieking of countless birds, reverberating across the entire dam. What is that? Drawn by the sound, everyone turned their gaze toward the distance. A dark silhouette rapidly expanded before boom. The water erupted as the figure tore through it, sending up a towering curtain of spray. In that instant, they finally saw what, or rather, who it was. A man. Black hair. Crimson eyes, piercing, eerie, with an unnatural cross-shaped pupil. A single, exaggerated wing stretched from his back, like that of a fallen angel. His entire being was tainted in darkness, exuding an aura so demonic that his mere presence seized everyone's attention. Is there really such a powerhouse in Green City? In that fleeting moment, Wu Yan, barely clinging to life, sensed something deeply wrong. This man before them, his presence was too unsettling. The oppressive weight of his aura felt utterly inhuman. Li Qingxue shrank back in terror. She realized the monstrous, ink-black figure had just glanced at her. Quickly, she retreated behind Su Moran, seeking refuge. Unbeknownst to her, Su Moran's heart was pounding violently. Those eyes, they reminded him of Li Xiao. Back then, Li Xiao's gaze had been just as unnatural, exuding an eerie allure. As if carved by an artist, beautiful yet deadly. But this man's eyes were entirely different. If Li Xiao's pupils had been a swirling pattern of 3 tomo, this man's were far more intricate, a cross-shaped iris with an internal design forming a simplified 3-bladed motif, embodying a refined, understated elegance. Of course, the most striking thing was the overwhelming pressure he radiated. His mere arrival had stolen the breath from everyone present. Among them, only In Ziho, his body wreathed in spiritual flames, dared to speak. His tone was cautious as he declared, I am In Ziho, disciple of the Evil Moon Society. At the peak of the 3rd tier, I have already attained a transcendent physique. And you, who are you, wielder of such power? The man was none other than Li Xiao. His gaze shifted from Li Qingxue to In Ziho, his voice a hoarse whisper laced with icy detachment. Oh? In other words, the clues to the tailed beasts lie with you? Tailed beast clues. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, the minds of everyone present were once again stirred. Su Moran was utterly astonished, for he had only disclosed the matter of the tailed beast clues to Li Xiao. Who, then, was this man before him? His curiosity was piqued to an extraordinary degree. Feng Qingfeng and Wu Yan exchanged glances, both equally shaken. They had never anticipated that the matter of the tailed beasts had spread so far, reaching even the formidable forces of unknown origins. They could only wonder what fate awaited them today. In Ziho coldly remarked, if you seek the clues to the tailed beasts, it is utterly impossible. Just as he spoke, Li Xiao suddenly moved. Chapter 28, To Speak or Not to Speak? Approximately half an hour ago. Green City, the Bureau of Abilities. Yen Fansong paced back and forth, finally hearing a monk's resonant voice, Director Yen, I apologize for my tardiness. His expression brightened, and he turned to see a man clad in a black monk's robe approaching slowly. The mere entrance of this figure into the hall startled all the staff present. He stood at a towering height of 9 feet, his muscles coiling like ancient tree roots, shouldering a tungsten steel staff, his left face concealed by a bronze Shura mask, while his right was sharply chiseled, emanating an astonishing aura. It was none other than one of the 8 deacons of the Northern Shaolin, Master Xuanlu. Master Xuanlu, you have finally arrived. Yen Fansong hastened to greet him. The Bureau of Abilities was currently in a state of disarray, with him, the deputy director, being merely an ordinary person, possessing authority yet lacking strength. Although the director was immensely powerful, he was trapped in a secret realm and unable to extricate himself, rendering the once majestic Bureau of Abilities in Green City seemingly vacant. Fortunately, after persistent communication, the Shaolin had finally dispatched one of the 8 deacons, and here stood Master Xuanlu. Having completed the restructuring of his spiritual veins and transcended to an extraordinary physique, he was indeed the foremost individual below the 4th tier. Yin Fansong had specifically summoned him to stabilize the situation. With Master Xuanlu overseeing a designated area, no matter how formidable a foe Yin Ziho might be, breaching the Bureau's defenses would prove exceedingly challenging. My apologies for the delay on my journey. Master Xuanlu's voice resonated like iron, and after exchanging pleasantries, he promptly delved into the matter at hand. Director Yen, which area do you require my oversight? Currently, many martial monks from northern Shaolin had directly entered the secret realms to engage in combat with foreign entities, resulting in a significant shortage of manpower. His availability was already a considerable concession. Yin Fansong was about to introduce the location in the city center when an employee rushed in, breathless. Director Yen, we have a grave situation. What is this hurried commotion? Yin Fansong furrowed his brow. With Master Xuanlu present, such urgency from an employee could reflect poorly on the Bureau's competence. However, the employee hurriedly explained, Wu Yen and Feng Qingfeng, 2 formidable warriors, have sustained severe injuries and are on the brink of death. What? Yin Fansong was taken aback, urgently demanding, explain this matter in detail. Wu Yen and Feng Qingfeng were both peak 3rd tier warriors who had come to assist from the Demon Capital and Imperial Capital, respectively. In Green City, they were considered absolute powerhouses. Yet now, they were on the verge of death? It is Yin Ziho, the employee frantically elucidated. Yin Ziho, not being a peak 3rd tier himself, had already undergone the transformation to an extraordinary physique, making him nearly invincible in physical combat. An extraordinary physique. Yin Fansong's face drained of color. After the peak of the 3rd tier, any advancement would result in a profound transformation. The completion of Yin Ziho's extraordinary physique signified that he was no longer an ordinary mortal, but had evolved towards the realm of the extraordinary. Under such circumstances, it was indeed plausible that Wu Yen and Feng Qingfeng could face death. The employee swallowed hard. Yin Fansong, growing impatient, urged, What are you stammering about? Speak quickly. According to our investigation, Yin Ziho is not an ordinary outer disciple. The employee paused briefly before responding. This individual is a 3rd tier core member of the Evil Moon Society. Although he has yet to reach the 4th tier, he bears significant responsibilities. Intelligence from the Magic City indicates that Yin Ziho possesses a teleportation scroll. His initial objective is to eliminate all threatening ability users in Green City, then infiltrate the Green City's secret realm, using the scroll to summon core members of the Evil Moon Society and launch a decisive incursion into the secret realm. As the employee grew increasingly agitated, Yin Fansong felt as though a thunderclap echoed in his mind. He never anticipated that the seemingly ordinary Yin Ziho harbored such a formidable plan. It was no wonder the Evil Moon Society had dispatched both Lei Yutao and Yin Ziho to infiltrate Green City. It now appeared that Lei Yutao was merely testing for the presence of experts in Green City, while Yin Ziho was the true trump card of the Evil Moon Society. Damn it! Green City is a 1st tier metropolis, yet it lacks any formidable guardians. If the enemy exploits this weakness, the entire city could descend into chaos and become the stronghold of the Evil Moon Society. Master Xuanlu. Yin Fansong turned to the monk beside him. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Master Xuanlu immediately recited a Buddhist chant, Umatba. Director Yen, do not panic. Now that I am aware of Yin Ziho's nefarious scheme, I will not allow him to succeed. I will promptly seek assistance from the Northern Shaolin. I fear that Yin Ziho may summon a 4th tier powerhouse, which would drastically alter the situation. Yin Fansong clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale. The mere existence of the extraordinary Yin Ziho was already an outrageous threat. And the strength of a genuine fourth-tier expert was unimaginable. Once such a being infiltrated the city center, it would be akin to a fish in water, impossible to restrain. The strong ones from the Magic City will not release any fourth-tier experts, so rest assured, Master Xuanlu assured him. From here on, leave it to me. And you may have confidence in my abilities. With that, he turned and departed. Yin Fansong remained uneasy, yet in such dire circumstances. He had no alternative but to pace restlessly within the confines of the bureau. At the Tianhe Dam, Yin Ziho fixed his gaze intently on Li Xiao. He could not fathom where such a powerful individual had emerged from in Green City, especially since Lei Yutao had failed to detect him earlier. Moreover, the inquiry regarding the tailed beasts caused his expression to darken. The matter of the tailed beasts was a core secret of the Evil Moon Society. How could he possibly divulge it? Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Ziho flatly rejected the inquiry. Yet in that instant, the other party made their move. It was as if a bolt of black lightning had struck. Yin Ziho barely registered a blur before the terrifying figure darted past him on the bridge. Seeking death. Yin Ziho's fury surged. He had intended to handle matters amicably, yet this individual dared to attack outright? With a mere flicker of thought, he contemplated turning to flee, however. Upon raising his gaze, he discovered that the man had already positioned himself directly before him. Like a fallen angel unfurling its wings, black feathers scattered in the air. It was too swift. Yin Ziho was utterly oblivious to when the adversary had materialized in front of him. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he stared blankly at the figure before him. The man's broad frame loomed ominously, his blood-red cross-shaped pupils devoid of any emotion. As he slowly extended his hand towards Yin Ziho's throat. Damn it, with such speed, he dares to think he can capture me? Yin Ziho sensed the arrogance of his foe and smirked coldly, preparing to make his escape. Yet, as the thought coursed through his body, an inexplicable sensation assailed his mind. As if something had been struck. The once tranquil void of his consciousness was suddenly invaded by those blood-red eyes, which loomed over his very soul like a deity, quietly surveying the depths of his spirit. What is this? He found himself utterly immobilized. Even the thought of fleeing seemed to evaporate. His body refused to obey his commands. Yin Ziho's mouth gaped open in sheer terror. He yearned to roar, to scream, yet all that escaped him were meaningless utterances. His gaze remained fixated on the entity before him, and in that moment, his sanity began to fray. What on earth is happening? What manner of monster is this man? Crack! At last, his throat was grasped by Li Xiao, and only then did Yin Ziho feel the spirit that had been stripped from him return. Awareness flooding back like a tidal wave. He once again heard that chilling voice. To speak, or not to speak? Chapter 29. Are you ready? You will die. In this moment, Yin Ziho felt an unprecedented pressure, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. He was a core member tasked with the mission of the Evil Moon Society. If he were to perish here, the entire plan of the society would be irrevocably shattered. There was no time to linger, he had to unveil his trump card immediately. At this instant, his thoughts crystallized with remarkable clarity. He opened his mouth and exhaled, causing a scroll to unfurl in midair. With a sudden explosion, Yin Ziho transformed into white mist, vanishing from Li Xiao's grasp, reappearing 10 meters away. This was the substitution scroll. The Evil Moon Society had acquired numerous treasures within the secret realm, and the substitution scroll was one of them. It allowed the wielder to perform a substitution technique in critical moments, facilitating an escape from perilous situations. Due to its extreme rarity, even Yin Ziho possessed only one. Once used, it would be pivotal in determining the outcome. However, Yin Ziho understood that the disparity in strength between himself and this adversary was insurmountable. Merely relying on the substitution scroll would be futile. He even chose not to flee any longer, for his speed was no match for Li Xiao's. At this juncture, his sole path to survival lay in directly summoning the formidable masters of the Evil Moon Society to confront this individual collectively. With a determined breath, he summoned another scroll. Grasping it firmly, and addressed Li Xiao, I must admit, you have exceeded my expectations. I never imagined such a powerful expert could exist in Green City. However, your journey ends here." At this moment, Wu Yan and the others stood utterly astonished. What had transpired? From their vantage point, they had witnessed Li Xiao pursuing Yin Ziho at an astonishing speed, only to see his movements abruptly slow down. Yet Yin Ziho appeared like a startled goose. Paralyzed with fear, watching as he was restrained without daring to resist, ultimately being compelled to employ hidden tactics. The rapidity of this transformation was bewildering. It all unfolded in a mere 5 seconds. Yet, from Yin Ziho's expression, he seemed to be in a state of utmost panic. "Wu Yan, what on earth is happening?" Feng Qingfeng leaned against the battered Bentley, gazing at Wu Yan, who had been carried over by Suemo Ran and others. Both of them had lost their fighting capabilities. Nearly clinging to life, able to move only their necks and mouths. "This man exudes an overwhelming aura, I cannot articulate it," Wu Yan replied gravely, shaking his head. Even with his discerning gaze, he was unable to ascertain the true strength of this enigmatic figure. Was he a fourth tier? But they were familiar with all fourth tiers in Green City, yet the origins of this mysterious powerhouse remained unknown. If he were not fourth tier, what could he possibly be? There was no way to ascertain. Suemo Ran glanced at the trembling Lun Weining and Li Qingshui and spoke in a low voice. "What are you afraid of? It is merely death, moreover. You are not dead yet. Remember, if you wish to become strong in the future, you must witness the intensity of such confrontations and absorb them into your memory. This will greatly benefit you in the days to come." Upon hearing this, the crowd inhaled deeply, shedding their fears, and continued to gaze wide-eyed. At that moment, Li Xiao crossed his arms, somewhat surprised as he looked at Yin Ziho. "The substitution technique? You truly are aware." Yin Ziho's pupils constricted as he sneered. "You even comprehend the life-saving substitution scroll. It seems you too are a formidable being emerged from some secret realm. However, being below the fourth tier, you are ultimately but an insect. Since you insist on pursuing me relentlessly, I shall have no choice but to unveil the trump card of my evil moon society." Li Xiao replied coolly, "I grant you 10 seconds to prepare your abilities." "You scoundrel!" Yin Ziho inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. He had deliberately invoked the name of the Evil Moon Society to intimidate Li Xiao. Yet this individual showed no gratitude and instead offered him a mere 10 seconds to prepare, truly intolerable. He grinned menacingly. "Very well. Since you refuse to show my society the respect it deserves, do not blame me for being merciless." With that, he abruptly bit his thumb, tearing the skin, and unfurled the scroll, tossing it into the air. The scroll instantly revealed a vast array of summoning techniques. Yin Ziho traced a line upward with his bloodied thumb, then swiftly formed seals with his hands, pressing them to the ground. Reverse summoning technique. Boom! 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 3 figures were suddenly summoned. "This is... I understand now." Beside them, Feng Qingfeng, who had been intently observing Yin Ziho, widened his eyes in shock. Yin Ziho was employing the reverse summoning technique, allowing him to summon 3 individuals directly. No wonder he sought to infiltrate Green City while concealing his extraordinary identity. It seems he intended to orchestrate a grand scheme in the shadows. Wu Yan gazed at the summoned trio, his pupils contracting in astonishment. Poison Master Yin Zhouju, Demoness by Wu Mian, Blood Fiend Tu Qianyu, all of them are at the 3rd tier peak. My heavens! The Evil Moon Society has truly lost their minds to harbor such power. This fiend Yin Ziho means to say, even if we manage to defeat him today, we will still face an assault from these 3? In a fit of anger, Feng Qingfeng could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! That mysterious powerhouse is likely doomed. The 3rd tier peak refers to those who have simultaneously completed both the reshaping of their spirit veins and the attainment of extraordinary physiques. The appearance of 3 such individuals is indeed catastrophic. Is this the secret realm of Green City? Such thin spiritual energy still resides here? Clad in a bloodstained white coat and wearing a gas mask, In Joju glanced around before fixing his gaze on In Zio. "What do you mean by this, boy?" As he spoke, the other two also turned their attention towards In Zio. The escape plan is of utmost importance. For this, the sect had even bestowed upon In Zio the precious substitution scroll. Yet he had summoned these individuals outside. This is a grave offense. Under the scrutiny of those piercing eyes, In Zio felt a shiver run down his spine. He hastily pointed at Li Xiao and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, there is a formidable foe. This person has thwarted my plans, and I found myself unable to escape his grasp, leaving me no choice but to summon you all before entering the secret realm." TSK. His exterior indeed suggests he is no ordinary adversary. Haichen Yu shoulders a severed head sword, his robust physique enveloped in astonishingly fatty, immediately drawing attention to Li Xiao's peculiarities. He White No Sleep, stop flirting, this person is extraordinary. They are seeking the Moon Princess, I could clearly feel her nearby. White No Sleep rolled his eyes but also sensed Li Xiao's presence, prompting him to an ah. What a remarkable visage, this is truly my first encounter with such an overwhelming presence. Li Xiao paid no heed to their teasing, and as the group assembled, he said, "Is this all of you?" Indeed, with these companions by his side, he felt unafraid of Li Xiao. Yet as the words left his mouth, he sensed a sudden shift in Li Xiao's. The terrifying aura that emanated was starkly different from before. Li Xiao, well then, despite your frailty, the multitude makes it wondrous. Let me stretch my limbs a little and turn you into for the art of the concept of. Hearing this unfamiliar term, everyone present was momentarily stunned, yet an increasing sense of filled their hearts. What exactly is this thing? Just the mention of it evoked an uncanny evil sensation, but there was no time left for contemplation. The sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered. Li Xiao, standing in the shadows, slowly raised his foot. "Are you all prepared?" Chapter 30, Lightning Release. Kirin. The muffled sound of footsteps gradually echoed through the air. At this moment, In Joju and his companions had begun to realize the formidable strength of Li Xiao, their expressions growing increasingly solemn. They held their breath, fixated on the approaching figure of Li Xiao. Initially, his movements were unhurried, but as he started to accelerate and break into a run, the onlookers felt his presence drawing nearer and nearer, until he transformed into an imperceptible thread, vanishing entirely. Be cautious of his speed. In Zio had already experienced Li Xiao's extraordinary movement capabilities and shouted a warning. Yet, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Li Xiao appeared directly above him, akin to a fierce tiger launching an attack. His speed resembled that of lightning, leaving no room for evasion. In Zio instinctively kicked to defend himself, but Li Xiao did not flinch. He struck down with his elbow from midair. With a resounding crash, In Zio's tibia was shattered. What? The onlookers were left in utter shock. It was important to note that In Zio's physique had been honed into a transcendent body. His bones, having undergone rigorous training, were far from ordinary. How could he be utterly defenseless against such an opponent? What kind of joke was this? Unbeknownst to them, Li Xiao's understanding of chakra far surpassed their comprehension. Despite wielding no weapons, he could directly manipulate chakra's properties for his own advantage. The dark purple lightning enveloping him operated on principles identical to the third Raikage's lightning release armor. In this state, not only was his defensive capability enhanced to the utmost by chakra, but his every movement was a lethal strike. How could In Zio, a mere newly empowered individual, possibly contend with Li Xiao? Thus, an astonishing event unfolded. With a thunderous crash, Li Xiao descended from above, cleaving through In Zio's tibia. In Zio remained in the midst of his kicking motion, yet his lower leg was severed, blood gushing forth, and excruciating pain radiated through him, rendering his mind a blank slate. Impossible! He screamed, his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. His strongest body, his most cherished martial arts, could not withstand even a single exchange against this individual? In Zio's already fragile will shattered completely. Nearby, Tu Qianyu was taken aback, urging, "Quick, provide support." At the very same moment, a series of ice spears suddenly shot through the air from afar. Li Xiao's figure quickly moved from its original spot. dodging all the incoming attacks while simultaneously increasing the distance between himself and In Joju. It was only at this point that In Joju fully recovered. Sweat poured down his face as he exclaimed in terror, "Don't look into his eyes." Just now, my consciousness was taken over by him. Could he possibly possess a spiritual technique capable of mind control? Bai Wuxian's expression shifted dramatically. No wonder In Joju had seemed like a helpless lamb earlier, he had been controlled. Blood and corpse mountain slash. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. Blade flashing as it slashed straight toward Li Xiao. It was Tu Qianyu. He was extremely close to reaching the fourth stage and possessed the greatest physical strength among them all. Now, with the force of a mountain collapsing upon him, he pressed down on Li Xiao from above, attempting to overwhelm him purely through brute force. Yet when faced with such a situation, Li Xiao merely curled his lips slightly and raised both hands. Dang! Tu Qianyu's massive cleaver, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was actually caught barehanded by Li Xiao. Not only that, but Tu Qianyu himself was locked midair, stuck in the downward striking pose, unable to move an inch. My God! My strike alone carries at least 5,000 jin of force, yet he blocked it directly without even bending his knees? Tu Qianyu finally understood why In Ziho had his tibia shattered in one hit. The person before him was no ordinary human, they were beings from entirely different realms. His face turned red from exertion as he used every ounce of strength trying to pull his cleaver back, but all he received in return was Li Xiao's faint, mocking smile. This was terrifying. Tu Qianyu prided himself on his immense strength, yet against this man, he couldn't budge even the slightest bit. I'll kill you. Roaring furiously, Tu Qianyu abandoned his cleaver altogether and drew a short blade from his body instead. His bulky frame burst forth with astonishing speed, launching a flurry of slashes like fluttering butterflies. Within moments, dozens of strikes rained down in rapid succession, and attacks so relentless that any ordinary person would have been torn apart instantly. But what followed made Tu Qianyu truly understand the meaning of the word gap. Attempts to strike his throat missed completely. Aiming for his heart always just a hair too late. Even abandoning vital points and targeting his feet, the opponent moved like a cat playing with a mouse, pinpointing every weak spot in Tu Qianyu's attacks and turning them into his own advantage, leaving Tu Qianyu injured instead. No matter how fiercely he attacked, not a single cut reached the man's body. Pang! Finally, with a casual touch from the man, Tu Qianyu's abdomen exploded inward. Li Xiao's bloodied arm pierced through Tu Qianyu's back, dripping crimson from his fingertips. Expressionless, he gently pushed Tu Qianyu aside and said indifferently, "Come again." Unbelievable. Everyone watching from a distance was stunned beyond comprehension. Inconceivable, incomprehensible. Su Moran stood rooted in place, his head spinning. The sight before him shook him deeply. The sheer terror of this mysterious powerhouse exceeded anything he'd ever imagined. They simply didn't belong to the same realm. He turned his head and found that Yi Tianran and Xie Jun were utterly dumbfounded, while Long Weining and Li Qingxue covered their mouths, afraid to utter a sound. This was the terrifying might of a formidable individual. Such a bloody and brutal scene fundamentally shocked everyone. Similarly, Wu Yan and Feng Qingfeng were filled with profound fear. Who on earth could this be? Wu Yan murmured, attempting to recall the identity of the man before him, yet he found himself devoid of any impression. Feng Qingfeng, equally tense, fixed his gaze on the battlefield. A monster. We cannot win, we are utterly powerless. At the other end, In Ziho had completely collapsed. He sat on the ground, blood pooling around him, laughing bitterly and uttering despondent words. Beside him, In Joju and Bai Wumian wore expressions of utter dismay. They had never anticipated that such a powerful being could exist in Green City, one who could render them defenseless merely through physical prowess. However, it was not as if there were no opportunities left. At least throughout the ordeal, they had not seen this man employ any spiritual techniques. This fellow might be an absolute physical cultivator, several times stronger than In Ziho. Bai Wumian said gravely, "We must counter him with spiritual techniques. We cannot engage him in close combat. Agreed. Injoju nodded solemnly and then took a deep breath. The deep purple spiritual energy around him suddenly coalesced in his mouth. Aimed at Li Xiao as he unleashed corrupting bone miasma. Simultaneously, Bai Wumian shouted, "Frost Sound Blast!" The violet and white energies intertwined, transforming into a stunning beam of light that struck directly at Li Xiao. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Li Xiao's body was hurled away. Success! In that moment, Injoju and the others were filled with elation. Their spiritual techniques were anything but ordinary. Injoju's corrupting bone miasma contained potent toxins that could either kill or maim upon contact, capable of dissolving flesh into blood in an instant. Bai Wumian's Frost Sound Blast possessed ultra-low temperatures that could fundamentally destroy the limbs of their foe. Oh no! But Feng Qingfeng and the others felt a sinking sensation. The power of a third-tier extreme spiritual technique should not be underestimated. Even if that man didn't die from such an attack, his combat effectiveness would likely be halved. However, everyone watched as Li Xiao adjusted his posture midair, landing gracefully and gliding along the bridge. Zzz. His body emitted a strange sound, as if something was crackling around him. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that a blackish-purple lightning shield enveloped Li Xiao, entirely safeguarding his form. He emerged unscathed. What is that? Bai Wumian and the others stared in disbelief. Is that a spiritual technique? What kind of spiritual technique is it? Yet, there was no time for them to ponder further. Li Xiao twisted his wrist, brushed off the non-existent dust from his body, and said nonchalantly, "It was you who initiated with the ninjutsu." Suddenly, it began to rain, droplets fell from the sky, soaking Li Xiao's hair. The shadows deepened. What did he say? The thunder roared, and Injiu could hardly believe his ears. Did that statement imply that Li Xiao had ceased his warm-up? Surely not. Could he possibly possess another trump card? Li Xiao, however, merely scoffed, lifting his gaze towards the ominous clouds above, feeling the icy raindrops striking his face. As if struck by a revelation, a smirk gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth. Whether life or death now hinged upon your fortune. He raised his hand high, his dark hair swirling, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan shimmering with an otherworldly crimson light. Then, everyone heard the harbinger of demise. Lightning release, Kirin. Chapter 31, Rebirth of the Corrupted Soil. Above the sky, dark clouds roiled, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. The electric light surged through the inky clouds like a serpent. As Li Xiao stood upon the bridge, his hand connecting the pitch-black lightning directly to the heavens. It resembled a spider's web ascending to the clouds. And with a sudden tug, an astonishing event unfolded. Creak! A tremendous occurrence transpired, the churning thunder erupted with fury, akin to an enraged thunder dragon captured by Li Xiao. The onlookers gazed upward in astonishment, realizing that a cerulean beast had been forcefully drawn from the clouds. What was this? How could he seize the thunder from the celestial realm? This was divine intervention. The crowd was left in utter shock, among them Tu Qianyu and others felt a chilling dread surging from their very souls. Just by witnessing this scene, they comprehended that this was an existence far beyond their means to confront, even resistance was futile. Faced with such a monstrosity, their only recourse was to desperately flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Tu Qianyu, Bai Wumian, and Injoju dashed in 3 separate directions, attempting to survive by scattering. Only In Ziho remained, fixated on the beast in the sky, as if he had encountered a deity. At last, the clouds exploded, and radiant light consumed the sky. This was not mere ninjutsu. It was a creature from myth, shattering the heavens. The thunder, coalescing into a qilin, descended with overwhelming force, its beastly head rearing back to roar, eyes ablaze. And with a mighty stomp, it charged forward. Boom! The blue electric light surged, catching up to the fleeing Tu Qianyu in the blink of an eye. No! In that moment of peril, Tu Qianyu felt his soul shatter. He summoned every ounce of strength to resist the thunder, first conjuring a protective barrier of spiritual energy, then brandishing a scroll and a severed blade. In less than a second, he exhausted all his means. Yet it was futile, the lightning instantly shattered his defenses, engulfing Tu Qianyu in a heartbeat. He was dead. Bai Wumian turned to witness this scene, and an overwhelming fear coursed through her entire being. Her power was nearly on par with Tu Qianyu's, and now that he could not withstand even a moment, how could she hope to survive? Just as she turned, the Qilin had already fixed its gaze upon her, leaping into the air, its terrifying form illuminate by Wumian stared blankly at her surroundings. The once blue stone ground had been ravaged by lightning, reduced to a desolate wasteland. Beside her, for 1,000 meters in every direction, not a blade of grass dared to grow. She gazed into the distance, where a man cloaked in darkness stood beneath the rain, his tattered wings rendering him akin to a demon. Tap, tap, tap. The man walked through the puddles, approaching Bai Wumian with an imposing presence, looking down at her and uttering, "Speak." Upon hearing these words, Bai Wumian felt an immediate release of tension in her heart. Indeed, the other party had a purpose. This made things manageable. At the very least, she still held the right to negotiate. Cautiously, she ventured, "You must promise me that if I finish speaking, you will let me go." Before she could complete her sentence, Injoju, another survivor, cried out, "My lord! I will speak. I will reveal everything." The tailed beast resides within the depths of the Green City's secret realm. If we gather the necessary conditions, we can enter that area. Our evil moon society intends to seize a tailed beast to harness its power and create an unparalleled warrior. If you spare my life, I will provide you with the specific details. What a fool! Bai Wumian hadn't anticipated that Injoju had survived as well. And this imbecile had divulged nearly all the intelligence. However, it was fortunate that this fool retained the core secret, allowing them some negotiating leverage. As she contemplated this, she noticed Li Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, what a bunch of simpletons, thinking such tactics could deter me. How na-ve." Li Xiao raised his hand, tossing the barely alive Ziho aside, and declared, "I trust the words of the dead far more than those of the living." At this proclamation, both Bai Wumian and Injoju widened their eyes in disbelief. They were yet to comprehend the full implication of Li Xiao's statement, but they were soon left in astonishment. With swift precision, Li Xiao drew a formation and cast Ziho into its center, clapping his hands together and chillingly uttering, "Impure resurrection." As dust swirled, it enveloped Ziho's form, and in an instant, he transformed into the deceased Tu Qianyu. Tu Qianyu felt as though he had merely awakened from slumber. He opened his eyes, bewildered by his surroundings. Oddly enough, he pondered, had I not perished? What was happening? Turning his head, he was met with the nearly shattered expressions of Bai Wumian and Injoju. He murmured, "Bai Wumian? Injoju? How could you both, boom?" Bai Wumian hastily knelt before Li Xiao, repeatedly bowing her head, "My lord, spare my life. I will reveal everything. I beg you, please." She was genuinely terrified, a profound fear gripping her heart. Bai Wumian could scarcely believe that Li Xiao possessed such godlike abilities, able to summon even the deceased Tu Qianyu with ease. Did this not imply that even in death, she would find no peace in his presence? Such a terrifying thought made her shudder. Meanwhile, Injoju beside her trembled uncontrollably, joining Bai Wumian in their pleas for mercy. The technique of impure world reincarnation wields an astonishing power of intimidation, even among heretical sections. In response, Li Xiao merely cast a fleeting glance at them and chuckled softly, saying, "Your corpses hold no value for me, I only seek to ascertain the veracity of your words." Li Xiao had previously collaborated with Orochimaru on several occasions, employing methods that were decidedly ruthless. However, he seldom resorted to the technique of impure world reincarnation, primarily for the sake of caution. A talisman materialized in his hand, which he promptly cast into the mind of Tu Qianyu, before adding, "Tell me all that you know regarding the tailed beasts." Chapter 32, Hurry. Meanwhile, Master Xuanlu, who had arrived late, finally stepped out of an SUV. Standing by the roadside, he gazed downwards, instantly able to survey the entirety of the Tianhe Dam. With a mere glance, his complexion abruptly changed. How could the scene be so devastating? At the edge of the dam lay a charred wasteland, as if struck by thunder, devoid of any life. This is. Beside Xuanlu, another warrior, Mo Wujian, similarly felt his pupils constrict and murmured, "Fourth stage? This must undoubtedly possess fourth stage intensity." The Evil Moon Society has spared no expense. It was evident that the intensity had indeed reached the fourth stage, though the precise level remained unclear for the moment. The final monk, Wu Jie, spoke solemnly, "We cannot linger here, let us proceed directly. Regardless of whether Su Moran and the others are alive or dead, we must see for ourselves." Indeed. The other two nodded in agreement. The three were formidable fighters, and despite the 50-meter drop to the dam, they traversed it with ease. After swiftly descending the mountain, they soon spotted Su Moran and the others huddled in the corner of a Bentley. Xuanlu exchanged glances with the other two, ultimately deciding to remain in place, and immediately inquired, "Esteemed practitioners, what is the situation?" Nearby, Mo Wujian and Wu Jia quickly observed the brutal scene at the center of the battlefield. At its core stood an individual with flowing black hair, blood-red eyes, and a pair of tattered wings. His imposing presence was exceedingly exaggerated, instilling an immediate sense of foreboding in Mo Wujian and Wu Jia. This individual was dangerous. Mo Wujian roared, instinctively channeling his energy to unleash an astonishing aura. However, at that moment, Wu Yan hastily interjected, "Master, wait. What nonsense is this?" He just witnessed the terror of Li Xiao firsthand. If these three were to engage in conflict with him, what would happen to us? Mo Wujian paused momentarily, casting a glance at Li Xiao before locking eyes with the Sharingan. In that instant, his heart skipped a beat. Such a terrifying aura. Upon regaining his composure, he felt cold sweat drenching his back. He was certainly no match for this individual. Any rash action could lead to his demise. Countless thoughts surged through his mind as Mo Wujian clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" He recalled that there were no warriors resembling this one in Green City. The malevolent aura emanating from those eyes, along with the figure reminiscent of a fallen angel, was utterly enigmatic. Li Xiao cast a glance at him but offered no reply. Following his earlier conversation with Tu Qianyu, he had begun to piece together the events unfolding before him. To summarize, these individuals indeed knew the location of the tailed beast, which resided within the Green City's secret realm. Within the realm lay a place sealing the tailed beast, referred to as a relic. But reaching the relic required a map for guidance. The map was divided into an external map and an internal map. The external map directed the user to the relic's location, which was the very one in Li Xiao's possession. This item was not particularly rare. Many were aware of the route to the relic, serving as a smokescreen deliberately released by the Evil Moon Society. What holds true value is the internal map. Within the relic, the intricate labyrinth demands guidance to locate the resting place of the tailed beast. Furthermore, the activation of the relic necessitates the assembly of keys, which are inspired by the elements of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. Once gathered, they unlock the secrets of the relic. My curiosity about the mysteries of this world has only intensified, revealing discrepancies between my expectations and the reality within. Upon learning all this, Li Xiao felt a stirring in his heart. Initially, witnessing the techniques displayed by Lei Yutao, reminiscent of ninjutsu, led him to believe that the so-called secret realm bore a significant connection to the ninja world. However, the sights he beheld today have reshaped his understanding. It appears that this secret realm is even more grand than he had imagined, with truly remarkable aspects to explore. Additionally, as Bai Wumian mentioned, a formidable ally known as Yu Ji is supposedly nearby, serving as their informant within Green City. This implied proximity of Yuji diminished Li Xiao's interest in conversing with the newcomers, Mo Wujian and his companions. He merely cast a glance at the trio before turning away. Of course, he had already noticed Li Qingxue amidst the crowd, yet he had no intention of acknowledging her. He did not wish to draw Li Qingxue into the harsh realities of the extraordinary world, having witnessed countless families torn apart in the ninja realm. Nonetheless, he did not intend to prevent her from choosing the path of the extraordinary. He had seen many perish due to their weakness. Thus, Li Xiao resolved to allow his sister to explore this world and make her own decisions based on her will. The only assurance he could provide her was that, regardless of the path she chose, he would always be there to support her. As he gazed down from the heavens at the bewildered Li Qingxue, he smiled softly before his figure swiftly vanished. On the ground, Mo Wujian clutched his chest, gasping for breath, muttering, "Damn it, the pressure is overwhelming. What manner of monster is he, to be so terrifying? Master Mo, watch your words." The monk Wu Jia quickly cautioned. That powerful individual has not strayed far. Beside them, Xian Lu promptly took out a wooden fish, striking it rhythmically while chanting, "Umatba." Mo Wujian has no ties to our North Shaolin. He is a gifted practitioner. Years ago, he learned some martial arts from a Taoist on the mountain and subsequently forged his own path. I merely happened to assist him on his journey. Xian Lu. You old bald donkey. Mo Wujian's face turned an alarming shade of green. He had not anticipated Xian Lu's brazen betrayal. Yet, despite his indignation, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Both Xian Lu and Wu Jia were no ordinary monks, as two of the 8 esteemed disciples of Shaolin. They could be regarded as elite. The fact that even they feared the mysterious powerhouse revealed the true extent of that individual's strength. Cursing his own ignorance, he glanced around, sensing an ominous atmosphere hanging in the air, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He quickly attempted to diffuse the tension, saying, "I misspoke. I believe we should hasten to clear the battlefield and report back to the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. Do not be hasty, there are still matters to attend to." Xian Lu cast a glance at Bai Wumian and Yin Zhouju, who were sprawled on the scorched earth, and his eyes ignited with brilliance upon recognizing the illustrious Poison Master and Demon Princess. The monk Wu Jia and Mo Wujian were utterly astonished. These two were esteemed figures, their combat prowess rivaling their own. To discover them here was unexpected. At that moment, Bai Wumian, upon seeing Xian Lu and the others, immediately lamented, "Lord Xian Lu, I was wrong, truly wrong. I shall never again delve into the cult. I implore you, imprison me. Even if it means toiling as a servant in the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs." Yin Zhouju echoed Bai Wumian's pleas, resembling a fervent supplicant and a mere parrot. The trio's eyes widened in disbelief. They had not anticipated that the figures they remembered for their madness and defiance would now display such desperation. Unable to restrain themselves, they glanced towards Sumo Ran and the others, who appeared pallid, seemingly urging them to flee swiftly. Upon witnessing their expressions, Xian Lu and his companions immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was undoubtedly tied to the formidable presence they had encountered earlier. "Quickly, we must depart," Wu Jia decisively declared. Lingering in this place was no longer tenable. Chapter 33, The Wrath of Wu Yen. With a resounding boom, a dark figure loomed in the sky, casting a disdainful gaze over the entire Tianhe district. It was none other than Li Xiao. He sensed 3 unique auras, yet they were too feeble to belong to Yuji. Swiftly scanning the vicinity for any survivors, Li Xiao lamented the futility of his efforts. He had uncovered no clues. The area, being largely rural, was densely wooded and offered ample hiding spots, making it exceedingly difficult for him to locate the elusive Yuji, even with his ability to fly. Alas, there were still 2 months until the relic's activation, a span ample enough for him to grow stronger. After a brief period of contemplation, Li Xiao resolved to cease his search for Yuji. This world was proving to be far more intriguing than he had anticipated, seemingly teeming with powerful beings vying for dominance within the so-called secret realms. For Li Xiao, this presented a splendid opportunity. He could seize this moment to restore his own strength. Moreover, he had stumbled upon another revelation: this world possessed a unique cultivation system. A notion that had not crossed his mind before. As he descended back to the ground, Li Xiao reflected on his earlier encounter with Lei Yutao, who employed techniques reminiscent of ninjutsu, leading him to instinctively conclude that their cultivation method stemmed from the ninja realm. However, after battling against Yin Ziho and others, Li Xiao discerned that their practices were indeed distinctive, diverging entirely from the chakra pathways, seemingly embracing a more versatile approach. For instance, the chakra Li Xiao utilized was a fusion of mental and physical energies. As long as his stamina and mental fortitude remained intact, he could continuously generate chakra. In contrast, Yin Ziho and his peers harnessed an energy known as spiritual qi. From Li Xiao's observations, this qi was drawn from the external environment, subsequently stored within the meridians of the body. If chakra's cultivation speed correlated with the intensity of training, then the rate of spiritual qi cultivation was contingent upon its density in the surrounding atmosphere. As long as the local spiritual qi was sufficiently abundant, human cultivation could advance at an extraordinary pace. This was the fundamental distinction between chakra and spiritual qi. No wonder they incessantly spoke of spiritual qi's resurgence. It was enlightening to realize the true nature of this so-called qi. Li Xiao was filled with profound astonishment. Indeed, one never ceases to learn. This spiritual qi appeared to be an immensely formidable force. It was hard to ascertain which was superior, chakra or spiritual qi. Yet it was certain that Li Xiao himself could also cultivate this new energy. Ultimately, he envisioned developing a novel system that blended spiritual qi and chakra, enabling a transformative evolution in all ninjutsu and physical techniques. However, it seemed that mastering spiritual qi would require specific guidance, which posed a significant dilemma. Perhaps he could enlist Sumo Ran to assist with this endeavor? As these thoughts occupied his mind, Li Xiao noticed a taxi speeding toward him in the distance. Acknowledging this, he set aside his musings. The matter required careful consideration, but for now, returning home was paramount. After expending so much energy, he felt fatigued. Meanwhile, on the national highway leading back to Green City, Xian Lu and his companions finally relaxed as they observed an increasing number of vehicles nearby. Though the multitude of people does not inherently guarantee safety, the current atmosphere resembles that of a ghost story, where the presence of many brings a peculiar sense of reassurance. At this moment, the crowd finally dares to raise their voices in conversation. What is the situation with that enigmatic powerhouse? How did he emerge? Xian Lu glanced at the two individuals reclining behind him, Wu Yan and Feng Qingfeng. The driver, Mo Wujian, along with the monk Wujie in the back seat, also turned their gazes toward the pair. Of course, there was also Su Moran sitting nearby, but due to his feeble strength, Xian Lu and the others deemed his opinion unworthy of consideration. That elder is truly terrifying. Upon his arrival, he effortlessly cornered Yin Ziho. Subsequently, Yin Ziho resorted to spirit summoning, calling forth by Wumian and others, yet collectively, they proved no match for that elder, with Tu Qianyu being utterly obliterated. Feng Qingfeng's voice trembled with fear. Most alarming was his ability to resurrect the deceased. I witnessed it firsthand. He used Yin Ziho as a sacrificial offering to summon the fallen Tu Qianyu, inquiring about the tailed beasts. The reason why Bai Wumian and Yin Zhou obeyed so readily was due to witnessing such a ghastly display of power. An act that could only be described as divine sorcery. The countenance of Xian Lu and his companions shifted dramatically. The implications of Feng Qingfeng's words were overwhelming. Tremendous power, the ability to resurrect the dead, especially the latter, which was nothing short of diabolical. Do you think he cares about the whereabouts of the tailed beasts? Mo Wujian's expression flickered. Indeed, at that moment, Bai Wumian was nearly killed. At the critical juncture, she suddenly proclaimed her knowledge of the tailed beast's location, causing that bolt of lightning to vanish, followed by the resurrection spell, which served to validate Bai Wumian's claims. Wu Yan interjected. Alas, this is troublesome. Imo Wujin sighed. The Green City secret realm has already attracted the attention of numerous factions, and now, with the emergence of another mysterious powerhouse, it seems a calamity is imminent. Wu Yan expressed astonishment. Is Green City truly so captivating now? Humph, and more than that. The monk Wu Jie remarked, do you think the Shaolin has refrained from emerging for no reason? It is because we are besieged from all sides within the secret realm. The tailed beast relic is exceedingly precious, and now there is a weakened tailed beast involved. Who wouldn't covet it? Green City is likely to descend into chaos. Wu Yan and Feng Qingfeng exchanged glances, both shaken. Curse it, Green City is bound to encounter a significant upheaval. However, among those present, only Su Moran fell into deep contemplation. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an uncanny resemblance between that terrifying powerhouse and Li Xiao, particularly in their blood-red eyes. Both equally captivating. Yet, Su Moran struggled to explain the differing patterns in their eyes and the stark contrast in their appearances. To assert it was indeed Li Xiao felt far-fetched. Where did the discrepancy lie? Su Moran could never quite grasp the answer. Just then, Wu Yan exclaimed, "Oh dear! I nearly forgot." His sudden outburst startled Feng Qingfeng. Irritated, Feng Qingfeng retorted, "What's all the fuss about? I still need to confront that Li Xiao." Wu Yan shouted, "I've just returned from the gates of hell, now I need someone to spar with. I find that Li Xiao is rather arrogant, I shall confront him." Why take such drastic measures? It would be wiser to focus on recovery. Feng Qingfeng was perplexed. Had Wu Yan lost his senses? Yet, Wu Yan harbored his own convictions. What do you understand? My heart for martial arts demands fervor. With the great elixir from the Shaolin Temple to mend my injuries, I shall soon regain my former strength. I shall directly challenge Li Xiao to a grand duel. What could he possibly do? It will serve as a perfect opportunity to temper my resolve. This. Su Moran contemplated dissuading him. But upon realizing the other was at the pinnacle of the third tier while he himself was nothing noteworthy, he sighed in resignation. There was no point in trying to dissuade him, it was best to let it be. Xian Lu and the others exchanged glances. Yet they were indifferent to Wu Yan's actions, such matters were trivial to them, for their greater concern lay with that enigmatic powerful figure. Chapter 34, The Ancestor of the Li Family on the Road. Another vehicle was present. Tianran trembled all over, seemingly still ensnared in the grip of recent terror. Yet, in his eyes, there flickered a glimmer of exhilaration as he exclaimed, "Today, I witnessed a miracle. It turns out, true extraordinary beings can indeed accomplish such feats. To say they can traverse heaven and earth, and are capable of anything, is no exaggeration." Lang Weining, Li Qingxue, and Xia Jun gazed at him. Subsequently, Lung Weining remarked, "Tianran, you are excessively naive. Do you truly believe that is a realm we can aspire to?" Naive? Me? Tianran retorted coldly. Lung Weining, what do you know? I have already inquired of Elder Zhang. There are 10 levels in martial arts, and what I witnessed just now, though seemingly extraordinary, was merely a battle between the 3rd and 4th stages. Consider it, with so many classifications in martial arts, if we exert a modicum of effort, could we not also reach such heights? The Zhang he mentioned was Zhang Liyan, one of Feng Qingfeng's subordinates, the somewhat portly one, who was currently driving. The slender one was named Wang Zhilong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liyan, who was driving, turned his head and chuckled, "Ha, Tianran has a point. We are currently in the initial stages of spiritual energy revival, hence the lack of noticeable enhancement in everyone's strength. As the spiritual energy continues to surge, the density on Earth will grow, and soon, the 3rd stage may no longer be considered powerful. Such a phenomenon exists." Lan Weining was taken aback by this revelation, momentarily rendered speechless. Xia Jun, astonished, inquired, "So, does this mean we too might transform into that mysterious powerhouse? Capable of wielding various supernatural abilities?" "Indeed, it is merely a matter of time," Zhang Liyan replied with a smile. "You are unaware of the conditions within the secret realms. It is said that the concentration of spiritual energy there is tenfold that of reality. Countless venerable elders are cultivating within, their power formidable beyond measure. When all the secret realms are unlocked, it is likely to usher in an era of widespread cultivation. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wang Jilong interjected. All this talk is futile, one must seize the moment to cultivate. The earlier one gains strength, the greater their future accomplishments will be. Otherwise, when resources become scarce, ascending will be quite the challenge. Tianran exclaimed in anger, this is all that Li Xiao's fault. If he hadn't impersonated my great-grandfather's name, how could we have been rejected by Elder Su? It has left us unable to even attend the school for extraordinary beings, how infuriating. Impersonating my great-grandfather? Zhang Liyan sensed the underlying significance in Tianran's words and asked in surprise, Tianran, what is going on? Please elaborate. Beside them, Li Qingshue's expression shifted. And she hurriedly said, that is not true, my brother would never do such a thing. Qingxue, this matter cannot be decided by you, sighed Leng Weining. Elder Su has already hinted quite clearly. Even if you shield Li Xiao now, it will be of no use. It would be wiser to admit the truth. Perhaps leniency might be granted. Seizing the opportunity, Tianran recounted the incident of Li Xiao impersonating the ancestor of the Li family to Zhang Liyan and Wang Jilong. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Liyan and Wang Jilong were utterly astonished. This is truly... oh dear. It's no wonder Su Moran vehemently rejects your entry into the Abilities Academy. Based on your statements, it appears that the ancestor of the Li family may be an extraordinary figure, seemingly having lived for at least a century, and undoubtedly a genuine martial artist. Zhang Liyan remarked gravely, to impersonate such a person's name, that is a grave taboo. What? The others were taken aback, astonished that Li Xiao's great-grandfather was so formidable. Long Weining gazed thoughtfully at Li Qingshuo. No wonder her talent is so formidable that Su Moran would take notice of her, this relationship must be the reason. Li Qingshuo, however, clenched her fists tightly. If this is true, what will happen to my brother? She asked cautiously. Zhang Liyan shook his head, the severity of impersonating a name can vary greatly. But given that the one being impersonated is your great-grandfather, as relatives, you should bear a lighter burden, right? Li Qingshuo fell silent, taking a deep breath and swallowing her humiliation. She looked at her companions, who seemed to be concerned for her, her expression gradually calming. In just a few days, she had come to realize that her so-called friends were unreliable. At this point, today's events were beyond her capacity to resolve. Yet this did not signify that Li Qingshuo would abandon her struggle, on the contrary. She firmly etched today's indignation in her memory. I will embark on the path of cultivation to protect my brother in the passenger seat. Wang Jilong silently absorbed the conversation among the group, immediately contemplating his next move. He knew of Li Xiao, for Wu Yan seemed to regard him as a worthy opponent. Although, as a subordinate of Feng Qingfeng, he should not have any dealings with Wu Yan, now that he had arrived in Green City. It implied a necessity to work there moving forward. As a fellow third-tier powerhouse, Wu Yan would also be considered a top superior in the future. Sharing this matter with Wu Yan seemed reasonable, as it would neither offend Feng Qingfeng nor present a poor image before Wu Yan. Should the day come when Wu Yan remembers him, it would be only natural to reap some benefits. With this thought, he silently nodded and discreetly sent the account of the situation narrated by Tianran to Wu Yan. Not long after, Wu Yan felt his phone vibrate. He glanced at it, and his heart raced with increasing alarm. This was indeed evidence concerning Li Xiao impersonating a high-level powerhouse. Upon reading the records provided by Wang Jilong, Wu Yan burst into laughter. Ha, splendid, absolutely splendid. I was just lamenting the lack of a reason to challenge him, and now it seems fortune has delivered a pillow to my drowsiness. Feng Qingfeng and the others stared at him in astonishment. Wu Yan, are you out of your mind? Out of my mind? You'll understand soon enough. Wu Yan was elated, promptly commanding Su Moran, reach out to Li Xiao for me, I wish to arrange a duel. What? Suemo Ran initially thought he had misheard, but upon further confirmation, he realized that Wu Yan, this foolish man, was indeed giving him orders. He could not help but express his indignation. Lord Wu Yan, such matters cannot be settled with mere words. Our Bureau of Abilities would never offend any formidable powerhouse. As he spoke, he heard Wu Yan coolly remark, "Let me inform you that Li Xiao may be misusing the name of the ancestral figure of the Li family." The ancestral figure of the Li family? Feng Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, pondering who that could be. Master Xian Lu interjected, "Speaking of the Li family, 80 years ago, there existed a significant Li clan in Green City, whose young master was a martial arts prodigy, originally named Li Changqing. This esteemed elderly is remarkable. He has lived to this day and is at least a 5th-tier powerhouse." 5th tier. Upon hearing Master Xian Lu's words, everyone's expression shifted dramatically. Suemo Ran, even more astonished, exclaimed, "Master Xian Lu, hasn't the resurgence of spiritual energy only begun in recent years? How could there be a 5th-tier powerhouse?" Xian Lu shook his head, saying, "The resurgence of spiritual energy refers to the physical realm, indicating that spiritual energy has overflowed from the secret realms into the modern world. Secret realms have existed since ancient times. Some refer to them as paradises, while others record them as celestial realms or underworlds. In reality, they are merely different secret realms." Suemo Ran felt as if he had turned to stone. However, the monk Wu Jia remarked, "If that is the case, then the situation concerning Li Xiao is indeed grave. We should accompany you." Seeing the collective attitude of the group, Suemo Ran felt somewhat powerless. He understood that among them, he was the most familiar with Li Xiao. And he had always sensed an inseparable connection between Li Xiao and the formidable figure he had encountered previously. How could he possibly be impersonating an ancestor of the Li family? Yet, the crux of the matter eluded Suemo Ran, and in the end, he could only helplessly say, "Very well, I shall assist you in contacting Lord Li Xiao." Chapter 35. There are superpowered individuals in this world. Li Qingxue returned home ahead of the others. Today, due to her parents undergoing surgery at the hospital, her home was likely to be occupied solely by her elder brother. She glanced back at Ling Weining and the others, exclaiming helplessly, "My brother is at home. If you have something to say, just say it." Regardless of the circumstances, they could not evade the events of the day. Especially after Lang Weining and her companions had witnessed the formidable strength of Yin Ziho and his ilk, which only intensified their unparalleled yearning for superpowered individuals. Presently, owing to Li Xiao, they were unable to cultivate superpowers, leading them to inevitably confront Li Xiao with questions, something Li Qingxue found herself powerless to prevent. Wang Zhilong and Zhang Lian exchanged glances behind her, and soon after, Zhang Lian inquired, "Zhilong, what do you intend to do?" He was perplexed as to why Wang Zhilong had suddenly decided to join in the fray, especially since they had ostensibly completed their task and were ready to report back. Yet, Wang Zhilong insisted on meddling in Li Xiao's affairs, leaving him bewildered as to the reasoning behind such behavior. Wang Zhilong smiled slightly. "You don't understand, do you? Old Zhang? We need to gather evidence, preferably hear Li Xiao confess his crimes firsthand. Who knows, perhaps Lord Wuyan might take notice of us." Zhang Lian suddenly understood, realizing that Wang Zhilong's enthusiasm stemmed from a desire to curry favor with Lord Wuyan in the future. At that moment, Tianran stepped forward and knocked on the door. Before long, the grand entrance swung open, revealing a tall and striking young man whose presence exuded an air of superiority. Tianran and Xie Jun were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated Li Xiao to possess such a unique aura. One that seemed to command respect and instill a sense of inferiority merely through his presence. Lang Weining was especially astonished, the last time she had encountered Li Xiao. He had appeared frail and unremarkable, yet in the span of mere days, he had transformed into someone remarkably impressive. Even having met numerous celebrities, she found none could compare to the imposing demeanor of Li Xiao. He was truly in a league of his own. "What is it?" Li Xiao surveyed the group before his gaze landed on Li Qingxue. Upon meeting her brother's eyes, tears shimmered in Li Qingxue's eyes, and she averted her gaze, unable to hold his stare. Noticing this, Li Xiao said indifferently, "Come inside." Tianran, snapping back to reality, cursed his own ineptitude. In that fleeting moment, he had been so overwhelmed by Li Xiao's presence that he was rendered speechless. How foolish of him, despite having witnessed such grandeur before. He had still been intimidated by the gaze of an adult. Silently chastising himself for his weakness, Tianran followed Li Xiao into the courtyard. Observing Li Xiao's indifferent silhouette, he cleared his throat twice and finally spoke, "Li Xiao, you must be Li Qingshua's brother. We are his classmates. May I call you Brother Li?" Li Xiao paused momentarily, turning his head to regard him. Seizing the opportunity, Tianran spoke with an air of arrogance. "The matter at hand dates back a few days. Brother Li, you truly are misguided. In an effort to save face for your family, you resorted to using your great-grandfather's name, thus deceiving the entire Superpower Bureau, did you not? You have exploited the revered name of the Li family ancestor to deceive Sumo Ran and director Yin Fansong, leading them to believe you were a master of unparalleled skill, thereby allowing you to shine at the banquet. Indeed, you succeeded, just days ago, at the gathering. Sumo Ran, the esteemed elder, director Yin Fansong, and Mr. Wang Zhong all approached you to extend their congratulations. You basked in the limelight, leaving all your relatives with the impression that you had accomplished something extraordinary, thus capturing the attention of influential figures. Truly, it was a remarkable scheme, executed flawlessly." As he spoke, he observed Li Xiao's impassive expression, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. Throughout their journey, Tianran and his companions had pieced together Li Xiao's transgressions based on the events of that day's banquet, and now Tianran articulated his thoughts with such ease, the result of relentless contemplation in his mind. He was confident that his narrative closely mirrored the reality, leaving Li Xiao with no grounds for rebuttal. Nearby, Wang Zhilong nodded in quiet agreement, acknowledging Tianran's impressive oratory skills. It was undeniable that standing in Li Xiao's shoes, he could hardly fathom how to counter Tianran's assertions. It appeared that his own success was all but assured. With this thought, he couldn't help but let out a soft hum of delight. Tianran continued, "Regrettably, dear Brother Li, in your intricate calculations, you failed to grasp the true terror and nobility of the identity you have usurped. You are but an ordinary individual, and to speak bluntly, you have been in a state of unconsciousness for a decade, oblivious to the changes in the world and the myriad wonders hidden within it." At this juncture, Li Xiao pulled out his phone to check a message from Sumo Ran, which stated that Wu Yan intended to challenge him. Li Xiao couldn't help but chuckle softly at the audacity of this individual, who seemed unwilling to relinquish his ambitions. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I am at home. Let him come find me. However, Sumo Ran, it seems you have forgotten my earlier words." Li Xiao had previously made it clear that should Wu Yan harbor any hostility, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. He despised troublesome individuals and would not entertain ambiguity on this matter. Sumo Ran responded, "Lord Li Xiao, it is truly my lack of strength. Wu Yan is at the pinnacle of the third tier, I cannot defy his words." Li Xiao replied, "Very well. Since he is coming, if he dares to strike, I shall make an example of him." Sumo Ran acknowledged, "Understood." After closing his phone, Li Xiao raised his gaze to the incessantly chattering Tianran. "What did you just say?" As soon as he spoke, Tianran, Lang Waning, and Xia Jun fell into a profound silence, staring at Li Xiao in disbelief. This fellow, had he truly absorbed none of what was said? However, this could hardly be blamed on Li Xiao. While Wu Yan's minor strength might have warranted his attention, Tianran and his companions were, to Li Xiao, akin to bothersome flies. He paid no heed to their words, his mental age had long surpassed a century, enabling him to selectively disregard matters of little importance. Moreover, which adult would truly engage in a serious dispute with a child? Regardless of how menacing Tianran may appear, how vehemently he may protest, he seems utterly insignificant in Li Xiao's eyes. "Li Xiao, you are exceedingly arrogant." Finally, Tianran, incensed by Li Xiao's indifference, adopted a condescending demeanor and remarked coolly, You have no comprehension of the crises and horrors that this world harbors. It is a realm forever inaccessible to mere mortals. He inhaled deeply, his expression transforming into one of unparalleled pride. That world is the domain of the extraordinary. Li Xiao, there exist beings with extraordinary abilities in this world. Entities beyond your wildest imagination. Do you know why we sought you out? It is because of you that the esteemed Su Muran dares not accept us as disciples. All due to your impersonation of the ancestral figure of the Li family. As he uttered these words, an abrupt screeching sound emanated from the road outside, as a vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Shortly thereafter, an elderly voice hurriedly called out, "Lord Li Xiao! Lord Li Xiao!" This voice felt achingly familiar. Tianran and his companions were momentarily stunned, turning to see Su Moran hastily approaching, bowing respectfully to Li Xiao. "I have brought Wu Yan and the others with me. Please see." Upon witnessing Su Moran's demeanor towards Li Xiao, Tianran and the others found themselves frozen in disbelief. How could it be that the reality seemed to diverge so significantly from their expectations? Chapter 36. The issue comes full circle. Su Moran's demeanor rendered Tiankai's expression rigid. Glancing at the respectful Su Moran and then at the composed Li Xiao, he found himself momentarily stupefied, uncertain of what to say. At that moment, Li Xiao spoke softly. "I understand. You may leave." "Yes," Su Moran repeatedly affirmed, finally exhaling in relief. As he turned, he noticed Tiankai and the others standing nearby, and he could not help but express his satisfaction. "You indeed came to seek Lord Li Xiao. It seems my assumption was correct." "Ha? Lord Li Xiao?" Upon hearing these words from Su Moran, Tiankai, Lang Weining, and Xie Jun were all momentarily taken aback. Those four words, under any circumstances, should not coalesce. Yet, it was Su Moran who uttered them. What could this possibly mean? Li Qingxue was equally dumbfounded. She had prepared herself, even if her family reverted to their former state, she would accept it with composure. Yet, the current outcome suggested that Su Moran's relationship with her brother was far from ordinary. While they were lost in contemplation, Wang Zhilong had become utterly bewildered. "Su Lao, what is the situation with this Li Xiao?" Unexpectedly, Su Moran cast him a sharp glance. "Is it appropriate for you to address Lord Li Xiao so casually?" Wang Zhilong found himself at a loss for words. "But I am at least a second-tier powerhouse. Why can I not address others by their names?" It seemed as though Su Moran was implying he had offended someone of great importance. Wang Zhilong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Just then, Wu Yan entered the room. The atmosphere in the vicinity instantly thickened. Tiankai and the others felt a jolt. They had seen Wu Yan before. He was a genuine third-tier ability user. Even though he had been defeated by In Ziho, he remained an individual they could only look up to. Yet today, even Wu Yan had come to see Li Xiao. What could this signify? While lost in thought, Lang Weining boldly exclaimed, "Master Wu Yan, and several other esteemed masters, what brings you here?" Wu Yan shot a glance at Lang Weining, then turned to the long-missed Li Xiao, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, what else could it be? This Li Xiao, masquerading under the name of a high-tier powerhouse, is committing a grave disrespect. As the new head of the investigation department of the Green City Ability Bureau, I have come to apprehend Li Xiao." "What?" Li Qingxue's expression tightened. She had not anticipated that even Wu Yan would say such a thing. Could it be that her brother had truly committed such an act? Tiankai and the others were also momentarily stunned, quickly realizing the truth of the matter. This incident was indeed genuine. Especially for Tiankai, whose heart was shaken. He had merely speculated that Li Xiao might have caused Su Moran to prohibit their schooling, yet he had not expected Wu Yan to assert it so confidently, indicating that there was indeed substance to the claim. Unbeknownst to them, Wu Yan's certainty stemmed from Wang Zhilong discreetly sharing his speculative conclusions with him. This led to an absurd situation where both Tiankai and Wu Yan believed the other possessed irrefutable evidence, thus bolstering their confidence. The only person present who was truly astonished was Su Moran. How could I be unaware of this matter? His expression was one of shock as he pondered deeply, utterly perplexed as to which aspect had gone awry. Li Xiao impersonating a formidable high-ranking individual? It was inconceivable, he had no recollection of such a thing. Where did Wu Yan derive this audacity? Furthermore, if this deadlock persisted, a confrontation was imminent. With this thought, Suemo Ran felt a pang of anxiety. He understood that Li Xiao possessed an exceedingly cold demeanor. At this moment, he had yet to engage in combat, merely intrigued by Wu Yan's rationale. Should Li Xiao take this matter seriously, he feared a relentless conflict would ensue. As for Wu Yan, that fool was utterly devoid of sense, with a volatile temper. A solution needed to be devised swiftly. Suemo Ran glanced at Master Xian Lu and his companions behind Wu Yan. Aware that they were merely spectators at this juncture, which only intensified his mental calculations. At this moment, nearly every gaze was fixated upon Li Xiao. Li Xiao smiled gently, devoid of any fury stemming from misunderstanding, and with keen interest inquired, "I am quite curious to know how you came by this information." "You concede?" "Humph, indeed. With the evidence standing before us, what grounds do you have to deny it?" Wu Yan scoffed, gesturing toward Wang Zhilong beside him, saying, "Wang Zhilong, since you initiated this tale, why not directly unveil this person's transgressions?" Wang Zhilong, who had been merely observing, suddenly found himself taken aback. How had he become embroiled in this? Noticing the collective attention of Feng Qingfeng, Xian Lu, and others upon him, seemingly demanding clarity, the once composed Wang Zhilong hastily replied, "Everyone, I heard this matter from Tianran. Tianran, please elucidate the situation." Consequently, all eyes turned to Tianran. Initially confident that Wu Yan held the upper hand in this affair, Tianran found his mind blank at the unexpected turn of events. What? Why was this now thrust upon him? He had speculated that Li Xiao might be misusing another's name, yet it was Wu Yan himself who had come forth to question him. Did Wu Yan lack evidence? Tianran, speak up. Surely you possess irrefutable proof to make such claims? Wang Zhilong urged, quickly present the evidence to the esteemed masters. Tianran gaped, ultimately casting a bewildered glance at Suemo Ran. It was the venerable Suemo Ran who asserted that we could not attend the Ability User Academy due to Li Xiao's involvement. Thus, I suspected that Li Xiao might have offended Mr. Su, and then I heard Li Qingxue mention a rather ancient and enigmatic great-grandfather, possibly a high-ranking ability user. Stammering, he managed to add, I then surmised that Li Xiao might have appropriated the name of the esteemed ancestor of the Li family. Upon hearing this, Suemo Ran immediately exclaimed, "What? You wretched boy, how dare you tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations? My intention was merely to suggest that you might have a closer connection with Lord Li Xiao, rather than me endorsing your admission. It would be better to see how Lord Li Xiao would arrange matters. How could you concoct such a far-fetched drama? You have truly caused me great distress." Suemo Ran never anticipated that this matter would somehow be connected to him. He felt profoundly wronged, as he had never contemplated causing harm to Li Xiao. However, with Suemo Ran's vehement denial, Wu Yan and the others were utterly incensed. He was taken aback, glancing at Tianran and then at Suemo Ran, his eyes widening in disbelief. So, the incident of Li Xiao impersonating another's name was, from the very beginning, a mere fabrication? Gulp. Tianran swallowed hard, sensing he had stumbled into a significant predicament, and cautiously nodded, "Yes, it seems to be the case." Chapter 37, The Deadly Duel. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as they were taken aback by such an unexpected outcome. After all the commotion, it turned out to be merely a misunderstanding? However, Xuan Lu and his companions appeared to have anticipated this development, wearing expressions of knowing amusement, considering that spiritual energy had only just begun to revive. It was a rarity for ordinary individuals to even be aware of its existence, let alone attempt to impersonate high-level powerhouses. Nonetheless, Their visit was also motivated by a desire to assess Li Xiao's strength. For them, the conflict between Wu Yan and Li Xiao was secondary. The true crux lay in the latter's capabilities. Once they entered the Anomaly Bureau, opportunities to thoroughly gauge each other's skills would become scarce. Wu Yan, with his volatile temperament, often drove others to distraction with his impulsive nature, yet he could also pave the way for the group. Alas, it seemed that a confrontation was now unlikely. Xuanlu and his companions watched Wu Yan with amused expressions, while Wu Yan himself was overwhelmed by irritation. This Yi Tianran was utterly unreliable. Was it truly so simple? He could hardly believe that his hard-won justification had turned out to be a blunder. Especially under the peculiar gazes of Feng Qingfeng and others behind him. Wu Yan felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly losing consciousness from embarrassment. Today was indeed a tremendous humiliation. He had intended to use this rationale to trouble Li Xiao, but now it appeared he had been exceedingly naive. You fool! How dare you conjecture about others without any basis? Wu Yan berated Yi Tianran in frustration. Despite his inner turmoil, he felt little inclination to take it out on Yi Tianran. After all, he was merely a high school student. Sighing, Wu Yan resigned himself to the situation. After venting his anger, he felt a profound sense of ennui. Today's events would simply be left as they were. Li Xiao, we shall meet at the Anomaly Bureau. Upon hearing this, Su Moran and the others let out a sigh of relief. Su Moran had not anticipated that the matter would resolve so easily. And he felt an immediate sense of relief. Xuanlu and his companions had already foreseen the current situation and began reciting Buddhist chants, preparing to depart. However, I do not recall granting you permission to leave, Li Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. What? Including Xuanlu, no one expected Li Xiao to suddenly provoke them. In their view, Wu Yan had already chosen to let the matter rest, effectively retreating. Yet now, with Li Xiao's unexpected interjection, even if he had been in the right earlier, he now appeared to be in the wrong. Was he not simply courting trouble? Indeed, upon hearing Li Xiao's voice, Wu Yan's spirits lifted. Oh? Are you suggesting you have something to say? He had felt a deep sense of shame today, having neither demonstrated his strength nor stood on firm ground. Such feelings were intolerable for Wu Yan. He had thought he would leave in frustration. Yet it seemed this young man named Li Xiao possessed a bit of spirit after all. I certainly have something to say. Li Xiao curled the corners of his mouth, poised to speak, only to notice his sister, Li Qingxue, anxiously tugging at his sleeve. Upon seeing her, Li Xiao hesitated momentarily, his previously icy gaze seemingly softening. Yet, upon blinking again, his once jet-black eyes had transformed entirely into the crimson Sharingan. Qingxue, it's time for you to rest. Li Xiao's calm voice resounded. The once tense sister immediately nodded in a daze and slowly made her way to her room. After completing this, he turned his attention to Wu Yan, his tranquil gaze betraying not a hint of emotion. The Sharingan he had just displayed appeared to be nothing more than an illusion. Reverting back to his ink-black eyes. I cherish tranquility and despise pests, particularly those that buzz incessantly near my ear. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow, a grin spreading across his face. How amusing. Are you comparing me to a pest? Well, young man, you certainly possess courage. Since you've laid your cards on the table, I shall be equally forthright. I intend to challenge you, to trample you underfoot. But do not misconstrue my intentions. This is not born out of some peculiar interest, but rather a straightforward matter. There are far too few resources in this world and far too many cultivators. If I can defeat you, I shall ascend to a higher position within the Anomaly Bureau and acquire greater resources. Wu Yan's actions could be summarized as suppressing newcomers. However, others felt no objection to his conduct. In the extraordinary realm, strength reigns supreme. As long as one possesses might, their words hold validity. Furthermore, the scarcity of resources is an undeniable truth. The existence of various factions stems from the competition for the same resources, resulting in discord over distribution. What Wu Yan was doing was merely a microcosm of this reality, albeit the Anomaly Bureau publicly maintained order, allowing Wu Yan's actions to unfold only in private. Li Xiao held no opinion on his reasoning. He was indifferent to Wu Yan's motives and had long recognized that he was not targeting him without cause. Yet, such matters were of little concern. And my approach to pests is singular: extermination. After Li Xiao's cold voice emerged, it detonated like a depth charge in the ears of those present. What an arrogant fellow! Even if Wu Yan was at fault, he was merely vying for resources to elevate himself. Yet, Li Xiao spoke of exterminating others? Was this not akin to the ways of the demonic path? Amit Ba. Benefactor. Your words are excessive, Xian Lu remarked calmly. It is merely a spar, why speak so wildly? Wildly? So this is your interpretation, Li Xiao scoffed lightly. Enough. Verbosity is not my style. I shall say this only once, you may all come at me together. Together? This domineering assertion caused the eyes of the crowd to widen in disbelief. Xian Lu and others could distinctly sense the innate pride emanating from Li Xiao. It was as though he did not look down upon them, but rather had never regarded them at all. His tone was not one of conversation but rather the perspective one might take when observing ants. It seemed that throughout the entire ordeal, Li Xiao remained indifferent to their attitudes, merely feeling overwhelmed by the incessant buzzing of the insects and desiring to eliminate them all at once. Faced with such a demeanor from Li Xiao, Xian Lu, the monk Wu Jia, and Mo Wenjian exchanged troubled glances, for regardless of the circumstances, this was a blatant disregard for their presence. They recognized that Li Xiao might possess considerable strength, yet they could not overlook the fact that those present were all at the third-tier pinnacle, a level far beyond the ordinary peak of the third tier. However, Wu Yan scoffed, so, you wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle? The words life-and-death struggle sent an immediate wave of apprehension across the faces of Xian Lu and the others. Chapter 38, let this place be your final resting ground. Death match? Upon hearing this intriguing term, Li Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He glanced at Wu Yan before saying, follow me. He neither directly answered Wu Yan's inquiry nor provided any further explanation, he merely led a few individuals from behind. Before them lay an untouched expanse of wasteland, overgrown with wild grass and remnants of dilapidated buildings, a fitting arena for battle. Lang Weiniing and the others stood in place, and she whispered, what should we do? Should we follow them? Perhaps we should refrain. I sense something amiss, Tianran said, realizing the gravity of the situation. It seems that Li Xiao is even more formidable than we anticipated, he added. Xia Jun quaked slightly, remarking, did you notice? Just a moment ago, Li Qingxue appeared to lose her spirit entirely and fell into a deep slumber. She must have fallen under some spell. Her brother seems terrifyingly powerful. We should avoid confronting them. He was utterly terrified. The aura Li Xiao had exuded made Xia Jun's heart race and his adrenaline surge. It felt akin to being near a wild beast, goosebumps prickling his skin incessantly. This was too frightening, he wished to leave this place immediately. Perhaps we are ill-suited for an extraordinary powers academy, he gulped, genuinely feeling a profound sense of dread. As Xian Lu and the others advanced in Li Xiao's wake, the surrounding grass grew tall, some dry stalks even reaching above their heads. Xian Lu, what is your take on the current situation? Feeling the oppressive atmosphere. Mo Wujian was the first to speak, glancing at Xian Lu. After a moment's contemplation, Xian Lu replied slowly, this Li Xiao is not to be underestimated. He appears to possess great confidence in his abilities and likely has numerous tricks up his sleeve. Mo Wujian shook his head, saying, that's not precisely what I meant. I was referring to the nature of these two individuals. Look at Wu Yan, even bringing up a deathmatch, the conflict is escalating too intensely. It could end badly. Wu Yan has always had a foul temper, I foresee trouble brewing, Feng Qingfeng remarked, recalling how he had been intimidated by Wu Yan's temperament upon their first meeting. Some individuals are simply like that, fiery and impulsive, especially after gaining extraordinary powers. Wu Yan's behavior has become increasingly reckless. Had it not been for encountering In Ziho today, he might have been even more brazen. It should be fine, Wu Jia, the monk, replied with a smile. Even if these two create a ruckus, with us here, we can easily intervene. Upon hearing Wu Jia's words, the others contemplated briefly and felt reassured. Indeed. While Feng Qingfeng and Wu Yan were at the peak of the third tier, Wu Jia and his companions were all at the pinnacle of the third tier. Stopping a deadly conflict between the two was not particularly challenging. However, it seemed that Wu Yan would likely benefit from today's events, especially since his master was renowned as the Flame Heaven Venerable. Feng Qingfeng expressed a hint of envy. Flame Heaven Venerable? Xuanlu, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. No wonder Master Wu Yan possesses such a temperament, he is indeed a remarkable disciple of a renowned master. Mo Wujian and Wu Jia exchanged glances, instantly sharing unspoken thoughts. The Burning Heaven Master, a formidable figure at the peak of the fourth tier, was not merely limited by his current state due to a lack of spiritual energy. Were it abundant, his capabilities would surely ascend several levels higher. At such an echelon, even a vast force like Northern Shaolin would have to show him due respect. Xuanlu and Mo Wujian swiftly comprehended why Wu Yan had been dispatched to Green City. He was there to gain prestige. This situation suggested that Li Xiao would soon find himself in considerable trouble. Mo Wujian gazed pensively at Li Xiao's retreating figure. With a revered master like this standing behind Wu Yan, would they merely stand by if trouble arose? They would undoubtedly intervene to some extent. As for Li Xiao, the information from the Abilities Bureau described him as a formidable individual who had transformed during the spiritual awakening, indicating he had no backing. The hierarchy of importance was, thus, quite clear. The thoughts of those present varied greatly, yet Suemo Ran trailed behind them. Due to his advanced age, he lacked familiarity with many matters concerning abilities. But one particular incident haunted his mind, his initial encounter with Li Xiao. The absurdity and terror he had felt, akin to confronting a deity, remained indelibly etched in his memory. Today, witnessing the demise of In Ziho and others at the hands of that enigmatic powerhouse only intensified his unease. The resemblance between that mysterious figure and Li Xiao's eyes was uncanny. Now, with the mindless Wu Yan clashing with Li Xiao, the latter's calm demeanor unsettled Suemo Ran. He sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Standing at the back of the group, he turned to Xuanlu and the others. Hesitating for a moment before summoning his courage to speak, Master Xuanlu, might it be possible for Wu Yan to take a step back? From my observations of Lord Li Xiao, he is not one to hold grudges. If Wu Yan were to cease hostilities and offer a respectful apology, there might still be room for resolution. To suggest that Wu Yan apologize? Xuanlu was taken aback. After all, Wu Yan was backed by the Burning Heaven Master. To demand an apology would be tantamount to shaming the master. How could he possibly acquiesce to such a request? Xuanlu shook his head, replying, "Su, I regret to say that I am powerless in this matter." Mo Wujian laughed heartily. "Old Su, what do you mean by that? Your words imply that Wu Yan is destined to lose." Suemo Ran fell silent for a moment before affirming, "Indeed. I believe Wu Yan is bound to lose. And not just him, we too may face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Mo Wujian burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Master Su, you are being rather humorous. It is merely a friendly spar between warriors, why such alarm?" Mo Wujian waved his hand dismissively, completely disregarding Suemo Ran's concerns. Observing his reaction, Suemo Ran's anxiety heightened. These powerful figures emerging from the secret realm were so self-important that they scarcely acknowledged his words. Upon observing the reactions of those present, he comprehended that his well-intentioned counsel had been met with disdain, particularly from Mo Wujian, whose tone had unmistakably conveyed impatience. This only deepened Su Muron's sense of disquiet. "Esteemed guests, I implore you, do not harbor regrets." Su Muron clasped his hands and ceased further discourse. Yet the unease within him intensified. Mo Wujian, Xianlu, and Wu Jia remained silent. Do not regret? A scoff escaped him. Clearly, Su Muron was an unseasoned individual, utterly oblivious to the formidable power inherent in the third-level extreme realm. Even Feng Qingfeng furrowed his brow, astonished at the audacity of this inconsequential adept. Who now dared to advise them? It appears the Green City officials are indeed, as the report suggested, mere novices, he mused, shaking his head in disbelief. As he pondered, a sudden gust of wind rustled the desiccated grass, producing a whispering sound that swept through the vicinity. It was at this moment that the assembly regained their focus. Arriving at their destination, Li Xiao stood at the heart of an open plain, gazing skyward. His tone measured and unhurried. Let this be the site of your final resting place. Chapter 39, The Gift of Plunder. Who are you? Upon hearing Li Xiao's address, Wu Yan responded with a smirk that danced between amusement and disdain. I thought I was the epitome of arrogance, yet here I stand before you. I can't discern whether you were merely conceited or truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Xianlu and the others had also caught wind of Li Xiao's words, but dismissed them as the boastful musings of a youth unwilling to concede. They observed the standoff between Li Xiao and Wu Yan, gradually creating distance to watch the unfolding spectacle. Pray tell, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Mo Wenjian's gaze flitted back and forth between Li Xiao and Wu Yan. They were well acquainted with Wu Yan's capabilities. Despite having sustained injuries in his previous battle against Yin Ziho, he had since consumed a major recovery pill, restoring his strength to its peak. At that moment, he radiated formidable power. As for Li Xiao, the onlookers held little faith in the newcomer, aware only of his prior victory over Lei Yutao. However, to them, Lei Yutao was merely a second-tier fighter, and defeating him offered little merit. Wu Yan was likely to claim an effortless victory. Feng Qingfeng voiced his thoughts. Let us not forget that Li Xiao was once in a coma for a decade. His unique power likely stems from the spiritual energy he absorbed during his unconsciousness. He should possess minimal combat skill. Indeed, Xianlu concurred, nodding. Strength is intrinsically linked to the years of cultivation. It is not something that can be achieved overnight. Whether ancient martial arts or modern abilities, mastery requires time and dedication. Some esteemed sects begin training their prodigies as young as 3, immersing them in medicinal baths and honing their physiques. By adulthood, their skin becomes impervious to blades and free from ailments. This is the fruit of relentless training in the chasm that separates sect members from ordinary folk. Wu Yan, as a disciple of a lineage, has endured training far beyond common imagination, while Li Xiao, as a free spirit, likely lacks systematic instruction. This creates an insurmountable divide between them. It seems there is little suspense in this battle. Wu Jia's head shook in disbelief at the vast disparity. Wu Yan harbored a similar sentiment, scrutinizing Li Xiao before flexing his wrist, the joints cracking audibly. I have encountered many young individuals like you who suddenly acquire immense power. They all start out as you do, some even more audacious, Wu Yan chuckled. However, it is unfortunate that in the extraordinary realm, mere bravado cannot forge strength. One day, they will confront even more gifted and powerful beings, and they will finally comprehend that so-called talent is utterly worthless in my presence. Boom! He erupted in a blaze of scorching flames, igniting the surrounding dry grass, transforming the vicinity into a searing inferno in the blink of an eye, incinerating all in its path. Under this extreme heat, he appeared as a man ablaze, charging toward Li Xiao with a booming laughter. Allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be a formidable warrior. This is the flame incineration. Upon witnessing Wu Yan's capabilities, Xianlu furrowed his brow and remarked, this Wu Yan has truly lost his senses, employing such techniques against his own. Mo Wujian pondered. He must be using a secret art to forcibly elevate his potential through the raging flames. With just these flames, his combat power appears to have doubled. It became clear. Previously, at the reservoir, Wu Yan's abilities were significantly constrained, but now, in this desolate land, the terrain greatly benefits him. Understanding this, He realized why Wu Yan had been so severely beaten earlier. The reservoir had evidently limited his performance. How, then, would Li Xiao respond? This thought flickered through everyone's minds, prompting them to gaze at Li Xiao. To everyone's astonishment, Li Xiao stood motionless, seemingly paralyzed with fear, as Wu Yan charged toward him. Alarmed, Xian Lu attempted to intervene. But it was too late. Wu Yan, engulfed in flames, moved with astonishing speed, swiftly reaching Li Xiao and grasping the air before him. Boom! A blazing fire dragon erupted, hurtling toward Li Xiao. Wu Yan truly intended to kill. Witnessing this, Xian Lu's expression changed dramatically. The intensity of the attack was evidently aimed at Li Xiao's demise. And even he felt a palpable threat. At such high temperatures, not only would Li Xiao be unable to evade, but he might also be incinerated, reduced to mere ashes. Wu Yan, you! Xian Lu glared at Wu Yan, a monk who still harbored hopes for mercy, yet he did not anticipate such cruelty from him. However, an astonishing event transpired. In that moment, all present observed that the fiercely burning flames appeared to freeze, the flickering fire suspended in midair. Subsequently, the space where Li Xiao stood warped, resembling a gravitational vortex that seemed to draw the flames in, swiftly absorbing the raging inferno. Only then did they realize that the flames had not vanished elsewhere, but rather into Li Xiao's eyes. I initially wondered what this was. It turns out to be nothing more than ordinary flames. However, your fire manipulation technique possesses some intrigue. Li Xiao stood calmly atop a stone. Surrounded by charred remnants of grass, his right eye transformed into a three-bladed pattern, the manifestation of his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. While utilizing the Sharingan against someone like Wu Yan might seem excessive, Li Xiao held a different perspective. Through his observations over time, he discerned that the so-called extraordinary beings could be broadly categorized into two types, those with abilities and martial artists. The likes of In Ziho belong to the martial artist category, honing their physical prowess to become formidable weapons. The other category comprised individuals like Wu Yan, whose abilities diverged significantly from martial arts and ninjutsu. Notably, In Ziho possessed a degree of fire control, a point that captured Li Xiao's attention and highlighted the stark difference between humanity in this world and the world of ninjas. This appeared to be an innate talent. In light of this, might the Divine Nest Day be capable of plundering? After all, the abilities of Divine Nest Day appear to Li Xiao almost passive in nature, with its activation time mirroring that of the Divine Law Heavenly Strike. It would be worth a try. With a hissing sound, the absorbed flames were expelled from Li Xiao's right eye in the blink of an eye. He gently raised his hand, compressing and reshaping the tangerine-hued fireball until it transformed into a terrifying sphere of energy. What is this? The once fervent Wu Yan stood frozen in place, gazing in disbelief at Li Xiao, who loomed above. His most proud and powerful fire control technique had simply vanished? As he observed Li Xiao manipulating the flames, an overwhelming sense of terror washed over him. What kind of joke is this? What on earth is happening? Ha! It is reminiscent of the ability of a person of earthly nature, and you are indeed quite gifted. At the tips of Li Xiao's fingers, the flames twirled in accordance with his will, swirling like a compressed sphere or coiling like a fiery dragon, while he seemed immune to the flame's scorching touch, feeling no burn whatsoever. He paused, his voice taking on an intrigued tone, yet he added, "But now, it belongs to me." Chapter 40, Let the Battle Commence. My power. Wu Yan gazed at Li Xiao, who stood before him, his expression contorted in disbelief. How could this be possible? You have taken away my ability to control fire? What sort of jest is this? What on earth is happening? Supernatural abilities are the most crucial powers for all extraordinary beings. Some individuals awaken peculiar abilities in places where spiritual energy resurges. These powers are unrelated to their cultivation, deriving instead from the primal force of their souls, and some can even manipulate the very fabric of reality. Take Wu Yan, for instance. Years ago, he was merely an ordinary high school bully. During an incident of tormenting others, he accidentally ignited the classroom, nearly endangering his classmates' lives. In a moment of desperation, Wu Yan discovered he could manipulate the flow of flames. By sheer will, he could draw the fire towards himself, and the greater the flames around him, the stronger his ability became. With such a gift, Wu Yan quickly caught the attention of his master, who took him in as a disciple and nurtured his talents. At that time, spiritual energy had yet to revive, and Wu Yan, being relatively weak, could not venture into the secret realms. Nevertheless, his progress was rapid, and he effortlessly reached the pinnacle of the third tier, all thanks to his fire manipulation ability. He believed that with this power, he would undoubtedly ascend to greatness, perhaps even becoming a top-tier powerhouse like his master. Yet now, Wu Yan found himself in utter despair as he realized that his most cherished ability had been swiftly wrested away by the person before him. No matter how hard he strained to sense or control the flames, they disregarded him entirely, as if he had been fundamentally severed from his connection to fire. The moment he grasped this reality, terror enveloped him. How could his most fundamental power be so easily taken? The truth was unmistakable. The flames swirled and danced around Li Xiao, completely dissociated from him. "Return my power!" Wu Yan roared, the azure spiritual energy around him erupting as he charged at Li Xiao with all his might. Boom! 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 In an instant, a flurry of punches rained down upon Li Xiao. Yet, to Wu Yan's shock and confusion, a shield of fire, resembling a solid entity, formed around Li Xiao. No matter where his fists struck, the fiery barrier would preemptively intercept, thwarting all his attacks. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Wu Yan fumed, his rage boiling over as he bellowed, "I will kill you!" The moment his words escaped his lips, Li Xiao abruptly halted, his Sharingan glancing at Wu Yan with a bemused expression. "I almost forgot, there's still you to deal with." With a casual flick, Li Xiao sent a ball of fire soaring into the air. "Well then, let us play for a while." It was at this moment that Wu Yan sensed something was amiss. This Li Xiao seemed to have never exerted himself fully. His demeanor mirrored that of an adult playing house with children. Witnessing Li Xiao toss the fireball into the air with such ease, Wu Yan finally awoke from his stupor. It appeared that he had provoked a terrifying opponent. In the distance, Shen Lu and the others observed the battle between Li Xiao and Wu Yan. What was Wu Yan doing? Why was he not employing his expertise in fire control, but instead resorting to physical combat? This approach seemed to strip him of any advantage. Feng Qingfeng was profoundly astonished. Could it be that Wu Yan intended to humiliate Li Xiao? It was all quite perplexing. Due to the considerable distance, the onlookers could only see Li Xiao engulfing flames, unaware that Wu Yan's powers had already been usurped, mistakenly believing him to be invulnerable. Perhaps Wu Yan had discovered that Li Xiao possessed fire control abilities as well, prompting him to adopt a physical strategy. Shen Lu, however, could perceive the flames beside Li Xiao, yet he furrowed his brow and remarked, "The current situation is indeed peculiar. Wu Yan's condition seems rather off." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Xiao raised his hand, casting the orb of fire into the air. What was that? A display of fire control? Such ostentation? Was he proclaiming his prowess? The gathered crowd gazed at the flaming sphere aloft, filled with bewilderment. The blazing fire was compressed by Li Xiao, forming a spherical body that hung in the air like a second sun. But what purpose could such a phenomenon serve? Soon enough, they would learn. Li Xiao, with a singular hand gesture resembling a sword, coldly commanded, "Amaterasu." Boom! Black flames suddenly materialized from the void, and at the instant these dark flames emerged, they were instantly absorbed by the flaming orb in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the crimson sphere was tainted black, and the already sweltering atmosphere transformed into an unbearable heat, distorting the vision of those present, making everything appear warped. This was... Shen Lu's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in shock, "This fire is extraordinary. Just the temperature alone is unbearable for my skin." What a jest! He was a transcendent body, at the third tier of the extreme realm. Moreover, as a disciple of Shaolin, he had undergone rigorous physical training, enabling him to withstand various natural environments. Yet, at this moment, he felt as though his very skin was on the verge of vaporization. What temperature could this fire possibly possess? At this juncture, the expressions of Monk Wu Jia and Mo Wu Jian soured significantly. Mo Wu Jian cursed angrily. What on earth is Li Xiao doing? Is he intent on killing us all too? As he spoke, he suddenly sensed something amiss. That Li Xiao seemed to have a resolute character. Could it be that he truly intended to? No, that was implausible. This was merely a straightforward bullying of a newcomer by Wu Yan, was it not? What did it have to do with them? They were merely standing behind Wu Yan, observing from a distance. Yet now, a wave of foreboding surged within Mo Wu Jian. He suddenly shifted his gaze and began to retreat quietly. 1 step. 2 steps, 3 steps. As he distanced himself from Li Xiao, the temperature above him began to drop, filling him with relief. He hastily attempted to escape the reach of Amaterasu's influence. However, in that instant, the black sphere in the sky suddenly burst apart, and the dark flames scattered like a meteor shower, enveloping the surroundings entirely. The air crackled with an ominous energy as countless black flames danced wildly nearby, consuming everything in their path, even the very soil beneath them. Mo Wu Jian stood at the edge of the fiery circle, feeling as though the moisture in his skin was on the verge of evaporating. With each fleeting moment he drew closer to the abyss of darkness. Terror gripped his heart. What manner of flame was this? Yet, a surge of anger swiftly followed as he turned to Li Xiao, exclaiming, Li Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend for us to duel as well? You are courting death. What? The audacity of his words left Wen Qingfeng momentarily stunned, his expression shifting wildly. Could it be that Li Xiao had lost his mind? Courting death? Poof. Ha ha ha. Li Xiao's laughter erupted. Initially a soft chuckle that crescendoed into an uncontrollable guffaw. You certainly have a way with words. But did I not forewarn you? This is my chosen battleground for your demise. Come, let the slaughter commence. Chapter 41, The 100-Step Flying Sword. You madman! Mo Wu Jian exclaimed, ready to say more when he noticed Su Muran suddenly kneeling not far away. Lord Li Xiao, I, an old man, have always been loyal to you. Yet I have done nothing wrong. I beseech your magnanimity to spare this useless one. His betrayal left Mo Wu Jian momentarily speechless, anger boiling within him. Su Muran, how can you, as an official of the Supernatural Powers Bureau, display such lack of resolve? Is this a sign of distrust towards us? Su Muran retorted angrily. What do you mean by lack of resolve? Lord Li Xiao is also a friendly contact of the Bureau. You all initiated the trouble for him. And now that you see his strength is on par with yours, you regret it? What does that have to do with me? You, Mo Wu Jian, aware of his own shortcomings, found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he was privy to Wu Yan's intention to provoke Li Xiao, but to Mo Wu Jian, this was merely a matter of new recruits exerting pressure on each other, a common occurrence across various fields. Even in office environments, it was customary for newcomers to treat their seniors to milk tea. However, he never anticipated that Li Xiao would be indifferent to such trivialities and would directly lead others to self-destruct. Li Xiao, noticing the comical figure of Su Muran, smirked faintly and said, "Go ahead." As he spoke, a path opened within the encirclement of black flames. Su Muran, seeing this, felt a surge of joy and immediately rushed out. Strangely, though the black flames were of an extremely high temperature, Su Muran felt no discomfort upon contact and exited the encirclement with remarkable ease. Unbeknownst to him, this was one of the characteristics of Amaterasu, despite its intense temperature. It did not radiate heat unless touched. Of course, this temperature could be controlled, and Li Xiao typically allowed some heat to escape, creating immense pressure on others. as not everyone could withstand combat in a high-temperature environment. Master Mo, remain calm, it is merely a battle, Xianlu said, hands clasped in prayer, reciting a Buddhist mantra. For us, combat is but a daily occurrence, and there is no need to feel intimidated. Humph, I merely cannot tolerate Su Moron's attitude, Mo Wujian scoffed. At that moment, they witnessed a figure hurtling towards them like a kite severed from its string. It was Wu Yan. Wu Yan! Feng Qingfeng gasped. Seeing Wu Yan's body covered in burns and blisters, clearly having suffered severe injuries, which sent a tremor through Feng Qingfeng's heart. But even more terrifying was Wu Yan's whisper. Run, that guy, can it steal my abilities? Steal abilities? The gravity of his words weighed heavily on their hearts. The next instant, they saw Li Xiao suddenly launch an attack from the skies. Li Xiao! You are going too far. Xianlu's voice turned icy as he immediately thrust out a palm. With a resounding boom, his spiritual energy coalesced in the air into a massive handprint, shimmering with golden light, bearing down on Li Xiao. Yet, Li Xiao merely smiled coldly. The golden handprint halted abruptly in midair the moment it appeared. Xuanlu sensed an inexplicable stagnation in the flow of his spiritual energy. As if an invisible force were attempting to extract something from his very soul. His expression shifted dramatically. He is absorbing my abilities. Quick, stop him. This was unmistakably one of Li Xiao's defining traits. Unlike Uchiha Madara, who could absorb any form of energy directly, Li Xiao's prowess lay in the art of plunder. Any energy substance could be ensnared by his gaze, subsequently devoured bit by bit. However, this absorption came with its drawbacks. The greater the energy contained within the opponent, the more arduous it became for Li Xiao to assimilate it. Conversely, should the energy be scant, his absorption rate would accelerate exponentially. The golden handprint before Xuanlu evidently belonged to the latter category. The moment the massive imprint froze in midair, it began to deflate like a punctured balloon, swiftly transforming from the size of a car into a diminutive palm, which directly fell into Li Xiao's right eye. Buddhist martial arts, oh. Its essence is akin to the iron sand palm? In an instant, Li Xiao discerned the origin of his opponent's system and subtly shook his head, finding it mediocre. Yet, what seemed trivial to Li Xiao was nothing short of cataclysmic to others. Li Xiao could indeed absorb their abilities. In that moment, Mo Wujian and the others were collectively astounded, with Monk Wujie exclaiming, "This individual possesses some sinister qualities. Mo Wujian, rely on your swordsmanship and eliminate him directly." I understand. Mo Wujian's heart sank slightly as he swiftly drew the blade from his back. If anyone present could counter Li Xiao, it would undoubtedly be his capabilities. Although Mo Wujian had trained in solitude, he mastered pure swordsmanship, lacking any extraordinary abilities of his own. This resulted in his sword being remarkably sharp and fearsome. Clang! He unsheathed his sword, the lustrous silver blade emitting a soft hum, reminiscent of a dragon's roar. In that instant, a tempestuous flow of energy enveloped Mo Wujian. Representing a technique devoid of any trickery, it was a pure infusion of his spirit, physical strength, and spiritual energy, coalescing into the ultimate swordsmanship, the 100 Steps Flying Sword. Mo Wujian had slain countless foes with this technique, employing it only when he found himself in dire straits. Now, confronted with Li Xiao, he understood it was time to wield this sword. Li Xiao, do not hold me accountable for my ruthlessness. Mo Wujian bellowed, hurling the blade with all his might. Whoosh! The sword erupted through the air, its tremendous force causing the atmosphere to shriek, hurtling at breakneck speed towards Li Xiao. In that instant, Mo Wujian's legs unleashed an unprecedented strength as he, at human speed, directly pursued the trailing blade, grasping the hilt. Boom! The sword's energy surged forth. An aura of death radiating, all his might converging as if a specter sought to sever Li Xiao's head. This was Mo Wujian's ultimate technique, the 100 Steps Flying Sword. Yet, this velocity was insufficient. Regardless of how far he transcended his own limits, within Li Xiao's kaleidoscope Sharingan, every movement of Mo Wujian was laid bare. Just as Mo Wujian arrived before Li Xiao too initiated his response. Within the crimson depths of the right eye, the fabric of space twisted, birthing a blade that was seized by Li Xiao. With a resounding clang, Mo Wujian's astonishing strike collided with the sword in Li Xiao's grasp, producing a deafening cacophony of clashing weaponry. In that instant, Mo Wujian's eyes widened in disbelief. His most formidable strike had been effortlessly parried. "Oh, this weapon of yours can indeed withstand the likes of the Kusanagi," he mused. "But ought it not be regarded as the Kusanagi itself?" Li Xiao, wielding the blade, twirled it gracefully, and with a mere thought, lightning entwined around the sword's edge. "Your technique possesses a certain intrigue, concentrating all your strength into a singular point. To be reborn from the brink of death. Is this how it is employed?" The moment his words fell, a hum resonated. The Kusanagi in his hand shimmered with electric brilliance, the sword's aura surging. "What are you doing?" Mo Wujian found himself ensnared in a daze, his consciousness enveloped by Li Xiao's movements. That was unmistakably the initiation stance of the 100 Steps Flying Sword. Yet, how could this be? His 100 Steps Flying Sword, a supreme swordsmanship passed down through the ages since the spring and autumn period, originated from the teachings of Gaguzi. It was inconceivable for anyone to master the sword style without a decade of relentless training, and even then, advancing further was an arduous endeavor. And yet, now, had it truly been stolen in a mere glance? Impossible, utterly impossible. He clung to this conviction, but Li Xiao granted Mo Wujian no respite. With a crackle, lightning erupted, fracturing the ground beneath Li Xiao's feet into a web of fissures. In that very moment, Li Xiao surged forth. Chapter 42, The Fiery Celestial. It was the same initial move, yet imbued with greater power. The moment the Kusanagi sword soared towards him, Mo Wujian was momentarily taken aback. His abilities had truly been replicated, and even amplified. "No, save me." In that fleeting instant, a profound sense of impending doom emanated from his very core. Undoubtedly, death was imminent. Panic-stricken, he sought solace in retreat. But alas, it was too late. Whoosh! As Li Xiao teleported before him, Mo Wujian's entire being stiffened in place, only to witness a flash of sword light followed by a resounding clang. Mo Wujian. The onlookers were left in a daze, their minds buzzing. Mo Wujian was dead. Li Xiao had dispatched him with but a single strike. Umatba, how cruel this was. Xian Lu clasped his hands in prayer. Speaking solemnly, although Mo Shizhu was a rogue cultivator, his status in the martial world was indeed esteemed, and there was no enmity between you. Why resort to such lethal measures? Li Shizhu, your cruelty invites retribution. Standing aside, Wujie the monk's eyes shimmered with disbelief. Mo Wujian was an equal in strength, both being at the third-tier pinnacle. This meant that the threshold to the fourth tier was but a hair's breadth away. Yet, this formidable Mo Wujian had been slain in an instant by Li Xiao, without a chance to retaliate. What manner of powerhouse was Li Xiao? His pupils narrowed momentarily, and he quickly interjected, "Li Xiao, enough. Since you have slain Mo Wujian, let this matter rest here. You shall bear the consequences of your actions." "Oh?" Li Xiao, retracting his bloodied Kusanagi sword, replied with keen interest, "I am curious, what emboldens you to utter such words?" Despite holding the upper hand and showing no signs of defeat, Wu Jie appeared more confident, which piqued Li Xiao's curiosity. By what means did he dare to speak so boldly? Embodiment of confidence? Wu Jie replied gravely, "It is not mere bravado, but rather a recognition of your ignorance concerning the formidable beings that exist in this world." Humph. You were fortunate that your first kill was the unconnected Mo Wujian, but the rest of us, including Xian Lu and myself, are backed by Shaolin. Wu Yan has his master's support, and as for Feng Qingfeng, he is a powerhouse in the anomalous bureau of Modu. Do you genuinely believe that the Modu anomalous bureau is as defenseless as your green city? Should you eliminate any of us, the forces behind us will seek vengeance without relent. Upon hearing his words, Li Xiao expressed his astonishment. So, your confidence stems from the belief that those behind you will avenge you. No, it is not merely vengeance, but a relentless pursuit of evil. Wu Jie replied coolly, Li Xiao, you are excessively extreme. What began as a trivial matter has escalated due to your reckless actions, resulting in the death of a third-tier pinnacle cultivator. Regardless of your personal strength, this transgression is grave. I have notified the Buddhist sect, and soon enough, powerful beings will come for you. Indeed, I have also reported your actions to the Anomalous Bureau of Modu. Li Xiao, your fate is sealed. Feng Qingfeng seized the moment to add. Wu Yan cowered behind the crowd, his expression one of unrestrained satisfaction as he glanced triumphantly at Li Xiao, murmuring, Li Xiao. Li Xiao, I never imagined your prowess would be so formidable. But what of it? This era still reveres influence and connections, no matter how mighty your strength. You remain shackled by convention. Now that you have defied the rules, even without my intervention, those powerful ones will inevitably set their sights on you. Ha! Observing the resolute faces around him, Li Xiao sighed softly. Now I find myself somewhat regretful. Regret is far too late now. The voice of Wu Jie resounded with authority before he chuckled. Yet if you truly feel remorse, your punishment might be mitigated, provided you comply. My regret lies in having slain Mo Wenjian, who lacked influence and backing, before dealing with you, Li Xiao retorted with a sardonic smile curling upon his lips. You! Wu Jie, astonished at Li Xiao's obstinacy, widened his eyes in fury and ready to strike. Only to witness Li Xiao grasp the Kusanagi sword and deliver a sudden diagonal slash. The sword sang like a chorus of 1,000 birds, lightning flickering along its blade as it sliced through Wu Jie's shoulder, severing much of it and spraying blood. Wu Jie! Shen Lu exclaimed in shock. But Li Xiao granted them no respite. Clapping his hands together, he declared coldly, fire release, great fire annihilation. A torrent of blazing flames erupted, cascading like a reversed celestial river. Witnessing this spectacle, all present were utterly astounded. This is beyond belief. The inferno surged skyward. Shen Lu hastily raised his bronze meditation staff to shield himself, golden Buddhist light enveloping him. Yet, within moments, his body was charred to a crisp, forcing him to cry out desperately, Abbot, save me. Wu Jie also struggled valiantly, his kasaya torn asunder, revealing a golden body marred by monastic scars. Crossing his arms to form the fearless Madra, he roared fiercely, cease this at once. Clang, clang, clang. An astonishing phenomenon unfolded, the Sanskrit inscriptions forming a golden protective dome around him sizzled under the licking flames, melting like spring snow beneath a fierce sun, verging on ashes. Behind them, Wu Yan occupied a relatively advantageous position, standing behind Shen Lu and Wu Jie. Though slightly weaker, he could endure for a time. Yet the surrounding circumstances drove him to despair. He had never anticipated that Wu Jie's threats would not instill caution in Li Xiao but instead provoke him to execute a lethal resolve. If this continued, death would be his only path. In utter desperation, he hastily produced the talisman hanging at his chest, crushed it, and shouted, Master, save me. In an instant, the talisman transformed into a brilliant beam ascending skyward. The energy condensed into a luminous orb that, upon manifestation, immediately halted the infernal conflagration. Then, a solemn voice echoed. Who dares harm my disciple? Upon hearing this, Wu Yan's heart leapt with joy. He had never imagined his talisman would truly be effective, capable of summoning his master. His master, the fiery sovereign, was an immensely powerful being who alone could effortlessly annihilate an entire township within the secret realm. Moreover, witnessing his formidable prowess, it is evident that the revered Lord of Flames should never be underestimated, for he wields a power akin to divine might. This voice, the Lord of Flames? The nearly defeated Shen Lu lay upon the ground, his face betraying astonishment, which soon transformed into a semblance of relief upon his scorched visage. How splendid indeed! Since it is merely the projection of the Lord of Flames, it seems we may yet survive. Li Xiao regarded the luminous orb before him and remarked coolly. It appears you are their hidden support. Chapter 43, The Heights Bring Coldness. The projection of the venerable Lord of Flames gradually morphed into that of an elderly man, distinguished by his white hair and formal attire. Appearing to be around 50 years of age, with short hair and piercing eyes, he gazed intently at Li Xiao from afar. However, you still have the opportunity to desist. In consideration of Wu Yan's survival, I might spare your life intact. With that, an overwhelming sea of flames erupted around him, the temperature soaring to alarming heights. Is this the true form of the venerable Lord of Flames? Feng Qingfeng exclaimed. He had managed to burrow underground just in time, narrowly avoiding calamity, otherwise, he would have been consumed by Li Xiao's fierce flames. Not quite so. Nevertheless, the formidable prowess of the venerable Lord of Flames was indeed terrifying. Even under these circumstances, he could unleash a staggering blow. Xian Lu looked up at the projection of the venerable Lord of Flames in the sky, letting out a sigh of relief. Although the venerable one was merely a projection now, with limited power at his disposal, should this avatar perish, his true self would surely sense it. We should be safe. The abbot is probably aware of the situation here as well, Wu Jia remarked from the ground. The others breathed a collective sigh of relief upon hearing this. The abbot of Beishan Temple and the venerable Lord of Flames were both exceedingly formidable beings. Among the extraordinary, their mere names could send others fleeing in terror. Surely you do not think I would fear your so-called avatar? Li Xiao's tone dripped with derision, entirely unafraid. He strode forward to stand before Wu Yan, raising his blade. Under the blazing sun, the sharpness of the sword sent shivers down Wu Yan's spine, prompting him to cry out, "Master, save me!" The venerable Lord of Flames remained impassive, hands clasped behind his back, and coldly stated, "Wu Yan, I am but a mere projection. Though I can wield some extraordinary powers, they are but a drop in the ocean." However, at this point, he turned his gaze toward Li Xiao. "It seems you truly wish to oppose me." The venerable Lord of Flames hovered in the air, looking down upon Li Xiao. "Young man, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. No one who stands against me, the Lord of Flames, has ever survived. Moreover, do you truly believe I am merely a projection, incapable of discerning your true identity?" With a swift motion, Li Xiao struck. Thud. Wu Yan's head flew high into the air. In that instant, everyone was rendered speechless. He actually dared to. Feng Qingfeng trembled as he stared at Li Xiao. Unbelievable. Is this man mad? Does he not comprehend the true nature of the venerable Lord of Flames? This fellow. Both Xian Lu and Wu Jie were equally incredulous. Li Xiao had indeed dared to execute Wu Yan. That was the venerable Lord of Flames. At this moment, the two felt a chill run down their spines. Li Xiao's recklessness implied that their lives were also in jeopardy. Regret washed over Xian Lu and Wu Jia. Had they known Li Xiao was such a lunatic? Why had they followed Wu Yan to witness this spectacle? They had thought it to be an ordinary affair, only for it to evolve into this chaotic scene. Incredible! Ha ha ha! Well done, young man! The celestial sovereign of blazing skies stood aloft, his lips curled into a perpetual sneer. Since you have chosen self-destruction, do not lay the blame at my feet. I shall unveil your true identity and expose your kin, reducing your entire family to dust and ashes. With that declaration, he raised his hand and unleashed a crimson radiance. Swish! In an instant, that luminous glow transformed midair into a blazing phoenix. Its speed astonishing as it streaked directly toward Li Xiao. Li Xiao raised an eyebrow, discerning a faint clue. Such a wondrous technique. From his vantage point, the fire phoenix posed no real threat, yet it harbored some mystical energy and aura seemingly capable of piercing illusions, glimpsing some hidden truth. Because it bore no menace. The phoenix's flight was swift, nearly instantaneous, reaching Li Xiao's vicinity. Suddenly, the phoenix shattered, as if retrieving some secret information, transforming instantly into countless sparks igniting in a blazing display. I see you, Uchiha-shun, Li Xiao remarked. The celestial sovereign of blazing skies snorted coldly, his figure gradually vanishing into the void. Wait and see. I will make you comprehend the terrifying cost of your actions. How fascinating that this phoenix possesses such a power. Capable of glimpsing fragments of my memories, Li Xiao mused with astonishment. His brow gradually unfurled in curiosity. Just moments ago, he sensed that the phoenix had accessed part of his recollections, most notably his name and those with whom he shared blood ties. Yet, Li Xiao had spent so long in the ninja realm that the majority of his memories were of that world, only a handful of years spent in the modern era. The information the phoenix retrieved was limited to the name Uchiha Shun. However, the phoenix had acquired more than just this. Li Xiao could sense that the other party was aware of his approximate location. It wouldn't be long before he encountered the so-called celestial sovereign of blazing skies in Green City. A hint of nostalgia flickered within him. Standing there, Li Xiao was momentarily lost in thought. The flames burning nearby reminded him of his past, how he had once been cold and aloof in the ninja world, forging his own path. Back then, he had no kin, and his sole purpose was to grow stronger, to ignite wars, to annihilate his enemies, and to avenge Konoha. Now, returned to the present, he still retained that same temperament, almost unchangeable. Such a sense of melancholy washed over him. Suddenly, Li Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. Having been at the pinnacle of the ninja realm for too long, he had begun to lose touch with human nature. Once he found Naruto Uzumaki merely repulsive, the boy constantly spoke of friendship and bonds, which once made Li Xiao want to kill him, though he had failed. Now, he wondered if his inability to kill Naruto back then was perhaps because he saw in him the familial love and friendship he yearned for. He approached Xin Lu and Wu Jia, who were now teetering on the brink of death. Xin Lu was heavily burned, barely clinging to life. Seeing Li Xiao, even with his compassionate heart, could not help but tremble. Li Xiao looked down at him and said softly, "Where is your abbot? Why hasn't he come to rescue you like the celestial sovereign of blazing skies?" Wu Jie gritted his teeth and responded, "The abbot is in the secret realm." Li Xiao felt a sense of ennui and rose to his feet, softly uttering, "You have survived." "What? What did you say?" Xian Lu, Wu Jie, and even Feng Qingfeng gazed at Li Xiao in disbelief. Up to this point, they could hardly fathom that Li Xiao would exhibit such mercy. He had emerged victorious. The head of Wu Yan had fallen, and even the venerable burning heaven had been offended. It could be said that the two sides were irreconcilable. Yet now, Li Xiao chose to forego the opportunity to slay them. What could be the reason for this? However, Li Xiao spoke no further, simply walking homeward in silence. It seemed as though he had developed a unique gravitational pull, as the surrounding black flames were drawn into his right eye. The onlookers beheld the silhouette of Li Xiao. He traversed the scorched earth, charred by fierce flames, his figure appearing somewhat solitary and proud. Both Xian Lu and Wu Jie could sense the aura emanating from him. A manifestation of the solitude that accompanies true strength, a shadow that stands impervious to the chill of lofty heights. Chapter 44, The Normal Sage Mode in a Dense Forest. The environment diverges from reality. The sky is not blue but rather a rugged terrain adorned with patches of luminescent moss, illuminating the peculiar woodland below. Suddenly, a man abruptly opens his eyes. Uchiha Shun. His gaze transforms into one of ferocity, and a disdainful snort escapes his lips, causing the nearby creatures to flee in panic. However, their escape proves futile, as their bodies spontaneously ignite in intense flames, vaporizing countless beings in an instant. Quick, flee! The Flame Sovereign has lost control. What powerful flames! Has he ascended further? He is no ordinary peak of the fourth tier. Cries of agony echo through the air. Yet, the Flame Sovereign's expression remains cold and detached as he solemnly remarks, "I never anticipated such events to transpire in reality. It truly chills my heart." Uchiha Shun. You possess an audacity unlike any other, daring to lay hands on my esteemed disciple. Beside him stands a voluptuous woman, her face veiled, yet her tone is teasing. "Oh, you old fool, do you still harbor emotions? Youngster, what do you know?" The Flame Sovereign's gaze is calm. Wu Yan possesses a rare pure yang body, naturally attuned to flames. Should I nurture him to the 4th tier, I could extract his blood and seize his talents, effortlessly breaking through to the 6th tier. But now that Wu Yan is dead, I suspect that person has undoubtedly taken his pure yang body. That wretched beast. TSK, your calculations are admirable, yet regrettably, someone has beaten you to it. The woman cannot help but chuckle. Allowing him to survive for a month, what difference does it make? I already know his whereabouts, he is in Green City. The Flame Sovereign clenches his hand in mid-air, a flame suddenly erupting from his palm. Upon my emergence, I shall show this fellow what it truly means to be a warrior. Ha ha! Green City? That place is bound to be lively. The woman, recalling Green City, instantly comprehends the implications and smiles. The first-tailed beast to appear in the secret realm will surely attract many competitors, won't it? Countless factions will converge in Green City. Just the thought of it is terrifying. Meanwhile, Li Xiao returns home, having acquired some unique items from his encounters with those individuals. Beyond Wu Yan's fire control technique and other special skills like the 100 Steps Flying Sword, there exists an intriguing aspect that captivates Li Xiao's interest: the cultivation system of this world. This was not something Li Xiao actively sought to obtain, but rather a cultivation technique inherent within the 100 Steps Flying Sword wielded by Mo Wenjin. It appears to be an ancient martial legacy, with roots traceable back to the spring and autumn period and the warring states. To his astonishment, it seems that someone is indeed teaching modern cultivation, and this so-called system, indeed follows an entirely different path than that of the ninja world. Drawing from his recollections, Li Xiao quickly discerns the nuances of modern cultivation. It primarily revolves around the absorption of spiritual energy into the body to enhance oneself. Central to this process are the meridians and the methods of assimilating spiritual energy. Li Xiao currently masters a technique known as the Qi induction method, which requires the perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing it into the body. At sunrise or moonlit nights, one sits in tranquility, adjusting their breathing rhythm with the turtle breathing method, visualizing the dantian as a vortex that attracts spiritual energy from the Baihui and Yongquan acupoints. Intriguingly, as long as there is a slight warmth and the dantian and the meridians can be perceived as luminous, one can attain the so-called first stage. Upon discovering this cultivation method, Li Xiao was taken aback. It resembled the narratives found in various martial arts novels. No wonder so many authors employ the same system. Perhaps there truly exists a prototype in reality. Besides the sunrise and moonlight, there are other methods of drawing in qi, gathering with spiritual energy in the mountains, harnessing fire spiritual energy from volcanic craters, and collecting water spiritual energy from the deep sea or lakes. According to the Qi induction method, spiritual energy is ubiquitous. As long as one can sense it, they can absorb it. Of course, this notion harks back to ancient times when spiritual energy was abundant, and secret realms were accessible. Cultivation was attainable. In contrast, the present era merely witnesses the initial resurgence of spiritual energy. Li Xiao's home is located in the suburbs of Yuzhou, a vast plain devoid of mountains, forests, or lakes, let alone volcanic craters. To pursue cultivation, he must rely solely on his innate ability to sense the world around him. With this thought, Li Xiao commenced his practice of the Qi induction method, eager to discover whether he could once again enter the first stage through this spiritual cultivation. However, he realized he would have to wait until nightfall. Undeterred, he continued his physical training. That night, moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the edge of the bed as Li Xiao sat cross-legged. In the dimly lit bedroom, his dark eyes flickered in the moonlight. And ethereal blue points of light, akin to summer fireflies, seeped through the window. This was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as described in the Qi induction method. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted in his dantian, as if a heated iron rod had pierced his Guan Yuan acupoint. Li Xiao furrowed his brow as a violent crimson vortex materialized in the meridian chart, frantically tearing at the surrounding azure light. Oh! This power! Is it a consequence of my extraordinary physique that has absorbed the fire control talent? He was astonished. The stolen fire manipulation ability had transformed into a miniature sun within his dantian, now fiercely clashing with the incoming water attribute spiritual energy, subsequently amplifying it uncontrollably. The potted plant on the windowsill began to tremble without any wind, its leaves visibly withering and curling. Li Xiao sensed a peculiar transformation occurring within his meridians. His Sharingan suddenly spun. The obsidian tomo emerged from the depths of his pupils, and the rampaging crimson flames in the meridian chart abruptly solidified. The divine neste was activated, the scarlet vortex was forcefully drawn into the kaleidoscope's depths. The unrestrained torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, cascading through the run and do meridians like a roaring river. With a crack, the wooden floorboards splintered, revealing spiderweb-like fractures. Li Xiao's pores exuded fine droplets of blood, which instantaneously evaporated into a light red mist. Simultaneously, 365 acupoints illuminated with a ghostly blue fluorescence, reminiscent of a galaxy descending upon the mortal realm. In the distance, a wildcat's anguished cry echoed. The spiritual energy of the entire block began to converge towards this bedroom, forming a visible pale blue vortex. Li Qingxue. In the adjacent room, tossed and turned, oblivious that the water glass by her bedside had frosted over. The first stage? Li Xiao gazed in astonishment at the electric sparks dancing in his palm. He realized that the chakra sphere suspended in his dantian was voraciously devouring the spiritual energy, swelling exponentially with each rotation. Indeed, these two forces had triggered a chain reaction. It is important to note that chakra is a unique energy formed by the amalgamation of physical strength and mental focus, when combined with natural energy. It manifests as the sage mode. Now, with the infusion of spiritual energy, Li Xiao could distinctly sense subtle transformations occurring within him. To put it simply, whereas he previously needed to absorb natural energy to enter sage mode, he now found himself intuitively responding to the active mingling of spiritual energy and chakra, resulting in a new form of change. Remarkably, even without utilizing natural energy, Li Xiao could wield the power characteristic of sage mode. This revelation filled him with awe. What might occur if he were to incorporate natural energy as well? Contemplating this, a spark of intrigue ignited in Li Xiao's gaze. Chapter 45, I shall become a student for now, I shall refrain from merging. As night deepened, considering the potential amplification of my power through the forces of nature, Li Xiao gently shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer. However, the prospect of integrating the natural powers could indeed serve as a trump card. He sensed that he might enter a unique state, one that exists between the Sage mode and the Six Paths mode, a peculiar form that, if one were to draw a parallel, might resemble Naruto Uzumaki's Sage Fox mode. Contemplating this notion, Li Xiao felt an exhilarating sense of clarity, as if he had struck the bullseye. His intuition assured him that this was indeed the state he sought. Spiritual energy is an external force that, to some extent, bears a striking resemblance to the fresh chakra bestowed by tailed beasts. The principle of enveloping oneself in spiritual energy mirrors that of entering the tailed beast mode with tailed beast chakra. The similarity to sage mode arises from the fact that both forms are a fusion of two types of energy. Yet, the distinction lies in the limitation of spiritual energy that can be absorbed by his meridians, rendering him less formidable than a true tailed beast. Nevertheless, should he cultivate diligently and attain sufficient strength, the balance of power between the two remains uncertain. Amusingly, he had unexpectedly discovered a substitute for tailed beast power, shedding light on why individuals in this world express fascination with tailed beasts. Having clarified this critical state, Li Xiao felt a surge of anticipation for the Green City's secret realm. He yearned to ascertain whether the so-called tailed beast matched his recollections and felt an undeniable need to possess it. Thus, he decided to conclude his musings for the day. The following day, awakening early, Li Xiao channeled solar energy into his body, experiencing some transformations. However, compared to the intense sensations of the previous night, this experience had significantly mellowed, suggesting that there exists a threshold between the first and second tiers of power. At that moment, he heard Li Qingshue's voice from outside. "Brother!" Are you awake? Yes, come in, he replied, aware that Li Qingxue had something to share. As she entered, she hesitated before speaking. Brother, Mr. Su mentioned that if anything comes up, I could reach out to him. Su Moran? Li Xiao recalled that he had allowed Su Moran to return to the Ability Bureau yesterday, and it seemed he had matters to discuss with him. Nodding, he responded. I understand. Noticing Li Qingxue lingered, he inquired, is there anything else? Do you know that there are superpowers in this world, brother? Li Qingxue asked cautiously. Due to her brother's influence, her memories of the events following her return home were hazy. However, she quickly deduced the reason behind it. The extraordinary battle she witnessed yesterday had occurred right before her eyes, leading her to believe that the Ability Bureau might possess similar capabilities to erase memories to prevent information leaks. She had encountered such plots numerous times in films, making her comprehension easier. Yet, she remained curious about her brother's circumstances. I know. Li Xiao nodded thoughtfully and said, do you wish to learn? Li Qingxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had longed to discuss this with Li Xiao. She had heard that Green City had established a school for those with extraordinary abilities, and she yearned to attend. However, she also heard that the school accepted individuals of all ages. Do you want to go? Li Xiao could see that his sister's suggestion for him to learn extraordinary abilities was merely a ruse. Her true intention was to help him reintegrate into society. This matter warranted careful consideration. A century of solitary existence had gradually estranged Li Xiao from his humanity, particularly after engaging in peculiar experiments with Orochimaru, leading him to increasingly disregard the value of life. Yet, this realization prompted him to reflect more deeply. Let me think about it, Li Xiao said, hesitating momentarily. But since you want to study extraordinary abilities, never mind, I suppose I will accompany you. Yay! Upon receiving Li Xiao's affirmative response, Li Qingxue couldn't contain her joy and pumped her little fist in the air. I'll go buy breakfast, and then we can. No! We shouldn't mention extraordinary abilities to our parents, let's just say we got into a special program. With that, she gleefully dashed away. Li Xiao smiled gently as he watched Li Qingxue's retreating figure. He had initially thought that if Li Qingxue was willing, he could personally guide her. However, last night's events led him to reconsider. He sensed that the spiritual energy pathways in this world were quite promising, even more so than chakra as a means of study. The so-called ninjas had little to offer in the way of learning. Chakra could be enhanced merely through training, as could physical techniques. These did not require formal instruction. The only aspect worthy of commendation was ninjutsu, yet powerful ninjutsu invariably relied on various bloodline limits. Even a versatile technique like the shadow clone jutsu required an immense quantity of chakra, otherwise, the side effects would be considerable. The true strength of a ninja lay in the individual and their lineage. Mediocrity could never surpass genius, such as the nature of ninjas. In contrast, if Li Qingxue were to master the spiritual energy pathway, she would be able to effortlessly harness chakra once her physical and mental faculties improved. With a modicum of ninjutsu training, she could emerge successfully. However, Li Xiao himself was unfamiliar with the spiritual energy cultivation route and was therefore ill-equipped to serve as Li Qingxue's mentor. School, what a distant concept. Li Xiao mused as he took out his phone, discovering a message from Su Muran. Su Muran, Lord Li Xiao, Xuanlu, Wujie, and Feng Qingfeng have not disclosed what transpired yesterday. You need not worry, even if the Shaolin and the Extraordinary Abilities Bureau of Moto learn of yesterday's events, they will not take action against you. Su Muran, additionally, there is another matter I must report. Our Green City has established a school for extraordinary abilities today, aimed at training talented youths in their abilities and cultivation methods. Is this of interest to your sister? I previously misunderstood your plans for Miss Li Qingxue. I ask for your forgiveness. The message, sent in the early hours, reflected a notably cautious tone from Su Muran. Li Xiao glanced at the message sent by Su Mo, a smirk escaping her lips. This fellow was indeed intriguing, quite adept at understanding the situation. However, Li Xiao did harbor some concern regarding matters at school, and after a moment of contemplation, she decided to inquire directly. Li Xiao, Li Qingxue has a keen interest in the ability school, I might as well join her on this visit. Suemo replied almost instantaneously. Suemo, that's splendid. Should you choose to come as a teacher, the school would extend a warm welcome. Confetti. JPG confetti. JPG confetti. JPG, Li Xiao, I intend to attend as a student. Suemo? Chapter 46, Moon Princess Li Xiao wishes to become a student? Suemo Ran gazed at the message sent by Li Xiao, feeling somewhat bewildered. However, considering Li Xiao's inherently headstrong demeanor, he chose not to refute her, promptly replying. Very well, Li Xiao. I will arrange this for you immediately. The following morning, after completing her usual training, Li Xiao, accompanied by her sister, made their way to the so-called school for those with extraordinary abilities. The name sounded rather enigmatic, yet it was openly accessible. Officially titled the First High School of Green City, specialized vocational training for extraordinary abilities. It bore an essence reminiscent of a technical school, and indeed, it was quite similar. The sole distinction was that those fortunate enough to study here were either affluent or of noble lineage. And students from this institution found it remarkably easy to gain admission into prestigious universities, with top-tier options readily available. However, for those capable of wielding extraordinary powers, attending such universities was likely no longer a mere aspiration. Of course, these matters were secondary. As Li Xiao and Li Qingxue followed Suemo Ran into the school, their eyes were met with a flurry of luxury vehicles racing past. Noticing Li Xiao's gaze, Suemo Ran quickly clarified. The establishment of a school for extraordinary individuals requires substantial funding, therefore, in addition to exceptionally gifted students, the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities has specifically sought out wealthy patrons to introduce them to this world and encourage their investment. This has consequently resulted in a notable presence of second-generation elites within our institution. Moreover, the classification of age groups diverged from that of ordinary schools. Since the academy primarily recruited prodigies, most students were quite young. Nevertheless, there were a few exceptional cases of late-blooming talents, such as yourself, who were also granted admission. Primarily in their final year of high school. Li Xiao nodded and inquired, what subjects are taught at the school? Fundamental knowledge regarding the cultivation of extraordinary abilities, methods of practice, and practical experience in mystical realms, among others. However, the most crucial component is the combat training course, which instructs students on fighting techniques and confrontations. Suemo Ran elaborated. That said, the school fundamentally resembles a high school. For instance, Qingxue is in her first year. So we will strive to place her in the first grade. I'll manage the third year just fine, Li Xiao interjected casually. And I prefer not to attend classes regularly, so please refrain from creating excessive trouble for me. Understood, I will convey this to the principal. Suemo Ran replied with a series of nods. Having spent considerable time with Li Xiao, Suemo Ran had gradually discerned her temperament. In essence, Li Xiao was a pragmatist, though her personality was flamboyant, she resisted trivialities. He had gleaned some insights into how to interact with her. The most paramount being to avoid causing her any inconvenience. After familiarizing Li Xiao and Li Qingxue with the school, Suemo Ran took his leave. Li Xiao escorted her sister to the first-year classrooms before proceeding toward the third-year classroom. Upon arrival, she found a number of students already present. As she pushed the door open, many curious eyes turned toward her. Li Xiao scanned the room and noticed that both the boys and girls appeared somewhat youthful. But her attention was drawn to a girl seated by the window in the back row, not for her appearance, but for her prowess. This aura. Is it at the third tier? Or perhaps even higher? Due to the previous battle, Li Xiao immediately discerned that this individual was concealing their true strength. Raising an eyebrow in intrigue. Was this person infiltrating the student body with a purpose akin to his own, or did they harbor ulterior motives? Standing at the classroom doorway with one hand tucked into his pocket, Li Xiao's gaze collided with that of a girl seated at the back, separated by half the classroom. She was sketching runes on a piece of scrap paper. The tip of her pencil emanating a swirl of dark purple spiritual energy that appeared to an ordinary person as merely a blurred ink stain. A newcomer? At that moment, a boy seated near the entrance noticed Li Xiao and the girl exchanging glances, and chuckled, "So, right off the bat, you've set your sights on our class's stunning beauty. What's your strength?" "First here," Li Xiao replied, casting a glance at him, then inquired, "Who is she?" "She?" The boy lowered his voice. Fragments of a thermos bottle forming an icy mirror at his neck, reflecting the girl's cascading silver locks. "She is Mu Rongshui, the young lady of the Mu Rong family, a prodigious spellcaster who earned the title of Ice Phoenix at just 18. The icy mirror suddenly shattered into stardust, revealing the dark golden family crest faintly visible at her sleeve as she wrote. It was said that during her awakening, she froze the entire Weiming Lake. A specially approved S-Class potential asset by the Ability Bureau. A girl in the front row, sporting twin ponytails, remarked, "Our school seems to have been established because of her. They say." She abruptly covered her mouth, as an ice butterfly fashioned from Mu Rongshui's rune hovered at the tip of her nose. With a frigid expression, Mu Rongshui softly admonished, "Do not speak of trivial matters." Yes, you are right, young lady." The girl nodded repeatedly, awed by Mu Rongshui's display, which seemed far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Li Xiao found the situation equally fascinating. He flicked his fingers to shatter the ice butterfly, the fragments coalescing into tiny shards of ice in his palm, gradually melting away. This sensation was unmistakable, akin to what he felt with Wu Yan, yet more potent. In Li Xiao's experience, Mu Rongshui resembled a genius possessing a bloodline limit. He recalled a character from the ninja realm named Bai, who wielded a rare ice shield and exhibited considerable strength. In contrast, Mu Rongshui appeared even more flawless, capable of effortlessly conjuring various ice crystals. As he traversed the suddenly frost-laden corridor, he looked at Mu Rongshui with keen interest. "What is your strength?" "Peak of the first tier," Mu Rongshui replied, also scrutinizing Li Xiao, her brow furrowing slightly. "But why do you inquire about my strength right off the bat? It hardly concerns you." "Of course. It was merely a casual question," Li Xiao responded nonchalantly, smiling lightly. "I hope you don't mind if I sit beside you." "Oh? Are older men now this forward?" Mu Rongshui gazed at Li Xiao, unable to suppress a smile. "While I'm not particularly bothered, alas, the seat next to me has long been occupied." "You'll have to ask them." Li Xiao nodded and turned to the students sitting beside Mu Rongshui, suggesting, "Perhaps you should find another seat." "Who do you think you are?" The student was about to retort, but then abruptly changed his tone. "Fine, I suppose that's acceptable." He swiftly gathered his belongings and moved to another location. "This fellow, a master of mental manipulation?" Mu Rongshui gazed at Li Xiao with a hint of astonishment. His skill was indeed remarkable. She had never anticipated that he could wield such mastery over mental control. One might say he truly deserved to be a direct entrant into the senior year. He must have possessed a well-developed extraordinary ability, specially recruited for this purpose. Li Xiao pulled out the chair beside Mu Rongshui and sat down, casually brushing away the frost from the backrest. "Mu Rongshui, you are not Tsukihime, are you?" Chapter 47. Attending school. Mu Rongshui's eyelashes fluttered gently, the classroom's overhead light fracturing into crystalline shards within her gaze. Her fingertips grazed the edges of the talisman, and dark purple runes slithered up Li Xiao's wrist, which lay casually on the desk. "How could a student like you possibly know about Uchiha?" Her voice carried a hint of surprise. A faint smile curved Li Xiao's lips as he replied lightly, "Yesterday. The events concerning the Evil Moon Society stirred quite a commotion in Green City. The deaths of In Ziho and others made headlines. Yet only a woman named Uchiha was implicated." Mu Rongshui rolled her eyes in response. "Uchiha is a sorceress of the Evil Moon Society." while I am the 76th generation direct descendant of the Morong family. Are you really comparing me to that lunatic? Oh, just a casual inquiry. Upon hearing her retort, Li Xiao's mind began to form some conjectures, yet he chose to remain silent, merely chuckling. Morong Shui regarded Li Xiao with curiosity. You seem to have quite an extensive network of information. Is your family wealthy? No, judging by your attire, you don't seem to belong to that echelon. So? You must be a transfer student relying on your innate talent, am I correct? That's one way to put it, Li Xiao replied non-committally regarding his talent. Merely lifting his chin, no one in this class could surpass me. Put. Morong Shui laughed, covering her mouth with amusement. You certainly possess a fair amount of confidence. However, it's quite bold of you to flirt with me so openly. Are you not afraid of attracting unwanted attention? Is that a concern? Li Xiao glanced at her. And he had to admit that Morong Shui was indeed captivating. As she tucked a strand of silvery hair behind her ear, the sunlight streaming through the window cast a frosty hue across her profile. Her skin, perpetually accompanied by ice talismans, exuded the texture of cold jade. And when she lowered her gaze, tiny ice crystals formed on her lashes, fluttering like snowflakes with each blink. The phenomenon was likely a result of her unique abilities. Yet it added an extraordinary flair to Morong Shui, setting her apart in the school. However, after spending a century navigating the realms of ninjas, Li Xiao had encountered countless beauties. His heart had long since grown indifferent to women, while the notion of a rosy skull seemed excessive. He had witnessed many transformations from youthful beauty to withered crone. In the face of true strength, all superficial appearances were but illusions. Morong Shui, with a sly smile, remarked, Given your age, you don't seem like an average teenage boy, yet surely you can fathom what occupies a boy's mind at this age? What occupies a boy's mind at this age? 17 or 18, a time of fervent passion and hormonal surges. Li Xiao exhibited a rare expression of astonishment. He had nearly forgotten this instinctual aspect of his youth. At 17 or 18, the age was ripe for jealousy and rivalry. With Morong Shui's stunning beauty, had he been a young man, he might have found himself infatuated. If he possessed any power, he might have viewed her as an unattainable treasure. Reflecting on this, Li Xiao couldn't help but reminisce, bursting into laughter. I almost forgot, it indeed is the case. Aren't you afraid? Morong Shui gazed at Li Xiao with curiosity. Sensing that he appeared somewhat alienated from his current life, akin to a lone wolf returning to a collective existence after a prolonged absence, which piqued her interest. Are you afraid? She inquired. No, Li Xiao replied, shaking his head, it merely brings to mind memories of the past. He reclined casually in his chair. Dismissing the matter as inconsequential, the competition among the youth was of no concern to him. You speak as if you were an elder, Morong Shui couldn't help but retort. Perhaps, Li Xiao replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, the classroom door was silently drawn open by delicate strands of ice crystals. And a tall woman with silver-gray hair cascading down to her waist entered. Adorned in a black professional outfit with an icicle-shaped brooch at her collar. Her high heels left a trail of frost flowers in her wake, and the podium became instantly adorned with a web-like pattern of ice cracks. I am Lung Qingli, responsible for the practical and theoretical training of Class 3-2, she announced, her fingers tapping on the icy podium, causing all metallic objects in the classroom to tremble simultaneously. I am also a special investigator from the Abilities Bureau, and the files of each of you, including some unique powers, are tucked away in my desk drawer. After a brief pause, Lung Qingli continued, though our school for ability users was established not long ago. I trust that those entering their third year have garnered a fair understanding of the extraordinary realm. Let me be straightforward, our institution employs a militarized management style. Anyone daring to defy this will find my methods quite ruthless. Morong Shui whispered beside her, this teacher is extraordinary, she emerged from the secret realms. She is the Northland Ice Phoenix, who single-handedly quelled the Class A upheaval at Kunlun Mountain 3 years ago. The fact that the school has invested significantly to have her teach us is remarkable. It is said that she will soon take us to the secret realms. Is that so? Li Xiao inquired, intrigued. What is her level of power? Unclear, Morong Shui responded, shaking her head. In any case, she is akin to those of the ancient martial arts lineage. What is the ancient martial arts lineage? Li Xiao seemed familiar with this concept. Recalling that he had a great-grandfather who, having lived over 100 years, likely belonged to this tradition. It refers to a set of cultivation methods passed down from ancient times. Unlike the sudden awakening of abilities, those in this lineage have practiced since childhood, establishing a solid foundation. Their inability to break through is merely due to modern spiritual energy being insufficient to support such advancements. Morong Shui elaborated. You must know that modern 4-tiered power users are exceedingly rare, right? It's not that reaching the 4th tier is particularly difficult, rather, the spiritual energy required is astounding, necessitating a journey deep into the secret realms to find rare treasures for breakthroughs. These are exceedingly scarce. However, it is certain that as long as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is sufficient, this group can achieve instantaneous breakthroughs, much like Teacher Lang. Li Xiao nodded, acknowledging that this aligned with his suspicions. In the present age, the divide among ability users had long since emerged. The ancient martial arts schools leaned towards martial practitioners, some of whom could grow stronger even without abilities. In contrast, the new era's practitioners, referred to as ability users, primarily became so through the awakening of their innate powers. Ultimately, it is a synthesis of the two, each possessing its own essence. This is typically the hallmark of a lineage steeped in tradition, much like the Morong family. Exemplified by Morong Shui. Suddenly, Lang Qingli's pointer tapped upon the holographic terrain map of Kunlun Mountain, as icy crystals spread along the lines of latitude and longitude, forming a tactical sandbox. In the upcoming Secret Realm practical lesson, you shall confront a horde of B-class mutated beasts. The frigid air she emitted encased Li Zhao's desk in a sculpture of ice. And those presumptuous transfer students would do well to first learn how to survive in a blizzard. By the way, you have yet to introduce yourself. Why not stand and give it a try? Li Xiao, however, remained unfazed, simply stating, "You may call me Li Xiao." Chapter 48, just a trivial matter. The self-introduction was so straightforward that it left everyone momentarily astonished. Particularly, upon observing Li Zhao's striking appearance and extraordinary demeanor. Some boys felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, perceiving him as overly pretentious. Conversely, the girls were filled with admiration, remarking on the arrival of yet another aloof handsome figure. Li Xiao, what a splendid name. Morong Shui propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Li Xiao. By the way, you can't possibly be an ordinary first tier. Can you? You guessed correctly, Li Xiao replied, crossing his arms with an air of indifference. However, Morong Shui surprised him with her next words, he. I noticed it long ago. A common student could never possess the aura of someone of your stature. Let me guess, your surname is Li. Could you be a scion of the Li family? Surely a direct descendant. Which Li family? Li Xiao turned to her. The lineage of Li Taiping. A spark ignited in Li Zhao's heart. Li Taiping? Isn't that his great-grandfather? How intriguing! He had not anticipated that his great-grandfather would be so renowned in the extraordinary realm, to the extent that even Morong Shui could accurately discern his lineage. This did clarify some of Li Zhao's doubts, explaining why many presumed his prowess stemmed from his great-grandfather. Yet, he felt a tinge of melancholy. If only Li Taiping had treated them well, but alas, they were the branch that had been cast out. With that thought, Li Xiao shook his head slightly. No. Oh, is it that dull? Morong Shui was taken aback by Li Zhao's outright denial, and she couldn't help but chuckle before continuing. Never mind that. Are you interested in helping me with something? What is it? In a moment, I will confess to you. And you shall simply agree, Morong Shui whispered her plan. Li Xiao remained unfazed, quietly absorbing her words. It turned out that families like hers still adhered to some traditional customs, such as parental arrangements and matchmaking. Although Morong Shui was merely in her third year of high school, her family had already arranged a fiancé for her, someone she greatly disdained. And she was seeking a way to extricate herself from this obligation. Essentially, she intended to use Li Xiao as a shield to evade numerous complications. After listening quietly, Li Xiao did not express anger, merely chuckling lightly. You certainly have a clever scheme, but why should I assist you? Isn't it amusing to pretend to be a couple with a beauty like me? Morong Shui blinked, attempting to navigate the situation. Li Xiao revealed a hint of a sardonic smile, choosing not to respond. Alright, it was just a jest, don't take it to heart. Morong Shui awkwardly averted her gaze, realizing she had underestimated Li Xiao's inherently assertive nature. She quickly corrected herself. I assure you, I will prepare the benefits on your side. I just wonder, is your Li family particularly interested in tailed beasts? Oh. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao furrowed his brow. You are well informed about tailed beasts? That is truly common knowledge. Nonsense. The 12-tailed beasts, the 4 divine beasts, and the 4 fierce beasts are well known to anyone with a modicum of reputation in the extraordinary realm. Morong Shui rolled her eyes and then said, rest assured. As long as you can help me sabotage this engagement, I can provide you with a key to the secret realm of the Green City-tailed beast, which possesses the attribute of wind. The information regarding the 12-tailed beasts, divine beasts, and fierce beasts diverged significantly from Li Xiao's understanding. Li Xiao, taken aback, queried. You can actually obtain a key to the tailed beast secret realm? That seems rather commonplace. Commonplace? How can you say that? Morong Shui retorted indignantly. Our Morong family is a genuine first-class family in the extraordinary realm. Although I am treated as a tool for marriage alliances, I still have access to certain privileges within the family. What is so surprising about a first-class family obtaining a key to a secret realm? Moreover, don't think that everyone can easily obtain this item. The key merely grants you swift access to the interior of the secret realm. It does not directly provide you with the tailed beast. After acquiring the key, you will still face numerous adversaries. Upon hearing her explanation, Li Xiao felt a flicker of understanding and nodded lightly. Alright, I agree. It seemed that he had indeed chosen the right place by enrolling in this school for extraordinary abilities. His knowledge of the extraordinary realm was rather limited. And such institutions were precisely where foundational knowledge was imparted. Furthermore, learning was not confined to teachers alone, interactions among peers could also unveil intriguing insights. Then it's settled. Morong Shui said, her radiant smile illuminating her features. Li Xiao remained non-committal, however, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the absurdity of engaging in such childlike games. He found himself increasingly curious about the so-called tailed beasts and pondered whether the methods used by Jinchuriki in the ninja world could facilitate the complete absorption of a tailed beast. Moreover, what exactly were the 4 divine beasts and the 4 fierce beasts? Such mysteries were utterly captivating. At that moment, Lang Qingli was still prompting others to introduce themselves. And Morong Shui seized the opportunity to say, allow me to introduce your competitors. Among them are some insignificant ones, but there is also a genuine formidable opponent. Wait. Li Xiao interjected, frowning. Didn't you mention a fiancé? How has this turned into some insignificant ones and a formidable opponent? Just how many people are we talking about? Morong Shui sighed, there is nothing I can do, the family insists that I engage with more individuals while I'm still unmarried. Therefore, I must converse with those older and younger, strong and weak. As we talk, I find that many seem to take a liking to me. And their family backgrounds are quite respectable, so Li Xiao couldn't help but twitch his lips. This woman's family was truly a paragon of pragmatic utilitarianism. In any case, you need not concern yourself with them. There are plenty of competitors, and although I am unaware of your strength, I can assure you that they will not be easy to deal with. Morong Shui continued, do you see that assertive young man? His name is Xuan Yunqi. And he possesses second-stage strength, making him currently the strongest in our class. Another individual named Tao Daiyun, also at the second tier, is slightly inferior to Xuanyun. Yet his family wields greater influence, being one of the 3 prominent clans of the Shuang family in Greentown, which controls 1/3 of the city's real estate and shopping centers. Is that it for the insignificant players? Li Xiao retorted. Indeed, those are the only noteworthy minor players, Morong Shui affirmed with a nod. Before adding, as for someone truly worthy of mention, it is our school S instructor, Xiao, at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Is that so? Li Xiao replied noncommittally with a nod. Why do you appear so unengaged? Morong Shui said with a hint of exasperation. Li Xiao glanced at her and replied with a faint smile, just minor players. Chapter 49, This is not how the script is written. This can hardly be referred to as mere trifles. Morong Shui paused momentarily, yet refrained from contesting it, simply smiling as she remarked, in any case. This is the situation. From now on, you need not perform excessively, maintaining this character will suffice. I shall handle the rest. As for the remaining keys, I will disclose their specific locations to you. You seem quite prepared for such matters. Li Xiao cast a sidelong glance at her. Of course. The reason why the Evil Moon Society could uncover these secrets is merely because we, the noble families, were the first to discover them. They are merely reaping the benefits afterward, Morong Shui replied with a light chuckle. The first lesson bore little content, and as the bell rang signaling the end of class, the atmosphere in the classroom instantly became lively. Given that school had only recently commenced, cliques had yet to form, and most students exchanged nervous glances with their deskmates. Their discussions revolved around simplistic topics, debating who among them was the strongest, who was the most formidable, and whose lineage was the most illustrious. Inevitably, this discourse circled around the 2 prominent figures, Shuang Yunqi and Tao Daiyun, along with the goddess in everyone's eyes, Morong Shui. Among them, Tao Daiyun, the scion of the Tao family from Green City, hailed from one of the city's 3 illustrious clans, overseeing 1/3 of the city's real estate and commercial empire. The family revered the rock formations as their totem, passing down earth-based supernatural abilities through generations, excelling in utilizing terrain and architectural structures in combat. Shuang Yunqi, on the other hand, was more straightforward. He belonged to the Shuang family branch in Green City, a lineage that established itself through martial prowess. While his commercial influence paled in comparison to the Tao family, he had nurtured numerous elites within the Supernatural Bureau. From a young age, Shuang Yunqi had been sent to the Thunder Prison secret training ground, honing a ferocious fighting style. He stood as a peak 2nd-tier Thunder-type supernatural user, capable of summoning high-voltage electric chains with his skill Thunderbolt Rift, renowned for its speed and destructive power. As discussions about these 2 individuals unfolded, everyone couldn't help but marvel at who among them was more worthy of Morong Shui's affection. However, the 2 subjects of this discourse exchanged wry smiles. While their backgrounds were commendable, they paled in comparison to their esteemed teacher, Xiao. Thus, they chose to disregard the opinions of others. Yet, even though they recognized their distance from Xiao, both young men held a glimmer of hope and maintained a competitive stance regarding Morong Shui. Just then, a sudden clap echoed through the room. Morong Shui abruptly struck the table, capturing everyone's attention. I like you, Li Xiao. Will you be my boyfriend? She exclaimed loudly, her hand trembling as she reached out, her eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation. The classroom erupted into chaos. What was happening? Hadn't Li Xiao just transferred here? How could Morong Shui confess her feelings so boldly? Was it possible that my goddess had been claimed by someone else? Was there even a single class period to establish this? Oh no! Am I the fool in this scenario? Why was it Morong Shui who made the confession? In the midst of the astonished gazes, confusion reigned, leaving everyone nearly speechless. No one had anticipated that the once aloof and unapproachable Morong Shui would exhibit such shyness in front of Li Xiao. Was this right? Clearly, it was not. However, they could not discern the reason. More astonishingly, Shuang Yunqi and Tao Daiyun, despite their minimal interactions with Morong Shui, had glimpsed her from afar at numerous family gatherings due to familial ties. At the banquets, Morong Shui appeared aloof and proud. Akin to a snow lotus atop an icy mountain, exuding an air of detachment that led them to naturally assume her demeanor was one of high indifference. Yet now, Morong Shui was confessing her feelings to someone? Was this madness? At that moment, Li Xiao was the focus of everyone's attention. He looked disinterestedly at the anxious Morong Shui, raised his hand slightly, and with a sharp motion, dismissed her hand, declaring, "I do not fancy frivolous women." Morong Shui's fingertips crystallized with frost, causing the temperature in the classroom to plummet by 10 degrees. In a sudden outburst, she exclaimed, and after kissing, "You dare to call me frivolous? You certainly did not say that last night in the grove." A collective gasp reverberated through the classroom, as the boys in the front row found their cups instantly frozen into solid blocks of ice. Xuan Yunqi smashed his desk in fury, electricity crackling in his palm. While Tao Daiyun was utterly shocked, the words Morong Shui had uttered echoing wildly in his mind. You kissed her and then called her frivolous? Had they truly shared a kiss? When did this happen? No wonder Morong Shui suddenly confessed to Li Xiao, so it was for this reason? How absurd, merely a kiss. And one must take responsibility in this day and age? Li Xiao languidly dug at his ear, feigning indifference. Li Xiao! Morong Shui retorted angrily. You certainly did not say that in bed. Crack! Within the classroom, all the boys felt as if something had shattered. Their eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at the distraught Morong Shui, feeling as though their worldviews had crumbled. What in the world was happening? How could Morong Shui be like this? At this point, even Tao Daiyun and Xuan Yunqi could no longer contain themselves. Tao Daiyun rushed to stand before them. He first glanced at Morong Shui, noticing her reddened eyes, as if on the brink of tears, which pierced his heart. He then glared at Li Xiao, demanding, "What have you done to Morong Shui? Did she not just say it herself?" "Stay out of it," Li Xiao replied with a dismissive glance. Tao Daiyun felt momentarily stifled. And when he regained his composure, his face turned a shade of green with anger. Morong Shui is my friend. If anything happens to her, I will stand up for her. A friend? I thought she was my girlfriend, Li Xiao chuckled. This is a matter concerning my woman. What business do you have in it? Are you now to meddle in her private affairs? Tao Daiyun's words were left unspoken. Meanwhile, Morong Shui coldly interjected, Tao Daiyun. Li Xiao has declared me his woman. Do you not understand simple language? What? Upon hearing this, Tao Daiyun felt as if his head might explode. Shui, how could you? But wait, he never agreed to be your boyfriend. You have been deceived. I indeed did not make her my girlfriend, Li Xiao replied with a light laugh. But I never said I would not allow her to be my mistress. If Morong Shui is willing to be only my lover, I would still welcome it. At this moment, Morong Shui was taken aback. Was the script truly written this way? She gazed at Li Xiao, blinking her eyes in disbelief. Li Xiao merely wore a faint, enigmatic smile at the corner of his lips. Filled with delight, Morong Shui immediately embraced Li Xiao, exclaiming, I could be the third party. You are simply the best, brother Li Xiao. Meanwhile, Tao Daiyun's eyes widened in shock. What a disgrace! This was utterly outrageous. He stood frozen in place, his lips trembling, at a loss for words. Chapter 50 Morong Lin. As soon as Li Xiao's words escaped his lips, an oppressive silence enveloped the classroom, akin to the stillness of death. Many gazes were fixed upon Li Xiao and Morong Shui, their expressions frozen in utter astonishment as their minds replayed the shocking statement. 3 is acceptable? And Morong Shui actually consented? What a perplexing situation. Tao Daiyun was rendered speechless, her lips quivering, and her complexion paling. Enough, Tao Daiyun, come back. Xuanyun said in a low voice, clearly aware that Li Xiao and Morong Shui were merely engaging in playful banter. Yet, Morong Shui's declaration before the entire class would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation, and it was evident that she aimed to target them. Engaging in a dispute with Li Xiao here served no purpose, it would only result in humiliation. Tao Daiyun, too, grasped this reality. Taking a deep breath, she shot a fierce glare at Li Xiao, exclaiming, "You truly are something." Li Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, finding the childish antics rather amusing. He turned his gaze toward Morong Shui, who returned a playful yet reproachful look. As the school day neared its end, Morong Shui and Li Xiao strolled together down the corridor, and she sighed, "Li Xiao, your antics have escalated far too much. Being labeled as a third party has left my reputation in shambles." Li Xiao laughed, "Is it truly that dire? Wasn't your objective accomplished?" "Alas! This is not the outcome I desired," Morong Shui lamented, her face a portrait of sorrow. "I am still an unmarried young lady. And now my image in the eyes of others is likely shattered." For her, today felt like an unparalleled social catastrophe. Had she confessed her feelings to Li Xiao and naturally transitioned into a romantic relationship, it would have been acceptable. In grand families, young people often indulge in playful flirtations before engagement, for modern times have evolved far beyond the conventions of the past. However, being labeled as a lover carries a weight of its own. Not only did it disgrace Morong Shui, but it also cast a shadow over the Morong family's reputation, especially with so many acquaintances from her social circle present at school. Though many could perceive her playful intentions today, the nature of reputation is such that once it spreads, it becomes irrevocably real. Morong Shui could only feel the peculiar stares directed at her from her peers. In contrast, Li Xiao smiled and reassured her, "It matters not. At least I have preserved my own reputation." "Your reputation?" Morong Shui questioned, casting a puzzled glance at him. "Indeed. As a single man, I cannot allow your fabricated identity to obstruct my romantic prospects," Li Xiao teased. "You," Morong Shui retorted, "with my beauty, you surely would not find yourself at a disadvantage." "Falsehood remains falsehood, it cannot be transformed into truth," Li Xiao replied, shaking his head with a smile. His words were laced with jest. He was not as concerned about his reputation as Morong Shui might have imagined. Maintaining it was not for the sake of romantic endeavors but rather to prevent Morong Shui from gaining an unwarranted advantage. Upon reaching the first-grade teaching building, Li Xiao paused. "Now I must go fetch my sister, you can proceed on your own." "You, of all people, care about your sister?" Morong Shui regarded Li Xiao with suspicion. However, the reason the two walked home together after school was merely for the sake of appearances. Their parting was devoid of any lingering attachment. She nodded and said, "I'll head home alone, goodbye. Oh, by the way, there is a practical class in a few days, do remember to be cautious." The implication of her words suggested that Li Xiao would inevitably face reprimand from Shuang Yunqi and others during tomorrow's practical session. Such occurrences were unavoidable. Even in a regular high school, where bullying was rampant, let alone in a vocational school centered around martial prowess. "I'll hold back," Li Xiao replied without turning around. Since he had made the decision to attend school, he certainly wouldn't resort to lethal measures indiscriminately. This guy truly. Morong Shui gazed at Li Xiao's retreating figure, unable to suppress a shake of her head. After spending an entire day with him, she realized that Li Xiao possessed quite a troublesome personality, imbued with a unique dark humor. Of course, this troublesome nature was not meant pejoratively, more fitting descriptors would be cunning and cold-hearted. For Morong Shui, she found herself rather accepting of Li Xiao's character, as it meant she would not be taken advantage of. However, she was quite concerned about his abilities. Is he merely at the third tier? Yet, it feels more akin to a genuine first tier. As she exited the campus, Morong Shui lowered her head in contemplation. He must have awakened some form of illusion ability? Combined with that spiritual energy, it likely equates to a second-tier level. Sigh, though somewhat lacking, it should suffice, at least I won't be bullied too severely. Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly collided with a woman approximately 1.70 meters tall. Morong Shui was nearly overwhelmed, stepping back to regard the other person, and promptly gritted her teeth. "Sister, what are you doing here?" The woman before her was her elder sister, Morong Lin, also known as the Frost Heaven Monarch, the next heir of the Morong family, A genuine fourth-tier powerhouse, and a true prodigy of the current era. Xiao Shui, what have you done today? Morong Lin scrutinized her younger sister. What business is it of yours? Morong Shui chose to sidestep her sister. Their relationship was quite strained, the matter of the engagement was orchestrated by her sister. And Morong Shui felt utterly incapable of contending with it. Is that so? Morong Lin cast her a fleeting glance and remarked coolly. I don't care whether you are genuinely in love or merely toying with someone. You should distance yourself from Li Xiao as soon as possible to avoid causing trouble for others. This was not a warning but merely a statement of fact. Yet. Such words made Morong Shui's body tremble, and she couldn't help but clench her fists. Meanwhile, after picking up Li Qingshui, Li Xiao and she began their walk home. Along the way, Li Qingshui appeared quite exhilarated, as today she had truly witnessed a different facet of the world. Her newly acquainted classmates all possessed various unique abilities, which was exceedingly novel for a girl of her age. Li Xiao listened attentively, nodding occasionally, as it seemed Su Moran had briefed the school about her, resulting in the other students and even the teachers treating Li Qingshui exceptionally well, with no room for criticism. However, just then, Li Xiao suddenly halted, turning his gaze toward the distance. Approximately 200 meters away, atop a towering edifice, a man was intently observing the school through a telescope, his thoughts obscured. The emergence of third-tier powerhouses has indeed become increasingly prevalent. Li Xiao cast a fleeting glance at the individual, his Sharingan instantly discerning the man's distinct features. Cloaked in a moon-phase mantle, the fabric was a deep, light-absorbing black reminiscent of the nocturnal owl, intricately embroidered on the back with a dynamic lunar pattern crafted from silken threads. His visage concealed behind a frostbone mask exuded an air of profound mystery. Brother! Are you even listening? Came the indignant voice of Li Qingshui. Li Xiao turned to her, asking, What did you say? I said, I wish to seek employment. Li Qingshui asserted loudly. Chapter 51, Clones are meant for labor. To work? Li Xiao fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, considering his sister's pride, it would be quite difficult for her to accept charity. After transferring schools, the expenses within the institution had escalated significantly, making it entirely reasonable for Li Qingshui to contemplate finding a job. It is worth noting that even in the world of ninjas, top-tier shinobi often toil for monetary gain. Take Kakuzu, for instance. All right. But what kind of job do you intend to pursue? Li Xiao inquired, gazing at his sister. I'm not quite sure yet. But perhaps working as a waitress at a restaurant could earn me some extra cash? Li Qingshui mused innocently. A waitress? Indeed. Many high school students take on part-time jobs during their summer and winter breaks. Moreover, there are not many viable alternatives for such roles. What else can a high school student do? Waitressing, distributing flyers. Beyond that, Li Xiao found it difficult to conjure up better options. Nevertheless, he remained particularly concerned about his sister's safety. Contemplating this, Li Xiao felt a sudden urge, I will accompany you. Of course. He did not intend to go in his true form alongside her but rather to manipulate his chakra to create a shadow clone of moderate ability. The technique of multiple shadow clones is quite remarkable. Once created, the clone possesses an identical personality to Li Xiao, with its strength varying according to the chakra supplied by the original. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Li Xiao had witnessed Naruto Uzumaki utilize this technique, and the thousands of clones had caused him considerable trouble. In his recollection, this was indeed a formidable ninjutsu, simple yet effective, with the only prerequisite being a substantial amount of chakra. Yay! Li Qingshui appeared immensely pleased, prompting Li Xiao to recall that his sister had once harbored a fondness for him, a memory from long ago that made him chuckle silently. Wait for me a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiao turned and entered a public restroom, employing the multiple shadow clone technique to create a clone. This particular clone was designated to monitor Li Qingshui's surroundings for any potential dangers and could activate Susanoo in a critical moment. providing sufficient time for Li Xiao to reach her. In truth, even this clone was quite powerful. Li Xiao was confident that no one he encountered at this stage could withstand his complete Susanoo. However, since the purpose was to safeguard his sister, such considerations were secondary. As for the original, it was imperative that he continue his training. Although shadow clones are immensely useful, their effectiveness in training is limited to the mastery of techniques, failing to enhance Li Xiao's chakra or spiritual energy capacity. The most significant reason, of course, is that shadow clones can also be utilized for academic pursuits. Every bit of knowledge acquired in school could be grasped by the clone, and upon its disappearance, the memories would return to the original, effectively expanding Li Xiao's understanding. However, he did not immediately act on this. He sensed some underlying threats within the school that needed to be addressed first. Upon reappearing before Li Qingxue, Li Xiao looked at his sister and said, "Let us go." He was now in the perspective of the clone, responsible for daily life and the potential for employment. In the vicinity, job opportunities were surprisingly abundant. Li Xiao and Li Qingxue soon stumbled upon a restaurant, where the female owner was instantly captivated by their appearances and promptly offered them positions. The job entailed a simple task, working part-time for 3 hours after school, with an hourly wage of 100. This meant that each individual could earn 300 a day, amounting to 9,000 a month. The staggering salary left Li Qingxue astounded, initially leading her to suspect it might involve some dubious activities. However, she soon realized her narrow-mindedness. The school they attended for their extraordinary abilities was situated in a prime area of Green City, frequented by the affluent and elite. In this restaurant, even a mere dining experience could cost individuals tens of thousands to millions in a single evening. For this circle of people, money truly held little significance. With this understanding, Li Qingxue finally felt at ease. Li Xiao, on the other hand, maintained a nonchalant demeanor throughout the process. To him, the mundane concept of money held no value. After navigating the ninja world for many years, he had come to grasp a fundamental truth: power was the essence of everything. Ultimately, they accepted the positions, treating it as an opportunity to experience life, albeit through the lens of a mere shadow clone. The following day, Li Xiao resumed his studies as usual. The senior year had commenced with an accelerated curriculum, complete with specialized textbooks. Yet, he was taken aback by the disparity in the quality of the materials. Their simplicity was baffling. It wasn't until he attended the lectures that he discovered these so-called textbooks were merely outlines and summaries. True knowledge had to be imparted directly by the teachers to be comprehensible. Upon realizing this, Li Xiao couldn't help but mock himself. He never anticipated that his pride in his learning abilities would falter in such an environment. Nevertheless, he understood that if everyone could self-educate successfully, chaos would ensue. Of course, Li Xiao had his own methods, primarily accessing the knowledge of others and employing the technique of rapid absorption through the Shinchan Chaori. This alone could accelerate his learning pace exponentially. After school, one of his shadow clones joined Li Qingxue at the restaurant. The exterior of the restaurant was remarkably opulent, adorned with gray marble walls interlaced with champagne gold accents and featuring a revolving door constructed of bulletproof glass bordered with brass. Their roles primarily involved greeting guests, with occasional stints serving as waitstaff. The rationale was straightforward: the position of greeter demanded a certain level of attractiveness, and both individuals possessed an exceptional allure that set them apart in the crowd. "Wow, this lobby is stunning!" exclaimed Li Qingxue as she entered, immediately captivated by the crystal chandeliers. Composed of various Swarovski crystals, they resembled a starry sky, shimmering under the lights. Li Xiao wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. While modern society may lack in other areas, they certainly excelled in aesthetics. Such designs were virtually non-existent in the ninja realm, highlighting its backwardness. It was no wonder that Orochimaru was perpetually obsessed with the pursuit of technology. "Li Xiao and Qingxue, please come in." Madame Tianxiang emerged gracefully from behind the screen at the entrance, the golden threads of her qipao shimmering in the moonlight, as she cheerfully announced, I have prepared uniforms for you, let us see how they fit. Madame Tianxiang, the proprietress of the establishment, appeared to be in her 30s, exuding an unmistakable aura of affluence. Li Xiao and Li Qingxue followed her into the changing room and soon reappeared in their new attire, instantly captivating Madame Tianxiang's attention. Li Qingxue donned a pearl-white collared shirt paired with a dark blue vest dress, adorned at the waist with intricate silver thread patterns. Her natural beauty was accentuated by the outfit, rendering her even more vivacious and charming. Li Xiao, clad in a black suit, initially seemed unremarkable, however. Combined with his handsome visage and somewhat brooding demeanor, he astonishingly resembled a boss, as if he had stepped straight out of a magazine. Madame Tianxiang could not help but exclaim in delight, followed by a light chuckle, "With your appearances, I dare say the restaurant's business will surely ascend several notches." Li Xiao smirked slightly. The snug suit was certainly not his preferred attire, yet as it was merely a temporary role to experience life, he refrained from voicing his discomfort. After a brief orientation, Li Xiao and Li Qingxue enthusiastically positioned themselves at the entrance, warmly welcoming patrons. However, after about an hour of standing guard, Li Xiao suddenly heard a familiar voice. Li Xiao? He looked up to find a young woman gazing at him in astonishment. Upon meeting her gaze, he recognized her as Morong Shui. Chapter 52. What? My brother is in a relationship? Oh, welcome. Upon recognizing Morong Shui, Li Xiao displayed a mechanical smile typical of a diligent worker, showing little reaction. Morong Shui looked at him with surprise. Noticing that both Li Xiao and Li Qingxue were clad in the restaurant's uniform, she exclaimed in astonishment, "What brings you to work here?" "Financial constraints," Li Xiao replied candidly. Morong Shui was evidently taken aback by such a simple and unembellished reason, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a tall and handsome man emerged from behind her. He glanced at Li Xiao, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he remarked, "Li Xiao? I've heard of you. Was it you and Xiao Shui playing around yesterday? You ought to maintain some decorum, you know." He smirked, extending his hand as he continued, "Almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Uchiha, your practical course instructor." Uchiha? Li Xiao thought to himself, suddenly comprehending the situation at hand. If memory served him right, Uchiha was Morong Shui's intended fiancé. It appeared they were here for a meal. Intrigued, Li Xiao reached out and shared a brief handshake. Morong Shui's expression shifted dramatically. Her teeth clenched as she declared, "Uchiha, how many times must I say it? Li Xiao is my boyfriend. Stop your relentless pursuits." At that moment, Li Qingxue's walkie-talkie slipped from her grasp, crashing to the floor. She stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Morong Shui in disbelief. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion as she widened her eyes at Morong Shui. Boyfriend? Who? My brother? When? Just one day into school. And he already has a girlfriend? What on earth is happening? Her brain felt as though it had short-circuited. Her gaze darting back and forth between Morong Shui and her brother, an increasing sense of disquiet settling in. Uchiha, oblivious to the shifting dynamics around him, only caught the mention of boyfriend from Morong Shui. He clenched his fist slightly, the knuckles cracking softly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yet he maintained his charming smile as he remarked, "Young people should understand the appropriateness of role-playing, wouldn't you agree, classmately?" He placed emphasis on the word classmate. A hint of dark energy subtly visible at the cuffs of his suit. Classmate? Morong Shui suddenly intertwined her arm with Li Xiao's, glaring fiercely at Uchiha. Uchiha! You don't actually believe that nothing has transpired between Li Xiao and me, do you? Suddenly, the aura in the entire hall became stagnant. The crystals of the chandelier chiming ominously, while the tray in Li Qingxue's hands cracked like spider webs, her pupils quaking in shock. What has happened? What did you and my brother do? Li Qingxue stammered, incredulity etched on her face as she gazed at the unfamiliar woman. Who are you? Only then did Morong Shui notice the strikingly beautiful woman beside her, momentarily taken aback before she replied, "Ah, you must be Li Xiao's sister. What do you think has transpired between me and your brother?" "Little sister?" Xiao Shui. Yu Xiao's expression finally shifted. The oppressive aura of his peak third-tier status manifesting as tangible frost patterns spreading across the ground. "Yu Xiao, remain calm," murmured Morong Lin's voice from behind. "Xiao Shui possesses an ice spirit body. Should her purity be compromised, the ice spirit will undoubtedly undergo changes. Why allow her words to disturb your serenity?" Upon hearing this, the indifference in Yu Xiao's eyes vanished without a trace, instantly replaced by a smile as warm as spring. "I am not angered over such trivial matters. It is simply Xiao Shui's attitude towards me that vexes me. My apologies, Sister Lin." Morong Lin. Observing her sister's arrival, Morong Shui's voice carried a tinge of frustration. Were it not for Morong Lin, how could she have found herself in such a predicament? This individual was excessively domineering, leaving her without the means to resist. Accompanying Morong Lin were Shuang Yunqi and Tao Daiyun, alongside various classmates from the senior class who emerged one after another. Upon spotting Li Wei, Shuang Yunqi and Tao Daiyun exchanged glances, visibly relieved. "So that's what it is. It turns out Li Xiao merely works part-time. No wonder Sister Lin did not invite him to dinner today." The two whispered to one another, their expressions teasing and self-satisfied. They had been startled by the situation involving Li Xiao and Morong Lin the previous day, mistakenly believing that Li Xiao hailed from a prominent family. However, witnessing him working at Yongqi Shangxiang today clarified that his family background was likely less affluent than theirs. Morong Lin disregarded her sister and walked directly before Li Xiao, scrutinizing him intently before suddenly smiling. "Li Xiao, today my Morong family is treating some senior classmates to a meal, and all are welcome to join. Might you and your sister care to partake?" Li Xiao returned her gaze, replying coolly, "No need." This woman, like her sister, possessed silver blue hair, seemingly a hallmark of the Morong lineage. Yet, her demeanor suggested a more domineering nature. "Is that so?" Morong Lin, undeterred by the rejection, maintained her composure and replied with a gentle smile, "Very well, should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Farewell." At that moment, Madame Tianxiang emerged from behind Li Xiao, gasping upon seeing Morong Lin, and promptly donned a congenial smile as she approached to greet her. Clearly, a patron of Morong Lin's stature was a significant guest for Yongqi Shangxiang, making it ideal for the proprietress to attend to her. A dozen individuals followed Morong Lin into the establishment, while Li Xiao relished the ensuing tranquility. Although he currently served as a mere part-time worker, idleness was second nature to him. Trailing at the back of the group, Morong Shui observed the stoic Li Xiao and sighed inwardly, saying helplessly, "Li Xiao, why have you silently taken up this part-time job?" To Morong Shui, working was somewhat shameful. In their social strata, few would fret over financial matters. They preferred to dedicate all their time to cultivation and leisure activities like dining together. Witnessing Li Xiao serving at Yongqi Shangxiang, Morong Shui suddenly felt that her actions from yesterday were utterly meaningless. A lack of funds. Li Xiao merely spoke these words with an expression of calmness. He was not particularly familiar with Morong Shui, and as a mere shadow clone, his sole responsibility was to ensure the safety of Li Qingshui. Morong Shui's expression grew somewhat complicated. Suddenly, she recalled that the Li family seemed to have a branch that was disowned, and she immediately grasped the implications. "I understand now." She turned away as if resigning to fate, yet within her heart, a profound sense of enlightenment arose. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. It seems Li Xiao is hardly capable of safeguarding even his own well-being. Contemplating this, Morong Shui could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Indeed, if she herself was overwhelmed by her sister's relentless advances, how could she possibly count on a conveniently chosen classmate? Meanwhile, Li Qingshui gazed pensively at Li Xiao. "Brother, what on earth is happening?" Chapter 53, Breakthrough, the infinite bloodline limit. In response to his sister's persistent inquiries, Li Xiao revealed the truth without concealment. Although Li Qingxue harbored some doubts, upon learning the full details, she grew enraged, asserting that this woman's intentions were undoubtedly malicious. Li Xiao nodded in agreement, fully convinced. Morong Shui's motives were certainly not pure, however, their relationship was merely a transaction based on mutual benefit. Following today's events, the media hype surrounding Morong Shui and Li Xiao seemed to gradually subside. Despite their outward displays of intimacy, Li Xiao could sense that such superficial performances were becoming increasingly futile, at least in the eyes of Uchiha. Yet, for Li Xiao, all of this was inconsequential. His sole purpose was to obtain the key to the tailed beast's relic, and these minor stratagems were just idle moves in his game. On the seventh day, an unexpected change occurred. The crescent moon hung high in the sky as Li Xiao sat cross-legged in the shadows atop the school's highest tower. Ethereal blue spiritual energy shimmered around him, condensing into a liquid form, forming delicate dewdrops suspended on his skin. When the first light of dawn pierced through the clouds on this seventh day, 365 acupoints suddenly emitted a sharp, resonant clang akin to the striking of stones. The spiritual energy sphere at his dantian erupted violently, merging into a yin-yang symbol of twin fish, one crimson, one deep blue intertwined. The water tower atop the school collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the accumulated water vaporized into white mist before reaching the ground. Centered on Li Xiao, the spiritual energy of the entire school converged like countless rivers flowing into the sea, forming a colossal, inverted whirlpool with a diameter of 100 meters above his head. Passing birds halted mid-flight, their wings ceasing as they plummeted into the trees below. This phenomenon was caused by the scarcity of spiritual energy in the real world, which prevented Li Xiao from drawing sufficient energy from the heavens and earth during his breakthrough. Instead, he began absorbing the life force of living beings. Half an hour later, Li Xiao raised his right hand, watching arcs of electricity and flickering flames dance and intertwine between his fingers. At this moment, the energy surging within him was no longer sparse spiritual essence but a thicker, mist-like vitality, signaling a breakthrough into the second realm. Compared to the first stage, the spiritual energy wielded at this level was significantly denser, nearly quintupling in potency. This astonishing transformation was a direct result of his advancement. Moreover, Li Xiao experienced an unimaginable change. The spiritual energy and chakra had begun to merge and influence each other. The yin-yang fish spun ceaselessly, seemingly elevating some substance to a higher state of sublimation. Li Xiao sensed that he was undergoing a qualitative leap, with each rotation of the yin-yang fish. It was as if a particular trait was being flawlessly integrated within him. This transformation astonished him greatly. Soon, Li Xiao realized what was truly happening within his being. In essence, he could now manipulate elements at will. In the ninja world, regardless of a ninja's rank, ninjutsu was fundamental. Fire style required the hand seals for fire. Water style called for water seals, and so on. Isolating and controlling these elements independently had always been challenging. But now wind, fire, thunder, water, earth. Li Xiao extended his fingertips, and in an instant, a blend of spiritual energy and chakra manifested in corresponding elements. With a mere thought, an explosive sound resonated as the 5 elements suddenly expanded and fused, forming a colossal sphere of spiritual energy. To his astonishment, such a fusion could occur after reaching the second tier. In terms of strength enhancement, it could be succinctly stated that I now possess the ability to unleash all ninjutsu without the need for hand seals. Furthermore, a glint flashed in Li Xiao's eyes as he deftly guided the elements of wind and water to merge, swiftly resulting in the formation of ice that danced upon his palm. The so-called bloodline limit could be synthesized at my discretion. Bloodline limits are remarkable potentials within the ninja world. Take, for instance, the renowned wood release, which is a fusion of earth and water elements. However, mastering the elements of earth and water alone does not grant one the ability to wield wood release. It requires a flawless amalgamation of their attributes. According to legend, only 2 individuals have achieved the mastery of all attributes and their perfect fusion into bloodline limits, Kagaya Otsutsuki and Hagoromo Tsutsuki. To discover that I possess such potential is truly astonishing. With this capability, I could effortlessly utilize various bloodline limits and even transform them into more advanced powers according to the corresponding attributes. A luminous spark flickered in Li Xiao's pupils, signifying that as long as my strength sufficed, I could evolve my eyes into the Rinne Sharingan, and even further into the legendary Rebirth Eye, or even synthesize into higher entities. He had never anticipated that spiritual energy could bestow such significant enhancements upon him. The magnitude of this transformation caught Li Xiao completely off guard. Merely at the second tier, he could discard hand seals altogether and wield an array of ninjutsu, including various bloodline limits. What would happen at the pinnacle of the third tier, or even upon reaching the fourth? Li Xiao had an inkling that once he attained the fourth tier, he could easily elevate his eyes to the state of the Rinne Sharingan. This was nothing short of exquisite. Alas, while he could now employ wood release, his physical strength had yet to catch up, preventing him from enhancing it with Hashirama's cells. Li Xiao felt a tinge of nostalgia. It was not wood release that was formidable, but rather the first Hokage. That individual's ninjutsu was in an entirely different league from others. Nonetheless, wood release was undoubtedly effective. Shaking his head, Li Xiao rose to his feet and gazed at the sky. The sun had already risen, and soon it would be time for school. Was today the day for practical lessons? Reflecting on the events that transpired with his clones in recent days, Li Xiao smiled faintly. Those fellows must have been eager to teach him a lesson for quite some time. Very well, today I shall grant them the opportunity to face me directly. Having just acquired an array of abilities, even with his extensive experience, Li Xiao felt an irresistible urge to test them. In the realm of ninjas, how numerous are the bloodline limits? Not to mention the commonly seen ice release, lava release, wood release, and so forth, theoretically, physical characteristics akin to the Sharingan, the Yakugan, and even the Shikatsu Myaku also fall within the category of bloodline limits. In other words, as long as Li Xiao is willing, he can effortlessly employ that forbidden technique. This is largely thanks to Orochimaru. Had I not worked alongside him for such an extended period, thoroughly studying all the common bloodline limits within the ninja world, I would not have entertained such thoughts. Li Xiao stood at the edge of a 100-meter-high building, gazing down at the ground before leaping off. The pressure at their school was relatively manageable, with classes commencing at 8 in the morning and concluding at 3 in the afternoon. Devoid of early morning or evening study sessions, which led many students to opt for commuting. Nevertheless, the school cafeteria frequently remained open, likely due to the substantial wealth of the institution's benefactors. After indulging heartily at the breakfast stall, Li Xiao soon spotted the hurried approach of Morong Shui. Li Xiao! Upon seeing him, Morong Shui exclaimed anxiously, "Why are you still here? Today is a practical lesson, and Shuang Yunqi and the others are sure to teach you a lesson. You need to take a leave of absence immediately." Chapter 54, Practical Class Requesting Leave? I see no necessity, Li Xiao remarked casually. At this juncture, how could he possibly consider taking a leave of absence? Since it was a practical class, it was only fitting to earnestly demonstrate his capabilities. Li Xiao was already brimming with anticipation. You! Morong Shui was momentarily taken aback, then retorted indignantly, Fine. Just make sure you don't end up in dire straits. I can hardly provide any assistance. You should be more concerned about them, Li Xiao said, shaking his head as he swiftly shifted the topic. However, I am quite curious, aren't you at the third tier? To what extent does that entail? Having spent considerable time together, even under the guise of a faux couple, their relationship had evolved from strangers to friends, allowing Li Xiao to candidly address Morong Shui's prowess. In response, Morong Shui languidly stated, I am at the extreme of the third tier. It is not the same level as merely being at the third tier. That piques my curiosity even further. Since you are at the extreme, you ought to possess some autonomy, so why must you heed your sister's every command? Li Xiao inquired, munching on a bun. It's a matter of family. Having benefited from the family since childhood, one naturally must reciprocate as one matures. It forms a community of interests, Morong Shui lamented. Although I am currently resisting, my methods must remain gentle. Should I resort to more drastic measures, such as defecting from the family? I fear the elders would swiftly intervene, potentially binding me and administering punishment. That aligns with my thoughts, Li Xiao nodded. Modern families bear striking similarities to those of the ninja era. Even the Uchiha clan strives to avoid intermarriage for various reasons, with the paramount concern being the preservation of familial interests rather than merely ensuring pure bloodlines, a reality Li Xiao deeply understood during his tenure as a leader. After contemplating for a moment, Morong Shui abruptly sensed something amiss. Wait a moment, what about your own strength? Why does it feel like you fluctuate between strong and weak? What is your true level of power? I do not know, Li Xiao replied with a smirk. Indeed, he was uncertain of his current capabilities. On one hand, his chakra level had only just returned to that of a mid-ranking ninja. On the other, he possessed the eternal Manjiki Sharingan that surpassed even that of a Kage. A disparity that could not be reconciled with the modern extraordinary framework. Furthermore, his spiritual energy level was genuinely around the second tier. Yet, the fusion of spiritual energy and chakra, coupled with Li Xiao's nearly terrifying array of techniques, rendered his assessment of his own strength quite nebulous. Most critically, Li Xiao lacked a concrete benchmark for evaluating strength in this world. Thus far, he had only encountered opponents at the extreme of the third tier, having yet to witness a fourth-tier practitioner, which made his statement quite truthful. But, you don't know! Morong Shui exclaimed, feeling a sense of imbalance. I have disclosed my strength to you, yet you choose to conceal yours? You, sir. As she spoke, many gazes in the cafeteria gravitated towards them. Morong Shui's cheeks flushed, and she shot Li Xiao a fierce glare. You are truly quite childish. Li Xiao, feeling helpless at her words, replied with a hint of indifference. According to your classification, I should be a second-tier warrior. However, my actual capabilities surpass that notion. Wait, second tier? Morong Shui's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback by the revelation that Li Xiao was merely a second tier. After a moment's pause, she exclaimed in astonishment, You are only a second tier? Has this woman not heard what I just said? Li Xiao glanced at her and added, Second tier merely describes my warrior abilities, my true strength is. Aha! You are doomed. You are surely going to be beaten to a pulp. Morong Shui lamented, anxiously running her fingers through her hair. Uchiha specifically requested to be the referee today. You are bound to be struck by lightning. Furthermore, with your second-tier strength, not only Uchiha but even Shuang Yunqi could easily overpower you. Forget it. Conversing with women is truly exhausting, Li Xiao muttered, moving his lips but ultimately abandoning the notion of argument. He concluded, I am full. Morong Shui continued to sigh despondently. The practical combat class was held on the first floor. Even Li Xiao was witnessing such a practical class for the first time. Born in the Warring States era of the ninja world, he had been taught ninjutsu and combat by the elders of the Uchiha clan and had trained alongside Uchiha Madara on the battlefield in his youth. By the time Konoha village was established and the ninja academy was founded, Li Xiao had already become the second strongest ninja in the world. The first floor had been transformed into an arena resembling a martial arts hall, with students lined up in formation. Uchiha stood in the center, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke kindly, Today we will engage in a practical combat class. As you have accumulated theoretical knowledge in your minds and your spiritual energy has been steadily growing, I trust you are eager to put it into practice. This practical class will provide you with such an opportunity. Of course, while we call it a practical class, the rules are limited to sparring between two individuals. The aim is to familiarize you with combat, utilizing everything you have learned in school to attack your opponent. The methods you are permitted to use are limitless, be it fists, feet, spiritual techniques, weapons, or anything else you can conceive. Approach the fight with the intent to defeat your opponent. That is the purpose of this practical class. At this point, Xiao shifted the conversation. Naturally, I trust everyone is aware of the circumstances in our class. Most families have provided their children with substantial training, so they are likely accustomed to such scenarios. However, not every student has access to such abundant resources, at least, Xiao does not. To accommodate those with fewer advantages, is there anyone willing to assist him? I will. Morong Shui stepped forward without hesitation. Her reasoning was straightforward. By challenging Xiao herself, she would prevent Shuang Yunqi from attacking him, allowing her to go easy on Xiao during the entire practical class. Xiao appeared unsurprised by this development and smiled gently. Very well, since Morong Shui has volunteered to assist Xiao, you two shall form a pair. Morong Shui sighed with relief. At least now, Xiao would be safe. She stood directly beside Xiao, a hint of pride in her voice as she remarked, "You boys are just too domineering. You still rely on me to clean up your mess." Xiao offered no response, merely gazing quietly at Xiao. Then, Xiao continued, "All right. Now, all students are free to engage in activities. Once Morong Shui and Xiao have completed their practice, we shall proceed directly to the combat class." Morong Shui suddenly clenched her fists. This Xiao was blatantly intending to pit Xiao against Xuanjianqi and Tao Daiyun in a duel. It was utterly infuriating. Xiao, however, wore a stoic expression, finding this scenario rather agreeable, as engaging in battle with the lenient Morong Shui held no value. Chapter 55, Xiao's swordsmanship. Xiao was paired with Morong Shui, and both had selected their weapons. Morong Shui chose a wooden sword, a reflection of the Morong family's renowned swordsmanship, which she excelled at. Xiao, too, opted for a wooden sword, not out of proficiency, but rather due to his habitual use of the Kusanagi sword. Xiao could be deemed proficient in weaponry, primarily owing to his Sharingan, which allowed him to effortlessly replicate the moves of skilled opponents during battles. Over time, he had honed his own unique style of swordsmanship. After making their preparations, Morong Shui looked at Xiao with a furrowed brow. Upon learning that Xiao was merely at the second-tier level, she began to question her judgment. In her view, given his youthful vigor and presence, he should at least be at the third-tier level, if not comparable to her own abilities. However, this morning, when she reviewed his capabilities, she confirmed that he was indeed at the second tier, with his spiritual energy merely in a misty state, lacking any transformation into a liquid form. Thus, even in combat, if she were to exert herself slightly, she could easily shatter his bones. At that moment, Xiao observed the two wielding their wooden swords and announced, "Prepare." "Begin." Morong Shui interrupted, turning to Xiao, "Do not use spiritual energy. If she were to unleash her spiritual power, its quality would reach unfathomable heights, resulting in a physical augmentation that Xiao would find unbearable. Without the use of spiritual energy, the gap between them would remain manageable, alleviating Morong Shui's concerns about accidentally harming him." "Understood," Xiao nodded in agreement, offering no rebuttal. With Xiao's command, Morong Shui made the first move, delivering a straightforward strike that brought her wooden sword to Xiao's face. He raised his sword to block, the two wooden swords clashing with a muffled sound. "Oh, he can actually defend against my attack?" Morong Shui raised an eyebrow, pivoting to execute a horizontal slash aimed at Xiao's side, only to have him intercept her with a vertical block. The blades met, and Morong Shui suddenly pushed forward with force. Xiao stepped back half a pace to dissipate the impact, deftly deflecting her sword. This unembellished exchange of blows, devoid of spiritual energy, captivated the attention of the onlookers. As they witnessed Xiao holding his own against Morong Shui, expressions of surprise flickered in their eyes. This transfer student is impressive, his foundational swordsmanship is solid, without any apparent flaws. How crisp and decisive his movements are. It seems he has no superfluous actions. Morong Shui is definitely going easy on him. As the spectators engaged in debate, it became evident that Morong Shui was indeed tempering her strength, yet Xiao's unambiguous swordplay revealed subtle hints to those discerning enough. "This fellow gives off a peculiar aura," Tao Daiyun remarked, furrowing his brow. Have you noticed? His sword techniques lack any fixed patterns. In the realm of martial arts, patterns are a common element. Almost everyone, from a young age, is instructed by their elders to perform specific movements, which over time become ingrained as routines. Such routines accompany individuals for extended periods, dictating how they exert force, dodge, and block, leaving traces even in the techniques of seasoned experts. As the duel progressed, it escalated to the point where one could immediately discern the martial school of the opponent upon the execution of a specific move. However, Li Xiao was different. His movements were straightforward to the point of being astonishingly simplistic. Xuan Yunqi squinted, silently observing Li Xiao and Morong Shui. Morong Shui launched 3 consecutive strikes aimed at the throat, heart, and abdomen. Li Xiao's wrist flickered, the wooden sword striking precisely against the tip of her blade, deflecting all 3 thrusts. Morong Shui then adapted her technique, raising her sword, while Li Xiao deftly sidestepped, the wooden sword grazing the edge of his garment. Their motions quickened. Initially, Morong Shui held the advantage. Upon realizing Li Xiao's exceptional swordsmanship, she began to take the match more seriously, exerting pressure as her wooden sword danced, producing a series of ringing sounds. Yet, Li Xiao managed to parry each attack seamlessly. Particularly, when Morong Shui witnessed Li Xiao's ability to accurately strike the tip of her sword, her expression shifted slightly. What was happening? Was this a jest at her expense? While she pondered this, Li Xiao suddenly surged forward with a direct thrust. It was too swift. Morong Shui hastily raised her sword to block, only to be jolted back 2 steps by the force of his strike. Damn! Li Xiao's strength was beyond her imagination. For the first time, Morong Shui recognized that the boy possessed an overwhelming power. Frustrated, she countered with a diagonal slash, but Li Xiao sidestepped effortlessly, the wooden sword barely missing his cheek. At this point, Morong Shui could no longer restrain herself. She raised her wooden sword high and channeled all her strength into a downward strike. Yet, mid-air, her sword came to an abrupt halt as Li Xiao's blade had somehow positioned itself beneath her throat. The chilling aura emanating from the blade caused the hairs on her body to stand on end, leaving her no room to maneuver for a defensive block. When did it come to this? Her grip on the sword trembled slightly. She had lost. Even though she initiated the attack and could perceive the trajectory of the wooden sword, her body was unresponsive in time. Li Xiao's precision was unerringly remarkable. She felt as though she were battling a machine. However, this was inconceivable. Wasn't Li Xiao merely a second-tier warrior? Morong Shui was certain she hadn't misjudged. Yet a second-tier warrior exhibiting such swordsmanship. Enough is enough. At that moment, Uchiha intervened, declaring the match concluded. Li Xiao wins. The spectators around them gasped in astonishment. Xuan Yunqi's gaze turned icy, while Tao Daiyun stood up in disbelief. The entire encounter had lasted less than 10 seconds. Uchiha chuckled lightly. Shui, your intentions seem somewhat suspicious. As Morong Shui's teacher and potential betrothed, he was well aware of her capabilities. Morong Shui possessed a unique talent known as the Heart's Eye, which enabled her to evade enemy attacks effortlessly, even with her eyes closed. This extraordinary gift was the cornerstone of the Morong family's status as the foremost clan. Yet, Morong Shui had not utilized it at all. She could hardly be bothered to respond. After all, it was merely a sparring session. Would employing the Heart's Eye not be a sign of foolishness? Nevertheless, despite everything, Morong Shui remained utterly astonished by Li Xiao's prowess. In a state devoid of guile, she found herself utterly powerless against him. Observing the silent Li Xiao, a faint smile gradually curved upon her lips. I never imagined that a casually encountered deskmate would possess such extraordinary talent. How intriguing. Meanwhile, Xuan Yunqi and Tao Daiyun exhaled in relief. It became evident that Morong Shui had deliberately restrained herself. I knew it, there is no way Li Xiao could have defeated her. Tao Daiyun remarked, his tone suffused with a sense of reassurance, as if equilibrium had been restored. Shuang Yunqi refrained from commenting on Li Xiao's strength, merely advising. It's your turn now. Best make sure he is bedridden for a month. Heh, rest assured. Among the third graders, only 2 surpass me in ability. Tao Daiyun responded, his expression tinged with merciless resolve. Yu Yueqiao, observing him, narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. Very well, the practical combat class shall commence. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge Li Xiao? I do. Tao Daiyun stepped forward without hesitation. Chapter 56 would release upon the arrival of Tao Daiyun. The classmates exhibited no surprise, however, their gazes towards Li Xiao were tinged with a hint of pity. It had long been an established fact that both Tao Daiyun and Shuang Yun had set their sights on Li Xiao. Thus it was rather unexpected that Tao Daiyun chose this moment to step forward. Is it really Tao Daiyun? With his emergence, Yu Yueqiao displayed a smile. Noting that with his prowess having reached the pinnacle of the second tier, he was well matched against Li Xiao, who had also attained the second tier. The news of Li Xiao's breakthrough to the second tier had already circulated among the class today, yet the chasm between the initial and pinnacle stages of the second tier was immense, akin to an insurmountable divide. Yu Yueqiao's words dripped with malice, aimed solely at putting Li Xiao in a difficult position. Moreover, at this juncture, Yu Yueqiao deliberately cast a glance at Li Xiao, stating with a smile, however, Li Xiao, if you are fearful, you may choose to avoid battle. After all, there is still a disparity between you and Tao Daiyun. Furthermore, the forthcoming practical lesson will not be akin to the previous spar with Morong Shui, where everything was merely a gentle exchange. Should you sustain any injuries, the loss would outweigh the gain. For high school students eager to showcase their prowess, Yu Yueqiao's implicit denigration of the opponent would only serve to ignite their fury. And even such a simple provocation could yield remarkable results. Although Li Xiao discerned Yu Yueqiao's intentions, he merely responded with a smile. You are right. If I were to injure him, it would indeed be a loss. In this case, I shall let it be. What? Tao Daiyun's expression shifted drastically. Li Xiao, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am inferior to you? Have you gone deaf? The teacher stated that you are not a match for me. Should there be any injuries, it would be your fault, not mine. In response, Li Xiao remained silent with a smile, which only served to infuriate Tao Daiyun further. Clenching his fists, he retorted in a suppressed voice, Li Xiao, you are exceedingly arrogant. Are you not afraid of a backlash? Observing this, Yu Yueqiao shook his head. Noting that Tao Daiyun was behaving like a quintessential high school student, far too easy to provoke. Nevertheless, it would be beneficial for Tao Daiyun to gauge Li Xiao's capabilities. With this thought, Yu Yueqiao interjected, all right, both of you should cease this sparring. Do not forget what I mentioned. This time, we are engaging in a genuine practical lesson. Meaning you are permitted to employ spiritual techniques. Upon hearing this, the other students in the class erupted in astonishment. Spiritual techniques. These were the most formidable means of attack wielded by extraordinary beings. Even a second-tier extraordinary individual, when utilizing such techniques, could unleash devastation of exponential magnitude. Most crucially, for students, such spiritual techniques were typically exclusive to noble families. The average individual, let alone mastering spiritual techniques, would consider it extraordinary to merely harness spiritual energy to enhance themselves. For the majority of ordinary people, discovering an appropriate spiritual technique necessitated exploration in secret realms or apprenticeship under esteemed sects like Shaolin Temple. Schools merely imparted foundational training. Unfortunately, although Tao Daiyun might appear somewhat foolish, his family happened to be one of the 3 great powers of Lucheng. Even as a pinnacle second-tier individual, the spiritual techniques mastered by his family could instill despair in ordinary folk. This exemplified the disparity of their backgrounds. I recall that the Tao family seems to specialize in earth-based spiritual techniques. Tao Daiyun appears to have perfectly inherited a portion of this earth magic. And Li Xiao is likely to face considerable difficulties. In our class, only Morong Shui and Shuang Yunqi can rival Tao Daiyun. Alas! The most significant disparity for an ordinary person lies in their mastery of spiritual arts. When will I ever learn a single technique? The crowd harbored a pessimistic outlook regarding Li Xiao's future. Even Morong Shui gritted her teeth in concern. This Yu Xiao is utterly detestable. Come on, Li Xiao. Let me witness the extent of your arrogance. Tao Daiyun stood before Li Xiao, sneering coldly, and shouted, "Get up!" Boom! The air around him surged with earthy brown spiritual energy, forming a solid rock armor, while sharp stone spikes emerged ominously from the crevices of the ground. This was undoubtedly the Tao family's rock armor. Damn it! Just as Morong Shui prepared to intervene, she noticed Li Xiao casually sheathing his wooden sword back into its rack. He then turned to glance at the rock armor and remarked nonchalantly, "A visually appealing but ultimately useless thing." "What did you say?" Tao Daiyun's expression shifted dramatically. Not only him, but also Yu Xiao and others nearby wore grave expressions. Tao Daiyun's spiritual technique symbolized the authority of noble families. And Li Xiao's critique of its ineffectiveness was a direct affront to their status. The other classmates in the room did not side with Li Xiao either. The reason was simple: they held an immense fear of spiritual arts, perceiving them as an insurmountable chasm, a representation of the noble family's prestige. If Li Xiao deemed Tao Daiyun's technique worthless, did that not imply they were inferior to mere refuse? "Tao Daiyun, teach him a lesson." Someone shouted encouragement from the sidelines. "Li Xiao, prepare to meet your end." Tao Daiyun roared. His furious bellow reverberated through the training ground, causing dust to fall from the ceiling as the granite statue came crashing down with the force of a collapsing mountain. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiao merely curled the corner of his mouth, raising his index finger lazily. The vibrant green spiritual energy at his fingertips suddenly transformed into a vine. As fate would have it, I too wish to experiment with this so-called spiritual art. Allow me to demonstrate the vast chasm that lies between us. Li Xiao said softly. Would release, vine spear. Boom! The vine abruptly elongated and twisted, resembling a lance, directly penetrating the rocky layer and causing the statue to shatter. Under Tao Daiyun's horrified gaze, his armor crumbled like tofu, as this terrifying spear pierced through it effortlessly, shattering it completely. The vine spear, undeterred, plunged through his abdomen, extending further back, pinning Tao Daiyun against the wall. Ah! Tao Daiyun's anguished cries echoed in the heavens. Meanwhile, the classroom fell into an eerie silence, contrasting sharply with the chaos above. Yu Xiao's expression changed abruptly. He instantly appeared before Tao Daiyun, manifesting spiritual energy in his hands to sever Li Xiao's vine. He scrutinized Tao Daiyun's injury, casting a dark glare at Li Xiao. "Li Xiao, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to kill him during a school event?" "Oh. I sincerely apologize. I never anticipated his weakness, that I could pierce his abdomen with a single strike." Li Xiao raised his hand, and the vine gun withered as if it were a living creature. He chuckled and remarked, "Fortunately, I have you, teacher Yu. I believe that if I were gravely injured by that boulder, you would have arrived just in time to rescue me." This fellow. Yu Xiao's expression grew increasingly somber, yet she managed to smile as she replied, "Of course, Li Xiao. However, you have certainly gone too far this time." It was only then that the classmates in the room seemed to awaken from their stupor, gazing at Li Xiao in astonishment. Chapter 57, The Rising of Dual Clouds. How could this be? What kind of spiritual technique does Li Xiao possess? It is unheard of. He has effortlessly defeated Tao Daiyun in a single blow. This cannot be true. Is it the wood element? Remarkably, it is the rare wood element? At this moment, all the students gazed at Li Xiao in disbelief. Some were astounded by his strength, others by his spiritual technique. And there were those who were shocked to discover that his spiritual affinity was, indeed, the wood element. Regardless, the way everyone looked at Li Xiao had completely transformed. Morong Shui had anticipated that Li Xiao would be grievously injured, yet the situation unfolded quite differently, leaving her momentarily stunned. However, once she regained her composure, she couldn't help but wonder in amazement. The wood element, indeed? Even in the entire realm of the extraordinary, wood elemental energy is exceedingly scarce. It is said that this ability encompasses healing, toxins, parasitism, and various related spiritual techniques, with an extensive range of applications. Particularly within the depths of the forest secret realms. Those who possess wood elemental energy can wield immense power. It seems that Li Xiao's future accomplishments may be formidable. Reflecting on this, Morong Shui found herself momentarily dazed. Why was she contemplating such matters? Could it be that she was genuinely considering viewing Li Xiao as a potential son-in-law? At this moment, Xuan Yunqi's pupils constricted, wood elemental energy, and with such terrifying power, Li Xiao is evidently concealing his true capabilities. Yet this young man possesses a clever strategy, employing this method to catch Tao Daiyun off guard. In his view, Tao Daiyun had been outmaneuvered by Li Xiao, otherwise, with Tao Daiyun's earth elemental techniques. How could he have been ambushed so easily? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the aura Li Xiao had just revealed was indeed that of a low-level second tier. Moreover, Xuan Yunqi was certain that Li Xiao had identified a flaw in Tao Daiyun's defenses, otherwise, it would have been impossible to breach them so effortlessly. As for his own spiritual techniques, with these thoughts in mind, Xuan Yunqi stepped forward and calmly declared, "Li Xiao, you have gone too far. Tao Daiyun merely sought to spar with you, yet you have chosen to strike him down mercilessly. Do you not value the bonds of camaraderie?" Upon hearing his words, Li Xiao nearly burst into laughter. "Your rhetoric sounds strikingly similar to that of Uchiha. Have you two conspired together?" Xuan Yunqi paused momentarily, realizing the similarity. He had been so engrossed in contemplating matters concerning Li Xiao that he had overlooked the fact that Uchiha had previously reproached Li Xiao with the same words. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, "That you has expressed similar sentiments, which only serves to highlight how repugnant your actions are to us. Li Xiao, I did not expect you to be so insidious, feigning weakness to defeat Tao Daiyun, taking advantage of him in such a manner. If you possess true skill, why not face me as your opponent?" Upon hearing Xuan Yunqi's challenge, the other students instinctively took a few steps back. Xuan Yunqi was significantly more powerful than Tao Daiyun. The Shuang family possesses a unique thunder prison mark. Core members must enter the Thunderstorm Wasteland secret realm during their coming-of-age ceremony, enduring 3 days in the Tempest, with only the survivors branded with lightning-shaped tattoos upon their backs. Xuan Yunqi had voluntarily undertaken this trial at the tender age of 10, becoming the youngest Thunder Prison Walker in 5 centuries of his family's history. Which is precisely what makes him so formidable. Due to the Thunder Prison mark, when Xuan Yunqi enters a state of combat, a continuous discharge storm field with a radius of 10 meters is formed around him. The voltage can reach up to 100,000 volts, rendering him nearly invincible. This can be regarded as the very essence of Xuan Yunqi's formidable power. Oh, it appears your confidence is quite abundant. Although Li Xiao was unaware of the secrets behind Xuan Yunqi, witnessing his unwavering confidence elicited a soft chuckle from him. It was evident to him that Xuan Yunqi's attitude stemmed from an absolute belief in his own strength. This Xuan Yunqi was so self-assured that he could easily defeat Li Xiao even upon encountering his wood escape technique. This piqued Li Xiao's interest. He was eager to discover the source of Xuan Yunqi's confidence. Morong Shui's expression suddenly shifted, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Li Xiao, cautioning, "Li Xiao, Xuan Yunqi bears the Thunder Prison mark, and the area within 10 meters is charged with high-voltage electricity. Moreover, he has consumed the heart of a Thunder Beast, a forbidden technique that grants him power by devouring lightning attribute monsters, endowing his spiritual energy with a feral pressure. You must be cautious." Thunder Beast? This was yet another novel term, and Li Xiao's curiosity about this so-called secret realm intensified. He wondered what lay within. Observing Morong Shui voluntarily revealing her secrets, Xuan Yunqi's expression remained unchanged, merely smiling as he remarked, "The Thunder Prison mark is inconsequential. Even with it, I am merely at the peak of the second tier. Much like Tao Daiyun. So, Li Xiao, do you dare to face me in battle?" Then allow me to seek your guidance. Li Xiao was indeed inclined to engage. He had intended to test his abilities today, and earlier, in a moment of impulse, he had nearly eliminated Tao Daiyun. Fortunately, he had realized in the nick of time that his opponent was too weak to withstand his prowess, and he had tempered his strength at the last moment. Otherwise, had his vines detonated within Tao Daiyun's abdomen, countless tendrils would have invaded his internal organs, rendering even divine intervention futile. Now, facing Shuang Yunqi, Li Xiao had already discerned the means by which he would combat him. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao observed Li Xiao quietly. He had witnessed Li Xiao's strength firsthand. It was undoubtedly far beyond a mere second tier. Especially earlier, when he had come into contact with Li Xiao's vine, he had felt its extraordinary resilience. Ultimately, it was not he who cleaved the vine, but rather, it had decayed of its own accord, granting him the opportunity to rescue Tao Daiyun. Now, seeing Shuang Yunqi prepare to engage in combat with Li Xiao, Yu Xiao narrowed his eyes. Li Xiao, your previous actions in harming a fellow student were exceedingly perilous. Do not let it happen again. Yu Xiao warned, if you continue in this manner during the upcoming battle, do not blame me for intervening. As a teacher, he could not openly engage Li Xiao in combat, thus, he resorted to this roundabout method of cautioning him. In response, Li Xiao merely offered a mocking smile. Since the teacher has spoken, I shall certainly show you respect. Humph. You had best do so. Yu Xiao's expression darkened as he turned to Shuang Yunqi, whispering. Give it your all, no matter how hard you strike, I will take it. Shuang Yunqi nodded subtly. The two stood poised, the atmosphere charged with tension. The other students in the class held their breath, fully aware of Shuang Yunqi's formidable prowess. The Shuang family already held a significant reputation within the secret realm. And Shuang Yunqi, as the prospective heir, was well known among his peers, instilling a deep-seated respect for the Shuang family. However, Li Xiao's strength was not to be underestimated either. His earlier performance had led others to realize he was far more complex than he appeared. Nevertheless, the crowd leaned towards Shuang Yunqi, for he was none other than the Thunder Prison Walker. Yu Xiao surveyed the two and barked, position yourselves. Begin! Chapter 58, The Mark of the Thunder Prison. Before Yu Xiao could utter the first two words, a blinding flash of lightning erupted from the tattoo on Shuang Yunqi's back. The metallic lamp fixtures adorning the classroom ceiling emitted a piercing wail, as hundreds of overhead lights exploded in succession. Their shattered glass disintegrating into powder before it even touched the ground, casting an eerie blue-violet halo in the air. Thunder Prison, 1,000 birds kill. As Shuang Yunqi formed ancient seals with his hands, dark purple lightning patterns suddenly manifested across the entire training grounds floor. His tousled hair danced unnaturally. The whites of his eyes consumed by a stormy essence, while his pupils transformed into two pulsating orbs of lightning. My heavens! Is Shuang Yunqi truly resorting to his ultimate technique? This was the first time I had witnessed the Thunder Prison mark of the Shuang family. It was utterly formidable. This is the essence of a prestigious family's spiritual arts. Li Xiao was surely doomed this time. How could he possibly contend with such power? As the spectators took in the unfolding scene, an overwhelming pressure began to ascend. Shuang Yunqi was terrifying. Dozens of thunderbirds, forged from high-voltage arcs, burst forth, each flap of their wings leaving scorched trails in the air. The nearest metal railing was instantly charged with a static-like energy, forcing Morong Shui to erect an ice crystal barrier. Still, the violent electromagnetic pulses caused her hair to frizz uncontrollably, leaving her at a loss for words. This blasted static electricity. Morong Shui covered her hair with frost to weigh it down, managing to avoid the frizzing effect. The other classmates, however, were not so fortunate. Under the impact of this force, each of them was transformed into a frizzy mess, the statics reach exceeding all expectations. This indeed illustrates the prowess of the Shuang family as secret techniques. Yu Xiao gazed upon Shuang Yunqi, who resembled a thunder god, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. 3 years prior, he had witnessed an elder from the Shuang family pierce through a third-tier secret realm core with this very technique. He never imagined this student would already be on the threshold of mastering the forbidden arts of the Thunder Prison. How would Li Xiao respond? With this thought, he turned to look at Li Xiao. Li Xiao's school uniform billowed dramatically in the electromagnetic storm, his dark hair tousled, revealing an expression of astonishment in his obsidian eyes. He discerned that this Thunder Prison mark was indeed akin to a bloodline limit. Unlike the fusion of chakra with different attributes in the ninja realm, which birthed new properties, this Thunder Prison mark predominantly harnessed lightning, complemented by fire, amplifying the thunder's might, and branded it as a special form upon the bearer. How intriguing, this is truly fascinating. The masters of this world are undeniably prodigious. Li Xiao marveled inwardly, feeling an even greater surge of interest. Since it was akin to a bloodline limit, he could emulate it directly and even surpass it. As this thought crystallized in his mind, he felt a surge of determination, his Sharingan suddenly activated, allowing him to instantly perceive the flow of Shuang Yunqi's spirit energy. Chirp! 10 thunderbirds squawked in chorus. Just as the flock was about to brush against his eyelashes, Li Xiao abruptly raised his right hand, and to his astonishment, lightning patterns identical to Shuang Yunqi's emerged beneath his skin. What is happening? Shuang Yunqi, advancing forward, was momentarily taken aback. How could this be possible? Isn't this a secret technique exclusive to the Shuang family? Why is it in the possession of Li Xiao? Thunder Prison, 10,000 Dragon Nest. Li Xiao's indifferent voice resonated. Boom! An astonishing event unfolded, a thunderstorm erupting with tenfold ferocity compared to before. 9 serpentine dragons, forged from liquid thunder, burst forth from the earth, their scales splattering violet plasma that melted the alloy walls of the training ground into honeycomb-shaped cavities. The proud thunderbirds of the Shuang family, akin to moths drawn to a flame, were instantly reduced to wisps of smoke in the wake of the dragon's breath. He stood there, momentarily stunned, his body rigid in mid-motion, head tilted to the side. Just moments ago, Li Xiao's thunder dragon had grazed his cheek. Had he not turned his head, he might have been consumed by that dragon, potentially suffering catastrophic damage to his head. In the training ground, silence prevailed for a brief moment. Impossible! Shuang Yunqi howled, tearing open his shirt to reveal a complete lightning tattoo on his back. The Thunder Prison mark requires the bloodline of the Shuang family. It takes 3 years of immersion in the Thunder Pool to. How dare you possess it too? Who on earth are you? What kind of joke is this? The Thunder Prison mark is the foundation of his family, the core of their legacy. For an ordinary person, merely encountering it is an arduous task, let alone someone like Li Xiao, who seemed to have replicated it in an instant. Just moments ago, Li Xiao had nothing. At this moment, a sudden fear gripped Shuang Yunqi's heart, a fear of being abandoned by his family. Without a second thought, he charged towards Li Xiao. However, the response was a third thunder dragon, which pierced through his dantian. Bang! The onlookers gasped in horror as the young nobleman was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing through the concrete walls of the training ground. When the dust settled, Shuang Yunqi was embedded in the electronic scoreboard of the gymnasium 100 meters away, convulsing as arcs of electricity erupted from his 7 orifices. He had failed. Witnessing this scene, the classmates fell into a stunned silence. After a while, they looked at Li Xiao as if he were a deity, erupting into exclamations of disbelief. What is happening? Shuang Yunqi was defeated? Li Xiao, wasn't he supposed to possess wood-based abilities? How does he wield thunder as well? A dual elemental ability user? This is utterly terrifying. From this moment onward, Li Xiao would surely walk tall in school. A sense of awe filled their hearts as they marveled at Li Xiao, the scene before them far too overwhelming to comprehend. Morong Shui was equally astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. This is too strange. She distinctly saw Li Xiao initially using wood-based spiritual techniques, but what then was the Thunder Prison mark? Has the Shuang family's mark become ubiquitous? The manifestation of dual elements. Yu Yueqiao's elegant facade shattered completely, his nails digging painfully into his palm. This insignificant ant whom he had intended to disregard, was now displaying strength beyond all calculations. Damn it, if Morong Shui were to be taken away, how could he ascend? With this thought, a shadow flickered in Yu Yueqiao's eyes. The gazes of everyone around shifted completely as they fixed their eyes on Li Xiao, yet he remained utterly indifferent to their reactions. He merely gazed at the mark on his hand, a faint smile playing upon his lips. The Thunder Prison mark was indeed a remarkable artifact. Not particularly formidable in strength but innovative in its concept, reminiscent of Tsunade's 100 Beasts seal, both designed to store and release energy. The difference lay in their methods. Tsunade's seal required years of accumulating faint chakra, whereas the Thunder Prison mark could directly attract lightning and store its electric might. Perhaps it would prove invaluable in the future. Today's gains were quite satisfactory. Thinking of this, Li Xiao turned his gaze to his classmates and offered a composed smile. "Who else wishes to duel me?" he inquired. The classroom fell silent. Yu Yueqiao also managed a strained smile, remarking, "Li Xiao, your strength truly is formidable. What is this Thunder Prison mark? Is it related to you?" Li Xiao shot him a glance. Yu Yueqiao clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, "Although it's unrelated, still." Li Xiao chuckled softly, cutting him off, and turned to walk away. Watching his retreating figure, Yu Yueqiao's expression darkened further. Meanwhile, Tao Daiyun struggled to lift himself from the stretcher. When he saw the twitching figure of Shuang Yunqi emerging from the distant ruins and heard the strange sounds from his throat, he was utterly stunned. Shuang Yunqi had been defeated? It seemed worse off than himself, an even more tragic spectacle. Chapter 59, so far this afternoon. Li Xiao stood at the edge of the rooftop of the teaching building, the hem of his school uniform fluttering in the wind. Ever since he triumphed over Shuang Yunqi, the idle gossip among his classmates had largely dissipated, leaving only a sense of awe towards him. The most evident change was the subtle shift of several small circles. Once loyal to Shuang Yunqi, now gravitating towards Li Xiao, as if they wished to recognize him as their leader. However, Li Xiao remained indifferent to this development. To him, such childish games held no significance. At that moment, Morong Shui approached from behind, the sound of her heels clicking against the concrete floor. The mark of the Thunder Prison, while not considered a closely guarded secret of the Shuang family, was still possessed by very few. She tucked a strand of her silver hair, tousled by the night breeze. Behind her ear, the icy crystal earrings reflecting a cold light under the rooftop's illumination. "How did you manage this? Have you ventured into the Thunder Prison's secret realm?" Li Xiao did not turn, his pupils reflecting the city's neon lights. "Does it matter?" "Perhaps it does. You have no idea the stir you've caused. Green City has never had many extraordinary individuals, and with your actions, it won't be long before the entire city is abuzz." Morong Shui sighed, but soon resignedly remarked, "Well, discussing this with you seems rather futile. You have your secrets, and I have mine." "Indeed, that is a truth," Li Xiao replied with a slight smile. "Just as I would never question why Yu Yueqiao is so infatuated with you." Li Xiao turned to face her and said, "From my observations, that man possesses an exceedingly ambitious nature. With his mindset, how could he possibly be captivated by a woman? Even if it were a marriage alliance, he would not be swayed unless it offered him substantial advantages of, for instance, a significant elevation in status." Morong Shui couldn't help but retort, "Haven't you already deduced that? Fine, it's somewhat akin to what you surmised. My constitution is of the type that can assist others in enhancing their powers. In simpler terms, I am like the alchemical furnace mentioned in novels." Li Xiao was not taken aback, he merely smiled. "That aligns closely with my thoughts. However, why resist the inevitable union with him? Do you harbor a naive hope for a pure romantic love in this world, preferring it over a familial arrangement?" In Li Xiao's estimation, although Yu Yueqiao was treacherous, his ambition marked him as someone capable of great deeds. Even when standing beneath him today, he had not shown anger, which earned Li Xiao a modicum of respect for the man. "You know nothing, that Yu Yueqiao is utterly revolting, exuding insincerity from beginning to end," much like Ubuchuan. Morong Shui fumed. On the surface, he appears refined and cultured, yet behind the scenes, who knows what vile deeds he has committed. Furthermore, you are mistaken. If I were to marry someone so duplicitous, I would need to sleep with one eye open, fearing a dagger in the dark. How could I ever agree to that? Ah, I see, Li Xiao nodded slightly in response, acknowledging the compelling rationale. It seems I have not considered this thoroughly. Indeed, just moments ago, he had viewed matters solely from his own perspective. However, upon reflection, it became evident that an individual capable of enduring for the sake of power could equally betray others in pursuit of it. Oh, you can actually admit your mistakes, Morong Shui remarked in surprise, glancing at Li Xiao. A mistake is a mistake, there is no shame in acknowledging it, Li Xiao replied, shaking his head. Morong Shui chimed in joyfully, that's splendid. After you resolved the matter of Xuanjianqi today, our pretense as a couple seems to have garnered attention from my family. It won't be long before this clumsy plan might indeed bear fruit. And what of my reward? Li Xiao inquired, casting her a sidelong glance. Well. Let me advance you some compensation, Morong Shui sighed, flipping her wrist to produce a green orb, which she tossed to Li Xiao. Here. This is one of the keys to the tailed beast ruins, we call it the Wind Spirit Orb. Li Xiao caught the Wind Spirit Orb and scrutinized it. The orb, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, displayed a translucent, glass-like quality. Within its depths swirled wispy cloud patterns, reminiscent of a solidified eye of a storm, occasionally emitting star-like glimmers. When bathed in the light of dusk, faintly visible within the orb were ethereal wisps resembling the tail feathers of a green phoenix, spiraling gracefully. Its surface radiated a gentle aurora-like green glow, and upon touch, one could sense delicate currents of energy dancing between his fingers. This item seems to possess additional properties beyond being a mere key, Li Xiao mused, raising an eyebrow as he perceived its capacity to absorb spiritual energy. Hey! You guessed correctly. Morong Shui smiled softly. Spirit orbs of all attributes are indeed crafted treasures with the ability to gather spiritual energy. Carrying one accelerates cultivation, which is precisely why these keys are coveted by the prominent families. What of the remaining keys? Li Xiao pressed on. I cannot divulge the rest just yet. You'll have to wait a bit longer, perhaps around 2 weeks, Morong Shui teased playfully. Li Xiao nodded, recognizing the orb's value and understanding Morong Shui's demands were only natural. After accepting the Wind Spirit Orb, he turned and leapt from the high building. This guy is truly... Morong Shui murmured as she watched Li Xiao's departing silhouette, a hint of helplessness flickering in her eyes. Why does it seem like he has little interest in women? In the ensuing week, Li Xiao engaged in simple cultivation while occasionally appearing alongside Morong Shui as a couple. On the afternoon of the 7th day, freed from the obligation of working with Li Qingxue, who had made several friends at school, Li Xiao chose to accompany Morong Shui home instead. However, it was apparent that Morong Shui was in a rather foul mood, and Li Xiao could sense her melancholy. What's troubling you? You've seemed downcast these past few days, he remarked casually. Morong Shui took a deep breath and replied bitterly, I was beaten by Morong Lin. She was likely referring to the practical combat class, which Li Xiao recalled. Morong Lin had acted as a referee during the class, and Morong Shui had been thoroughly overwhelmed during her challenge. I have been suppressed by her since the beginning. Morong Shui's voice conveyed a sense of helplessness. She was a prodigy, while I remained an ordinary mortal. I had always endeavored to catch up with her, yet today, I could barely discern her frost-pattern trajectory. The disparity was insurmountable. Morong Shui kicked a pebble at her feet, watching it collide with a fire hydrant, sparks flying. To be unable to resist Morong Lin meant that all my efforts thus far were in vain. Whatever she commanded, I was obliged to follow. Morong Shui spoke to herself. Li Xiao, let us cease here. I can reveal to you the locations of the remaining spirit orbs. However, Chapter 60, Disappearance the following day. After a night of cultivation, Li Xiao once again felt a sense of advancement within himself. Firstly, in terms of strength, he had been wearing weighted gear during this period. Due to his unique physical constitution that had broken a certain genetic lock within humanity, Li Xiao's muscular strength could be enhanced without limit. At this moment, the weight on his arms had reached 100 kilograms. If the restrictions were lifted, his speed would likely double. His spiritual energy had also seen improvement. After acquiring the Wind Spirit Pearl, Li Xiao's rate of energy absorption had significantly increased, now reaching the intermediate level of the second tier. As dawn broke, Li Xiao and Li Qingxue arrived at the school gate. Li Qingxue stood on her tiptoes to adjust her brother's uniform collar, only to suddenly notice a crowd gathered in front of the teaching building. She tugged at Li Xiao's sleeve, astonished, and asked, "Brother, is there an event today?" Li Xiao glanced over, his brow furrowing. The murmurs around them gradually reached his ears. This matter was likely related to him. Let us keep this quiet for now. We must act swiftly. There were about 5 individuals present, with Uchiha at the forefront, accompanied by 4 others who appeared to be from the student council. Upon spotting Li Xiao, the group halted their discussions. Uchiha stepped forward to face Li Xiao, speaking in a grave tone. "Li Xiao, you were the last person to have contact with Mu Rongxue last night, correct? And what of it?" Li Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. At that moment, the 4 student council members flanked him from either side, surrounding him. Seeing this, Li Qingxue, frightened, clutched Li Xiao's sleeve and glared at them, demanding, "What do you mean by this? My brother has nothing to do with Mu Rongxue's disappearance." "Miss Li Qingxue, this does not concern you," Uchiha replied, turning his gaze back to Li Xiao. "In truth, Mu Rongxue has gone missing. She hasn't returned home, nor can her whereabouts be located. As the second young lady of the Mu Rong family, her status is exceedingly significant. The Ability Bureau has already formed a special task force to investigate, and you, Li Xiao, being the last person to have seen Mu Rongxue, naturally bear the greatest suspicion." "Is that so?" Li Xiao chuckled lightly. "So, what do you intend to do?" "Rest assured, Li Wei, we mean you no harm. We simply wish for your cooperation in investigating a few matters," Uchiha continued, turning away with a hint of a smile. "I trust you are not one to act impulsively. Please, come with me." "Brother." Li Qingxue grasped Li Xiao's arm tightly. "Do not worry, I will be fine," Li Xiao assured her with a smile, though his eyes betrayed a contemplative glimmer. "Disappearance, you say? Quite intriguing." Meanwhile, deep within the cold and damp cavern, Mu Rongxue suddenly opened her eyes in agony. The ice crystals that had formed on her eyelashes trembled and fell, reflecting the cold glow of the azure runes on the rock walls. She attempted to channel her spiritual energy, only to find her limbs ensnared by translucent chains of cold ice, their ends embedded in the cavern's stone walls, which were adorned with ancient runes pulsating with a ghostly blue light. The patterns of the runes twisted like serpents, reminiscent of the ice phoenix descending depicted on the altar of the Mu Rong family's ancestral hall. The bloodline resonance array. Her pupils contracted sharply as she suddenly turned her gaze toward the depths of the cave. There, a woman clad in a flowing azure robe emerged gracefully from behind the stalactites, the silver bells adorning her hair chiming enchantingly with each step. The cold light of the moonstone illuminated her pallid, snow-like visage, and her glassy eyes shimmered with an otherworldly violet glow. The wide sleeves embroidered with laurel branches brushed past, causing the very air to crystallize into delicate ice shards. "Mu Rongxue, the ice phoenix body, ha ha ha." The woman spoke, her voice laced with madness. Her fingertips grazed the pulsing veins at Mu Rongxue's neck, the crimson mark appearing as if it were a congealed droplet of blood against the icy backdrop. "How dare you use a false marriage contract as a shield? It saves me the trouble of snatching you away from Mu Ronglin. Who are you?" Mu Rongxue did not attempt to struggle. She recognized these chains of ice. They were known as the Ice Soul Lock chains, crafted specifically to restrain powerful individuals with extraordinary abilities, rendering her incapable of breaking free. To her astonishment, who was this woman? In Green City, few dared to covet the Mu Rong family, especially since she herself was a formidable third-tier expert. The fact that she had fallen into a silent slumber the previous night was utterly incomprehensible. Who am I? Ah, it matters not to tell you. For I am the Moon Princess you have long been investigating. The woman's eyes sparkled with a frenzied light. Do you wish to know how I effortlessly infiltrated Green City without anyone noticing? No, perhaps I should refrain from divulging that. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Morong Shue's heart sank. The Moon Princess. One of the leaders of the Evil Moon Society, she had been lurking right beside her? Wasn't the objective of the Evil Moon Society to pursue the tailed beasts? What did it have to do with her? Morong Shue regarded the woman coldly. To compete for the tailed beasts, one naturally requires immense strength. Without it, even entering the tailed beast ruins would merely render one a mere supporting character in someone else's tale. The Moon Princess sighed, and dark red mist seeped from the cuffs of her azure robe. Fortunately, your Ice Phoenix body is the key to enhancing our power. She drew her poison nails across her palm, and blood began to coalesce in the air, forming suspended ice spike runes. As the incantation reached completion, the very ground of the cave trembled. Morong Shue was forced to tilt her head back, her pupils reflecting the colossal figure descending from the rift in the void, a towering seven-jang statue of an ice phoenix, its wings spread wide, with grayish-blue chains of ice entwined among its feathers, resembling a corpse. More terrifying still were the blood jades embedded in the phoenix's eyes, as if they could mirror her very soul. What is this? A substandard imitation of our family crest? Morong Shue's complexion paled, yet she managed to utter a sarcastic remark. An imitation? No, Morong Shue, you are mistaken. The Moon Princess replied with a smile. This is the evil moon demon statue. Its essence derived from the blood jades of this phoenix. As for its specific purpose, you shall discover it momentarily. She extended her hand to cast a spell, and the ice beak of the blood moon demon statue suddenly opened wide, unleashing a swirling crimson vortex filled with shards of ice. Morong Shue's jugular vein bulged uncontrollably, the frost-blue vessels writhing beneath her pallid skin as she realized with horror that her blood was flowing backward. The crimson torrent erupted violently, coalescing into a swirling orb of blood droplets midair. That single instant nearly drained her completely, leaving her breath feeble and spirit utterly broken. Witnessing this, Uji merely chuckled. Oh dear, it seems I almost siphoned you dry by accident. But fret not, your demise is not yet upon us. Your bloodline holds other uses for me. With a snap of her fingers, click, the cavern suddenly blazed with light. Blinded at first, Morong Shue's tear-filled eyes gradually discerned the ghastly scene around her, the floor littered with the lifeless bodies of women. Chapter 61, Interrogation in the Interrogation Room. The fluorescent lights overhead emitted a harsh buzzing sound. Li Xiao sat languidly on a metal chair, gazing at the four individuals before him. The two at the forefront. On the left was Shuang Yunqi, and on the right, Tao Daiyun, both of whom appeared to have recently joined the student council, were smiling at Li Xiao. Rest assured. Li Xiao, we value evidence and will not harm you, Tao Daiyun stated, picking up a file and reading aloud. At 21:07 last night, you parted ways with Morong Shue on the school's rooftop. Surveillance footage shows her entering the subway at entrance C, but no station recorded her exit. Meanwhile, your spiritual energy was detected at 22:15 in the abandoned factory in the west of the city, coinciding perfectly with the location of the Evil Moon Society's hideout. How do you explain this? I don't know, Li Xiao replied, a hint of mockery in his voice. You don't know? Tao Daiyun's voice rose sharply. Li Xiao. This is not a baseless accusation, the evidence is irrefutable. As the last person to have contact with Morong Shue, you must be aware of her subsequent actions. And yet you claim ignorance? Should I suspect you, or must I suspect you? Shuang Yunqi interjected coldly, the most critical point is that you are ostensibly Morong Shue's boyfriend. Correct? As her partner, would you truly allow her to return home alone? Indeed, as lovers, it is quite improbable that you would let her go back alone. Tao Daiyun chimed in, the two of them relentlessly pressuring Li Xiao. Li Xiao remained silent for a moment, then stood up, calmly regarding the two. When one seeks to fabricate charges, one need not worry about lacking excuses, he said with a smile. Have you finished your accusations? You. Upon seeing Li Xiao rise, Xuan Yunqi and Tao Daiyun instinctively recoiled. They had witnessed Li Xiao's formidable prowess firsthand. Should he choose to unleash his wrath, their survival would be in jeopardy. Xuan Yunqi quickly responded, Li Xiao, why the haste? We are merely inquiring on behalf of the Morong family, everything we say is factual. And we have not distorted the truth. Why the urgency to leave? Moreover, do not presume we fear you, I have the elders of the Morong family backing me. Tao Daiyun asserted, gathering his courage. Li Xiao glanced behind them, where two elderly men stood, one on each side. Noticing Li Xiao's gaze, the elder on the left smiled and said, young friend, there is no need to be anxious, this is merely a routine inquiry. Despite the reassurances, the group had no intention of allowing Li Xiao to leave. Instead, they subtly advanced toward him, as if prepared to take action should he attempt to escape. In response, Li Xiao let out a cold laugh and raised his hand slightly. Rumbling. Suddenly, enormous and menacing vines erupted from beneath his feet, transforming the interrogation room into what resembled a fiery prison, akin to a carnivorous plant's lair. Yet at that very moment, bang! The door to the interrogation room swung open abruptly. In strode a group of individuals, namely Shen Lu, Wu Jie, and Feng Qingfeng. Upon seeing them, the two elders of the Morong family were initially taken aback, and then one of them spoke, Gentlemen, this is the residence of the Morong family. May I inquire about your intentions? Before he could finish his sentence, Xuanlu raised a wanted notice, briefly compared it, and then declared, Xuan Yunqi, Tao Daiyun. You two are suspected of conducting unauthorized interrogations and have been detained by our Bureau of Abilities. As for you two, he glanced at the elders of the Morong family and continued, as accomplices, you shall also be apprehended by our bureau. What? The four were utterly astonished. Tao Daiyun and Xuan Yunqi were the most bewildered. Had they interrogated Li Xiao? What nonsense! They had already witnessed Li Xiao's prowess and dared not to interrogate him. At most, they had utilized a dilapidated classroom as a makeshift interrogation room to inquire about Li Xiao's matters. Of course, their tone may have been somewhat inappropriate. But it was at the behest of the Morong family, with Yu Xiao providing support, otherwise, they would not have had the audacity to act so boldly. Yet now, the Bureau of Abilities had come to apprehend them? What was going on? Wasn't the Bureau of Abilities colluding with the Morong family? Were they now turning against their own? Similarly, the two elders of the Morong family were equally perplexed. The elder on the left coldly remarked, Xuan Lu. What business do you have meddling in affairs of the North Shaolin? Is this truly the Bureau's directive? The director has issued orders, do you have any objections? Xuan Lu glanced at him and replied indifferently, Please, esteemed elders of the Morong family. What does your Bureau of Abilities mean by this? The elder on the right retorted angrily. Do you truly believe that once you leave the Morong family, the Bureau can continue to operate in Green City? That is Morong Shui, she possesses the Ice Phoenix physique. If anything goes awry, you shall see the consequences. Crack! Wu Jie delivered a swift kick to his face, performing a high kick. What nonsense are you spouting? Take them all away, quickly. A large contingent of bureau staff surged forth, promptly handcuffing the individuals and making a swift exit. Afterwards, Xuanlu turned to Li Xiao and quickly apologized. Mr. Li Xiao, I sincerely apologize for the offense. Li Xiao glanced at him, his timing was impeccable. Had he arrived a second later, these individuals would have met a dreadful fate. Indeed, we had no intention of obstructing you. It's just that these individuals have indeed breached protocol. Cold sweat began to bead on Xuanlu's forehead. He was acutely aware of Li Xiao's strength, which was incomprehensibly terrifying. suggesting that Li Xiao was very likely a fourth-tier powerhouse. If he were to cause a ruckus at the school, the entire institution might cease to exist. Well, today's events have certainly taken me by surprise. Li Xiao chose not to delve further into the matter. Observing Xuanlu and Wu Jie, he inquired, "What is the situation with Morong Shui?" It seemed she had inherited the Morong family's unique bloodline known as the Ice Phoenix physique, attracting numerous adversaries. Although the Morong family had always maintained robust defenses, they had suffered an attack last night, resulting in Morong Shui's disappearance. Xuanlu explained, "Currently, the entire Grand Family of Green City is in pursuit of Morong Shui's whereabouts, thus the situation has inevitably become somewhat extreme." The Ice Phoenix physique? Li Xiao recalled Morong Shui's words from the previous night and raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was quite a troublesome constitution. However, the existence of such a phenomenon in reality seemed akin to a form of bloodline limit. "I understand," Li Xiao nodded slightly and directly exited the interrogation room. Sensing the gazes behind him, he paused momentarily before stating, "Although I have reiterated this numerous times, allow me to clarify once more, Morong Shui's disappearance has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, refrain from troubling me again. Otherwise." He left the last words unspoken. Yet the others comprehended Li Xiao's implication, their expressions immediately turning solemn. Chapter 62, Adding Fuel to the Fire in the Office of the Student Council President. A wisp of incense from a bronze burner wafted through the air, carrying with it a hint of chill that seemed to congeal into a delicate frost pattern. Morong Lin reclined against the gilded, intricately carved armchair, her fingertips rhythmically tapping on the jade table sculpted from thousand-year-old cold jade. Outside the window, the tendrils of wisteria swayed gently in the breeze, brushing against her silvery blue hair, casting mottled shadows upon the frosted floral-patterned uniform resting on her shoulders. Uchiha quietly slid a gold-embossed file folder onto the table, the parchment making a crisp sound as it touched the jade. He spoke softly, "Lady Morong, all the information regarding Li Xiao is contained herein." As Uchiha lowered his gaze, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the Ice Phoenix tattoo peeking from Morong Lin's sleeve, stirring a flicker of emotion within him. He instinctively concealed his right hand behind his back, where the thunder pattern hidden within his sleeve was now restlessly pulsating. Morong Lin did not rush to open the file but instead delicately pried open the hidden clasp with her pinky finger. Upon encountering the top-secret steel seal stamped by the Bureau of Abilities, her crystalline eyebrows involuntarily quivered. As she turned the pages, a bluish glow emerged on the paper, revealing that the concealed array of restrictions was stirring, with crucial passages of text subtly distorted into a blurred inkblot. To her astonishment, even within the depths of the pages, the faint resonance of Buddhist chants seemed to echo. "Third-tier sealing technique?" Morong Lin scoffed softly, her fingertip brushing over the erased text. Icy frost patterns instantaneously spreading along the edges of the paper. A hint of coldness appeared at the corners of her lips as she mockingly remarked, "To have that old bald monk from the 5 Precepts personally encrypt it. It seems this transfer student hails from a rather extraordinary lineage." Uchiha gazed at the frost patterns gradually forming on the wooden floor, an involuntary swallow rising in his throat. He lowered his voice, "This morning, Feng Qingfeng and 3 others personally welcomed Li Xiao at the school gate, and even Xian Lu employed the Vajra demon subduing pestle from the North Shaolin." He paused, casting his gaze toward the swirling ice crystal falcon outside the window, before continuing, "Even the informant you placed within the Bureau of Abilities could not uncover the truth." Suddenly, a blood-red incantation emerged from the file, as if ignited in an instant. Morong Lin's pupils constricted sharply, and in a swift motion, she hurled the entire stack of documents into the air. In that moment, the defensive array on the table was triggered, and a blue-white lotus phantom burst forth from the ceiling. Countless sharp icicles rained down like a torrential downpour, instantly encasing the entire room in ice. Yet, just as the icicles grazed the tips of Morong Lin's hair, they abruptly transformed into wisps of ethereal smoke, dissipating silently. What a Bureau of Abilities! Morong Lin brushed aside the last remnants of smoke with a flick of her sleeve. a cold smile gracing her lips as she surveyed the disarray of file fragments strewn across the floor, realizing that the encrypted document harbored a counter-scrying spell. Is this an attempt to intimidate the Morong family? Xiao was momentarily taken aback by her words. A chill creeping up his spine. Had it not been for Morong Lin triggering the array in time, he might have found himself with an icicle piercing through his throat. Morong Lin rose from her seat and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Her cascading silver hair shimmered with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. She spoke softly. Since they wish to engage in wordplay, let the shadow guards monitor Li Xiao with a 12-hour rotating watch. Her gaze swept back to the shattered files on the table. Her tone unwavering. Inform the third elder that I require a detailed account of Li Xiao's activities over the past 7 days, including the exact times he sleeps and rises. Xiao wished to add something, but Morong Lin coldly interjected. What of the golden bell shield of the 5 precepts? Can it withstand the true fire of the ice phoenix? As her words faded, the bulletproof glass behind them suddenly became webbed with cracks. Morong Lin's indifferent eyes shifted to the remnants of the documents on the table, where a few lines boldly proclaimed the presence of the tailed beast ruins. A slight smile graced her lips. I am eager to uncover the secrets harbored by this prey that has allowed the evil Moon Society to lie dormant for half a year. Suddenly, a shrill cry of the ice crystal falcon pierced the air. Morong Lin raised her hand to catch the flying ice talisman that had entered the room. Squinting her eyes, she discerned bold red characters emerging on the talisman. Morong Shue's bloodline resonance is abnormal. In the next moment, the cold jade on the table exploded into powder, and the room temperature plummeted nearly 20 degrees. Transforming the green vine in the corner into a resplendent ice sculpture in an instant. Xiao, caught off guard, could only channel his spiritual energy in resistance. A bone-chilling cold swiftly spreading from his feet to his very marrow. He was utterly astonished. The usually composed Morong Lin was now swirling with spiritual energy. As if a hidden ice phoenix phantom were manifesting. Indeed, the Morong bloodline was extraordinarily potent at this level. Morong Lin could easily be considered one of the strongest heroes of the age. With an icy voice reminiscent of whispers from Arctic glaciers, Morong Lin commanded, "Notify the Dark Division." Each word carried a ruthless edge, coalescing into frostbitten blades in the air. Her gaze deepened. If Li Xiao has even the slightest connection with the evil Moon Society. Before she could finish, she flicked her fingers lightly. And the suspended icy blades shot forth in unison, piercing the wall and gradually assembling into a crystalline emblem of the Morong family. Morong Lin's eyes gleamed with intensity, then let his heart be frozen at the very bottom of the altar. Understood. As the last rays of the setting sun slipped below the horizon, twilight deepened. Li Xiao stood quietly on the street, his mind focused. Channeling his spiritual energy into his dantian, resembling the soul-flowing soul within a long ink-washed scroll. He seemed merely to be cultivating. Yet he subtly sensed the presence behind him. The shadow guards stealthily trailed him, their black garments billowing, anchoring themselves at the dimly lit end of the street. Their cold gazes fixed on Li Xiao, still believing themselves undetected. The 2 shadow guards exchanged glances, and one whispered, "He appears completely unaware. It seems he has cultivated to a state of singular focus. We should report back now." The other nodded, no longer hesitating. And their figures began to turn under the yellow streetlight, preparing to retreat quietly. The streetlight cast grotesque shadows of the black-clad guards. And the malice in their tightly closed eyes hinted at an imminent ambush. Just then, a soft huff suddenly emanated from behind, and Li Xiao's form flickered into the air. In the next instant, 2 shadow guards drifted like withered leaves stirred by an autumn breeze. A deep crimson line flashed across the neck of one shadow guard, accompanied by a chilling whistling sound, and he collapsed to the ground. The other had his chest slashed by the sword's aura, piercing through his heart and lungs. Astonishment still lingering in his eyes, he too tumbled down with a thunderous crash. Blades devoured the wind, blood mist dispersed, and the 2 brief, mournful cries abruptly ceased. The strike was impeccably clean and swift, akin to the blazing sun piercing through clouds, unmatched in speed, leaving scarcely any room for agonized screams. Li Xiao's form reassembled gracefully. His school uniform unblemished by a single drop of blood. His gaze coldly swept over the fallen corpses. A gentle breeze stirred, casting a faint sanguine glow upon the two bodies in the twilight. Li Xiao sheathed the Kusanagi sword, his expression serene as still water. A subtle movement stirred within his mind, his eyes icy and indifferent. The cold light coursed across the horizon, his breathing steady and profound like a tranquil deep pool. Not a ripple breaking the surface, his aura as stealthy as a wolf prowling under the cover of night. Li Xiao regarded the two corpses at his feet, a faint smile curling the corner of his lips as he murmured, "Ants dispatched by the Morong family, so foolish as to deserve such a fate. Yet the storm is brewing." His voice was calm, tinged with a trace of melancholy, yet resolutely cold and sharp. With a mere touch of his toe, the bodies rolled over, only to be effortlessly consumed by the flames in Li Xiao's hand. "Allow me to add a little more fuel to your fire." Chapter 63, I Shall Ascend to Godhood. Deep within the dimly lit cave, a single candle flickered weakly. The air was thick with medicinal fragrance, bloodstained energy, and twisted spiritual power, stagnant and icy, as if time itself had frozen. Mu Rongshua slumped against the rocky wall, her face pale and lifeless, drained of all color. Her consciousness wavered, fading in and out. Her bloodline energy was being continuously siphoned away, endlessly devoured like it was being pulled into a dark vortex. With every pulse, another agonizing mark was seared between her brows. Cold blood slowly trickled from her body, dripping onto the ancient stone steps, forming blossoms of crimson lotus flowers one by one. Yuji laughed coldly, her voice both seductive and growing madder by the second. "Mu Rongshua, good, very good. Your bloodline energy truly exceeds my expectations. Just a little more, and the final tailed beast imitation will be complete." "Ha, your Mu Rong family is definitely tied to the tailed beasts somehow." Her voice cracked like breaking ice, brimming with uncontrollable madness and excitement. Mu Rongshua slowly opened her eyes. She hadn't taken a single drop of water in days. While her bloodline energy was constantly being drained, she was already at death's door. Yet when she heard Yuji's voice, she couldn't help but turn her head to look. Beside her, the evil moon demon statue spread its wings wide. Countless strands of pale blue spiritual energy drifted down like snowflakes. Any corpse touched by these flakes stirred and then stood up. What is this?" Her eyes widened in shock. "Didn't I tell you? This is the tailed beast imitation." Yuji chuckled, "Truth stands before us now. Before long, you and I will witness the birth of a miracle." Ah! As her words echoed, many of the corpses suddenly swelled, then exploded. At the sight, Yuji's expression immediately darkened. These materials were still too weak, unable to bear the refined energy. But this was just like breeding, even in death. The bloodline energy within the corpses would return to the evil moon demon statue. And with each cycle, the statue's bloodline power would grow stronger and stronger, ultimately giving birth to a miracle. Meanwhile, atop the tallest building in Elchung City, thin clouds flowed gently under the moonlight, bathing the world in silver glow. Li Xiao stood high upon the platform, his expression calm like a mirror. Standing in the silent moonlit night, not even the autumn wind dared to rise, yet the surrounding pines whispered softly. A subtle ripple of danger brushed past his divine senses, as if something hidden in the darkness was watching him. "Another one from the Mu Rong family? You people really don't give up easily," Li Xiao said lightly with a smile. Two black shadows leapt from the balcony 10 meters below, the Mu Rong clan insignia gleaming coldly in the lightning flash. "Li Xiao, don't blame us for being ruthless, blame yourself for angering the second young miss." Before their words could finish echoing, the Kusanagi blade pierced through both of their throats. Li Xiao shook the blood off his wrist lightly, narrowing his eyes toward the restless city below the rain. Dozens of spiritual energy trails were shooting out from the Mu Rong estate, weaving a vast hunting net through the storm. "Looks like the show was about to begin." He smiled faintly. The Mu Rong family had finally gone completely mad, sending wave after wave of shadow guards across Elchang in a frenzied search. Meanwhile, The Shuang and Tao families had also mobilized, joined by the Shaolin sect and the Paranormal Bureau. Experts from all factions had begun a frenzied search for Mu Rongshue's whereabouts. All the top experts were now gathered. "Let me see just how capable each of you truly is," Li Xiao murmured softly. When he opened his eyes again, crimson tomo marks had already appeared within his pupils. Deep within the cave. "Lady Uji, our location has been exposed." A martial artist from the Evil Moon sect rushed into the cavern in a panic. Uji was clenching her teeth. Staring at the corpses that kept exploding one after another, her expression twisting with fury. "Damn it! The Mu Rong family moved faster than I expected? Well, there's no time left either, but why haven't these bodies mutated yet? The remaining flesh should have been strong enough to withstand the power." The experiment had reached its final stage, only one last step remained. Yet it refused to succeed. What was she supposed to do? Her gaze nearly turned insane. She had prepared for this experiment for who knows how long, looting every treasure from secret realms, spending everything she had, even risking exposure of her own existence. Was it all going to end in failure? The physical strength of these corpses is sufficient, but they lack spiritual power, unable to resist the will of the bloodline. Yuji analyzed frantically based on her experience, quickly identifying an unsolvable issue, in other words, to fully complete the tailed beast transformation. It requires not only an incredibly strong body, but also a firm will? But wait, will? Then what if I became the test subject myself? At this thought, Yuji was momentarily stunned by her own madness. Perfect. Let me sacrifice myself for the truth. A mad and satisfied smile curled at the corner of her lips. All right then. Let it begin right here. She formed hand seals and gathered the remaining bloodline energy from Mu Rongshue, refining it into a single, crystal-clear jade-colored pill. Without hesitation, Yuji shoved the pill into her mouth. As soon as it touched her tongue, brilliant light erupted forth. Crimson bloodline energy surged like a volcanic eruption, instantly flooding the entire cave. The medicinal fragrance violently intensified, seeping into her limbs and bones, warm yet scorching. Spiritual forces clashed like ruthless blades tearing through space. Inside the cave, fire and ice intertwined, creating a chilling and eerie atmosphere. Inside the body of a fourth-stage expert, the remnants of Mu Rongshue's blood acted as the catalyst for transformation. Limbs cracked and black spines began to grow from the bones, while hard scales burst and rolled across her skin. Throwing back her head, Yuji laughed maniacally. Right now, I shall ascend to godhood. Before the words could even finish echoing, the pill completely detonated, unleashing violent energy in all directions, turning the entire cave into a living hell. Her once closed eyes flew open, glowing with piercing light. Her fangs rapidly extended, grotesque and terrifying. Her once human form swelled into a massive crimson beast. Muscles bursting with raw power, ribs jutting out as though trying to tear through the flesh. Strangely, however, this bestial transformation lasted barely a moment before her body began shifting back toward a feminine shape once more. In stark contrast, her form does not diminish but rather expands, growing ever larger until it bursts through the cavern, towering above all. Mu Rongshue finds herself rendered mute, her gaze vacant as she stares at the bizarre spectacle before her. Her body akin to an empty shell, exhaling the last vestiges of a pale mist of blood. Come forth, embrace the power of fear. Boom! A terrifying female monstrosity rises from the heart of the Green City. Simultaneously, fine strands of rain descend from the clouds, enveloping the world in a shroud of haze. The overcast skies of the Green City hang low, the air thick with the impending storm, casting a chilling atmosphere across the land. The city lights reflect the chaotic scene. Yet Li Xiao remains motionless, merely tightening the cuffs of her thin garment against the wind, her eyes swirling with crimson, gazing with keen interest into the distance. Suddenly, a bone-chilling roar reverberates through the distant mountains, rending the heavens and the earth asunder. Solid rock fractures like spider webs under the ferocious roar, and the distorted, monstrous figure finally breaks free from its last binding. Her colossal form, towering 5 stories high, retains the elegant curves of a wasp waist and crane-like knees. The left side of her face embodies a sickly beauty, while the right is marred with a grayish-blue carapace. As icy wings erupt from her spine in a dazzling display of bone and flame. The jagged icy spikes bear a haunting remind. Chapter 64, I hear you possess the power of a tailed beast? The cavernous dome erupted with a thunderous roar. As the distorted claws of the Moon Princess tore through the rock layers, Morong Shui was sent flying by the shockwave. The icebound chains piercing through her limbs, shattering in response. Gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain, she rolled into a corner. As the frost-blue spirit energy coalesced into ice blades, she swiftly severed the remaining shackles, finally allowing herself a sigh of relief. Though she remained unaware of why the Moon Princess had completely forgotten herself after transforming into a colossal monstrosity, she had, in some sense, managed to survive. However, feeling the wretched state of her being, Morong Shui could not suppress a bitter laugh. Who would have thought that I would one day find myself in such a dire predicament? Leaning against the damp wall, the bioluminescent moss illuminated her emaciated arms, prompting her to bite her lip in despair. Truly, it was a tragic sight. When she regained her composure, she gazed upward. The Moon Princess had torn a large hole in the sky. By observing the stars above and the nearby neon lights, Morong Shui deduced that she was not in a remote suburb but rather at a tourist attraction within the city. This was an astonishing revelation. Had the Moon Princess infiltrated beneath the Green City? No wonder she had been ambushed. I must leave this place at once. Who knows how many members of the evil Moon Society lurk nearby? She stumbled towards the cavern's passage, which branched out like an ant nest. Morong Shui could only hear the echoes of her footsteps, cautiously avoiding any potential foes. Suddenly, a quiet footstep resonated ahead. Morong Shui's expression tightened, and she held her breath, positioning her sword before her. To her astonishment, it was a familiar voice. I didn't expect you to hold on this long, classmate Xiao. Xiao emerged from the shadows, his pupils swirling with liquid lightning behind his glasses. He gently brushed his fingertips against the blood ice of the cave wall, causing the ice crystals to vaporize into crimson mist. As a bloodline provider, you are far superior to the previous 9 test subjects. Morong Shui's pupils constricted, her teeth gritted in fury. Xiao, it's you. You traitor of humanity, you cultist. Despite her doubts about Xiao's character, she had always trusted her sister's judgment and never suspected him of being a member of the evil Moon Society. That organization could no longer be viewed through the lens of reason. It was undoubtedly a band of lunatics, a cult. Yet, reality shattered Morong Shui's illusions. Xiao's appearance at this juncture had already revealed his true identity. To correct you, I am a collaborator. He elegantly removed his glasses, and the emblem of thunder expanded across his body. The Moon Princess requires the Ice Phoenix bloodline to complete the tailed beast embryo, while I need an artificial tailed beast to break through the shackles of the 4th tier. He raised his hand in a phantom grasp, and the cavern's dome suddenly filled with dark storm clouds. You see, my abilities have progressed. I can also obtain something akin to the double family's thunder prison mark. Morong Shui could hardly believe her ears. The double family is involved too? No, he replied with a smile. I merely leveraged the research results of the Moon Princess to reverse engineer the double family's thunder prison mark. Ultimately, it is merely a form of arcane technique within a secret realm. In the face of the power of tailed beasts, it amounts to nothing. Xiao continued with an amused tone. By the way, you may not yet be aware, right? Green City has long become the stronghold of the Xiao Society. But who provided such a vast city as their refuge? The answer is me. Or rather, it is I who, by leveraging my identity as the prospective son-in-law of the Morong family, compelled the Morong, Shuang, and Tao families to offer hidden identities to the members of the Xiao Society. Alas, you have always regarded me with suspicion. Had we wed, I would have confidently brought the entirety of the Xiao Society with me, rather than merely a faction. Upon hearing his words, Morong Shui scoffed. So that is the case, you are rather candid. However, this reassures me, it appears my judgment has not faltered. For you are as vile as I had imagined. Vile? I merely seek to acquire power, Xiao replied with a smile. In this world, strength is paramount, without it, all is mere talk. Do you not agree? Indeed, you speak truthfully. Thus, I shall now wield my power to bring judgment upon you. Morong Shue's expression shifted, and an azure aura surged forth from her, the spiritual energy erupting to form a faint phoenix apparition behind her. Ice Phoenix Technique. With a resounding boom, the frosty blue energy behind Morong Shue surged dramatically, enveloping the entire cavern in a layer of frost. She lightly tapped her toes on the slick stone, her body twisting as a beam of ice blue light coalesced at the tip of her sword, radiant as a cold moon. In an instant, a colossal ice phoenix materialized in the void, its wings pure white adorned with exquisite blue patterns, stirring a flurry of snowflakes with each beat. Wind and snow annihilation. Her voice rang like a chilling bell as she swung her sword with icy ferocity, unleashing a flurry of fragmented snow and cold light, slicing through the air like myriad sharp blades, targeting Xiao's vital points. However, just as the icy blue tempest descended, Xiao let out a cold grunt, his fingers curling slightly. Crimson blood ice surged from his palm, dancing as if it were alive, transforming in an instant into dozens of chains that howled and entwined around the ice phoenix and the swirling snowflakes. The chains intertwined, ensnaring the vast ice blades before swiftly retracting into his palm, coalescing into a vortex that swallowed all radiance. The frost blades shattered into countless crystalline shards, piercing Morong Shue's skin with a chilling precision, causing blood to splatter and a bone-deep cold to seep in. How is this possible? You are clearly at the third-tier extreme. Morong Shue's countenance changed, retreating several steps, the ice and snow illusions looming ominously. Third-tier extreme? Ha ha ha, how naive you are. Yet, I must admit my current state is rather peculiar. I am neither at the third-tier extreme nor the fourth tier. If one must label it, I have acquired the power of the Ta. She staggered to her knees, her vision blurred, as if the very fabric of the world leaned towards the cold visage of Xiao. Damn it! Morong Shui gritted her teeth and spun around, unleashing 18 ice spikes. The brilliant blue arcs clashed with frost crystals, erupting in a blinding flash of light. Using the recoil, she broke through the rock wall, the terrifying force between the two of them causing the entire cavern to collapse, the ground fissuring into an abyss before her, its depths unseen. Debris tumbled down as Xiao chuckled. Why bother? Isn't becoming a part of eternity a good thing? To hell with eternity! Morong Shui roared, casting out an ice chain to ensnare a stalactite, her form soaring over the chasm like a snow falcon. Behind her, the thunder python pursued relentlessly, melting the rock layers into crimson magma in its wake. Suddenly, she released her grip and plunged into the abyss, gathering all her spiritual energy in the weightlessness, Xianbing Qianling burial. Countless ice feathers erupted from the void, each imbued with terrifying icy energy. The cold wave collided violently with the thunderstorm, transforming the entire cavern into a hell of ice and fire. Morong Shui crashed through 3 layers of rock, tumbling into the underground river, her right arm twisted unnaturally, yet she gritted her teeth and drove an ice blade into the crevice to staunch the bleeding. However, with a thunderous crash, Xiao descended amidst the lightning, stepping upon the dark current with a faint smile. Morong Shui, you have no way out. Before his words had fully settled, Morong Shui's pupils glowed an icy blue, her shattered arm rapidly healing amidst the frost patterns. An ethereal ice phoenix appeared beneath her feet, freezing the river into a mirror. A way out? Such a thing I do not need. The ice mirror shattered with a resounding blast, and Morong Shui transformed into a streak of light, thrusting an ice spike through Xiao's left shoulder, only to be consumed by the raging thunder magma upon contact. How could this be? In such a scenario, Morong Shui's final glimmer of hope was extinguished. Her strongest attack had failed to inflict any harm upon him. Ah, quite a commendable last-ditch effort, Xiao remarked, brushing off the ice shards from his shoulder. his body crackling with dark lightning patterns that twisted into inky runes. But do you think I have shown my full strength? He tore open his shirt, revealing his powerful muscles, a grin spreading across his face. Let me show you what divine power truly is. Thunder prison, endless calamity. The entire underground space began to collapse, thunder transforming into tangible chains that ensnared Morong Shue's limbs. Her gem-like eyes bled, the ice phoenix wailing in despair. The power was too terrifying. Morong Shui realized she was utterly helpless to resist. Uchiha approached slowly, a dark purple lightning spear coalescing at his fingertips. Aimed at Morong Shui, a fourth tier against a third tier, this is a dimensional disparity. Then let us descend into hell together. Morong Shui gritted her teeth, channeling all her spiritual energy, attempting to detonate it like a bomb. Naive. Do you truly believe you possess the ability to perish with me? Uchiha scoffed, and with a flick of his wrist, the lightning spear was cast. In an instant, the lightning splintered into countless threads, wrapping around the ice crystal power within Morong Shui, layer upon layer. As all her spiritual energy evaporated under the million-volt voltage. The abruptness of this occurrence jolted Morong Shui into the stark reality of her defeat. She had lost. Witnessing this scene, Morong Shui understood she was utterly vanquished, with no hope of resistance remaining. The piercing lightning spear shattered all of Morong Shui's hopes in an instant. Uchiha was indeed correct, this was a chasm of dimensions, a disparity far beyond her capability to surmount. For the first time, Morong Shui found herself doubting her own strength. The shadow of death loomed large, and memories of the past surged forth, starkly contrasting with her sister, who had always been stronger than her. What, then, was the worth of her so-called talent? Gazing at Uchiha before her, Morong Shui felt as if she could scarcely breathe. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected voice resonated from above. I have heard you possess the power of a tailed beast? Both individuals looked up simultaneously, and amidst the intertwining moonlight and lightning, a pair of crimson three-tomo Sharingan eyes met their gaze. Chapter 65, Danger. Uchiha and Morong Shui gazed at the newcomer, whose skin was as dark as ink, adorned with faint black scales that seemed to shimmer. His skin appeared corroded by dark energy, and from his back sprouted a pair of incomplete black wings. He towered nearly a foot taller, his muscular contours sharper, exuding an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a hellish demon. Yet, it was his eyes that instilled a profound sense of dread, as if death itself had arrived. Humph, no matter who it is, none can obstruct me. Uchiha scoffed coldly, intent on eliminating Morong Shui. However, the figure atop the cavern's ceiling merely pointed, causing Uchiha's thunder spear to explode with a thunderous roar, mere inches from Morong Shui's throat. What? Uchiha's pupils constricted violently. His prideful thunder prison barrier shattered as if it were mere paper. How could this be? This individual wielded the power of thunder as well? What sent shivers down his spine even more was the sight of Xiao, enveloped in black and purple lightning, surrounded by swirling dark mist. With each movement, the air crackled and the water surface erupted, as if a deity of destruction had descended. In that fleeting moment, realization struck him. The mysterious man who had suddenly appeared at the Tianhe Dam and ruthlessly slain In Ziho and his companions was none other than this individual. This was a true monster. Is this the power of the tailed beast you take pride in? Li Zhao's voice resonated through the cavern, a strange echo reverberating off the walls as he fixed his gaze upon his adversary, a smirk playing on his lips. If that is all you possess, then I am sorely disappointed. Humph, do I need to rely on the power of the tailed beast to deal with you? Uchiha retorted coldly, launching a thunderous punch. The concentrated voltage of his strike dissipated inexplicably upon encountering the blue light. He stared in disbelief at his charged fist. The full force of a fourth-tier warrior could not even breach the opponent's protective energy. Again! Thunder prison, thousand dragon break. With a maniacal roar, 9 thunder dragons materialized behind Uchiha. The underground space began to collapse as countless bolts of lightning surged from the void, forming chains entwined with black ice shards. This was his ultimate technique, born from the fusion of the Ice Phoenix bloodline and the Thunder Prison mark. Each Thunder Dragon harboring the destructive energy capable of vaporizing a third-tier warrior. Crouched behind a crystalline barrier, Morong Shue's pupils reflected the apocalyptic scene, her expression one of incredulity. She beheld Li Xiao striding leisurely at the eye of the storm, casually flicking his Kusanagi sword, as lightning writhed like a serpent. How grotesque! Such an attack is worthy of being unleashed before me? Li Xiao's calm voice resonated like an oracle. In an instant, black lightning surged forth with his sword, unleashing a terrifying wave of thunderous energy. The clash of lightning rendered all of Yu Yueqiao's abilities nearly futile, utterly obliterated in an instant. More terrifying still, Li Xiao's lightning expanded uncontrollably, swiftly pushing back the entire realm of Thunder Prison. Impossible! You are also a fourth tier. Yu Yueqiao's roar caught in his throat. He realized that Li Xiao had instantaneously appeared before him, the Kusanagi sword descending in a seemingly ordinary attack that was, however, unavoidable and impenetrable. In his current state, he was likely to meet his demise. Damn it! Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Sensing that his life and death were about to be determined by this individual, Yu Yueqiao let out a furious roar. Come forth, power of the tailed beast! Boom! An ethereal ice phoenix suddenly emerged from his body, an ancient and enigmatic creature exuding an air of primordial nobility, which seamlessly melded into Yu Yueqiao's form. Simultaneously, his aura surged dramatically. Humph, ha ha ha. I have ascended to the fourth tier. Yu Yueqiao's veins bulged, and intricate ice crystal patterns appeared on his skin. The ice phoenix behind him emitted a clear, melodious cry, its wings stirring the purple lightning of the Thunder Prison mark into a frosted white. Do you see? This is true power. Yu Yueqiao splayed his fingers, liquid lightning dripping between them, etching spiderweb-like scorch marks into the ground. His pupils fractured into 4 crystalline facets, each vein brimming with the tumultuous energy of ice and fire. The stalactites of the cavern's ceiling suddenly shattered into dust. Countless ice crystals entwined with arcs of lightning forming a vortex that instantly engulfed Li Xiao. Come forth, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, on the ground, the neon signs in the central square of Green City flickered violently, sparking amidst the chaos. Morong Lin hovered 100 meters in the air, her silver-blue hair dancing wildly in the fierce wind. She gazed down at the distorted right claw of the Moon Princess, tearing through the exterior wall of the shopping center. Concrete debris raining down along with human remnants. This sudden monstrosity had been wreaking havoc in Green City for some time, and Morong Lin was perplexed by its inexplicable emergence. Green City is a first-tier metropolis. When did such creatures begin to lurk here? Could it have escaped from a secret realm? However, the current situation left her no room for further contemplation. As the next head of the Morong family, she had to swiftly eliminate this monster. Shadow guards, heed my command. Morong Lin unsheathed her frost-patterned long sword, its blade conjuring crystalline trails in the air as she sealed the eastern entrance with a trinity formation, preparing the ice arrow formation. 18 shadowy figures landed in unison, their obsidian masks reflecting the blood-red moonlight. The 6 foremost shadow guards knelt on one knee, palms pressed to the ground, causing frost-patterned webs to rapidly spread across the asphalt road, streetlights shattering into icy shards along the way. Behind them, 12 others drew their bows, the ice crystal arrows emitting a grating sound as they formed on the bowstrings. Fire! At Morong Lin's command, the sound of shattering air pierced the night. Hundreds of ice arrows transformed into a cascading river of light, precisely striking the protruding spines on the back of the Moon Princess. The ice spread relentlessly along the grayish-blue bone armor, swiftly encasing half of the creature's body in an icy prison. Was it successful? The leader of the Shadow Guards felt his grip on the blade tremble slightly. Suddenly, Morong Lin's pupils constricted as a faint cracking sound echoed from the icebound area. The remnants of the Moon Princess's human visage twisted into a sinister grin. Her gaping maw in the abdomen erupted, spewing forth a crimson mist, causing the ice to melt into a scarlet liquid upon contact. Retreat! Morong Lin swept her sword horizontally, raising an ice wall. Yet, it was already too late. The bone wings of the Moon Princess unfurled with a thunderous roar, sending a torrent of ice crystals hurtling towards the crowd. The Shadow Guards, clad in heavy black iron armor, emitted mournful cries amidst the piercing sounds. With the first three in the front row being impaled directly against the glass display of the mall, their blood splattering across the bulletproof surface like an abstract masterpiece. Suddenly, the ground heaved, and the elders of the Shuang family emerged from the earth. Wielding the thunderous hammer imbued with violet lightning aimed at the ankle of Moon Princess, Thunder Prison, Mountain Collapse. Simultaneously, a guest from the Tao family plummeted from the clouds, as a granite giant coalesced with a hand seal, crashing down upon the beast's head like the weight of Mount Tai. Under the combined might of the two families' ultimate techniques, the ground within 100 meters collapsed with a thunderous roar. From the billowing dust emerged the manic laughter of Moon Princess. And Morong Lin suddenly felt the frost-patterned sword in her hand tremble violently. She instinctively looked up to see the Blood Moon Demon's phantom manifesting within the clouds. As the shattered form of Moon Princess reassembled at a visible pace, with not blood but a viscous dark red energy fluid coursing through the gaps of her bone armor. This being was, indeed, immortal. Chapter 66, Susano'os, Activate. Damn it, she must be stopped. With this thought, Morong Lin hesitated no longer and commanded, everyone retreat. I shall take matters into my own hands. Tao Clan, Elder Shuang, cooperate with me. Understood. The remaining shadow guards swiftly withdrew. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted as Tsukiheim's right claw, engulfed in blood flames, swept through, severing the 5-story shopping center with a resounding crack. Morong Lin stepped onto the crystalline path of ice, leaping into the air, her frost-patterned longsword tracing an arc of profound intricacy before her. Ice Phoenix True Fire, coalesce! Brilliant azure ice flames surged forth from the sword's edge, crystallizing the very air into intricate patterns of frost. In an instant, the ice flames engulfed Tsukiheim's left arm, freezing the dark red flesh into azure crystals at a visible pace. Shatter! With a downward thrust of her sword, Tsukiheim's left arm exploded into a shower of ice fragments. Seizing the opportunity, a guest elder from the Tao clan summoned a colossal granite statue, which plummeted towards the monstrous nape with tremendous force. Tsukiheim's gaping maw suddenly emitted a piercing shriek, dark red energy fluid surging forth. The granite statue disintegrated upon contact with the fluid, transforming into molten crimson magma. As the Tao elder staggered backward, coughing blood. Ice Feather Thousand Burial. Morong Lin bit her tongue, her essence transforming into an ethereal ice phoenix. Countless icy feathers, infused with frigid spiritual energy, cascaded downward, pinning Tsukiheim's massive form into the cracked earth. The elder of the Shuang clan seized the moment to hurl a thunderous warhammer, purple lightning coiling around the monstrous limbs. Now! Morong Lin's pupils glimmered with the patterns of the ice phoenix as she formed ancient seals with her hands. Ethereal blue energy coalesced into a 1,000-meter-long crystalline spear above her, its tip inscribed with runes that rippled through the air. Perpetual Freeze, Piercing Star. The ice spear, accompanied by a deafening shriek, plummeted, penetrating Tsukiheim's chest to create a gaping void 10 meters wide. Cold air surged into the wound, rapidly eroding the creature's mountainous form, which became encrusted in frost. Breathless, Morong Lin knelt, droplets of blood falling from her fingertips, blooming like crimson plum blossoms upon the icy surface. This battle had nearly drained her of all spiritual energy, her meridians ablaze with excruciating pain. Is it over? The leader of the Shadow Guards trembled, gripping the hilt of his blade. Yet, suddenly, an eerie crimson glow emanated from Tsukiheim's shattered form, as the flesh within her hollow chest pulsated violently. Dark red fluid erupted from the depths of T. The resonance of that bloodline power was unmistakable to her. Yet, why? Morong Lin was perplexed, her expression fluctuating between light and shadow. Must she truly undergo rebirth at this moment? Although, given her current strength, she would undoubtedly obliterate the Moon Princess post-rebirth. The time was not right. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a thunderous explosion shattered the ground beneath her, revealing two figures emerging from the earth. They were Uchiha and a man cloaked in darkness, possessing a single black wing, resembling a fallen angel. Uchiha was enveloped in crimson-black lightning, caught in a bizarre state that was utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, the enigmatic figure, his face adorned with black markings, merely raised his hand to conjure the wood release, flower tree world. The earth trembled ominously as countless thick vines, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter, erupted from the ground, transforming the battlefield into a primordial jungle in the blink of an eye. As the massive vines ensnared the Moon Princess, eerie red flowers bloomed explosively upon their surface. The Moon Princess's frenzied screeches abruptly ceased, as fine golden pollen wafted across the battlefield. Her dark red form, capable of withstanding the true fire of the Ice Phoenix, began to dissolve like wax, collapsing into a foul pool of blood before the eyes of the onlookers. This. Moronlin's pupils constricted sharply. She could distinctly sense that each vine harbored spiritual energy far surpassing the fourth tier, while the mysterious figure hovering above resonated with the very essence of the heavens and earth. What was happening? With a mere flick of his hand, this individual had instantaneously annihilated the Moon Princess, akin to crushing an ant beneath one's foot without a hint of hesitation. The elders of both clans dropped their thunder-patterned hammers to the ground with a clatter, exclaiming in distress, "Retreat quickly! This flower is continuously siphoning my spiritual energy. How could such a powerful being be concealed within Green City?" A guest elder from the Tao clan clutched his chest in horror and stepped back, realizing that he had been utterly unable to withstand that vine. Everyone stood in stupefied silence, gazing at the mysterious figure beneath the moonlight, none comprehending how he had appeared, nor what kind of technique he had unleashed. The only consensus among them was the sheer terror of the person before them, akin to a monstrous entity. Likewise, before the man, Uchiha was equally monstrous. With a sudden, beastly roar, Uchiha summoned the spectral forms of the Ice Phoenix and Thunder Dragon behind him, exclaiming, "What sorcery is this?" However, Xiao was swifter still. With a flick of his wrist, the Kusanagi sword materialized from the void into his grasp, vibrant hues bursting forth from its tip. The seemingly gentle beam of light instantaneously pierced through Uchiha's chest. As the light streaked past, the very fabric of space rippled like water. Uchiha's left arm, along with half of his ribcage, vaporized in an explosive burst, while all the flora within the forest turned frenzied, ravenously consuming his flesh. Ah! Amidst the anguished cries, Uchiha desperately channeled the tailed beast chakra to regenerate his limbs. Yet, as the new arm began to form bone, it was disintegrated by the natural energy, the sage chakra gnawing at his very essence like a festering disease. Why? I had clearly touched the power of the tailed beast. In a fit of madness, the lightning surged once more, and Uchiha transformed into a spherical bolt of electricity, launching himself at Xiao. This is the secret art he employs by burning his very life force, Thunderstrike. A technique infused with the forbidden arts of the evil Moon Society. It elevates his spiritual prowess to unprecedented heights. How could someone like you possibly comprehend the magnitude of my strength? Thus, I shall obliterate you along with this entire region. Morong Shui could only witness the blinding white radiance illuminating the heavens, as the image etched upon her retina revealed Uchiha's form, akin to a divine thunder god descending upon the world. He transformed midair into a resplendent sun, its azure light enveloping the entirety of Green City. Upon witnessing this scene, the countenance of every onlooker shifted dramatically. They could all sense the terrifying energy contained within Uchiha, and should it be unleashed, this place would likely be annihilated. Oh! Such immense power, you say? Yet, at the very epicenter of the energy explosion, Xiao merely smirked. If that is the case, then allow me to demonstrate what true strength entails. With a pause, his body suddenly ignited with a crimson chakra. Susano'os, awaken! Chapter 67, The Divine Beings. The air resonated with sorrow. Dark red chakra erupted from Li Xiao's body like a volcanic explosion, swiftly coalescing into a skeletal form. Morong Shui was thrown to the ground by the shockwave, her nails digging into the rock crevices to prevent her from plunging into the abyss. She beheld the thunderous sun, transformed from Uchiha, suddenly suspended in mid-air, as if it were prey under the gaze of an ancient beast. Gazing upward, she was rendered speechless by the increasingly terrifying density of spiritual energy, now utterly frozen in place. Was that a divine being? What form of spiritual energy was this? Uchiha's body, infused with lightning, trembled violently, the power of the tailed beast within him instinctively quaking. The dark red chakra surged uncontrollably, the sound of bones cracking like iron ringing out. When the nearly 1,000-meter-high skeletal arm broke through the clouds, the glass walls within a 10-mile radius shattered explosively. Morong Lin's icy barrier crumbled like paper, and she staggered to grasp the remnants of a building, her pupils reflecting the colossal entity taking shape. How could this be? Which formidable being had arrived in Green City? The disbelief in Morong Lin's eyes was palpable. Who possessed such power? Was it one of the mighty from the imperial capital or the magic city's secret realms? Or had a hidden master emerged? Though it had been long since he had wielded such power, it was indeed a nostalgic feeling. Li Xiao's voice echoed through the heavens and earth, as the torrent of chakra formed a complete skeletal structure. Dark purple veins coursed over the bones, while liquid lightning surged within. As the flesh and armor enveloped him, the night sky was stained with a mesmerizing dark red hue, causing all electronic devices in Green City to erupt in blinding sparks. He glanced down at Uchiha and remarked coolly, "Abandon your struggle. This is not the power of a tailed beast, merely something replicated from tailed beast chakra." In his recollection, tailed beast chakra could be cultivated. Like Naruto Uzumaki, who had once utilized the chakra of the nine tails to nurture a similar human pillar, though it did not allow for complete transformation into a tailed beast. It undeniably enhanced one's strength and granted access to a portion of the tailed beast's power. However, what Li Xiao possessed was the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. In the past, he, along with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, had scarcely regarded even the complete tailed beasts. How could Uchiha's mere replicated power possibly shake Susanoo? Uchiha's maniacal screams were drowned in the storm of chakra, as the thunderous sun he had transformed into was effortlessly cradled by Susanoo's single hand. Hundreds of lightning dragons erupted from the sun's core, only to disintegrate into fine sparks upon touching Susanoo's palm. No! This is impossible. Uchiha's lightning visage contorted with human features, blood-like energy veins frantically coursing across the sun's surface. He frantically siphoned the earth's spiritual energy, causing the sun to swell threefold, its intense heat melting the concrete within a kilometer radius into crimson magma. Li Xiao chuckled softly, as the colossal chakra wings of Susanoo unfurled, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. The mere gust from the flapping wings severed 30-story buildings in half, reducing steel and concrete to mere building blocks. The shadow guards of the Morong family were blasted hundreds of meters away. The two elders of the Schwein family coughed up blood froth, shouting hoarsely, "Activate the city's defensive array immediately." Uchiha roared in fury, "Damn it! Your power means nothing before me." A thunderous roar erupted as azure lightning surged all over his body, ultimately coalescing into a celestial blade that descended vertically, slicing directly into Susanoo's armored shell. Yet, with a sharp crack, the lightning blade shattered upon contact with Susanoo's exterior. Uchiha's expression shifted from wrath to astonishment. "It's my turn now," Li Xiao's playful voice echoed. With a hiss, Susanoo drew the spear hanging at his waist, one of the divine artifacts, known as the Flame Spear Sujianming. Unlike Uchiha Itachi's 10-tailed sword, Li Xiao's divine spear could unleash purifying flames that scorched away corruption, embodying the dual divinity of destruction and rebirth. In simpler terms, it wielded a terrifying destructive might. Li Xiao raised the spear. Instantly, the world seemed to fall into silence. Liquid chakra oozed from the spear's shaft, dripping onto the ground and instantly corroding a pit hundreds of meters deep. The overwhelming pressure froze the entire city in an instant. Xiao's manifested sun emitted a piercing buzz. Sensing the terror of Li Xiao's strike through all his senses, he teetered on the brink of madness and desperately tried to flee toward the stratosphere. Trying to escape now? Li Xiao's pupils contracted sharply as the flow of time thickened under the gaze of his Sharingan. Simultaneously, the spear was swung in a slashing arc. The blade's trajectory tore open a pitch-black dimensional rift. Xiao summoned all his strength to activate the storm barrier, but it was sliced through like butter. The tailed beast power within the sun's core emitted a deathly wail. The moment the blade met the glowing orb, the surface of Green City rose and fell like waves. All survivors witnessed an unforgettable sight. The 1,000-meter-wide storm sun was cleaved neatly in two, with escaping torrents of energy painting a celestial aurora across the night sky. The shockwave tore apart the clouds, carving a 10-kilometer-wide vacuum channel. Moonlight cascaded like a silver waterfall upon Susano'os armor. Boom! The explosion resounded thunderously as if the city itself was struck by divine lightning, trembling violently in an instant. A moment later, the rain ceased, the light curtain descended, and mist evaporated. Only the moonlight and stars shimmered in the sky. That towering giant stood between heaven and earth like a deity. Divine punishment, this was truly divine punishment. The Shadow Guard commander slumped amidst the ruins, tears streaming down beneath his obsidian iron mask. His ancestral treasured blade at his waist had been utterly shattered by the recent assault, yet strangely, he himself bore no injury. Morong Lin trembled as she grasped the frost-patterned longsword, the blade reflecting the towering purple giant like a mountain. The Ice Phoenix bloodline wailed within her meridians, a primal shudder of a lowly life confronted with a supreme existence. Clan leader, we of the surviving Shadow Guards. A voice quivered with fear. Retreat! Morong Lin wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a profound gaze upon the vanishing energy giant. He promptly contacted the Elder Council of the Secret Realm, for it was imperative to investigate every detail regarding this colossal being. As the final trace of crimson light faded into the moonlit sky, the moonlight stained the desolate landscape with a sanguine hue. Morong Shui stared vacantly at the heavens. The giant had vanished, yet she found herself in a daze. In that moment, she suddenly realized how laughable her former aspirations were. With only her sister in her sights, what did she amount to in the presence of such immense power? In comparison to the divine, she was ultimately not but a mere mortal.